Ning Tian traverses the realm of Blue Star, hailing from an extraordinary lineage. His grandfather serves as the Grand Governor of the 7 southeastern provinces, one of the esteemed martial saints of defense. Both his second and third granduncles hold the esteemed rank of 9th rank martial kings. His father was once the youngest general in the Dragon Empire. After a decade of traversal, he finally acquires a system which astonishingly mandates marriage as a prerequisite for rewards. Furthermore, the higher the talent of his partner, the more abundant the rewards he shall receive. Thus, he finds no alternative but to select the campus belle of Southeast University, Xia Yuewei. There is no room for refusal. Our Ning family is a formidable power. Ding. On the first day of marriage, he acquires the chaotic divine body. When Ning Tian examines the capabilities of the chaotic divine body, he is utterly astounded. An SSS-level talent pales in comparison. The chaotic divine body annihilates all with ease. Merely by marrying, he receives such astonishing rewards. Ding. On the second day of marriage, he acquires the sword intent of the Yellow Springs. Observing the rewards on the second day, Ning Tian realizes that it won't be long before he becomes invincible in Blue Star. When the spatial battlefield collapses and countless races invade en masse, Ning Tian emerges, causing the myriad races to abandon their armor and flee in utter panic, their fear palpable. Xia Yuewei's eyes widen in disbelief as she exclaims, "Is this my husband?" Chapter 1. The system mandates marriage, with Xia Yuewei as the chosen partner. "Brother, are you truly going to marry?" a porcelain doll-like girl murmurs to Ning Tian. "Indeed." Ning Tian nods, his handsome visage betraying little emotion. But you don't even have a girlfriend. How can you get married?" The girl, named Ning Meng, struggles to comprehend Ning Tian's reasoning. "It suffices to find someone at random." Randomly? Ning Meng gazes at him in bewilderment, convinced her brother has lost his mind. Can marriage truly be so casual? "Brother, do you have a target, or are you still undecided?" "Xia Yuewei," Ning Tian replies slowly. Upon hearing the name, Ning Meng's eyes widen. Senior Sister Yuewei? She never imagined that Ning Tian wished to marry Xia Yuewei. But Senior Sister Yuewei possesses SSS-level talent. She's the belle of the school. "You, little girl, are you turning your elbows outward?" Ning Tian playfully pinches Ning Meng's cheek, smiling. He is also a student at Southeast University, albeit having attended infrequently over the past year. Had Xia Yuewei's talent not been SSS level, he might have reconsidered. Alas, he has been in this world, known as Blue Star, for 10 years now. Just a few days ago, he finally obtained his golden opportunity. The golden opportunity is straightforward: marriage. After tying the knot, he can reap rewards from the system, with a partner's talent determining their richness. As the saying goes, one must look out for oneself. Hence, his chosen partner must undoubtedly be Xia Yuewei. He harbors no concerns about whether Xia Yuewei will agree. Although his talent is merely S-level, his background is formidable. His grandfather is the governor of 7 southeastern provinces, one of the nation's martial saints of defense. His second and third granduncles are also 9th rank martial kings. His father was the youngest general in the Dragon Kingdom. Though Xia Yuewei's family is indeed strong, they would undoubtedly lack the courage to reject the Ning family's overwhelming presence. An S-level talent is already considered the pinnacle for many. However, Ning Tian is aware that merely being S-level will not suffice to become the apex martial artist atop the pyramid. Moreover, Blue Star is an exceedingly perilous realm. Centuries ago, the foreign realms breached, and countless races sought to invade Blue Star through these portals, gradually transforming many locations into battlefields. These passages are guarded by the 5 great nations of Blue Star. The nation to which Ning Tian belongs is one of these 5 great nations, the Divine Dragon Empire. Within the 7 southeastern provinces lies a spatial battlefield. This spatial battlefield is naturally defended by the Ning family. Thus, even with his powerful background, after binding to the system, Ning Tian resolutely desires to grow stronger. After all, one cannot always rely on their background or others. It is far better to cultivate one's own strength. "Brother, I am not turning my elbows outward. I merely believe that Senior Sister Yuewei will become a formidable martial artist in the future." Ning Meng gazes at Ning Tian with concern. "If you marry her now, won't you be hindering her?" "What? If she marries me, she cannot cultivate?" Ning Tian replies, somewhat incredulous. While Xia Yuewei may be reluctant to marry him, he would never restrict her from cultivating or pursuing her ambitions. But your reputation." Ning Meng gazed at the expression on Ning Tian's face and realized that he was not jesting. After pondering for a moment, she hastily inquired, "What about the incident last year when you made young Master Wang from the capital sleep in the cesspool?" "That was a wager between us. The loser had to sleep in the cesspool. Do you think I forced him into it?" Ning Tian rolled his eyes. He was aware of his poor reputation across the 7 southeastern provinces, but he had not anticipated it was this dire. Ning Meng listened to his response, momentarily taken aback. Brother, are you implying that you are entirely a good person? I wouldn't go so far as to say I'm a good person. I suppose I'm not bad, Ning Tian replied with a smile. Then that settles it. I shall inform senior sister Yuewei at school tomorrow. A lively smile illuminated Ning Meng's round little face. The Ning family, encompassing both collateral and direct descendants, boasts a lineage of over 1,000 individuals. With powerful martial artists in the family, the offspring are endowed with remarkable talents. An A-level talent is considered commonplace within the Ning clan, while S and SS levels are abundant. There are even individuals among the younger generation with SSS level talents, such as Ning Meng herself. At 22 years of age, Xia Yuewei is a senior at Southeast University, while Ning Meng has just embarked on her first year there. Their relationship cannot be described as particularly close, but due to their shared SSS level talents, they are somewhat familiar with one another. Talent is classified from F to SSS levels. In Blue Star, one must possess talent to become a martial artist. High-level talents yield extraordinary results in both cultivation and the mastery of martial arts techniques. It can be said that possessing an SSS-level talent paves an unending path of brilliance and opportunity. By the way, brother, what if senior sister Yuewei refuses? Ning Meng pondered this possibility and questioned Ning Tian. Ning Tian chuckled. Then we shall annihilate the Xia family. Brother, did you not claim you were not a bad person? Ning Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom Ning Tian's response. I was jesting. Whether she agrees or not is inconsequential. I've already informed Uncle too, and he should be at the Xia residence by now. Ning Tian was certain that Xia Yuewei would be reluctant. However, the Xia family would undoubtedly acquiesce. Such is the reality. Ning Meng, seeing Ning Tian's demeanor, nodded in understanding. Brother, our grandfathers and father are stationed at the southeastern battlefield. They should return for your wedding, shouldn't they? Rest assured, they are already aware of this matter. Although they are quite surprised, they still support my decision, Ning Tian affirmed. Chapter 2. Uncle Ning Mingcheng and Xia Yuewei in the Star Iron Pile Room. Ning Mingcheng, the second uncle of Ning Tian, has arrived at the Xia family estate. Both the Xia and Ning families are situated within the formidable city of Haoran, the most powerful city in the southeastern 7 provinces. Upon learning of Ning Mingcheng's arrival, the entire Xia family emerged to greet him. General Ning, please come in, exclaimed Xia Yuewei, the head of the Xia family, with a warm smile directed at Ning Mingcheng. Though Ning Mingcheng held the rank of a 7th-tier general, and Xia Yuewei was a 9th-tier general, the latter felt compelled to show utmost respect in the presence of Ning Mingcheng. The disparity between the two families was stark, surrounded by eager family members. Ning Mingcheng was ushered into the grand hall of the Xia family. Once seated, Xia Yuewei instructed someone to brew the exceptionally precious Yuanling tea. After partaking of the tea, he finally inquired, General Ning, may I ask the purpose of your visit to our Xia family? The senior members of the Xia family, present in the grand hall, turned their gazes towards Ning Mingcheng, fully aware that his visit was not without significance. Something monumental was afoot. Setting down his teacup, Ning Mingcheng smiled and declared, I am here to propose marriage. Propose marriage? The senior members of the Xia family were momentarily stunned. They could scarcely fathom that Ning Mingcheng had come for such a reason. But to whom was he proposing? Was it for himself or another? Confusion flickered across their faces. General Ning, forgive my ignorance. Please elucidate. Xia Yuewei responded, regaining his composure. My nephew wishes to marry. My father and the others are aware of this and have given their consent. So I trust the head of the Xia family understands my intent? Ning Mingcheng stated, showing no signs of embarrassment or insincerity as he spoke directly. Your nephew? The senior members of the Xia family were jolted by his words. They knew precisely who he referred to, the infamous Ning Tian. In their family, the only one who could catch Ning Tian's eye would undoubtedly be the carefully nurtured Xia Yuewei. The realization sent a buzz through the hall. Xia Yuewei, being Xia Yuewei's grandfather, had raised her with aspirations of her becoming the 3rd-generation head of the family. Ning Mingcheng was proposing for the lifeblood of the Xia family? Silence enveloped the grand hall, heavy as the depths of the ocean, with even a pin drop audible. General Ning, you jest, do you not? Xia Yuewei managed to force a smile that was anything but genuine. The senior members of the Xia family harbored a desperate hope that Ning Mingcheng was merely jesting. They certainly did not wish to see Xia Yuewei married to Ning Tian. Such a union would spell disaster for her future. Listening to Xia Yuewei's words, Ning Mingcheng's face broke into a knowing smile. In a few days, we shall present the betrothal gifts. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Rising from his seat, he performed a courteous bow to Xia Yuewei before exiting the grand hall. The faces of the Xia family members darkened as they watched Ning Mingcheng's retreating figure. Only after he had departed did they voice their thoughts. Ning Mingcheng is utterly audacious. Does he truly believe our Xia family is without recourse? This is not a proposal. It is a threat. Should Yuewei refuse to wed Ning Tian, the Ning family will surely retaliate. What can we do? Our Xia family is inconsequential in the face of the colossal Ning family. We are at their mercy. Xia Yuewei gritted his teeth, absorbing the gravity of the situation. Father, "We cannot allow Yuewei to marry Ning Tian. Her talent is of the SSS grade," exclaimed a middle-aged man entering the grand hall, his eyes ablaze with anger. This man was Xia Yuewei's father. "I share your sentiment," but Xia Yuewei sighed, feeling as though he had aged a decade in that moment. The senior members of the hall fell silent, recognizing the futility of opposing the Ning family. Indeed, what could they do against a family of such immense standing? Even the sovereign would show them deference. If the Xia family were to openly oppose the Nings, the repercussions would be beyond their capacity to endure. "Prepare yourselves. Ning Mingsheng has stated they will be coming with the betrothal gifts in a few days," Xia Yuewei announced, standing to retreat into the inner chamber. Damn it. The senior members of the hall clenched their fists, their teeth grinding in frustration. The Xia family had always been a respected lineage in Howren. They had never before endured such humiliation. Upon returning to the Ning family, Ning Mingsheng relayed the events of his visit to Xia family to Ning Tian. Ning Meng, who was beside him, listened with a touch of melancholy, unable to grasp why the family operated with such ruthless authority. The following day, Ning Meng rose early, prepared herself, and then slid into a luxury sports car worth millions, a green Lamborghini. As she drove, passers-by cast envious glances her way. Such is the privilege of birth. Arriving at Southeast University, it was immediately evident to the students that Ning Meng had arrived. Known for her affable demeanor, they were nonetheless aware that she was not to be trifled with, given her elevated status. To provoke her would not only jeopardize their lives, but could potentially endanger their entire families. Ning Meng was a goddess-like figure at Southeast University. After alighting from her Lamborghini, she was soon surrounded by a throng of admirers. "Xiaoling, do you know where Sister Yuewei is?" Ning Meng inquired of a petite girl beside her. "I just saw Sister Yuewei in the star iron pile room. I'm not sure if she is still there," the girl named Xiaoling replied. Upon hearing this, Ning Meng made her way to the star iron pile room. This chamber was a training facility within the university, where special stakes made of star iron could be struck to enhance one's combat prowess. Upon her arrival, Ning Meng discovered that Xia Yuewei was indeed present, vigorously striking the star iron pile. It appeared less a training session and more an outlet for frustration. "Sister Yuewei." After observing for a few moments, Ning Meng called out to her from a distance. Startled by the sudden voice, Xia Yuewei ceased her strikes and turned to face Ning Meng. "Ning Meng, you Sister Yuewei. Are you already aware?" Ning Meng interjected, sensing that Xia Yuewei's vigorous blows were a manifestation of her frustration over the impending marriage to Ning Tian. "Yes, I am aware," Xia Yuewei nodded. Her lovely visage remained composed, yet the hidden discontent in her eyes spoke volumes about her reluctance to marry Ning Tian. "Sister Yuewei, truly. My brother is quite a decent person. The rumors surrounding him are unfounded. He explained everything to me yesterday," Ning Meng reassured her. Chapter 3. The richness of the betrothal gifts, astounding everyone. Listening to Ning Meng, Xia Yuewei's expression remained unchanged. Even if Ning Tian was, as Ning Meng described, an admirable individual, it mattered little to her. She had no desire to marry. All she yearned for was to diligently cultivate her skills. Was that so wrong? Can a formidable background truly grant one the liberty to act as they please? Yet, Xia Yuewei understood that she could not refuse. To do so would only bring catastrophic repercussions upon her family. The Ning clan, possessing numerous formidable warriors, also boasted countless followers throughout the southeastern 7 provinces and the entire Divine Dragon Empire. Even the sovereign could not issue them coercive commands. Rebellion was always a potential threat. They were undoubtedly a powerful faction. Noticing Xia Yuewei's silence, Ning Meng continued, "Sister Yuewei, my brother also mentioned that he would not impose limitations on your cultivation. With the formidable resources of the Ning family at your disposal, you will be able to strengthen yourself at an accelerated pace." At the tender age of 22, Lin Yuewei had already ascended to the Master Realm. This was the terrifying power of her SSS-level talent. In contrast, Ning Tian, merely a third-ranked grand martial artist, seemed rather insignificant. Xia Yuewei recognized that this was but a small consolation amidst the many unwilling circumstances she faced. Speaking of resources, what could Southeast University possibly lack? Even if the Ning family possessed some unexpected advantages, they would hardly be of great utility to her. The truth cannot be concealed. Moreover, there was no need for secrecy regarding this matter. Ning Tian's marriage to Xia Yuewei would undoubtedly create quite a stir in Howren City. The following day, the news had spread throughout Southeast University. Students exchanged glances, apprehensive of speaking out, having heard of Ning Tian's notorious reputation. What could they say against a family that wielded such power as the Xia family? There were those who harbored jealousy towards Xia Yuewei, reveling in her misfortune. After all, had she not always kept others at arm's length? Now, how would she fare married to Ning Tian? Would she spend her days in tears, living in a veritable hell? Yet at that moment, Xia Yuewei had returned to her family. The Ning family was coming to present the betrothal gifts. For a family like the Nings, even the act of presenting betrothal gifts was a grand affair. The Xia household was abuzz with excitement. Notable figures from Howren City had gathered to witness the Ning family's display of wealth. As a top-tier clan in the Divine Dragon Empire, the gifts from the Ning family were sure to be astonishing. Do you think the Ning family's betrothal gifts will astonish us? You may be surprised, but I certainly won TB. I've seen my fair share of rare treasures. Go ahead and boast. I wager you'll be left speechless. Guests buzzed about the Ning family's gifts. In the grand hall, Xia Yuewei maintained an impassive expression, her heart feeling like ashes. Rest assured, Yuewei. I will ensure Ning Tian treats you well, said a middle-aged woman by her side. This woman, named Qin Lan, was Xia Yuewei's mentor. She cherished Xia Yuewei, often regarding her as a daughter. Upon hearing that Xia Yuewei was to marry Ning Tian, she was utterly bewildered. She knew that had Ning Tian not possessed the Ning family's backing, she would have given him a sound thrashing. Suddenly, gasps of astonishment erupted within the Xia household. Hearing the commotion, everyone in the Xia family rushed outside. Upon exiting, they beheld dozens of luxury vehicles. The sight of such an impressive convoy left everyone in astonishment. After all, it was merely a presentation of betrothal gifts, yet the spectacle was grandiose. Within one of the luxury cars, Ning Ming smiled at Ning Tian. Brother, with such an abundance of gifts, I believe Sister Yuewei and the Xia family will surely be impressed. Ning Tian smiled in response. He initially had no intention of presenting such lavish gifts. However, the elders of the family insisted that they could not tarnish the Ning family's reputation. Thus he prepared an extravagant offering. Once everyone disembarked, the warriors of the Ning family began to carry the gifts, draped in red cloth, into the Xia household. Observing the numerous covered gifts, the guests began to speculate eagerly about the treasures concealed beneath the fabric. Upon reaching the grand hall of the Xia family, all eyes were fixated on the red cloth. Even Xia Yuewei found herself gazing at it. Though she did not wish to marry Ning Tian, curiosity is a human trait. Suddenly, the red cloth was lifted. A collective gasp resonated through the hall as everyone present took a sharp intake of breath. They stood in stunned silence, as if struck by lightning. Good heavens, such a massive piece of spirit cloud crystal. It must weigh 70 or 80 pounds. And if I'm not mistaken, that is beast blood of the golden extreme, and the quantity is astounding. There are spirit sun seeds as well, which enhance one's strength without any side effects. My word, is that an SSS level technique and SSS level combat skill? So many. Is that an Imperial Spirit pill? A pill that allows one to break through a minor realm for those below Martial King? This is beyond extravagant. In an instant, both the Xia family and their guests were overwhelmed with shock. Such an abundance of treasures? The patriarch, Xia Yuewei, widened his eyes in astonishment. He had anticipated that the Ning family's betrothal gifts would not be meager, but he never expected them to be so astounding. Especially the Imperial Spirit pill. A treasure of such caliber was being offered as a betrothal gift? He had been stuck at the 9th rank Martial General for many years, with little hope of breaking through in his lifetime. However, with this Imperial Spirit pill, he could finally ascend to the Martial King realm, the realm he had longed for. Xia Yuewei was equally stunned. She believed she had encountered many remarkable treasures within her family and Southeast University, yet she now realized she had seen nothing. Perhaps marrying him. Xia Yuewei glanced at the handsome and wealthy Ning Tian in the hall. Not bad, yet she quickly dismissed the thought. She could not allow herself to be blinded by such material wealth. Ning Tian's character remained profoundly unsatisfactory. The senior members of the Xia family in the hall were likewise experiencing a change of heart. Initially, they had been repulsed and angered by Ning Mingqing's domineering ways. However, upon reflection, they realized that Xia Yuewei's marriage to Ning Tian was an unchangeable reality. While it appeared to be a negative situation, it may not be so after all. Their Xia family stood to gain the formidable Ning family as a powerful ally. In the future, they would not only dominate Haoran City, but could also assert their influence across the southeastern 7 provinces. Qin Shui, Xia Yuewei's mentor, who had initially harbored a fierce disdain, found herself at a loss for words as the Ning family arrived. Chapter 4. The Wedding, Xia Yuewei's Demands. This time, the Ning family was once again led by Ning Mingqing. The wedding between Ning Tian and Xia Yuewei was set to take place 3 days later. After presenting the betrothal gifts, the Ning family did not linger long at the Xia household and returned to their own clan. The news of the union between the Ning and Xia families stunned everyone in Haoran City. Not only in Haoran City, but also the various factions across the southeastern 7 provinces were equally astonished. They could never have anticipated that the Ning family would suddenly forge a matrimonial alliance with the Xia family. Yet, regardless of their disbelief, the reality stood before them. Consequently, influential figures from the 7 southeastern provinces, as well as numerous factions within the Divine Dragon Empire, dispatched representatives to Haoran City. The wedding of the Ning family's heir was certainly a momentous occasion warranting their attendance to partake in the celebratory feast. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. In the Divine Dragon Empire, it is customary for the groom's party to merely send representatives to collect the bride rather than personally escort her from her family's residence. A grand procession of the Ning family made its way to the Xia household, accompanied by the resounding sounds of firecrackers and drums, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Prominent figures from various factions had already gathered at the Ning family estate, eagerly awaiting the bride's arrival. Within the Xia family, Xia Yuewei had donned her wedding gown and meticulously applied her makeup. Gazing at her reflection, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. After awakening her SSS-level talent, she had realized that her future would be anything but ordinary. However, she had never envisioned marrying at the tender age of 22, nor was it truly her desire. Ning Tian, the man destined to become her husband, crossed her mind. The mere thought of his handsome visage stirred a ripple of emotion within her. Xia Yuewei, what are you contemplating? You are not one to succumb to romantic fantasies. She chided herself inwardly. Just then, a graceful woman entered the room and announced, Yuewei, the Ning family's wedding procession is about to arrive. You should prepare yourself. The woman, named Wang Lan, was Xia Yuewei's mother. I understand. Xia Yuewei replied with a nod. Once Wang Lan exited, she turned back to her reflection, as if steeling herself for what lay ahead. Yes, she must fight for her own desires. Even if she were to marry Ning Tian, he must not intrude upon her current life. She had yet to graduate from Southeast University. Education remained paramount. Moments later, the Ning family's procession arrived at the Xia household. The Xia family members looked upon Xia Yuewei with reluctance, for they had nurtured her as a potential future matriarch. And now she was suddenly to be wed. Who could bear to part with her? Once she boarded the wedding carriage, the procession set forth towards the Ning family estate. Situated atop the majestic East Dragon Mountain in Haran City, the Ning residence was lavishly adorned and teeming with guests from various factions, numbering in the tens of thousands. Inside one of the chambers, Ning Ming fastened a tie around Ning Tian's neck and, gazing at her dashing brother, remarked, Brother, I must say, you are extraordinarily handsome. It's not too shabby. Many have said the same, Ning Tian replied modestly. Hearing her brother's self-absorbed comment, Ning Ming teased, Brother, once Yuewei becomes your bride, you must treat her well, absolutely. All right, enough of that. When did you become such a mother hen? Ning Tian interrupted her with a chuckle. Ning Ming huffed in response and fell silent. Before long, the wedding procession returned to the Ning residence, where Ning Tian personally assisted Xia Yuewei down from the carriage. As her hand rested in his, a flurry of emotions surged within her, leaving her momentarily bewildered. This simple touch had evoked such a profound reaction that she had not anticipated. Within the grand hall of the Ning family, many formidable warriors had returned from the southeastern battlefield. Seated in the position of honor was Ning Jiuyou, the governor of the 7 southeastern provinces and one of the revered martial saints. Beside him were Ning Xingshan and Ning Hedong, Ning Tian's second and third granduncles, both of whom possessed the strength of 9th-grade martial kings. The martial arts of Blue Star had developed over many years, leading to a clear classification of realms: martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, great martial master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, martial general, martial king, and martial saint, with each realm subdivided into 9 grades. Apart from them, the elder generation was also comprised of exceptionally powerful figures, along with a vibrant middle-aged contingent led by Ning Tian's father, Ning Xingyun, once the youngest martial general in the Divine Dragon Empire and now a martial king. Under Ning Tian's guidance, Xia Yuewei entered the grand hall. The moment she stepped inside, she was overwhelmed by the powerful aura that enveloped the room. Veiled by her red wedding canopy, she could not discern the faces of those present, but she was acutely aware that such immense power must belong to the elders of the Ning family. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the high hall. The couple bows to each other. Enter the bridal chamber. After the ceremonial bows, Ning Tian led Xia Yuewei to their wedding chamber, having been meticulously arranged by Ning Ming. The bridal chamber exuded warmth and intimacy. As Ning Tian gazed at Xia Yuewei seated upon the red bed, he mused that after the evening's consummation, he would surely receive the rewards promised by the system. Without further contemplation, he lifted her red veil. Why bother with such formalities? Their eyes met, and Xia Yuewei felt an immediate shift in the atmosphere of the room. It was awkward. This was her first impression. Although she had often heard tales of Ning Tian at school, she had only encountered him a handful of times, as he rarely attended classes. Ning Tian, may I make a few requests? Xia Yuewei stammered after clearing her throat. In terms of talent, she surpassed Ning Tian. In terms of strength, she was also his superior. Yet, inexplicably, she felt an intangible pressure whenever she faced him. Requests? Ning Tian was taken aback. He had not expected Xia Yuewei to voice demands so soon after their marriage. What requests? Please, enlighten me. He was curious to hear what she might propose. Listening attentively, Xia Yuewei articulated, Firstly, I wish to continue my studies at Southeast University until graduation. Secondly, I prefer that you do not interfere too much in my affairs. Thirdly, here, her cheeks flushed as she hesitated, casting a shy glance at Ning Tian. Speak freely, Ning Tian encouraged gently. I wish to maintain my purity. For I am not yet prepared, she concluded, leaving her implication unmistakably clear. Purity? Ning Tian could not help but chuckle softly. He had never anticipated that Xia Yuewei would bring forth such a request. Naturally, he would have to decline. His marriage to Xia Yuewei was intended to secure the system's rewards. If he allowed her to remain untarnished, would he not be a fool? You may continue your studies, and I will interfere with your matters as I see fit. However, regarding your purity, Ning Tian smiled and continued, now that we are wed, maintaining your purity is no longer necessary. But I am not ready, Xia Yuewei exclaimed, taken aback by Ning Tian's refusal. In her perspective, given his past with numerous women, why would he not spare her? What is there to prepare for? I can teach you tonight, or even now if you prefer, Ning Tian replied with a teasing grin. Xia Yuewei listened to Ning Tian's words and gazed at the smile adorning his face. In that fleeting moment, any vestige of fondness she harbored for him vanished entirely, leaving only a profound sense of disdain. The truth was undeniable. How could someone like Ning Tian possibly treat her with kindness? Yet, the fact that he was willing to allow her to continue her studies at Southeast University provided a modicum of solace. Noticing Xia Yuewei's silence, Ning Tian continued, "Rest assured, I will be gentle. I won't cause you any pain." In truth, Ning Tian had little experience in such matters, a fact unbeknownst to Xia Yuewei. Hearing his words, her heart felt like still water. She did not respond. She was acutely aware that she could not refuse. Otherwise, Ning Tian would surely direct his ire toward her family. As the wedding banquet commenced, Ning Tian imbibed copiously. Despite the lack of genuine affection between him and Xia Yuewei, marriage was, after all, a cause for celebration. Furthermore, this was no ordinary wine. It was low in alcohol, yet infused with primordial energy. Once he felt sufficiently inebriated, Ning Tian returned to the bridal chamber. Inside, Xia Yuewei remained in a state of stupor, her eyes fixed on him as he entered. A quintessential scion of privilege. During those hours, she had contemplated much. Acceptance. She could only resign herself to fate. Unable to maintain her innocence, she had no choice but to embrace her reality. She understood that many unwelcome circumstances lay ahead. After all, her luck had always been abysmal. "Xia Yuewei, are you ready?" Ning Tian inquired with a smile, observing her on the bed. No response. Silence indicates readiness. "Fear not, I shall be gentle." With that, he leaned in for a kiss. Soon, the sheets were stained crimson. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. On the first day of marriage, you have acquired the Chaos Divine Body. Chaos Divine Body. Half an hour later, Ning Tian began to study the Chaos Divine Body. He had never heard of it before, that much was certain. Upon mastering it, he was astounded. The integration of the Chaos Divine Body would bestow upon him remarkably extraordinary talents. If SSS level was the pinnacle of talent on Blue Star, then the Chaos Divine Body represented a cosmic level aptitude. Filled with joy, Ning Tian realized that marriage would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards, though he had not anticipated something so formidable. With the Chaos Divine Body, he would possess a unique talent on Blue Star. Becoming the apex powerhouse of Blue Star was merely a matter of time. After learning that integrating the Chaos Divine Body would entail no pain and remain undetectable by others, he promptly opted for fusion. Currently a third-grade martial master, he pondered how long it would take to reach the realm of a grandmaster with the Chaos Divine Body. Tomorrow, he resolved to seek out a cultivation technique to explore the true potential of the Chaos Divine Body. While Ning Tian reveled in his newfound fortune, Xia Yuewei's mind was a void. She had never envisioned her purity dissipating in such a manner, bestowed upon someone she did not love. If only Ning Tian were a better person. But alas, there were no if-onlys in life. As dawn broke, Ning Tian addressed Xia Yuewei, "Put on your clothes. I shall take you to witness the Ning family's library of techniques." Given this invitation, Xia Yuewei did not refuse. After preparing herself, the two set off towards the library. Upon arriving at the library, Xia Yuewei stood in awe. She had not expected the library to be a veritable edifice, boasting 3 full stories. Were all the interiors filled with techniques? Observing her naive astonishment, Ning Tian felt a surge of amusement. Once inside the library, he remarked, "Choose whatever you wish. You may utilize any resources from the family." After this, he engrossed himself in an SSS level technique. To his surprise, he discovered numerous flaws within this SSS level technique. Was this a side effect of the Chaos Divine Body? This was rather unexpected. "I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please stay here," he told Xia Yuewei before hastily departing the library. Watching Ning Tian's retreating figure, Xia Yuewei remained silent. To her, he was merely a frivolous youth disinterested in cultivation. Yet, the techniques within the library captivated her. Not long after, she selected 2 SSS level techniques, as her SSS level talent made them quite suitable for her. Following his exit from the library, Ning Tian made his way to a private chamber. Inside, he gathered paper and pen, diligently revising the earlier SSS level technique. With the Chaos Divine Body, he possessed an extraordinary ability for retention. After discarding a large stack of paper, he successfully refined the SSS level technique, renaming it Star Chaos Divine Art. He understood that with the Star Chaos Divine Art, he could achieve breakthroughs to Grandmaster status at an accelerated pace. Additionally, during battles, the Star Chaos Divine Art would enhance his combat prowess. He marveled at how incredible the Chaos Divine Body was. He had never dared to dream of such feats. The ability to modify an SSS level technique? It was beyond belief. Subsequently, he instructed someone to take the discarded papers away. A few Ning family servants, upon carrying the discarded papers outside, soon encountered Xia Yuewei. "Young mistress." They greeted her respectfully. The title made her feel somewhat awkward. What was this? Once she regained her composure, she noticed the pile of discarded paper. "We found this in the young master's room, but we do not know what it is," one of the servants explained to her. Curious, Xia Yuewei picked up a few sheets to examine. To her surprise, the pages were filled with theoretical modifications of techniques. Had he done this? Xia Yuewei was taken aback. However, she quickly shook her head, knowing that Ning Tian's talent was merely S-level. It couldn't possibly be his work. "Please go," Xia Yuewei instructed the servants before making her way to the room where Ning Tian was. The newly selected SSS-level techniques would naturally require time to cultivate. Upon entering the room, she found Ning Tian inside. "I wish to discuss something with you." Despite her lack of fondness for him, especially after he had taken her purity, she approached him. "What is it?" Ning Tian, in high spirits after modifying the star Chaos Divine Art, smiled at her. "There is a training exercise at school tomorrow, and I wish to attend." Xia Yuewei understood she was not truly free. If Ning Tian forbade her, she would have no choice but to comply. "No problem. I want to interfere with such matters," Ning Tian replied without a second thought. Chapter 6. The second day of marriage, Yellow Spring Sword Intent. Ding. On the second day of marriage, reward, Yellow Spring Sword Intent. The following day, once again, the voice of the system resonated in Ning Tian's mind. Yellow Spring Sword Intent. He was taken aback. Merely by its name, one can ascertain that it is an exceedingly terrifying reward. Upon examining the capabilities of the Yellow Spring Sword Intent, he was left utterly astounded. Upon merging with the Yellow Spring Sword Intent, the manifestation of the Yellow Spring Road becomes apparent, and the dreadfully potent sword intent propels one onto the path of the underworld. Furthermore, once integrated, the proficiency can reach a state of consummate mastery. Ning Tian found himself hesitant to contemplate the implications. Should he unleash the Yellow Spring Sword Intent? The sight of the Yellow Spring Road appearing before the onlookers would undoubtedly be profoundly shocking. Hadn't Xia Yuewei mentioned that Southeast University offered training opportunities? Should he venture forth? Although the myriad clans were held at bay by the might of the human race in the spatial battlefield, with the emergence of vitality on Blue Star, various creatures began to mutate, evolving into formidable beasts. Additionally, fissures occasionally appeared within the spatial passage, allowing certain races to traverse into Blue Star. The star-mixing divine chaos decision would enable him to vanquish foes and enhance his combat prowess. While the Yellow Spring Sword Intent served as a skill of extensive lethality, without hesitation, he resolved to take action. By this time, Xia Yuewei had already arrived at school. Ning Tian understood that time was of the essence. Should they depart before he arrived, it would require considerable effort to catch up. Southeast University. The moment Xia Yuewei entered the institution, she drew the attention of numerous students. Some gazed at her in scathed form in astonishment. Wasn't it said that Ning Tian relished tormenting women? How was it that Xia Yuewei appeared entirely unharmed? Who knows? Perhaps some unknown events had transpired. Seeing Xia Yuewei in such a state reassured me. After all, we are all women, and I certainly do not wish for Xia Yuewei to suffer at Ning Tian's hands. The students began to murmur amongst themselves. Just as they were engaged in hushed conversations, a caustic, piercing voice pierced Xia Yuewei's ears. "Xia Yuewei, how does it feel to be a bride?" The moment this voice emerged, the students exchanged glances, fully aware that it belonged to Chen Ruo, from the Southwest Chen family. A family of formidable martial artists within the Dragon Empire, guarding the southwestern battlefield. Chen Ruo was strikingly beautiful, yet every year during the campus bell contest, she fell short to Xia Yuewei, which bred discontent within her heart. Upon learning of Xia Yuewei's marriage to Ning Tian, Chen Ruo was the most gleeful among them. The students recognized the palpable animosity between Chen Ruo and Xia Yuewei, but had it not been for Chen Ruo's esteemed background, she would undoubtedly pale in comparison to Xia Yuewei. With an SS-level talent, Chen Ruo could not hold a candle to Xia Yuewei's SSS-level prowess. "Do you have something to say?" Xia Yuewei inquired, aware that Chen Ruo's intentions were far from benign. Chen Ruo replied with a smile. "Oh, nothing much. Just curious about how it feels to be Ning Tian's wife." While others might shy away from mocking Xia Yuewei, she harbored no such fears. She was unconvinced that Ning Tian would offend the Southwest Chen family for someone like Xia Yuewei. "What gives you the right to inquire about my experience as a sister-in-law?" At that moment, Ning Meng's voice cut through the tension. The students, upon recognizing Ning Meng, wore expressions of excitement. It was a clash of titans, like mountain tigers meeting their match or dragons entwined in the clouds. No, it was akin to two mother tigers confronting one another. Chen Ruo's teeth ground together upon seeing Ning Meng. With an SSS-level talent herself, and situated in the southeastern provinces, she realized that confronting Ning Meng would yield no advantage. "Ning Meng, I was merely inquiring. You needn't adopt such a tone with me," Chen Ruo retorted, fixing her gaze on Ning Meng. "And what of it? Are you disputing my tone?" Ning Meng replied coldly with a smirk. Initially, the young lady had found it perplexing why the Ning family operated with such audacity. Now, she recognized that at times, a little assertiveness could be quite effective, particularly against someone like Chen Ruo, who thrived on schadenfreude. "Xiao Meng, I never expected you to possess such a side," Ning Tian chuckled. The students present, startled by the sudden arrival of his voice, turned their heads in haste. When they beheld Ning Tian, they were left momentarily speechless. Who would have anticipated that Ning Tian would appear at the school? "Brother, what brings you here?" Ning Meng asked. Momentarily taken aback, Xia Yuewei, too, was caught off guard by Ning Tian's presence, her heart racing in surprise. "I heard there was training at the school, so I thought I would come and partake," Ning Tian replied to Ning Meng. He then turned his gaze towards Chen Ruo, slowly stating, "Apologize." Those seemingly casual words carried an undeniable weight of authority. The students, upon hearing Ning Tian's command, were filled with exhilaration. Chen Ruo was notorious as a domineering figure within the school, often finding fault with others. As someone from the southwestern provinces, the opportunity to witness her humility was met with enthusiastic approval. Chen Ruo stared at Ning Tian, utterly bewildered. She never envisioned that he would demand an apology from her to Xia Yuewei. She intended to respond, but the moment she met Ning Tian's unyielding gaze, the words caught in her throat. "Xia Yuewei, I am sorry." Realizing she had no choice, Chen Ruo acknowledged the necessity of an apology. Otherwise, Ning Tian's infamous reputation would ensure her a fate worse than she could bear. Particularly in a place like Howran City, achieving this would be far from difficult for him. Gritting her teeth, Chen Ruo departed hastily, resembling a stray dog. "Brother, how audacious of Chen Ruo to confront our Ning family in the southeastern provinces," Ning Meng remarked with a smile. Indeed, Ning Tian concurred, affectionately ruffling Ning Meng's hair. Xia Yuewei regarded Ning Tian with a complex expression. She had not anticipated him compelling Chen Ruo to apologize. Was this for her sake or to uphold the dignity of the Ning family? "By the way, brother, did you truly come to the school for training?" "Of course," Ning Tian affirmed with a nod. On his way to the school, he had already gathered information. The students participating in this training from Southeast University were primarily fourth-year students, led by the school's higher-ups, and would be venturing to Cold Cloud Town in the wilderness of Howran City for their training. Cold Cloud Town was notorious for housing numerous powerful beasts. The surrounding students were astonished to learn that Ning Tian would also partake in the training. Previously, he seldom graced the school with his presence, yet post-marriage, he seemed inclined to engage in the training. Had he matured after marriage? Or was it that they had misjudged Ning Tian all along? Was he truly a warm-hearted husband? Contemplating this, the students felt a shiver run down their spines. How could they possibly associate Ning Tian with such a characterization? It was utterly incongruous. Moments later, the students destined for Cold Cloud Town were ready. Ning Tian and Xia Yuewei boarded the vehicle. "Some of the beasts in Cold Cloud Town could pose a threat to you. Perhaps we should team up," Xia Yuewei suggested after a moment's thought. Chapter 7. Refusing to team up, Cold Cloud Town Training. Upon hearing Xia Yuewei's proposal, Ning Tian flashed a charming smile. "Are you worried about me?" In truth, the beasts within Cold Cloud Town are not particularly formidable. Ultimately, this is a place for students to hone their skills. What would it be if there were numerous formidable beasts? Yet, being in the wilderness, the unpredictability of events remains. The students venturing to Lungyun Town for their training are all exceptionally talented individuals from Southeast University. In addition to their remarkable innate abilities, they also exhibit tremendous diligence. Among the dozens of students heading to Lungyun Town, Ning Tian can be considered the weakest. Upon hearing Ning Tian's words, Xia Yuewei's face flushed as she retorted. "Who is worried about you? I merely fear that should something happen to you, my family would." At this point, Xia Yuewei refrained from continuing her thought. Ning Tian's request for Chen Ruo to apologize genuinely surprised her. Nevertheless, her desire to team up with Ning Tian stemmed from a sincere wish for his safety. Otherwise, she would face dire consequences. "I believe forming a team is unnecessary. My strength is adequate to handle the beasts in Lungyun Town without issue," Ning Tian asserted. After merging with the sword intent of the Yellow Springs, did he truly need to fear the creatures lurking in Lungyun Town? Those well-versed in weaponry understand the significance of unity in spirit, momentum, and intention. For instance, in the realm of swordsmanship, unity signifies the oneness of man and sword. Momentum embodies the might of the sword's force, and intention encapsulates the essence of the sword's meaning. Ning Tian had fused with the sword intent of the Yellow Springs, a force of overwhelming power that the beasts of Lungyun Town could not possibly withstand. What a jest! Xia Yuewei had initially assumed that Ning Tian would acquiesce to her suggestion. After all, there was no downside, merely a collaboration for training in Lungyun Town. She never anticipated that Ning Tian would reject her proposition. After a moment of shock, she addressed him again. "Then do be careful. Suddenly, Xia Yuewei's mind seemed to freeze momentarily, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Why was she saying so much to him? Despite the fact that he had taken her purity, her feelings towards him were laced with disdain. Could it be? Shaking her head vigorously, Xia Yuewei dismissed those chaotic thoughts. Observing her endearing demeanor, Ning Tian mused that perhaps this was not so bad after all. Could it be that he might genuinely develop feelings for Xia Yuewei? As for the rewards he would receive daily from his recent marriage, Ning Tian understood that they might not always be extraordinary. Both the chaos divine body and the sword intent of the Yellow Springs were incredibly formidable. If he were to receive several mundane rewards in succession, he would need to maintain a calm disposition. The other students in the vehicle were naturally engrossed in their own discussions, listening to the exchange between Ning Tian and Xia Yuewei with a sense of disbelief. Xia Yuewei had taken the initiative to team up with Ning Tian, and he had declined? What kind of plot twist was this? Initially, there had been no interaction between them. Then Ning Tian had silently sent someone to propose to the Xia family, only to be refused. Xia Yuewei had no deep-seated grudge against him. Why would she propose a team-up otherwise? Could it be that Ning Tian was truly a warm-hearted individual, prompting Xia Yuewei to change her opinion of him in such a short span? As the vehicle approached Lingyun Town, the students and their mentor disembarked. Before them lay a desolate scene. Once a vibrant town, it had now succumbed to the ravages of monstrous invaders, leaving it in ruins. Students, exercise utmost caution upon entering Lingyun Town, the mentor advised. Familiar with the perils of such training, the students proceeded into the town, Ning Tian among them. Xia Yuewei gazed at Ning Tian's tall, slightly lean figure, still perplexed as to why he had refused to team up with her. Without further contemplation, she too ventured into Lingyun Town. Roar. Shortly after Ning Tian entered, the deafening roar of a beast echoed in his ears. Having traversed this world for a decade, he was no stranger to training. Before him stood a second-tier martial master beast. Ning Tian recognized it as the Iron Fury Bull. Without hesitation, the creature charged at him. However, being merely a second-tier martial master beast, it stood no chance against Ning Tian. Furthermore, after merging with the sword intent of the Yellow Springs, even without manifesting it, an invisible pressure of sword intent enveloped him. As the Iron Fury Bull lunged, Ning Tian raised a finger. The mastery of his sword intent transformed his finger into a blade. With a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of invisible sword energy, which pierced the beast in an instant. The Iron Fury Bull let out a pained howl before collapsing into a pool of blood. Under the influence of the star Chaos Divine Art, Ning Tian sensed a surge in his combat power. Gazing at the fallen beast, he felt exhilarated. This was merely a glimpse of the power he could unleash with the sword intent of the Yellow Springs. What kind of astonishing spectacle would arise if he fully manifested it? Soon, two more beasts came into view, both of which were also martial master-level creatures. For Ning Tian, they were nothing more than trivial adversaries. With a flick of his wrist, he dispatched them effortlessly with two more strokes of sword energy, leaving no trace of their existence. The thrill of such swift kills was a sensation Ning Tian had never experienced before. Lingyun Town encompassed not just the town center, but also the surrounding villages, making its expanse considerable. Ning Tian knew he was merely on the outskirts. With the star Chaos Divine Art at his disposal, he was determined to slay more beasts. He ventured deeper into Lingyun Town, aware that others would likely follow suit. As he pressed on, Ning Tian felled several more beasts. Though the specifics of his combat power increase were vague, he could feel the growth within him. Roar. Just then, another beast emerged, Crimson Blood Shadow Tiger, a 9th-tier martial master beast. In Lingyun Town, a creature of this caliber was among the strongest. Die. Ning Tian's eyes sparkled with determination, and in an instant, a piercing sword light surged toward the Crimson Blood Shadow Tiger. There was no doubt, the creature's life was nearing its end. Kid, your strength is impressive. A chilling voice unexpectedly resonated in Ning Tian's ear. Surprised, he narrowed his eyes, never expecting to encounter such a voice in Lingyun Town. This voice was not from any of the other students. Following the sound, he saw a slender, pallid man who had appeared nearby, seemingly out of nowhere. Chapter 8. Slaying the Cultist Warrior, Xia Yuewei falls into a bind. Cultist Warrior. As he gazed at the frail figure, the term instantly sprang to Ning Tian's mind. Why would there be heretical warriors in the wilderness outside Howran City? Hadn't the cult that once occupied these lands been eradicated years ago? Could this be a remnant that slipped through the cracks? Ning Tian could discern the realm of the slender man before him. A realization he had come to upon binding with the system. This was the power of the system. A 6th-rank Grand Martial Master. He understood that by slaying this slight figure, he would likely ascend to the 4th-rank Grand Martial Master himself. However, there was no urgency in striking him down. First, he needed to clarify a few inquiries. You are a heretical warrior, are you not? Ning Tian gazed at the slender man not far away, his suspicion almost a certainty. The truth of the man's affiliation with the cult remained ambiguous. Haha, kid, you do possess quite the insight, the slender man replied, unleashing a chilling, eerie laugh. By the way, what combat technique did you employ to slay that Blood Shadow Tiger? Was it a simulated sword technique? The slender man then posed a question to Ning Tian. You need not concern yourself with that. First, reveal your purpose for appearing in Lingyun Town, Ning Tian retorted. The slender man's face twisted into a sneer at Ning Tian's inquiry. Do you really believe I would divulge such information? Or do you think you are worthy of knowing? To the slender man, Ning Tian was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, and he ought to be begging for mercy at this moment. Realizing that the slender man was reluctant to speak, Ning Tian understood it was time to take action. The slender man was a 6th-rank Grand Martial Master, while he himself was only a 3rd rank. To challenge him beyond his rank, he would naturally have to employ the yellow spring sword intent. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a barrage of yellow spring sword light shot towards the Slender Man at breakneck speed. What is this? The Slender Man exclaimed in shock. He had thought that the sword light from Ning Tian's earlier attack on the Bloodshadow Tiger was merely a combat technique, but it was evidently far more formidable. He hastily attempted to defend against the onslaught of yellow spring sword light. Yet, the sheer volume was overwhelming, akin to a swarm of bullets. How could he evade? In an instant, the Slender Man's right arm was pierced by the yellow spring sword light. Hearing the anguished cries of the Slender Man, Ning Tian paused his assault. He had yet to extract the answers he sought from the Slender Man. Had he wished to eliminate him, the man would have already been a lifeless corpse. At that moment, the Slender Man clutched his bleeding arm in terror, staring at Ning Tian with wide eyes. He had believed his strength was sufficient to easily dominate Ning Tian, unaware of the latter's true terrifying prowess. 1,000 regrets could not encapsulate the Slender Man's current sentiment. Ning Tian addressed the petrified Slender Man. Reveal what I wish to know, and I shall spare you. The Slender Man, already paralyzed by fear, no longer dared to conceal the truth. He hurriedly confessed, we were aware that the geniuses from Southeast University would be training in Lingyun Town today. We came here to assassinate you. Ning Tian was not surprised by the Slender Man's revelation and continued to inquire, where's your headquarters? He contemplated the existence of a heretical organization in Haran City, which must be eradicated. On Chitta Mountain, the Slender Man quickly replied, my lord, I have divulged all I know. You should let me go. Before the Slender Man could finish his plea, a sword light pierced through his body. His eyes widened in horror, and he died with his gaze unyielding. Observing the lifeless eyes of the Slender Man, Ning Tian chuckled softly, you truly are naive. Thinking I would spare you. As he anticipated, after slaying the Slender Man, he ascended to the 4th rank Grand Martial Master. If only there were more beasts. Ning Tian understood that with sufficient numbers, he could reach even greater heights. All students entering Lingyun Town, evacuate immediately. All students entering Lingyun Town, evacuate immediately. All students entering Lingyun Town, evacuate immediately. Suddenly, the voice of the mentor echoed through the air. Only a Grandmaster-level warrior could achieve such a feat. Hearing the unexpected voice of his mentor, Ning Tian realized that others had also spotted heretical warriors in Lingyun Town, hence the urgency of the warning. Ning Tian was acutely aware that the yellow spring sword intent was a unique existence within Blue Star. Moreover, his proficiency had reached a level of mastery. Even a low-tier Grandmaster would likely struggle against the might of the yellow spring sword intent. Should he also retreat? At that moment, he noticed 2 students hastily fleeing ahead. Upon spotting Ning Tian, one of them urgently exclaimed, Xia Yuewei has been cornered by heretical warriors. They were unsure if Ning Tian had the means to rescue her. In any case, they felt utterly powerless, having barely escaped the clutches of the heretics themselves. Ning Tian was taken aback by their words. This was disastrous. If anything were to happen to Xia Yuewei, how would he obtain his rewards? After clarifying the location of Xia Yuewei from the 2 students, he sprinted towards the front. At that moment, Xia Yuewei was indeed encircled by 2 heretical grandmasters, both at the 2nd rank. Xia Yuewei, a mere 1st rank, was already injured, her complexion pale. Had it not been for some life-preserving measures, she would have perished by now. She could scarcely believe that such formidable heretical warriors existed in Lingyun Town. One of the 2nd-rank grandmasters sneered at the injured Xia Yuewei. Xia Yuewei, while your grandfather leads the charge against my Black Mountain cult, our primary objective today is you. I shall not allow you to succeed so easily. Xia Yuewei gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed defiantly upon the 2 2nd-rank grandmasters. She was prepared to fight to the death. However, her previous injuries exacerbated with her rising anger, leaving her weak and disoriented, teetering on the brink of collapse. You 2 truly seek death, daring to lay hands on her. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension, startling all 3 present. Ning Tian, Xia Yuewei exclaimed in disbelief. She had never expected him to appear at her side at such a critical moment. Yet, these were 2 2nd-rank grandmasters. Ning Tian, you must leave. Do not concern yourself with me. What nonsense is this? You are my responsibility. Ning Tian replied with a smile. Seeing that Xia Yuewei was merely injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. They are at the 2nd rank. Xia Yuewei attempted to warn Ning Tian, but before she could finish, her vision blurred, and she fainted. Chapter 9. Is Ning Tian truly a warm-hearted man? He held the unconscious Xia Yuewei in his arms, and upon seeing her fall into unconsciousness, he paid no heed to the 2 2nd-rank grandmasters. First, he checked on Xia Yuewei's condition. Then, he retrieved a spirit essence pill from his storage ring. Gently, he fed the pill into Xia Yuewei's mouth before lifting her into his arms. If I am not mistaken, you are Ning Tian, Xia Yuewei's husband, right? Haha. Who would have thought that after such a long and arduous search, the treasure would come so effortlessly, and to top it off, you managed to slay the young master of the Ning family as well. What a monumental occasion. The 2 2nd-tier masters, observing Ning Tian as he cradled Xia Yuewei, couldn't help but scoff derisively. Ning Tian regarded the 2 masters with an unsettling calmness, an abnormal tranquility that hinted at an overwhelming desire to annihilate them. You, Ning Tian said, his expression serene as he fixed his gaze on the two masters, shall die? As his words fell, a chilling brilliance erupted from his eyes, and he uttered 4 words, Yellow Springs Sword Intent. This time, it was the complete manifestation of the Yellow Springs Sword Intent. In an instant, the frigid and furious sword energy sent the surrounding structures tumbling. An intricate web of Yellow Springs intent coiled around Ning Tian, transforming him into the sovereign of the Yellow Springs. The myriad of sharp, piercing sword chi rent the very fabric of the space around him, plunging the scene into a cataclysmic chaos, where the skies darkened and the air was filled with wails of despair. The 2 second-tier masters, having never witnessed such a spectacle, were rendered speechless with terror. Before them, a path to the Yellow Springs had unfurled. They could scarcely believe that Ning Tian was capable of wielding such a devastating strike. How could they possibly defend against it? Indeed, they were powerless against the might of the Yellow Springs Sword Intent. After dispatching them, Ning Tian advanced from a 4th-tier martial master to a 5th-tier martial master. Meanwhile, some students who had not yet fled from Cold Cloud Town, along with the mentors who had entered, witnessed the Yellow Springs path manifesting in the sky. It was a desolate and forlorn road, a pathway leading to the depths of hell. This road was rife with an overwhelming Yellow Springs Sword Intent. In that moment, everyone felt as if they were under a spell, frozen in place. What level of sword intent was this? The mentors from Southeast University were momentarily dazed. They understood that some sword intents could manifest at their zenith, but to depict such a Yellow Springs road, a path of death, was unprecedented in their experience. The notion that a superlative being who comprehended such terrifying sword intent existed within Cold Cloud Town spread like wildfire among them. Just then, Ning Tian, cradling Xia Yuewei, came into their view. Moments ago, a student had rushed out of Cold Cloud Town to inform them of the presence of heretical martial artists, and that Xia Yuewei had been ensnared by them. Now, seeing that both Ning Tian and Xia Yuewei were unharmed, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. However, in the eyes of the mentors, Ning Tian's strength was certainly inferior to that of Xia Yuewei. If she had been entangled by heretical martial artists, Ning Tian, given his capabilities, would have been unable to rescue her. The mentors contemplated a possibility that a powerful guardian was protecting Ning Tian. After all, he was the purest direct descendant of the Ning family, so it was not surprising that he had a formidable protector. This would also explain the Yellow Springs sword intent manifesting above. Before long, Ning Tian reached the outskirts of Cold Cloud Town, still holding the unconscious Xia Yuewei. Upon seeing her in his arms, the students were momentarily taken aback. What kind of person did they perceive Ning Tian to be? Would he truly carry Xia Yuewei? Even if she were his wife, so what? It would be remarkable enough if he merely refrained from hitting her 3 times a day. The facts spoke for themselves. Ning Tian was indeed holding Xia Yuewei. Suddenly, a startling realization struck them. Ning Tian was indeed a warm-hearted man. With the emergence of heretical martial artists in Cold Cloud Town, the mentors dared not allow the students to continue their training there. They all boarded vehicles and returned to the academy. This training session had only involved a portion of the talented senior students from Southeast University. Many others had not ventured into Cold Cloud Town. Upon seeing their peers return so swiftly, they were perplexed. When they learned from some students about the appearance of heretical martial artists, they all felt a sense of relief. The emergence of such figures indeed warranted the cessation of their training. Abruptly, one student spotted something and exclaimed in astonishment, "No way, did I just see that?" The surrounding students quickly turned to look, and upon witnessing Ning Tian carrying Xia Yuewei, they were struck dumb in disbelief. "Brother!" Soon, Ning Meng's voice rang out. She hurried to Ning Tian's side, glancing at the unconscious Xia Yuewei with confusion. "Brother, what happened to sister-in-law?" "There was an incident in Cold Cloud Town. She was injured." Ning Tian replied softly. "You should hurry and take sister-in-law home," Ning Meng suggested, recalling that their family had the best doctors in the southeastern provinces and that there was no need to go to a hospital. With a nod, Ning Tian departed the academy, carrying Xia Yuewei. Once they saw Ning Tian and Xia Yuewei leave the academy, the students erupted into fervent discussion. "I thought Xia Yuewei would suffer terribly after marrying Ning Tian. Yet this is not at all what I expected. Is it possible that we have been misunderstanding Ning Tian all along? Whether we misunderstood or not, I only know that Ning Tian is certainly treating Xia Yuewei well." It was only natural for the students to think this way. After all, Ning Tian had forcibly compelled Xia Yuewei to marry him, and there was no affection between them. Moreover, Ning Tian's reputation across the southeastern provinces was rather poor. Yet, here he was, performing the duties of a normal husband. In Donglong Mountain, Ning Tian returned home with the unconscious Xia Yuewei. Once at the family estate, he summoned a doctor to attend to her injuries. After exiting the room, he gazed into the distance, deep in thought. The wilderness was indeed perilous. Who would have anticipated that heretical cultists lurked in the wilds of Howren City? According to the words of the heretical martial artist, the headquarters of the Black Mountain sect was located atop Chitta Mountain. He had never heard of Chitta Mountain before. Before long, a martial artist brought Ning Tian a map. After examining it, Ning Tian realized that Chita Mountain was not far from Cold Cloud Town. Should he inform the family, or should he personally eradicate the Black Mountain sect? After pondering for a few seconds, Ning Tian resolved to take matters into his own hands. After all, the star-mixed divine chaos decision would enhance his combat prowess when slaying enemies. With the system at his disposal, he would rapidly grow stronger. Without further ado, he entered the family's martial arts training room, where he began to practice the star-mixed divine chaos decision. Hours passed quickly. Ning Tian emerged from the training room, drenched in sweat, took a shower, and changed into clean clothes. Chapter 10, Divine Dragon Blood, 9th Tier Martial Master. Ding. On the third day of his marriage, a reward of divine dragon blood was granted. Just as Ning Tian finished grooming himself, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. After reviewing the benefits of the divine dragon blood, he smiled knowingly. He understood that with the divine dragon blood, it was likely he could break through several minor realms in succession. The effects of the divine dragon blood, when combined with the star-mixed divine chaos decision, would be even more pronounced. Ning Tian resolved to venture into the star iron pillar chamber at the school to refine the divine dragon blood. After all, once he arrived at the chamber, others would undoubtedly hesitate to enter, and those already inside would instinctively vacate. After departing from his family, he made his way to the school. As a figure of considerable renown, it was inevitable that Ning Tian would attract numerous gazes upon his arrival. Ignoring the stares of the students, he proceeded directly towards the star iron pillar chamber. He had visited the chamber once before, though at that time, his impression had been rather superficial. Upon his arrival, the students within immediately halted their activities, gazing at Ning Tian in astonishment. They certainly had not anticipated his presence in the star iron pillar chamber. Was he merely here to observe, or was he intending to engage with the star iron pillar? Young Master Ning, are you here to strike the star iron pillar? One student was the first to regain his composure and inquired with obsequiousness. His family was affiliated with the Ning clan, and he dared not offend such a formidable figure. Indeed, Ning Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing that Ning Tian truly intended to strike the star iron pillar, the student promptly replied, "Then, young Master Ning, I shall not disturb you." With that, he hastily exited the chamber. The remaining students, witnessing this, quickly followed suit. Soon, the star iron pillar chamber was left with only Ning Tian. However, the student who belonged to the family allied with the Ning clan did not leave immediately. After ensuring the door to the chamber was securely closed, he assumed the role of a sentinel. Given Ning Tian's stature, the spectacle of him striking the star iron pillar was not something he wished to be witnessed by others. A few minutes later, several students arrived outside the star iron pillar chamber. They were taken aback to find the door closed. "Guanhao, what are you doing here?" They addressed the student on guard. "You cannot enter," Guanhao replied to the group. "Why can't we enter?" The students queried, their confusion palpable. "Because young Master Ning is inside." "Young Master Ning?" The students' expressions froze for a moment, and one of them awkwardly smiled at Guanhao, saying, "Then we shall take our leave." After the students departed, Ning Tian within the star iron pillar chamber manifested the divine dragon blood. This precious blood was undoubtedly not a product of Blue Star. Gazing at the golden, potent liquid contained within a small vial, he hesitated not a moment before uncorking it and consuming its contents. In an instant, Ning Tian felt his limbs and bones undergoing a fervent enhancement, a dragon-like strength surging through his very being. Aware that time was of the essence, he commenced employing the star-mixed divine chaos technique to strike the star iron pillar. 6th grade Grand Martial Master. Before long, after his relentless assault on the star iron pillar, Ning Tian ascended from 5th grade Grand Master to 6th grade. The divine dragon blood within him had yet to be fully refined. He needed to continue. 7th grade Grand Martial Master. 8th grade Grand Martial Master. 9th grade Grand Martial Master. He persevered until he reached 9th grade Grand Martial Master, at which point the divine dragon blood was entirely refined. Ning Tian felt a wave of elation. In just a few days, he had ascended from 3rd grade Grand Martial Master to 9th grade Grand Martial Master. It was known that following 9th grade, one would attain the title of Master. This was exhilarating. Yet, he understood that with his current strength, it would likely be insufficient to eradicate the Black Mountain sect. He needed to reach the level of Master first. Meanwhile, Xia Yuewei had awakened from her unconscious state. "Sister-in-law, you're awake," Ning Ming exclaimed, her small face alight with joy. "By the way, sister-in-law, yesterday my brother carried you out from Cold Cloud Town." And many were left dumbfounded. "I knew marrying my brother was the right choice. It was him who carried me out?" Xia Yuewei was taken aback. She recalled being injured by 2 second-grade masters before Ning Tian arrived. She had urged him to flee and not to concern himself with her. The next thing she remembered was losing consciousness. "Ning Ming, could you tell me what transpired after I fell unconscious?" Xia Yuewei inquired. "I'm not entirely clear myself. I heard that a terrifying sword intent appeared over Cold Cloud Town, but the details are murky," Ning Ming replied. Understanding Ning Ming's account, Xia Yuewei realized that Ning Tian, with his current strength, would not have been able to contend with those 2 second-grade masters. It seemed a powerful guardian had been watching over him. No wonder he had not teamed up with her. Miss, the young mistress's parents have arrived and are waiting outside. A servant entered the room to inform Ning Ming. I understand, Ning Ming responded. She knew that Xia Yuewei's unconscious state in Cold Cloud Town would surely be reported to the Xia family, so it was hardly surprising. Soon after, Ning Ming stepped out of the room, where she was met by Xia Zhan and Wang Lan. Miss Ning, may we enter to see Yuewei? Wang Lan asked upon seeing Ning Ming. Unfortunately, this is the helpless reality of confronting a powerful family. Even parents who wish to see their daughter must seek permission from others. You are sister-in-law's parents, so of course, you may enter. Ning Ming smiled at Xia Zhan and Wang Lan. With Ning Ming's consent, Xia Zhan and Wang Lan hurried into the room. Upon entering, they beheld Xia Yuewei lying on the bed. Although her complexion remained pale, she appeared to be unscathed. Yuewei, Wang Lan, upon seeing her daughter, was instantly overcome with tears. Dad, Mom, please don't worry. I'm fine, Xia Yuewei reassured her parents, feeling a warm surge in her heart. Yuewei, it is I who lack ability. If only I were stronger, you would not have had to endure this, Xia Zhan said, looking at her with a mix of guilt and concern. Xia Yuewei understood the weight of her father's words and smiled gently. Do not worry, Dad, I am doing well here. Over the past few days, aside from the matter of her chastity, she had no regrets, especially during that perilous moment when Ning Tian had appeared by her side. Xia Zhan and Wang Lan did not linger long at the Ning residence. After their departure, Ning Ming re-entered the room. Ning Ming, where's your brother? Xia Yuewei inquired upon seeing Ning Ming return. Ning Ming chuckled, sister-in-law. Do you perhaps have feelings for my brother? What are you talking about? Xia Yuewei, taken aback by Ning Ming's suggestion, felt a blush rise to her previously pale cheeks. Chapter 11. Devouring the Heavenly Flame Dragon, First Grade Master. Ning Ming, ever the mischievous spirit, certainly noticed the blush on Xia Yuewei's face. However, she chose not to pursue the topic further. After exchanging a few more words with Xia Yuewei, she exited the room. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days went by. During this span, the rewards obtained were not particularly precious. The first day yielded a heavenly gang pill, while the second day granted him 30,000 combat power. Using the heavenly gang pill would enhance one's combat strength, and the significance of 30,000 combat power was evident to those who understood its worth. The foundational combat strength of a 9th-rank grand martial artist is 200,000, while that of a first-rank master rises to an impressive 500,000. This disparity in strength vividly illustrates the chasm that exists between grand martial artists and masters. With an additional 30,000 in combat strength, Ning Tian is poised to ascend to the rank of master more swiftly. In the past 2 days, Ning Tian has not idled away his time. He has been diligently practicing the star-blending divine chaos technique. The effects of this technique are remarkably evident, and Ning Tian feels that it won't be long before he breaks through to the first-rank master. Once he attains this rank, vanquishing the Black Mountain sect will pose no challenge. During these 2 days, Xia Yuewei has also made a full recovery. She has transitioned from the Ning family to Southeast University. Upon her arrival, she was met with envious gazes from her fellow students. Previously, she held a stereotypical view of Ning Tian, but it has become apparent that Xia Yuewei is indeed fortunate. Naturally, she is fortunate. The Ning family is the most powerful lineage across the 7 provinces of Southeast China. With the resources and backing from the Ning family, combined with her SSS-level talent, her future accomplishments are beyond imagination. Listening to the discussions among the students, Xia Yuewei's heart underwent a transformation. Initially, she believed that marrying Ning Tian would signify the end of her life, but recent events have revealed otherwise. Sister-in-law, my brother is also at the school. Do you want to go see him first? Just as Xia Yuewei was lost in thought, Ning Ming's voice reached her ears. Upon hearing Ning Ming's words, Xia Yuewei noticed that Ning Ming had approached her. Where's your brother? Xia Yuewei was indeed eager to meet Ning Tian, not because she had completely fallen for him, but because she wanted to express her gratitude. After all, had it not been for Ning Tian's words in Cold Cloud Town, she would have been dead by now. My brother is in the grove behind the school. Ning Ming informed Xia Yuewei of Ning Tian's location. Once she learned where he was, she made her way toward the grove. The students, witnessing this, were filled with excitement, as if they were observing the blossoming love between a couple. Upon reaching the grove, Xia Yuewei found Ning Tian resting after several hours of practicing the star-blending divine chaos technique. What brings you here? Ning Tian inquired, somewhat surprised to see her. Xia Yuewei gazed at the extraordinarily handsome and ethereal Ning Tian. Sunlight filtered through the trees, illuminating his face and enhancing his already striking features, making him appear almost like a prince from a fairy tale. At that moment, Xia Yuewei felt her heart flutter. I wanted to say thank you, she stammered, caught off guard by her own feelings. She had not anticipated such a significant change in her perception of Ning Tian in just a few days. When the Ning family delivered the betrothal gifts to her family, the sheer opulence of those gifts made her realize that marrying Ning Tian might not be so bad after all. Yet, she quickly dismissed this thought. Now, she genuinely believed that marrying Ning Tian could indeed be quite favorable. Seeing that Xia Yuewei had come to express her gratitude, Ning Tian smiled and replied, "There's really no need to thank me. You are my wife." Regardless of Ning Tian's motives for marrying Xia Yuewei, the fact remains that she is now his wife. If he were to abandon his wife in times of peril, then all the knowledge he had acquired in his studies would be rendered futile. Upon hearing Ning Tian's declaration, Xia Yuewei felt her entire body freeze, as if electric currents surged through her. "I have something to attend to. I must take my leave," she stammered, swallowing hard before hastily departing. Watching her retreating figure, Ning Tian shook his head, muttering, "Could it be that she has developed feelings for me? Well, perhaps there's nothing wrong with that." With that thought in mind, he resolved to continue his training. After resting, Ning Tian resumed his practice of the star-blending divine chaos technique, as he needed to hasten his breakthrough to master. Night swiftly descended, and Ning Tian found himself before a combat strength detection machine. He sensed he was nearing the rank of master, but the actual data required verification. With a resounding thud, he struck the machine with his fist. 470,000. A smile spread across his face as he observed the reading on the screen. He knew that with this level of strength, he would surely break through to master by the following day. Subsequently, he departed, ensuring to reset the machine's reading to 0 before leaving. Discretion was paramount. One must remain low-key when necessary. Another day passed, and the familiar voice of the system echoed in Ning Tian's mind. "Ding. On the 6th day of your marriage, you have received the reward. Devouring Heaven Flame Dragon Burst." Ning Tian's heart leaped with joy upon hearing the system's announcement, for the name alone suggested it was an exceptional reward. Upon inspection, he was utterly astonished. This was not merely impressive, it was terrifying. The Devouring Heaven Flame Dragon Burst was akin to a forbidden ability. Once unleashed, it would unleash a barrage of flame dragons capable of catastrophic destruction, powerful enough to shake the heavens and weep for the spirits. Compared to the sword intent of the Yellow Springs, it was on an entirely different level. To think that after just 2 days without receiving particularly notable rewards, he would be granted something as formidable as the Devouring Heaven Flame Dragon Burst. In the afternoon, Ning Tian successfully broke through to the first-rank master. Masters possess the ability to externalize their vital energy, enabling even a mere punch to unleash a shockwave. He understood that with the Devouring Heaven Flame Dragon Burst, he could obliterate the Black Mountain sect without needing to reach the rank of first-rank master. However, it is always prudent to be cautious. Without further delay, he made his way out of the school. It was time to eradicate the Black Mountain sect. He swiftly advanced, having become intimately familiar with the location of the Red Poison Mountain. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Black Mountain sect atop Red Poison Mountain, a meeting was underway. The elderly man seated at the head of the table bore an ominous expression. He was Tai Guei, the current leader of the Black Mountain sect, possessing the strength of a second-rank master. "Since we failed to eliminate Xia Yuewei last time, it seems we must devise a new plan," Tai Guei declared. His face darkened as he addressed the assembly of Black Mountain sect warriors, who all nodded in agreement. Their once mighty sect had suffered greatly after the purge conducted by the martial artists of Howren City, and they were determined to avenge this humiliation. Spearheaded by the current head of the Xia family, Xia Yuewei. Chapter 12, Xia Yuewei's Breakthrough, The Flames in the Sky. Meanwhile, Ning Tian had arrived at the foot of Red Poison Mountain. As soon as he set foot there, he was encircled by several Black Mountain sect warriors, each of them at the martial artist level. Yet now they seemed as feeble as ants before Ning Tian. "Kid, do you think the wilderness is amusing? How dare you wander here?" They jeered coldly at Ning Tian. Without engaging in any further dialogue, Ning Tian unleashed a powerful punch toward them. The condensed vital energy formed a shockwave that instantly eliminated the Black Mountain sect warriors. He then proceeded toward the summit of Red Poison Mountain. Having not concealed his presence, he soon found himself surrounded by numerous members of the Black Mountain sect. Simultaneously, the senior members of the Black Mountain sect who had learned of the news within the Grand Hall emerged, astonished at the sight of Ning Tian surrounded. As a nefarious cult with connections to notable figures across the 7 provinces of the southeast, they had undoubtedly conducted their investigations. The sect leader, Tai Guei, cast a cold smile at Ning Tian, tauntingly inquiring, "Ning Tian, what is your intention? Seeking vengeance for your delicate wife?" Ning Tian, unfazed by Tai Guei's words, responded slowly, "Die." As his words echoed, flames enveloped his entire being, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his pupils, devouring heaven's flame dragon fury. In an instant, Ning Tian unleashed his devastating attack. The fiery energy surrounding him rapidly coalesced into hundreds of flaming draconic forms. By the heavens, Tai Guei and the members of the Black Mountain sect had never witnessed such an overwhelming display. They were gripped by sheer terror, as if standing on the precipice of hell. Before they could react, the hundreds of flame dragons unleashed a cataclysmic barrage upon the entire sect. The devouring heaven's flame dragon fury was an ability bordering on the forbidden, far beyond the capacity of these martial artists to withstand. The skies above Chita Mountain were already shrouded in flames, which spread swiftly in all directions. Meanwhile, across every corner of Howren City, a resonant voice echoed through the loudspeakers. Congratulations to the head of the Xia family, Xia Yuewei, for breaking through to the martial king realm. Haoran City now boasts another martial king. As the largest city in the southeastern 7 provinces with a population exceeding 20 million. The residents were initially taken aback by the announcement, but soon erupted in jubilant excitement. Haha, another martial king in Haoran City means we are all the more secure. Of course, the strength of a martial king was formidable. Oh, how envious I am of Xia Yuewei. He must have consumed the imperial spirit pill from the Ning family to achieve such a breakthrough. Indeed. My patriarch has been stuck at the 9th rank of martial general for ages. If only he had an imperial spirit pill. Amidst the elation and envy, the core figures of various factions in Haoran City swiftly made their way to the Xia family to extend their congratulations. Those factions that had previously been on par with the Xia family realized that the balance of power had shifted. Even the Ning family sent representatives to convey their regards. At this moment, the Xia family was in a state of ecstatic joy, for their patriarch had ascended to the martial king realm, signifying a significant elevation in their family status. Xia Yuewei, brimming with vigor, had long dreamed of this breakthrough. After several days, he had finally refined the imperial spirit pill and achieved his goal. Martial King Xia, congratulations. Head of the Xia family, now that you are a martial king, you must protect me, a mere 9th rank martial general. Brother Yuewei, you are truly our exemplar, a martial king. As the saying goes, in poverty, no one asks, in wealth, distant relatives come. The numerous powerful figures in Haoran City showered Xia Yuewei with congratulations and flattery. Today, the Xia family shall host a grand feast. Make sure to eat and drink well, or it will be seen as a slight against me. Xia Yuewei smiled at the congratulators. However, just as his words concluded, a thunderous roar reverberated from the skies. Not only the Xia family, but everyone in Haoran City heard this sound. They quickly looked up. To their shock, they beheld the fiery power emanating from the distance, now hovering ominously above Haoran City. In that instant, all were left in a state of bewilderment and awe. What in the world was this? Not even the strongest protector stationed in Haoran City, Ning Tian of the Ning family, could conceal his astonishment. No one understood what was occurring. The devouring heavens flame dragon fury was an otherworldly phenomenon on their blue star. What kind of fire-based martial technique could produce such an effect? Could it be that a martial saint was exhibiting a fire technique? Yet, that seemed implausible. The inhabitants of Haoran City certainly could not fathom that all of this chaos was a result of Ning Tian unleashing the devouring heavens flame dragon fury. On Chita Mountain, the members of the Black Mountain sect, bombarded by the devouring heavens flame dragon fury, had been reduced to ashes. The power gained from slaying foes was no jest. Moreover, the Black Mountain sect had its fair share of strong individuals. He himself had surged from a 1st-rank master to a 2nd-rank master. Yet, he recognized that his current strength was still insufficient. Once he improved further, he would be poised to enter the southeastern battlefield and annihilate countless tribes. First, he must return. Upon reaching Haoran City, the residual fury of the flames had already dissipated for some time. However, along the way, he overheard the residents discussing the event. He had been unaware that the aftermath of the devouring heavens flame dragon fury had reached Haoran City. Beyond that, he learned from the townsfolk about Xia Yuewei's ascension to the 1st rank of martial king. Xia Yuewei had been stuck at the 9th rank of martial general for many years. With the imperial spirit pill provided by the Ning family, his breakthrough to martial king was entirely reasonable. Upon returning to his family, Ning Tian discovered that Xia Yuewei had not yet returned. He presumed she had gone to congratulate the Xia family. Brother, not long after arriving at his family estate, the voice of the young girl Ning Ming reached his ears. Brother, do you know what just happened above Haoran City? I do, Ning Tian interjected before she could finish. Do you know that the head of the Xia family, Xia Yuewei, has broken through to martial king? I suppose no one in Haoran City is unaware of that. Ning Tian chuckled. Humph. Ning Ming pouted before continuing. Sister-in-law wants me to tell you something. What is it? Ning Tian inquired, curiosity piqued as he sought to discern her message. Brother, did you know that sister-in-law has a sister at the Divine Dragon Academy? Ning Ming revealed. I did not. Ning Tian shook his head. His understanding of Xia Yuewei was limited, and he was unaware of any siblings she might have. However, he was familiar with the Divine Dragon Academy, one of the premier martial arts universities in the Divine Dragon Empire. Chapter 13. Xia Yuewei returns. 20 to 30 young masters from the imperial capital? The Divine Dragon Academy is indeed one of the finest martial academies in the Divine Dragon Empire. This does not imply that Southeast University is significantly inferior. Thus, it is typical for prodigies from the southeastern 7 provinces to attend Southeast University. Nevertheless, there are those who opt for martial universities elsewhere. For instance, Chen Ruo hails from the Southwest Chen family. Observing that Ning Tian was unaware of Xia Yuewei's sister, Ning Ming added, sister-in-law's sister is named Xia Yuewei, and her talent is rated SS level. When you married sister-in-law, she was in seclusion. Listening to her younger sister, Ning Tian felt a tinge of confusion. He did not comprehend Xia Yuewei's intention in revealing this information. After all, Xia Yuewei's SS level talent was not particularly astonishing. Was it simply to inform him of her sister's existence? Sensing the perplexity on Ning Tian's face, Ning Meng continued. Xia Yuewei has already learned about your marriage to her sister-in-law, and she seems quite furious. Additionally, she has made numerous acquaintances at the Shenlong Academy. After expressing this, Ning Meng remembered something and added, Xia Yuewei should be returning to Howren City in the next few days. Ning Tian understood at once. Xia Yuewei intends to seek justice for Xia Yuewei. Does she think that by making acquaintances at Shenlong Academy, she can rival the Ning family? Nevertheless, he could comprehend Xia Yuewei's feelings. After all, he had coerced Xia Yuewei. However, in this world, understanding is futile. One must speak in terms of strength and background. All right, Xiaoming, I shall rest for a while. Please do not let anyone disturb me. With a smile directed at Ning Meng, he retreated to his room. At the Xia family, the atmosphere remained lively and bustling. Since Xia Yuewei's breakthrough to the rank of a first-class martial king, his status had undergone a dramatic transformation. Yuewei. All of this is thanks to the Ning family. Xia Yuewei smiled at Xia Yuewei, who sat beside him. Although she belonged to the younger generation, she held a position of respect beside Xia Yuewei. No one in her natal family would dare show her disrespect, especially since she had wed Ning Tian. A first-class martial king possesses a considerable deterrent influence over other factions, yet in the presence of the Ning family, it amounts to little. After spending a considerable time within her family, Xia Yuewei had finally returned to the Ning household. Ding! On the 7th day of their marriage, a reward was granted, Shadow Step. Shadow Step? Ning Tian paused momentarily upon hearing the system's voice in his mind. Another valuable item? After reviewing the description of Shadow Step, he discovered that its integration would enable him to achieve unparalleled speed. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is invincible. Only speed remains unbroken. With Shadow Step at his disposal, whether in combat or in escape, he would experience a significant enhancement. Shadow Step, of course, is a unique martial technique from the Blue Star. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Tian proceeded to integrate Shadow Step. Subsequently, he made his way to school. Being in a developmental phase, it was imperative to cultivate diligently during safe periods. Should the situation grow precarious and the myriad races invade the Shenlong Empire, even with the system, survival would be far from guaranteed. On the other side, at Shenlong Academy, in a particular room, several young men and women gathered, among them Xia Yuewei. Although the Ning family in the 7 southeastern provinces is powerful, they are insignificant when compared to the families here in the imperial capital. Beside Xia Yuewei stood a remarkably handsome young man named Lu Feng, her boyfriend. Indeed, this time we shall seek justice for your sister. How dare they force a marriage upon her? Laughed several others in the room. Their families were among the prominent clans in the imperial capital. Thank you all very much. Xia Yuewei expressed her gratitude to them. She had always been very kind to her sister, Xia Yuewei, and was particularly delighted when her sister awakened an SSS-level talent. She knew that her sister's future accomplishments would surely surpass her own. Yet, that scoundrel Ning Tian had the audacity to forcibly marry her sister? Her return to Howren City was solely to seek justice for Xia Yuewei. The forces in the 7 southeastern provinces may fear the Ning family, but that does not extend to the factions in the imperial capital. In addition to us, I have also invited several other young masters from noble families. Lu Feng smiled and added, I assure you, this time it will be foolproof. Hearing Lu Feng say this, Xia Yuewei replied, very well. Let us set off for Howren City tomorrow. Ding. On the 8th day of their marriage, a reward was granted, Star Essence Pill X1. After another day, he received another reward. The Star Essence Pill can be used in times of extreme weakness to instantly restore vigor and vitality. Compared to other rewards, the Star Essence Pill seemed rather mundane. Nonetheless, having it was better than having none. In the small grove behind the school, he practiced the Star Mixing Divine Chaos technique. While exterminating the Black Mountain sect at Chitta Mountain, he had nearly reached the pinnacle of a second-class master. After employing the Star Mixing Divine Chaos technique, he had now ascended to the third-class master level. It could be said that breakthroughs were as effortless as drinking water. Brother, during a brief respite, Ning Meng's voice rang out. Observing the hurriedly approaching Ning Meng, Ning Tian smiled and asked, Xiaoming, what event has you so flustered? Brother, Xia Yuewei has arrived. Once she reached Ning Tian's side, she spoke urgently. So she has arrived. What's the fuss about? Ning Tian assumed it was something of greater consequence. Xia Yuewei was accompanied by nearly 30 young masters from various noble families in the imperial capital. Ning Meng's round little face bore an expression of solemnity. She understood that even the Ning family needed to exercise caution in the face of so many families from the imperial capital. This could be interesting, Ning Tian chuckled. Having learned about the situation from Ning Meng earlier, but he had not anticipated that Xia Yuewei would bring so many people with her. Brother, why are you not the least bit anxious? Ning Meng gazed at the smile on Ning Tian's face, utterly bewildered. What is there to be anxious about? Merely 2 or 3 dozen individuals. Ning Tian ruffled her hair. But they are not ordinary people. They are. Enough, take me to see. Ning Tian interrupted Ning Meng. All right. Ning Meng nodded and promptly led Ning Tian out of the small grove. At that moment, In the martial arts training ground of Southeast University, numerous students exchanged puzzled glances. Why had Xia Yuewei arrived at the school accompanied by 2 or 3 dozen young noble descendants from the imperial capital? Was it related to Xia Yuewei's situation? If so, it would surely be an exhilarating affair. The students were aware that the Ning family was absolutely invincible in the 7 southeastern provinces and was among the top families in the Shenlong Empire. Among the top does not equate to the strongest. Now that Xia Yuewei had brought so many people, each backed by formidable families, if they were to choose sides, they would undoubtedly support Ning Tian. Chapter 14. The Ning family is a colossal entity, and you dare to think you have a chance? Their support for Ning Tian was not born out of affection for him, but rather for the Ning family. Such support stemmed not from fear, but from respect. The defenders of the southeastern battlefield were the strong members of the Ning family. Without the Ning family, how could the southeastern battlefield withstand the onslaught of myriad races? Even though Ning Tian had many unfavorable rumors surrounding him, they feared him. However, if they chose to support the families from the imperial capital solely for that reason, it would indicate their unworthiness to be from the 7 southeastern provinces. Nonetheless, while they supported, they were eager to witness this captivating spectacle. They even needed to keep their eyes wide open to watch. Previously, they believed Ning Tian had coerced Xia Yuewei into marriage, and that her life thereafter would be filled with turmoil. But who could have foreseen that events would not unfold as they had imagined? Would Xia Yuewei truly manage to seek justice for Xia Yuewei? Sister, why have you brought so many people? After swiftly reaching Xia Yuewei's side, Xia Yuewei anxiously inquired, Yuewei, that wretched scion Ning Tian has forcibly bound you to him in marriage, and your family dares not intervene. Allow me to take charge. Xia Yuewei offered Xia Yuewei a reassuring glance. Indeed, we have all come to assist you. Lu Feng, standing beside Xia Yuewei, chimed in with a smile. Sister, there is no need. I do not harbor regrets. Xia Yuewei recognized that this was no trifling matter. Moreover, Xia Yuewei had brought along a multitude of young scions from the capital. A minor misstep could spark a significant conflict. Rest assured, Yuewei, I will not act recklessly. Xia Yuewei was not naive. She was acutely aware of the Ning family's influence across the 7 provinces of the southeast. Beyond the Ning family itself, all factions in these provinces would heed their command. Such a formidable entity, she would certainly tread carefully. Her intention in bringing so many was to secure the legitimacy to negotiate with the Ning family and resolve this matter amicably. But sister, I truly do not regret it. Xia Yuewei insisted, sensing her sister's skepticism. Enough of regrets for now. We must first address the pressing issue at hand. Xia Yuewei remained unconvinced by Xia Yuewei's words. In a loft within Southeast University, the school's upper echelons were keenly observing the unfolding events below. Had it not been for the principal's admonition against hasty actions, they would have already descended to stand behind Ning Tian. The affiliations of these young aristocrats from the capital were of little concern to them. All they recognized was the necessity to support Ning Tian. Principal Wang Pei of Southeast University was also present in the loft. His caution against impulsive moves was well-founded. Firstly, a brawl was not a foregone conclusion. Secondly, should a conflict arise, his strength as an 8th-rank martial king would enable him to intervene at any moment. Besides, the attendees were all scions of noble families. There was no need for them to bully the weak. At the Ning family estate, the current overseer was the 4th elder, Ning Tian, who also possessed the strength of an 8th-rank martial king. He had been apprised of the situation at Southeast University, but refrained from sending any family representatives. He wished to observe how Ning Tian would handle the matter. Furthermore, the upper echelons of Southeast University were not without resourcefulness. Unbeknownst to many, Principal Wang Pei was a disciple of Ning Jiuyou, the head of the Ning family, a fact even Ning Tian was unaware of. Meanwhile, the Xia family was in a state of turmoil upon learning that Xia Yuewei had stirred such a significant debacle. Bringing the young aristocrats from the capital to Southeast University, was this an open challenge against the Ning family? Xia Yuewei had just broken through to the 1st rank of martial king, a feat he should have celebrated for days. Yet, with Xia Yuewei's sudden upheaval, joy was the last thing on his mind. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and bring back that unfilial daughter of yours. Xia Yuewei's frustration escalated as he observed Xia Zhan's indifference in the grand hall. In response to Xia Yuewei's reprimand, Xia Zhan replied with displeasure, Father, Yuewei is your granddaughter. If Yuewei has the opportunity to bring her back, why not give it a try? The members of the Xia family in the grand hall were taken aback by Xia Zhan's words, their astonishment palpable. They had never anticipated that Xia Zhan would entertain such thoughts. Xia Yuewei approached his son, fixing him with a glare. Xia Zhan, you truly are an exemplary father. With a resounding slap, Xia Yuewei struck Xia Zhan across the face. Father, why did you hit me? Xia Zhan exclaimed, bewildered. I strike you to awaken you. Xia Yuewei's disappointment in his son was evident as he continued. First and foremost, the Ning family has offered a betrothal gift, and you were present to witness its contents. Should we wish to annul the engagement, they will demand a 3-fold compensation. Is that not clear? Which of those gifts can our Xia family afford? The upper echelons of the Grand Hall acknowledged Xia Yuewei's reasoning as sound. If an annulment were to be pursued, Threefold compensation would be the least of their worries. Tenfold would hardly be excessive. Xia Zhan stood frozen, realizing he had not considered these implications. Xia Yuewei pressed on. And that is not even the crux of the matter. Do you genuinely believe that merely the presence of those young aristocrats from the capital will wield any significant influence? You are not a child. Why do you persist in such naivete? Xia Yuewei, acutely aware of the Ning family's deep-seated power, understood that such a colossal entity could not be easily swayed by mere factions. Additionally, once Yuewei wed Ning Tian, our Xia family would unwittingly gain considerable support and connections. This you surely comprehend. Moreover, even if coerced, Yuewei's life has not been one of abject misery. Why the urgency? Xia Yuewei grew increasingly vehement. Do you not believe that Rushiue's endeavor to seek justice for Yuewei has already drawn the scrutiny of numerous factions? They are deliberating whether to sever ties with our Xia family, and the various forces across the 7 southeastern provinces are likely preparing themselves, should the Ning family desire it. All factions would converge upon Haoran City. Shaking his head at Xia Zhan, Xia Yuewei queried, do you still think the Ning family would compromise? Xia Zhan's face flushed crimson as he struggled to articulate a response. Indeed, how could he have been so irrational? Such a formidable force as the Ning family could not be easily uprooted. Father, what should I do now? What else can you do? Go to Southeast University and persuade Rushiue. But initially, refrain from speaking. If Ning Tian chooses to relent, that could be advantageous. Xia Yuewei instructed. Understood, father. I shall depart at once. Xia Zhan, reluctant to linger within the family, hastily made his way towards Southeast University. At this moment, Southeast University was already teeming with individuals, creating an unprecedented atmosphere. Ning Tian and Ning Ming had also arrived. Chapter 15. Xia Yuewei's reluctance to return. Is Ning Tian truly indecent? Within Southeast University, the Ning family comprised more than just Ning Tian and Ning Ming. In addition to them, numerous other scions from the Ning family were present. Upon sighting Ning Tian and Ning Ming, these young aristocrats promptly fell in line behind them. Likewise, students affiliated with the Ning family's influence did the same. In such circumstances, aligning oneself was paramount. In an instant, hundreds rallied behind Ning Tian. Xia Yuewei and the young aristocrats from the capital gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Clearly, they had not anticipated such a display of support. Having previously learned from Xia Yuewei that Ning Tian's reputation was rather unsavory across the 7 southeastern provinces, they now questioned the veracity of Xia Yuewei's claims in light of Ning Tian's remarkable charisma. Xia Yuewei had spent years at Shenlong Academy, with no meaningful interaction with Ning Tian. Over the years, she had only encountered him once. Her initial impression of him was one of striking handsomeness and extraordinary charisma. Yet, she was aware that someone of his caliber was not particularly useful. His talent was merely rated as S-class, and he lacked diligence in cultivation. Without a formidable background, what was he truly worth? As for Xia Yuewei's classmates, they were equally taken aback by Ning Tian's approach. They could never have anticipated that Ning Tian would possess such striking good looks. Hailing from illustrious families in the imperial capital, they were quite renowned within their circles. Yet, upon confronting Ning Tian, a sense of inferiority began to creep into their hearts, a sensation they had never experienced before. The imperial capital is the most formidable city of the Divine Dragon Empire. Having journeyed from the imperial capital to Haoran City as scions of powerful clans, they should have felt a sense of superiority. However, merely encountering Ning Tian had already made them feel defeated, leaving no room for any sense of superiority. I hear you are looking for me? Ning Tian inquired, gazing at the figure of Xia Yuewei before him, his tone laced with an air of languid indifference. Indeed, Xia Yuewei fixed her gaze on Ning Tian. Her return from the Divine Dragon Academy had been a result of careful contemplation. At this first meeting, retreat was not an option. Ning Tian, why are you forcefully compelling my sister to marry you? Xia Yuewei cut straight to the point. Though the Xia family may not possess the might of the Ning family, should their arrogance persist, she would not hesitate to take action. The classmates she had brought from the imperial capital were her greatest source of confidence. As the students listened to Xia Yuewei's question, all eyes turned towards Ning Tian, eager to discern his response. However, before he could answer, Ning Ming, standing beside him, interjected, who says my brother is forcing her? He doesn't need to. Yet before she could elaborate, Ning Tian interrupted her, maintaining a calm demeanor as he directed his gaze back at Xia Yuewei. I am indeed compelling Yuewei to marry me. What will you do about it? He was aware that Xia Yuewei had come prepared, but he was curious to see if she would dare to take action against him. If she were to strike, Ning Tian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Xia Yuewei, with her SS-level talent, could hardly match the martial prowess of Xia Yuewei, who was an 8th-rank Grand Martial Master. Achieving such a rank at her age was indeed formidable, yet before Ning Tian, a 3rd-rank Grand Master, she was but a mere shadow. The students, witnessing Ning Tian's blunt response, exchanged glances, astonished. Ning Tian, do you truly believe you can act with impunity in the 7 provinces of the southeast? Xia Yuewei was taken aback by his response, her icy gaze fixed upon him. Enough with the trivialities, just tell me what you intend to do. Ning Tian was disinterested in continuing this pointless dialogue. Very simply, allow my sister to return to the Xia family, Xia Yuewei stated. The students, upon hearing her words, silently shook their heads. They deemed Xia Yuewei to be exceedingly naive. Returning Xia Yuewei to the Xia family would indeed equate to a cancellation of the engagement. For a family like the Ning-s, such a rejection would be a blow to their dignity. Perhaps you should first ask your sister-in-law if she desires to return, Ning Ming scoffed. Of course she would. Xia Yuewei replied without hesitation. Disregarding Xia Yuewei, Ning Ming turned to Xia Yuewei and asked, Sister-in-law, would you like to return to the Xia family? Not only Ning Ming, but everyone else also focused their attention on Xia Yuewei. Previously, they would have confidently assumed that Xia Yuewei would be eager to return to her family. However, that was no longer certain. Under the weight of their gazes, Xia Yuewei bit her lip, uncertain of how to respond. She understood that Xia Yuewei had brought a multitude of people to the Southeast University for her sake. Yet, after marrying Ning Tian, her initial regret had transformed into a sense of contentment. However, she knew that Xia Yuewei would not believe her if she expressed this sentiment. Yuewei, speak up, Xia Yuewei urged. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yuewei finally replied, Sister, I am already married to Ning Tian, so there is no need for me to return. She had no desire to go back, not only for the safety of her family, but also due to her changed feelings towards Ning Tian. The moment he had appeared in her time of peril in Cold Cloud Town remained vividly etched in her memory. The students present were not taken aback by Xia Yuewei's response. Rather, they felt she should not return. However, Xia Yuewei and her classmates were utterly stunned. Their eyes wide in disbelief as they stared at Xia Yuewei. Yuewei, what are you saying? Xia Yuewei exclaimed in incredulity. She could hardly fathom that Xia Yuewei would refuse to return. But soon, Xia Yuewei recollected something. Addressing Xia Yuewei, rest assured, Yuewei, you need not worry about the Ning family taking action against the Xia family. After uttering this, she glanced at her companion Lu Feng and the others. Indeed, we will not stand idly by, Lu Feng affirmed to Xia Yuewei. In response, Xia Yuewei continued, Sister, I am speaking the truth. The continued insistence from Xia Yuewei irked Xia Yuewei. Yuewei, do you not realize that you and Ning Tian share no genuine feelings? To Xia Yuewei, Xia Yuewei's statements were merely a reflection of her fear of the Ning family. Very well, if you are unwilling to return, then there is no need for further discussion. With that, Ning Tian prepared to leave, as he still needed to diligently practice the Star Chaos divine art. Wait, brother. Just as Ning Tian was about to take a step, Lu Feng's voice reached his ears. Stopping in his tracks, Ning Tian turned to Lu Feng and inquired, Is there something you wish to convey? Do you not think that using your background to coerce someone into marriage is rather distasteful? Lu Feng smiled at Ning Tian. Currently, many powerful figures of the Divine Dragon Empire are stationed across the spatial battlefield, striving for the safety of our nation. Yet you, as a scion of a prominent family, not only neglect your cultivation but also resort to your lineage to force others into marriage. Do you not find yourself to be rather contemptible? Lu Feng's words struck hard. He believed this would incite fury in Ning Tian. However, to his surprise, Ning Tian's expression remained unchanged, as if he had not heard a word. Chapter 16. If I cannot defeat you, I shall take on all of you. Everyone present recognized the wisdom in Lu Feng's words, yet they deemed them overly idealistic. The 5 great nations of Blue Star, though not engaged in full-scale war, frequently experienced minor frictions, let alone such matters. Seeing Lu Feng, a scion of a prominent family, articulate such principles struck Ning Tian as amusing. You espouse such grand ideals. Surely you must be diligent in your cultivation? Lu Feng, like Xia Yuewei, was an 8th-rank Grand Martial Master. Aside from them, the others present were all at the Grand Martial Master level, many possessing S-level talents, with but a few boasting SS-level talents. Not a single one, however, reached SSS-level talent. I would say that I am quite diligent, Lu Feng replied coldly, then continued, I harbor no desire to oppose your family, but if you truly have the courage, let us engage in battle. I wonder if you dare. He knew from Xia Yuewei that Ning Tian's strength was merely at the 3rd-rank Grand Martial Master level. The crowd listened to Lu Feng's words, their hearts racing in quiet alarm. In the realm of the 7 provinces of the southeast, it is astonishing that anyone would dare to challenge Ning Tian to battle, a notion previously unimaginable to them. However, it is essential to note that Lu Feng is not a native of these provinces. In an instant, all eyes turned to Ning Tian, eager to discern whether he would acquiesce to Lu Feng's challenge. Yet, the majority understood that Ning Tian's raw strength was undoubtedly inferior to that of Lu Feng. To agree to such a duel might result in personal humiliation. I cannot possibly engage in combat with you, Ning Tian stated slowly, directing his words towards Lu Feng. Is that a refusal? Lu Feng chuckled softly, fully aware that Ning Tian's refusal stemmed from a straightforward reason. He perceived himself as unworthy of being Lu Feng's opponent. Fear of defeat, and the potential disgrace that would accompany it, lingered in the air. The assembled students recognized that Ning Tian's decision to decline was indeed the prudent choice. Refusal? Ning Tian scoffed lightly. When did I ever say I refused? But you just said it was impossible. Lu Feng replied, astonished, as the onlookers echoed his confusion. Ning Tian's response seemed unequivocal in its rejection. Calmly, Ning Tian clarified, I merely stated that battling you alone is unfeasible. However, considering the number of you who have journeyed all the way from the capital, if a fight is what you desire. He paused momentarily before adding, how about I take on all of you by myself? Having recently acquired the divine steps of the heavens and bolstered by his status as a third-tier master, Ning Tian believed that these individuals would be unable to track his movements. Though they appeared numerous before him, they were as scattered as sand. His self-awareness of his powers was profound, though the others remained oblivious. The crowd gasped at Ning Tian's audacious proposition to battle 20 to 30 individuals. All scions of noble families from the capital. They were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend how he could even suggest such a thing. Ning Ming, standing beside him, was equally taken aback. While she found his bold declaration to face them all rather impressive, she understood that it was an utterly fanciful notion. Xia Yuewei was equally surprised, unable to fathom why Ning Tian would make such a reckless statement. Xia Yuewei, biting her silver teeth, could not comprehend Ning Tian's arrogance, especially considering that even Lu Feng alone could easily best him. Do you truly believe you can take on all of us by yourself? Lu Feng narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded Ning Tian. The expressions of the others mirrored his derision, aware of Ning Tian's arrogance, which had led him to force a marriage previously. Yet, they had not anticipated him to be so brazen. Indeed, I genuinely wish to fight all of you alone. However, the location must be somewhat discreet, as I prefer to maintain a low profile, Ning Tian said slowly. To engage these noble youths from the capital in the open at school would undoubtedly create a significant uproar, leading to unnecessary complications. A secluded place would suffice, allowing me to demonstrate the divine steps of the heavens. Why not seize the opportunity? As Lu Feng and his companions absorbed Ning Tian's words, their muscles twitched with incredulity. The notion of one individual wishing to confront so many was preposterous. If you truly wish to fight us all, then I propose we draft an agreement. Should you be defeated, the formidable members of the Ning family shall not seek retribution against us, Lu Feng proposed to Ning Tian. He understood that it would be simple to bring Ning Tian to tears. Yet he feared the potential wrath of the Ning family's powerful figures if Ning Tian were to become enraged. I, Ning Tian, am a man of my word. This will be a straightforward duel. I shall not inflict severe injuries upon you, nor shall I allow my family's strong men to pursue you, Ning Tian assured. Very well. Lu Feng, hearing Ning Tian's declaration, chose not to press further. Tomorrow at the Dongchuan Martial Arts Hall, it shall be you against us, and no one else shall be permitted entry. With that, Ning Tian gradually departed, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Was he truly serious? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. How could one person possibly contend with so many, especially given that Ning Tian's talent was merely rated S, and his strength was only that of a third-tier martial artist? Or was it possible that Ning Tian intended to have the Ning family's strongmen ambush these noble youths from the capital? Once Ning Tian had left, Ning Ming hurried after him. Brother, what on earth are you thinking? She asked, her gaze disapproving as she caught up to him. Although she had not supported Ning Tian's previous actions, she had refrained from obstructing him. However, this particular endeavor struck her as madness. To engage in combat with so many, risking humiliation, seemed like an endeavor fraught with peril. Little Meng, why not come and witness the spectacle? Ning Tian replied reassuringly. He had confidence in Ning Meng's discretion. As long as he instructed her to keep matters confidential, she would not divulge anything, even to their grandfather. Moreover, if she were to learn even a fraction of his true abilities, many situations would become considerably easier to navigate. Of course I'll be there. I want to see how you end up on the ground, covered in dirt, Ning Meng retorted, clearly displeased. Please inform the Dongchuan Martial Arts Hall of our arrangement. Ning Tian instructed her before continuing on his way. Why can't you go yourself? Ning Meng grumbled, though she reluctantly made her way to the Dongchuan Martial Arts Hall. The hall was a martial arts venue under the auspices of the Ning family, renowned as the most formidable in Haoran City. Upon arrival, Ning Meng reserved the largest combat arena. Meanwhile, Xia Yuewei and Xia Yuewei's father, Xia Zhan, had also arrived at Southeast University. However, upon entering, they noticed that many students had already dispersed. Father, what brings you here? Both sisters exclaimed, taken aback at the sight of Xia Zhan. Yuewei, come here. I need to discuss something with you, Xia Zhan beckoned. What is it, father? Xia Yuewei asked, following him with a sense of curiosity. Yuewei, I must ask why you undertook such a significant endeavor without consulting us first, Xia Zhan inquired. Initially, upon learning that Xia Yuewei had brought many powerful youths from the capital to Southeast University to seek justice for Xia Yuewei, he had supported her actions. As a parent, no one wishes to see their children suffer. Yet, his father's words had opened his eyes. Consulting with them would have only led to admonitions against acting rashly and warnings to avoid antagonizing the Ning family. You should tell me how the situation has unfolded thus far. Yuewei does not wish to return, Xia Yuewei stated. It is fortunate that Yuewei does not desire to return. Otherwise, the Xia family would face significant trouble. Xia Zhan sighed in relief upon hearing her words. Father, is the Ning family truly that formidable? Xia Yuewei asked, her displeasure evident. Certainly, it is indeed terrifying. Do not presume that merely studying in the capital has granted you a glimpse into the vastness of the world. The Ning family's dreadfulness is beyond your imagination. Xia Zhan, despite being aware of his own situation, could hardly fathom the true extent of the Ning family's terror. Even if the Ning family were formidable, Ning Tian was not much different. He was audacious enough to wish to battle all those classmates I brought along. Xia Yuewei remarked. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhan's pupils constricted, and he looked at Xia Yuewei as if he had misheard her. Yuewei, are you implying that Ning Tian intends to fight so many people alone? Indeed, father. He spoke with such conviction, as though he truly believes he can triumph. Xia Yuewei clenched her teeth at the thought of Ning Tian's earlier demeanor. She was eagerly anticipating the sight of him being thoroughly beaten by her classmates. Such a scene would undoubtedly bring her great joy. Listening to Xia Yuewei's affirmative response, Xia Zhan appeared somewhat dazed. What kind of audacity was this? One person taking on so many? This cannot stand. He thought to himself that he must inform his father of this matter as soon as possible. Yuewei, let us return to the family now. All right. Xia Yuewei did not refuse. After all, the matter was already settled, and there was no need for her to panic. Seizing this opportunity, she could also show her classmates around her home. Yuewei, why are you still dawdling? Aren't you coming? Just as Xia Yuewei and the young scions of the capital were about to leave the school, she noticed that Xia Yuewei exhibited no intention of departing. Xia Yuewei shook her head at Xia Yuewei, saying, Sister, you go ahead. Observing the expression on Xia Yuewei's face, Xia Yuewei responded somewhat helplessly. Yuewei, you truly are a coward. Subsequently, the group departed from Southeast University. After they left, Xia Yuewei glanced in the direction Ning Tian had gone. After a moment's contemplation, she too began to walk in that direction. She was curious to inquire of Ning Tian why he entertained the notion of battling so many opponents alone. Before long, Xia Yuewei found Ning Tian. Ning Tian, may I ask you something? She was uncertain about the stance from which to approach him. Was she his wife or merely a passerby? Go ahead. Ning Tian, even with the slightest thought, could deduce that Xia Yuewei's inquiry pertained to the upcoming battle at Dongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Upon hearing his invitation, Xia Yuewei posed her question. Why do you wish to challenge so many young scions of the capital? You are not their match. This aspect puzzled her greatly. She believed that not only she, but everyone at Southeast University, struggled to comprehend it. Ning Tian smiled nonchalantly and replied, what if I am their match? How could that be? Xia Yuewei shook her head, fully aware that such a scenario was utterly impossible. What if I were to defeat them? Would that mean we could continue with that matter? Ning Tian understood that he and Xia Yuewei were now intertwined. In such a case, engaging in marital affairs occasionally would not be amiss. Xia Yuewei was taken aback by Ning Tian's comment. Her mind momentarily buzzed. She certainly understood what kind of matter he was referring to. How could he utter such words in broad daylight? Her delicate, charming face flushed crimson. Nonetheless, she realized that Ning Tian was speaking in the context of defeating those young scions of the capital first. Winning was an impossibility. Let us see if you can win first, she stammered. Yet, after uttering those words, she was suddenly startled. She never expected to speak such shameless words. How could she possibly remain there any longer? She hurriedly ran away. Ning Tian was momentarily taken aback as well. He had not anticipated Xia Yuewei's response. Watching her retreating figure, he murmured to himself, she must truly have feelings for me. He understood that emotions could be quite mysterious, sometimes. Simply declaring one's affection could lead to genuine feelings. Meanwhile, among the higher-ups of Southeast University in the loft, upon learning that Ning Tian intended to single-handedly confront the young scions from the capital, they could only manage wry smiles. Their young master was indeed audacious. To say the least, to describe him as unaware of his own limitations would not be an exaggeration. However, they also recognized that if Ning Tian truly possessed such strength, he would undoubtedly be filled with vigor. Let us not overthink this. I believe it is not a bad thing. Allowing Ning Tian to temper his mindset is quite beneficial. Principal Wang Pei remarked to the senior officials. Upon hearing the principal's assertion, the higher-ups found it to be reasonable. The situation had unfolded. What could be done? The path was chosen by Ning Tian himself, and he must see it through, even if it meant crawling. Xia Zhan, Xia Yuewei, and her classmates had already arrived at the Xia family residence. Xia Yuewei and the family's higher-ups warmly welcomed the young scions from the capital. However, when Xia Yuewei learned that Ning Tian would be battling Xia Yuewei's classmates at Dongchuan Martial Arts Hall the next day, his expression darkened instantly. First and foremost, it was certain that Ning Tian would lose when facing so many opponents alone. But then what? Would Ning Tian be one to concede easily? Xia Yuewei pondered whether this would implicate the Xia family. As long as the Xia family remained unaffected, everything could be dealt with. He contemplated how these scions from the capital were entirely oblivious to the terror of the Ning family. In his youth, the head of the Ning family, Ning Jiuyou, had once ventured into the capital, not for any other reason but to challenge its geniuses. The young prodigies of the capital were thoroughly defeated by Ning Jiuyu, wishing they could return home to seek comfort from their mothers. Chapter 18. Divine Ghost Heavenly Pill, Dongchuan Martial Arts Hall. On Blue Star. The highest level of talent is indeed classified as SSS rank. However, this does not imply that possessing SSS rank talent guarantees one will become the most elite martial artist. It merely suggests that with SSS rank talent, one is at least a 7th grade martial king. Once one reaches the martial king level, further breakthroughs necessitate greater understanding. Some individuals with SSS rank talent find themselves stagnating at 5th grade battle kings for their entire lives. Thus, every battle saint is held in the highest regard. Not to mention battle saints, even battle kings command profound respect. For instance, when Xia Yuewei broke through to 1st grade battle king, the news spread throughout Haoran City in an instant. By the way, how did you come to agree to battle Ning Tian at Dongchuan Martial Arts Hall? Xia Yuewei abruptly inquired of Lu Feng and his companions. Lu Feng and the others exchanged puzzled glances at Xia Yuewei's query. Family head Xia. It was not us who agreed to battle Ning Tian. Rather, it was Ning Tian who actively sought to challenge us. Lu Feng explained to Xia Yuewei. Haha. Xia Yuewei chuckled upon hearing this. Lu Feng and the others exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss in Xia Yuewei's smile. It bore a somewhat profound implication. Just as their confusion deepened, Xia Yuewei continued. You young ones, though you come from distinguished backgrounds, ultimately, you are still too young. Have you considered why Ning Tian dares to challenge so many of you alone? Upon hearing Xia Yuewei's words, Lu Feng and his companions fell into silence. To claim that one has never contemplated such matters is a falsehood. The only perspective they possess is that Ning Tian is oblivious to the gravity of his situation. Grandfather. Ning Tian is an audacious individual. Otherwise, he would not dare to challenge so many of my classmates, Xia Yuewei remarked. Youthful exuberance, Xia Yuewei mused, shaking his head with a smile as he listened to Xia Yuewei's words. I am not trying to frighten you. However, should you venture to the Dongchuan Martial Arts Hall tomorrow, you may very well come to regret it. Regret? The group was taken aback by Xia Yuewei's statement. Grandfather, why would we have any reason to regret? Xia Yuewei questioned, glancing at Ning Tian in confusion. What kind of person do you truly believe Ning Tian to be? Do you honestly think he is someone who would suffer losses? Xia Yuewei replied with a cold smile. If Ning Tian were truly a good man, I would have decisively rejected his proposal when he came to Ningming City. Grandfather, are you suggesting that Ning Tian will incite the strong members of the Ning family against us? Upon realizing something, Xia Yuewei immediately inquired of Xia Yuewei. Lu Feng and his companions turned their gazes towards Xia Yuewei, eager to hear his response. Regardless, I have said what I needed to say, believe it or not. That is entirely up to you, Xia Yuewei concluded before departing. Once Xia Yuewei left, Lu Feng and the others began to discuss amongst themselves. I believe the head of the Xia family makes a valid point. It is entirely possible that Ning Tian would resort to such measures, one young man remarked. Stop with the conspiracy theories. I refuse to believe Ning Tian would unleash his family's power against us, another countered immediately. I do not believe it either. I must admit, considering the strength of the Southeast 7 provinces, I am feeling a bit apprehensive. What should we do? Among them, Lu Feng was the pillar of resolve. After their discussion, all eyes turned toward him. In any case, I intend to confront Ning Tian at the Dongchuan Martial Arts Hall tomorrow. If you are afraid, then do not come. Lu Feng stated with quiet determination. Hearing Lu Feng's resolute words, the group fell silent. The following day, ding. On the 9th day of marriage, reward, divine ethereal pill. After examining the effects of the divine ethereal pill, Ning Tian smiled with delight. Upon consumption, it would elevate his strength to that of a 9th-ranked grandmaster for a duration of 10 minutes. With this pill in hand, his ability to protect himself was assured. There are indeed other pills on Blue Star that can enhance one's strength within a specific time frame. However, these typically come with side effects. And the magnitude of enhancement pales in comparison to the divine ethereal pill. The absence of any side effects from the divine ethereal pill alone is a remarkable aspect. Emerging from his room, several young members of the Ning family regarded Ning Tian with astonished expressions. They were aware that, according to yesterday's discussions, Ning Tian was set to face off against the scions of various aristocratic families from the imperial capital at the Dongchuan Martial Arts Hall. The prospect of one individual battling so many aristocrats seemed utterly hopeless. Without lingering at home, Ning Tian casually entered a luxurious sports car and made his way to the Dongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Meanwhile, Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming had already arrived at the venue. Head of the family, they have proceeded to the Dongchuan Martial Arts Hall, a martial artist informed Xia Yuewei. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuewei shook his head, remarking, ignoring the wisdom of the elders leads to immediate consequences. At that moment, outside the Dongchuan Martial Arts Hall, the hall's master, Su Kuan, and the senior staff awaited Ning Tian's arrival. His visit was a momentous occasion that required careful handling. Shortly thereafter, Xia Yuewei and Lu Feng's group arrived outside the hall. Noticing them, Ning Ming turned to Xia Yuewei and asked, Sister-in-law, do you think my brother has any advantages? Advantages? Xia Yuewei pondered. concluding that Ning Tian likely had none. One person against so many requires some form of advantage to succeed. By the way, sister-in-law, do you think my brother might not show up? Ning Ming speculated. It is possible, Xia Yuewei thought, realizing that if Ning Tian failed to appear, their anticipated clash would not occur. Just as Xia Yuewei finished her thought, the roar of a sports car echoed in the air. Everyone outside the Dongchuan Martial Arts Hall turned to see the source of the sound. Soon, a luxurious sports car came into view. He really has come, Ning Ming remarked softly, as Xia Yuewei watched Ning Tian approach at high speed. An indescribable feeling surged within her. The car came to a halt outside the hall, and Ning Tian stepped out. Xia Yuewei Lu Feng and the others clenched their teeth upon his arrival. Young Master, Su Kuan, the Hall Master, and the senior members of the Dongchuan Martial Arts Hall hurried to greet Ning Tian, bowing respectfully. Despite the Dongchuan Martial Arts Hall being the largest in Haoran City, their status could hardly compare to that of Ning Tian. Is the battle chamber prepared? Ning Tian inquired of Su Kuan. It is ready, and the protective shield is activated. Su Kuan replied. The protective shield within the battle chamber ensured that any combat techniques employed would not damage the facility. Lead the way. Certainly, young master. Su Kuan nodded eagerly and swiftly guided Ning Tian into the hall, followed closely by the others. Chapter 19. Chi projection. Is Ning Tian a master? Brother. If I were you, I would not have come, Ning Ming grumbled as she caught up to Ning Tian. She thought that given Ning Tian's reputation in the southeast 7 provinces, it would not be a significant issue to leave these individuals hanging. Why not come? Ning Tian responded with a smile, gently tapping Ning Ming on the head. Do you genuinely believe I would lose? Ning Ming merely rolled her eyes in response. If Ning Tian were capable of winning, she would not need to overthink the situation. The master of the Southeast Martial Arts Hall, Su Kuan, also overheard Ning Tian's words. He recognized that Ning Tian maintained a positive mindset. However, with such strength, the prospect of facing off against so many members of the aristocratic families from the imperial capital seemed utterly implausible. Xia Yuewei gazed at Ning Tian ahead of her. And for some reason, she suddenly recalled what he had said to her the previous day. As long as you win, then. With this thought, Xia Yuewei felt herself on the brink of madness. She inwardly scolded herself. Xia Yuewei, what on earth are you thinking all day? She understood that Ning Tian could not win. Only victory would lead to. Why was she thinking in such a convoluted manner? Xia Yuewei felt tears of frustration welling up. Under Su Kuan's guidance, the group entered the battle chamber. The chamber was spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of spectators. The news of Ning Tian confronting the aristocratic heirs from the imperial capital had already spread among various factions in Haoran City. However, they were not permitted to observe the battle. Upon entering the chamber, Lu Feng looked at Ning Tian, a defiant expression crossing his face as he asked, Ning Tian, I will ask you once more, do you truly intend to face all of us alone? Yesterday, Ning Tian's display in front of so many students had been an attempt to impress, and Lu Feng could understand that. He wished to ascertain whether Ning Tian would still exhibit such obstinacy today. Aside from the others, Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming also cast their gazes upon Ning Tian. Eager to hear him utter words of refusal, they hoped he would directly select the weakest among them to challenge. Even a duel with Lu Feng would suffice. Losing was inconsequential. Regarding this matter, I prefer not to elaborate further. I have declared my intent to battle all of you, and that is precisely what I shall do. Ning Tian spoke slowly to Lu Feng. He contemplated the implications of retracting his words. What would that signify in their world? Lu Feng could hardly fathom that, at this juncture. Ning Tian still maintained such defiance. His anger began to simmer. The other noble scions from the capital shared his confusion. They could not comprehend why Ning Tian remained so brazen. Did he truly believe he could triumph over them? Or was he genuinely prepared to unleash the might of the Ning clan upon them? Lu Feng clearly pondered this as he questioned Ning Tian. You cannot seriously intend to have your family's formidable warriors contend with us, can you? Do I strike you as such a person? Ning Tian found it somewhat amusing. Was their concern truly so excessive? The onlookers in the combat chamber found solace in Ning Tian's words. As long as he did not summon the Ning family's champions against them, all would be well. Ning Tian, while you aspire to take on all of us single-handedly. We deliberated yesterday, Xia Yuewei remarked as she regarded him. I believe we should not bully you so. Hence we have resolved that Lu Feng shall face you. Do you not find that an exercise in futility? Ning Tian responded with a shake of his head. The group, witnessing Ning Tian's blatant disregard for their intentions, felt their ire reach its zenith. Ning Tian, since you are so arrogant, let me show you a taste of your own medicine. With that declaration, a young man stepped forward, advancing menacingly towards Ning Tian. Observing the approaching youth, Ning Tian noted that he was merely a 5th-rank Grand Martial Master, a level far too weak in comparison to his own prowess. Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming were taken aback. Never expecting such an impulsive assault, they quickly turned their gaze back to Ning Tian, only to be astonished by the tranquility etched upon his face, as if the young man were but a wisp of air. Meanwhile, Su Kuan and the higher-ups of the martial arts school departed the combat chamber. As the young man closed in and threw a punch at Ning Tian, a surge of energy erupted from within him, unleashing a violent force that enveloped the chamber. In an instant, a figure was sent hurtling backwards. Of course, it was the young man who had dared to strike at Ning Tian. Gasp. All present in the chamber inhaled sharply, their minds reeling from the shock. What an overwhelming display. Energy unleashed, a master? Xia Yuewei's eyes widened in disbelief. As if she had witnessed the impossible, Lu Feng and the others stood frozen, unable to fathom that Ning Tian was indeed a master. Was he not merely a third-rank Grand Martial Master? Ning Ming and Xia Yuewei were equally astounded, their astonishment reaching unprecedented heights. Sister, I cannot be mistaken. My brother is truly a master? Ning Ming gazed blankly at Xia Yuewei, realizing how little she truly knew of her brother, Ning Tian. Xia Yuewei shared in the incredulity. She was a first-rank master, a status earned through her SSS-level talent and relentless effort. Yet Ning Tian, he scarcely attended school, hardly practiced at all. His ascent to third-rank Grand Martial Master was solely due to the Ning clan's formidable resources. Moreover, Xia Yuewei understood that the potency of her energy release could never compare to Ning Tian's. Did this imply that his strength surpassed her own? In that moment, shock, confusion, complexity, and bewilderment manifested on the faces of everyone within the combat chamber. I stated my intention to battle all of you. Why is it that you refuse to believe me? Ning Tian regarded the stunned assembly with a shake of his head. Ning Tian, even if you are a master, you cannot possibly contend with so many of us. Xia Yuewei, regaining her senses, glared at him, her teeth clenched. Among them were 2 8th-rank Grand Martial Masters and several 7th-rank Grand Martial Masters, with the remainder being Grand Martial Masters, 28 in total. Xia Yuewei was acutely aware of the vast divide between a 9th-rank Grand Martial Master and a 1st-rank Master. Yet, she remained unconvinced that Ning Tian could stand against them all. As they absorbed Xia Yuewei's words, the others too returned to reality. Even if they had been taken aback by Ning Tian's revelation as a master, it did not alter the fact that he sought to challenge them all. Initially, we believed you to be merely a Grand Martial Master, so we refrained from overwhelming you, Lu Feng declared, fixing his gaze upon Ning Tian. Now that we know you are a master, we shall all join forces against you. Lu Feng understood that even if they emerged victorious, no one could claim their triumph was unearned, for Ning Tian was indeed a master. This was the proper course of action. Ning Tian, observing Lu Feng's declaration, smiled in acquiescence. Chapter 20, Thunder Strikes, the Speed of the Divine Step. Come forth, Ning Tian beckoned, his demeanor unyielding. As Lu Feng's words lingered in the air, he made no immediate move, but instead gestured invitingly with his fingers. They were all of similar age and noble lineage. Who among them was without a modicum of pride? Lu Feng and his companions, incensed by Ning Tian's provocative gesture, felt their anger surge forth like a torrent. Ning Tian, allow us to demonstrate that we Grand Martial Masters are not to be trifled with. With that, Lu Feng led the charge, and all rushed towards Ning Tian. They were all Grand Martial Masters, unable to unleash their energy outward. Thus, they chose not to employ martial techniques at the onset, yet even should they have, it would have been to no avail. What use were techniques that could not reach their target? As they charged, Ning Tian smiled, for it was the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of the Divine Step. Instantly, he activated it, and his speed reached unparalleled heights. A faint golden light enveloped him, his feet seemingly gliding upon wheels of wind and fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Ning Tian began to weave through the throng of noble scions from the capital. With his mastery as a third-rank master, it was a simple matter to send these Grand Martial Masters flying. Suddenly, the noble youths from the capital found themselves hurtling backwards, perplexed as to how they had been dispatched. They had scarcely glimpsed where Ning Tian had been, though Lu Feng was an 8th-rank Grand Martial Master. What was that status worth before a third-rank master? Xia Yuewei watched in disbelief as her comrades fell in an instant, her eyes widening as if enchanted. Meanwhile, Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming could not contain their astonishment. What manner of divine speed was this? They perceived a flurry of faint golden afterimages in the combat chamber, as the noble youths were sent flying. This is rather swift. Previously, Xia Yuewei had only heard whispers of the formidable legacy of the Chang clan, and at that time, she had yet to form a tangible impression. However, witnessing Ning Tian unleash such a rapid combat technique, she finally comprehended the truth. Simultaneously, she understood why Ning Tian dared to confront so many adversaries. At this moment, the noble scions from the imperial capital within the combat chamber lay sprawled on the ground, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. In individual combat, they were undoubtedly no match for a master. The critical point was that they were a multitude of martial artists. How could they be so utterly defeated before Ning Tian? Previously, they had deemed Ning Tian arrogant, ignorant of his own limitations, and a mere jester relying on his family's formidable background. Yet now, they realized that the arrogance, ignorance, and jesting, these descriptors were, in fact, reflections of themselves. What transpires here, I implore you not to divulge to anyone. Ning Tian addressed the fallen noble youths. I am quite a petty individual. If word of what occurred here spreads, I shall have no choice but to seek retribution from each of you. He pondered that if this incident were to leak out, his duel with these noble scions would lose all significance. Without awaiting their responses, Ning Tian turned his gaze to Xia Yuewei and remarked, "Do not forget our discussion from yesterday." After uttering these words, he strode towards the exit of the combat chamber. This battle had proven rather uninteresting. He had yet to fully indulge in his heavenly shrouded steps before they had succumbed. Yesterday's discussion? Xia Yuewei, shaken from her shock by Ning Tian's words, regained her composure. Just as she was about to say something to him, she realized he had already exited the combat chamber. The matter they had mentioned yesterday, was it not that? After winning, they would continue with their plans. Initially, Xia Yuewei had believed Ning Tian would never win. Yet now, had he not emerged victorious? In that case, this evening. A blush crept across her delicate cheeks. "Sister, why is your face so flushed?" Ning Meng, recovering from her astonishment, inquired with a beaming smile. She had never anticipated her brother to be so formidable. Coupled with that heavenly shrouded steps, its execution had left her utterly astounded. If their father and grandfather were to learn of this, they would surely be elated. However, Ning Meng was unaware that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Ning Tian's capabilities. Should he unleash the Huangquan sword intent and the devouring sky flame dragon, the entire Howren city would be set ablaze with commotion. "I am fine," Xia Yuewei replied, her face growing even warmer at Ning Meng's words. "Sister, I must take my leave. There are matters to attend to at school." "Very well," Xia Yuewei nodded. After Ning Meng departed, most of the noble youths from the imperial capital had risen from the ground within the combat chamber. Xia Yuewei's face remained in a state of shock. She could hardly fathom that Ning Tian could be so powerful. In her eyes, he was merely an S-rank talent, someone disinterested in cultivation, and who had forced her sister to marry him, a most detestable individual. Yet, the strength he had just exhibited had left her thoroughly embarrassed. The noble youths from the imperial capital bore expressions of despair and resignation. The information they had received indicated that Ning Tian was merely a third-tier martial artist, and yet, he had unleashed his vital energy outward. Subsequently, he executed a terrifyingly swift combat technique that left them feeling their scalps prickling. They had barely comprehended what transpired before they were sent flying. If this had been a life-and-death battle, would they not now be corpses? As for Ning Tian's request to keep the events within the combat chamber a secret, they would undoubtedly heed his words. Besides the humiliation of the situation, the more significant reason was their complete submission to him. Having been instantaneously defeated by Ning Tian, to remain unconvinced would be inhuman. Xia Yuewei had not left with Ning Meng because she wished to converse with her sister, Xia Yuewei. "Sister," she called out as she approached Xia Yuewei. "Yuewei you." Xia Yuewei, seeing her sister beside her, found herself at a loss for words. It seemed she had forgotten the purpose of her visit, to seek justice for Xia Yuewei. However, a mere battle had shattered her resolve. It was evident that Xia Yuewei had held herself in high regard. Believing that her connections with numerous noble youths at the Divine Dragon Academy in the imperial capital would enable her to contend with the Ning family. Yet upon witnessing Ning Tian's incredible prowess, she realized just how formidable the Ning clan truly was. After all, how could an S-rank talent be cultivated into such a powerful existence? "Sister, to be honest, I initially felt regret and fear." Xia Yuewei gazed earnestly at Xia Yuewei and continued, "But now I see that Ning Tian is a genuinely good person. I do not regret marrying him. I have no regrets." Xia Yuewei, taken aback by Xia Yuewei's declaration, momentarily lost her composure. She had always thought that Xia Yuewei's assertion of not regretting marrying Ning Tian stemmed from fear of the Ning family's influence. However, it seemed that Xia Yuewei truly held no regrets. "I am also immensely grateful to you, sister, for all that you have done for me." Xia Yuewei bore no resentment towards Xia Yuewei. To outsiders, it indeed appeared as though Ning Tian had coerced her into marriage. Her sister had shown remarkable courage in not fearing the might of the Ning family, bringing so many to aid her. If Xia Yuewei were to blame Xia Yuewei, it would be quite ungrateful. After leaving the Dongchuan martial arts school, Xia Yuewei and the noble youths from the imperial capital headed straight for the airport. They understood that since they had chosen to keep this matter to themselves, they could not remain in Howren City. This battle had piqued the curiosity of numerous factions in Howren City, eager to discern who had emerged victorious. Although Xia Yuewei and the noble youths from the imperial capital had departed, they were convinced that those from the imperial capital had triumphed. After all, how could one man stand a chance against so many? They were blissfully unaware of the truth. Meanwhile, Xia Yuewei still believed that Ning Tian had summoned the formidable warriors of the Ning family to teach those youths a lesson, which was why they had hastily departed Howren City. Upon leaving the Dongchuan martial arts school, Ning Tian returned to his family. The younger members of the clan, upon seeing that Ning Tian bore no injuries, were taken aback. Shouldn't a battle leave some marks? Unless it had been a lopsided affair, devoid of any resistance. "Brother Tian, fourth uncle is looking for you." Suddenly, a direct descendant of the Ning family approached Ning Tian. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ning Tian made his way in a specified direction. Before long, he entered a grand hall where he found fourth uncle Ning Xianbo waiting. "Fourth uncle, what do you need from me?" Ning Tian inquired of Ning Shanbo. Xiao Tian, I wanted to see if you were unscathed, Ning Shanbo replied with a smile, noticing Ning Tian's complete lack of injuries. However, seeing you unscathed, it seems the battle in the East Chuan Martial Arts Hall's combat room did not take place. I summoned you today not only to discuss this matter, but also for other reasons. Before Ning Tian could respond, Ning Shanbo continued, other matters? Ning Tian looked at Ning Shanbo with some confusion, unable to comprehend what else Ning Shanbo wished to convey. Recently, numerous spatial passages on the southeastern battlefield have been somewhat unstable, leading to the emergence of many otherworldly beings in the wilderness outside Howran City. During this period, you must avoid venturing into the wild, Ning Shanbo advised. Listening to his words, Ning Tian grasped the gravity of the situation. While instability in spatial passages is common across the various battlefields of the Divine Dragon Empire, the appearance of a significant number of otherworldly beings in the wilderness is indeed rare. Fourth uncle, what measures will you take? Ning Tian inquired of Ning Shanbo, pondering how they could simply allow these beings to roam freely outside. In a couple of days, I will convene a meeting with the formidable warriors of Howran City to prepare for the eradication of the otherworldly beings in the wilderness, Ning Shanbo responded. Hearing this, Ning Tian smiled inwardly as he possessed the divine ethereal pill, which might allow him to join in the endeavor. After all, his rate of improvement in combat was remarkably swift. Departing the hall, Ning Tian returned to his chamber. Time swiftly passed to the evening when Xia Yuewei returned to the Ning family home. She could have returned much earlier, but had been in a state of trepidation. The thought of soon engaging in intimate relations with Ning Tian left her uncertain. The first time, she had resisted. But what about this time? She was unsure how she would feel. Young mistress, the young master is waiting for you in his room, a servant informed her upon her arrival. I understand. After a brief pause, Xia Yuewei sighed, steeling herself to approach the marital chamber. Upon entering, she found Ning Tian, whose face bore a charming smile, appearing remarkably handsome. As she contemplated the impending events, her heart raced uncontrollably. Are you ready? Ning Tian was aware that Xia Yuewei had developed feelings for him. Since she felt such affection, engaging in marital relations was entirely natural. I'll take a shower first, Xia Yuewei replied, taken aback by Ning Tian's eagerness, retreating into the bathroom. Inside, she gazed at her fair, slender figure in the mirror. Should I take a bit longer? She murmured to herself. Unexpectedly, Ning Tian's voice called from outside. Are you not finished yet? Stunned by his sudden inquiry, Xia Yuewei could only don her bathrobe and exit the bathroom. Come here, Ning Tian said with a grin. Passion ignited. Half an hour. An hour. Not enough. Ning Tian recalled the starry divine pill, a reward received on the 8th day of their marriage, which could invigorate him even in a weakened state. He promptly manifested the starry divine pill. After consumption, a surge of dragon-like power coursed through him. It felt like an eternity, and eventually, Xia Yuewei lay exhausted on the bed. Yet, being a first-tier master, her recovery capabilities were formidable. Time swiftly transitioned to the following day. After another shower, Xia Yuewei's mind was consumed with memories of her passionate encounter with Ning Tian. The sensations lingered. She tapped her head, striving to dispel the thoughts. But no matter her efforts, those images remained etched in her mind, refusing to fade. Ding. On the 10th day of marriage, she received the reward of the diamond technique. Ding. On the 11th day, she received the reward of the jade spring pill. Ding. On the 12th day, she gained a battle strength of 300,000. As time progressed, Ning Tian ascended from a 3rd-tier master to a 5th-tier master. Meanwhile, Ning Shanbo had convened a meeting with the warriors of Howran City. Their decision was to eliminate the otherworldly beings in the wilderness surrounding Howran City. Participation in this eradication effort was open to anyone who had reached the master level. Following the meeting, an announcement was issued. Naturally, this announcement was directed solely at master-level martial artists, leaving ordinary citizens and lower-tier warriors unaware. Had they known of the multitude of otherworldly beings in the wilderness of Howran City, panic would surely have ensued. Ning Tian, have you heard? Suddenly, Xia Yuewei's voice broke through his thoughts. Heard what? Ning Tian inquired. About the otherworldly beings outside Howran City. Chapter 22. The Azure Mysterious Sacred Body, Proceeding to the Wilderness. Listening to Xia Yuewei, Ning Tian understood. He was well aware of the plan to eliminate the otherworldly beings. Anyone who reached the master level could participate. As a first-tier master, Xia Yuewei was certainly eligible. Do you wish to go? Ning Tian asked, looking at her. Yes, Xia Yuewei nodded in affirmation. She understood that with so many strong warriors from Howran City, it was worth the risk to try. However, to her surprise, Ning Tian shook his head, saying, You cannot go. Why not? Xia Yuewei gazed at Ning Tian, bewildered. She couldn't fathom why he would prevent her from joining. Because it's unsafe, Ning Tian replied slowly. After the incidents at Cold Cloud Town, he was resolute in keeping Xia Yuewei out of harm's way. Otherwise, how could he earn rewards? Moreover, after that night of intimacy, he was determined to ensure her safety. But no buts. Ning Tian interjected, cutting her off before she could finish. Fine, I won't go, Xia Yuewei said dejectedly. Wishing she could slay some otherworldly beings in the wilderness. Since Ning Tian wished to keep her from going, she would comply. However, a thought struck her, prompting her to ask Ning Tian, "Will you be going?" She knew that despite not having claimed the master badge, his strength surpassed hers. "This is my chance. How could I possibly not go?" Ning Tian smiled. "A chance?" Xia Yuewei questioned, puzzled. How could she know that with the existence of the Starry Chaos technique, Ning Tian could gain immense battle strength through defeating enemies? "Ning Tian, can we go together?" Xia Yuewei tugged at his hand. After spending these days together, she had become bolder in initiating physical contact with him. Undoubtedly, she was eager to venture into the wilderness. No, Ning Tian refused without hesitation. He understood that if Xia Yuewei accompanied him, she would only become a burden. At this moment, he could not afford to be overly compassionate. Seeing Ning Tian's words, Xia Yuewei could only nod quietly. In Howren City, there exists a multitude of martial artists. Even the most junior of masters are permitted to partake in the mission to eradicate the aberrant beings. However, the number of masters in Howren City is indeed substantial, amounting to over 1,000. Of course, not every master ventures into the wild to eliminate these aberrant beings. Some are in seclusion or not present locally. When one considers the masters and those of higher caliber, nearly 700 individuals have journeyed into the wilderness. Ding. On the 13th day of his marriage, he received the reward of the Tsang Xian sacred body. Just as Ning Tian departed from his family, preparing to head into the wild, the voice of the system reverberated in his mind. He was aware that he had acquired an exceptional reward, as its name suggested. After examining the benefits of the Tsang Xian sacred body, Ning Tian could not suppress his excitement, for he understood that once integrated, his defenses would reach an extraordinary level. Without further hesitation, he fused with the Tsang Xian sacred body. With the 5th grade master Huangquan sword intent and the swallowing flame dragon's obscuring sky step combined with the Tsang Xian sacred body, Ning Tian dared not to contemplate the extent of his current strength. Furthermore, he possessed the divine ghost heavenly pill, which he had yet to manifest. Upon utilizing the divine ghost heavenly pill, his prowess would elevate to the 9th grade grandmaster within a mere 10 minutes. What kind of strength would he wield with the might of a 9th grade grandmaster, in conjunction with his combat techniques and extraordinary abilities? Moments later, he arrived at the city gate. Due to the extraordinary circumstances, the gate had been tightly controlled. "Halt! You cannot exit." Several guards obstructed Ning Tian's path. Despite Ning Tian's considerable reputation, it was impossible for every individual in Howren City to recognize him. Moreover, the media primarily publicized renowned figures. Thus Ning Tian's news was scarce, mostly disseminated through word of mouth. To the guard's eyes, Ning Tian did not appear to be a master. Otherwise, he would have presented his badge. "Our esteemed warriors of Howren City are currently on a mission in the wilderness. Therefore, you cannot leave," one guard further elaborated. Ning Tian understood that these guards doubted his status as a master. In response, a surge of vital energy enveloped him. The guards, witnessing the faint golden aura surrounding Ning Tian, were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. They certainly did not expect him to be a master. At such a young age, only the most exceptional prodigies in Howren City could achieve mastery. "May I proceed?" Ning Tian inquired of the guards. You may. They stammered, no longer daring to impede his passage. A master is not to be disrespected. This phrase is not a jest, neither for ordinary people nor for common martial artists. With that, Ning Tian stepped through the city gate. Outside the gate was not yet the wilderness. It would take several dozen kilometers beyond the gate to reach the true wilds. Ning Tian recognized that to reach the wilderness swiftly, employing the obscuring sky step was the most effective means. He promptly activated the technique. With the obscuring sky step, it was as if faint golden wings had sprouted from his feet, propelling him at an extraordinary speed towards the wilderness. Recently, an unusual number of aberrant beings had appeared in the wilds surrounding Howren City, a rare occurrence indeed. In truth, such an event had never transpired before. However, with so many of them, they would undoubtedly eradicate these aberrant beings. On his way to the wilderness, he encountered 2 masters engaged in conversation regarding the aberrant entities. "Let's not discuss that. Just the other day, I practiced a speed combat technique and made some progress. Want to see?" One master proposed to the other. "Coincidentally, I've also been training in a speed technique. Shall we compare?" "Absolutely." Just as the 2 masters prepared to showcase their respective speed techniques, a tempest suddenly surged around them, swirling dust and debris. A faint golden afterimage surged forward with astonishing speed. The 2 masters were left aghast as they beheld the swiftly receding golden figure, rendered speechless. Being masters, they could discern that the golden afterimage was indeed a speed technique. Exchanging glances, they were filled with trepidation. They could not fathom what level of speed technique could achieve such a feat in comparison. Their own speed techniques seemed utterly inferior. "Should we still compete?" One master gulped nervously. "I'm no longer in the mood. Let us skip it," the other master replied, shaking his head. At this moment, Ning Tian, employing the obscuring sky step, had already entered the wilderness. Chapter 23, Slaying Aberrant Beings, Abandoned Town. Although Ning Tian had never personally encountered any aberrant beings before, He had perused numerous illustrations of them in books. Upon entering the wilderness, he immediately sensed a plethora of unusual auras. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions and roars echoed from all directions. The expanse of the wilderness surrounding Howran City was immense, even with hundreds of individuals dispatched to eradicate the aberrant beings. Ning Tian could not discern anyone in his vicinity. After a few minutes, two aberrant beings came into view. Ning Tian identified them as members of the black-wing insect clan. The black-wing insects bore humanoid shapes with jet-black wings. The number of wings they possessed indicated their strength. The two black-wing insects before Ning Tian had but 2 wings, equivalent to human martial artists. Among the myriad of beings, the black-wing insect clan ranked moderately high. Some of the lowest-ranked races had beings comparable to human martial apprentices. Roar. Following their roar, the two black-wing insects lunged towards Ning Tian. Observing their approach, Ning Tian delivered a powerful punch. Vital energy coalesced into a punch wave, which instantly struck the two black-wing insects. They, being merely equivalent to human martial artists, could not withstand the force of the punch wave formed from vital energy. In an instant, the two black-wing insects exploded into oblivion. Unaware of the number of aberrant beings in the wilderness, Ning Tian continued his search. He understood that if the aberrant beings were numerous enough, he could ascend to a higher realm. After a while, he spotted another group of aberrant beings. Once again members of the black-wing insect clan. Not far from him, there were over a dozen black-wing insects, including one with 4 wings, which was equivalent to a human grand martial artist. These black-wing insects had yet to sense Ning Tian's presence, allowing him to approach them swiftly. As they felt an unprecedented danger, it was already too late for them to react. In an instant, Ning Tian dispatched all the black-wing insects. Several hours later, Ning Tian had slain numerous aberrant beings and discovered that the majority of those appearing in the wilderness surrounding Howran City were indeed of the black-wing insect clan. However, he had already attained the rank of a 5th-grade master, and it was not an easy feat to achieve a swift breakthrough. Ning Tian arrived at an obscure, abandoned town. Boom. Terrifying explosions and sounds of battle erupted from within the desolate settlement. He realized that someone was engaged in combat with alien beings inside. Without lingering, he hastened into the town. To his astonishment, Ning Tian discovered that the one fighting against the alien creatures was none other than his mentor, Zhou Xiong, a master from Southeast University, who held the rank of a 2nd-grade grandmaster. Besides Zhou, there were several other masters whose names he did not recognize. They were confronted by exceptionally formidable alien entities, not the Blackwing Insect clan, but rather the Demon Ox clan. These demon oxen, resembling humanoid figures, appeared immensely robust. Like iron towers, it was evident that Zhou Xiong and his companions had sustained injuries. At that moment, they had momentarily ceased their struggle, gasping for breath. The demon oxen were intent on swiftly slaying Zhou Xiong and the other masters, yet it was not a simple task. Ning Tian mused that timing was fortuitous. These demon oxen were now his to challenge. Zhou Xiong fixated intently on the approaching demon oxen, having ventured to this forsaken town with a few friends to investigate. However, they had not anticipated encountering such powerful adversaries and were forced to engage in a grueling battle for survival. Mentor Zhou, take a breather, allow me to handle this. Ning Tian declared just as Zhou Xiong and the other masters prepared to launch a counterattack against the demon oxen. A sudden voice pierced the air, causing Zhou and his companions to shudder in disbelief. They turned toward the source of the sound and were taken aback. Ning Tian, Zhou Xiong and the other masters could hardly fathom that the newcomer was Ning Tian. Over the past few years, he had scarcely visited the school. And although Zhou was aware of Ning Tian's status as a student, he knew little about him. However, recent news about Ning Tian had reached him, such as his marriage to Xia Yuewei and his audacious challenges against numerous aristocratic youths from the capital. These revelations had been beyond his expectations. Yet, what astonished him even more was Ning Tian's appearance in their midst at this critical juncture. The other masters had also encountered Ning Tian before, and their faces were now painted with astonishment. Ning Tian, you must leave. They are not foes you can contend with, Zhou Xiong exclaimed, regaining his composure and urgently warning Ning Tian. This operation required at least a master to participate, and he could not comprehend why Ning Tian was in the wilderness. Wasn't the exit from the city under strict control? Hearing Zhou Xiong's urgent call, Ning Tian smiled faintly, having no intention of retreating. Mentor Zhou, fret not. A mere few demon oxen are no match for me. With that, he strode confidently toward the approaching demon oxen. Ning Tian, are you out of your mind? I told you to run, Zhou Xiong bellowed, flabbergasted that Ning Tian was not heeding his warnings and persistently moving forward. The other masters shook their heads in dismay. What could they do against his obstinacy? Roar. An 8th-grade master-level demon ox charged toward Ning Tian after letting out a deafening roar. This is bad. Zhou Xiong's heart sank as he watched the charging beast. In the next moment, the 8th-grade demon ox collided heavily with Ning Tian. Clang. To Zhou Xiong and the other masters' utter disbelief, a resounding sound of steel clashing reverberated as the demon ox struck Ning Tian. Instead of Ning Tian being harmed, The demon ox was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground with a mournful howl. Gasp! Zhou Xiong and the other masters inhaled sharply, stunned into silence. They were struck by disbelief. An 8th grade master-level demon ox had collided with Ning Tian, and he appeared completely unharmed while the beast was sent reeling. How was this possible? As they focused on Ning Tian, they finally noticed that he was enveloped in a vibrant azure aura. Was this a defensive martial technique? Chapter 24. Unleashing the Azure Sacred Body, Slaying the Demon Ox. Zhou Xiong and the other masters could not fathom that what Ning Tian had manifested was not merely a defensive technique, but the Azure Sacred Body. With the activation of the Azure Sacred Body, it was a fool's errand for an 8th grade master-level demon ox to breach his defenses. Before Zhou Xiong and the others could fully comprehend the situation, Ning Tian charged toward the remaining demon oxen. Within the abandoned town, the strongest of the demon oxen was a 2nd grade grandmaster. Although Ning Tian's martial prowess did not match that of the 2nd grade grandmaster-level demon ox, the Azure Sacred Body was a unique defensive art of the Blue Star. If he were to be overpowered by a 2nd grade grandmaster, it would be utterly disgraceful. Bang! 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 Under the aegis of the Azure Sacred Body, the demon oxen, including the 2nd grade grandmaster level 1, fell before him. After dispatching the demon oxen, Ning Tian successfully ascended from a 5th grade master to a 6th grade master. The scene of Ning Tian's relentless assault left Zhou Xiong and the others utterly flabbergasted, as they had never anticipated his strength to be so formidable. This was indeed astonishing. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a reality could exist. If Ning Tian had truly faced those aristocratic youths from the capital, the outcome would have been anything but certain. Zhou Xiong, still in shock, stammered, "Ning Tian, you are extraordinarily powerful." The other masters beside him gaped at Ning Tian in disbelief, knowing that the display of his strength would haunt their thoughts for many nights to come. "It's manageable," Ning Tian replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Xiong suddenly recalled something and quickly added, "Ning Tian, I didn't mean to curse. I was just overly anxious. Please don't hold it against me." He realized that if Ning Tian sought retribution over this matter, he could not bear the consequences. "It's merely a triviality, Mentor Zhou," Ning Tian reassured him. After exchanging a few more words with Zhou Xiong, he departed from the abandoned town. Zhou Xiong and the other masters, witnessing Ning Tian's departure, endeavored to calm their astonishment and dismay. They chose not to linger in the forsaken town any longer and soon followed suit in leaving. After Ning Tian exited the abandoned town, it was some time before he encountered the alien beings once more. However, the number of these alien beings was rather limited. After effortlessly slaying them, Ning Tian caught sight of several corpses of masters not far away. It was inevitable. Battles against alien beings were always a fight to the death, and casualties were quite normal. After walking a bit further, he noticed a 4th grade master lying beneath a tree. The master had a pallid complexion and was clutching his abdomen, where a gory hole gaped, blood oozing profusely from it. The expression on the 4th grade master's face was one of reluctance and despair. He did not wish to perish in such a manner. Observing the situation, Ning Tian retrieved a pill from his storage ring. He approached the 4th grade master and placed the pill into his mouth. Subsequently, he produced bandages and medicinal supplies from his storage ring to tend to the wounds. Given his esteemed status in this world, he had certainly never performed such tasks before. This skill had been learned during his time in Huaxia. "Thank you, young man." After Ning Tian administered the pill, the 4th grade master felt the bleeding had ceased. Following the bandaging, tears of gratitude welled in his eyes. He realized he had survived a dire predicament. "It is nothing. Aiding others brings joy," Ning Tian replied. The philosophical tone of his words momentarily left the 4th grade master in a daze. "Strange, young man, you seem so familiar," the 4th grade master suddenly remarked, as if recalling a memory. "You may have seen me before, but with so many people in Howrent City, it is quite normal if you do not remember." Ning Tian responded. He continued, "You are injured. It would be wise to return to the city." With that, he prepared to move forward. "Wait, young man," the 4th grade master, realizing Ning Tian intended to venture forth, suddenly remembered something. In this peculiar time for Howrent City, Ning Tian's presence in the wilderness indicated he was either a master or an even more formidable warrior. Yet, that was not the most crucial point. The paramount concern was that Ning Tian remained oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead. "Do you have something to say?" Ning Tian halted and inquired. "Young man, there is a village ahead teeming with many alien beings. I barely escaped from there," the 4th grade master recounted, still haunted by the experience. "Many alien beings?" Ning Tian could not suppress a chuckle at the 4th grade master's words. For others, a place filled with alien beings would be akin to hell, but for Ning Tian, it was a veritable paradise. The 4th grade master observed that Ning Tian exhibited no semblance of fear. Instead, he appeared eager and yearning. At this realization, the master rubbed his eyes, convinced he must have been mistaken. If a powerful individual were aware of the many alien beings in the village, they would surely go to eradicate them. Yet, Ning Tian was merely a young man. The 4th grade master knew that few individuals of such youth had attained the rank of master in Howrent City. He recalled that Xia Yuewei from the Xia family had just recently broken through to that level. Suddenly, a thought struck the fourth-grade master as he looked at Ning Tian again, his pupils dilating in shock. "Why you?" he stammered, speechless, struggling to articulate his surprise. "What is it?" Ning Tian observed the master's bewilderment, puzzled. After a moment, the fourth-grade master regained his composure and hesitantly asked, "Are you the young master Ning Tian of the Ning family?" He had sensed a familiarity earlier, which led him to remember having encountered Ning Tian 2 years prior. At this moment, a tempest of emotions surged within him. If this young man before him truly was Ning Tian, the shock would be monumental. To them, Ning Tian had a notorious reputation. Yet here he was, administering a healing pill and bandaging wounds. Was this the same infamous Ning Tian? "So you do know of me?" Ning Tian replied with a smile, having assumed the fourth-grade master was astonished for another reason. With the recognition established, there was no need for him to conceal his identity. It would not cost him anything. "Well then, I must take my leave." He was unwilling to squander any more time, and, after addressing the fourth-grade master, proceeded forward. If he did not reach the village quickly, there was a risk that other warriors might arrive first, leading to significant losses. Is it truly Ning Tian? The fourth-grade master stood frozen in place, watching Ning Tian's retreating figure. Chapter 25. Unleashing the sword intent of the Yellow Springs, annihilating the alien beings in the village. After a considerable time, the fourth-grade master finally came to his senses and made a silent resolution. This decision was to never again heed the rumors circulating in the streets. Previously, he had believed Ning Tian to be a villainous young master. Yet, following the earlier events, he now comprehended that Ning Tian was far from the malicious figure the rumors painted him to be. Ning Tian had arrived at the outskirts of the village. True to the fourth-grade master's account, the village was indeed rife with numerous alien beings. The influx of vitality had mutated the wildlife, rendering it impossible for the villagers outside the city to continue their existence. This village had likely lain in desolation for many years. "Young brother, you cannot enter. There are many alien beings inside," a middle-aged voice suddenly cautioned Ning Tian. Turning towards the voice, he noticed 2 masters nearby, both at the 5th-grade level. "Indeed, young brother. You are still so young. You will surely become a formidable warrior in Howren City. You must not venture inside," the other master chimed in. Listening to the well-meaning warnings from the 2 5th-grade masters, Ning Tian smiled and replied, "We have come to the wilderness precisely to eliminate these alien beings. If we do not go in, how can we accomplish that?" With that, he strode towards the village before him. The 2 5th-grade masters were left dumbfounded by Ning Tian's response. Did he truly grasp the implications? Did they not understand that their mission was to eradicate the alien beings? Yet, within this village, not only were there numerous alien beings, but also 9th-grade masters among them. Should they enter, it would not be a mission of extermination, but rather a suicide mission. Realizing what was happening, the 2 5th-grade masters shook their heads, recognizing that once Ning Tian stepped into the village, he had sealed his fate. Perhaps even his corpse would not remain. They certainly would not risk their lives for him by entering the village. Upon entering the village, Ning Tian's gaze fell upon a multitude of alien beings. He swiftly scanned the area, noting the presence of black-winged insects, demonized cattle, blood-faced ants, and several other diverse species. Ning Tian secretly smiled to himself, contemplating that after vanquishing these alien beings, he should be able to ascend to the rank of a 7th-tier grandmaster. Although there were several hundred alien creatures within the village, none of them posed any significant threat to him. The most formidable of these beings was merely at the 9th-tier grandmaster level, which, in Ning Tian's eyes, was hardly formidable. "I shall employ the Huangquan's sword intent to eliminate these creatures," he mused. If he could swiftly conclude the battle, it would certainly be preferable. At that moment, the multitude of alien beings within the village also took notice of Ning Tian, poised to strike at any moment. Yet, they could scarcely imagine what awaited them. With eyes ablaze, Ning Tian suddenly exuded an unparalleled brilliance. Enveloped in the transcendent Huangquan's sword intent, a tempest arose, shattering the derelict structures and trees around him. Flash, flash, flash. The chilling, hellish sword emanations began to cleave through the alien beings. Above the village, the path to the Huangquan manifested vividly. "What on earth is this?" exclaimed 2 5th-tier grandmasters positioned outside the village, their shock akin to being struck by lightning. They recognized it as sword intent. Even from their vantage point, they could feel the overwhelming chill emanating from it. As the sword intent materialized, both grandmasters instantly grasped that an exceptionally skilled swordsman was present within the village. They exchanged glances, and after a brief moment of realization, they smiled at each other. It was evident that the alien beings would soon need the assistance of the formidable warriors from their Howren city. The already ravaged village was reduced to mere rubble under the onslaught of the Huangquan sword intent. While the 2 5th-tier grandmasters pondered this, Ning Tian emerged from the ruins. There were no powerful alien beings left in the village. With the Huangquan sword intent, he had easily dispatched them. Ning Tian's martial realm had also ascended from 6th-tier grandmaster to 7th-tier grandmaster. Observing Ning Tian's emergence from the village, the 2 5th-tier grandmasters hastened towards him. seemingly struck with inspiration. Young brother, you are indeed fortunate. Who would have thought there was a swordsman from our Howren city in this village? They remarked upon reaching him. To them, it was clear that Ning Tian could not possibly be the wielder of the Huangquan sword intent. They understood that had it not been for the presence of a swordsman in the village, Ning Tian would have surely met his demise. Ning Tian, however, was taken aback that these two fifth-tier grandmasters had not yet departed. He was well aware of their implications, yet felt no need to explain himself. Feigning indifference? The two grandmasters, noticing Ning Tian's disinterest, felt a twinge of contempt. While they recognized that Ning Tian's future achievements might eclipse theirs, they nonetheless felt justified in their disdain at that moment. Roar! Just as the two fifth-tier grandmasters prepared to leave, a terrifying roar reverberated through the air. The mere sound signaled the presence of a formidable alien creature. Startled, the two grandmasters turned towards the source of the roar, an 8-winged blackwing insect. They shouted in unison, their astonishment palpable. The 8-winged blackwing insect was comparable in strength to that of a first-tier grandmaster. They had never anticipated encountering such a creature here. Ning Tian, too, spotted the 8-winged blackwing insect nearby. He was pleasantly surprised. Slaying this creature would undoubtedly bolster his strength. Young brother, we must flee quickly, the two fifth-tier grandmasters urged, fully aware that they stood no chance against such a beast. The 8-winged blackwing insect was, in fact, one of the weaker members of its kind, yet still posed a significant threat. After calling out to Ning Tian, the two grandmasters hastily retreated. What they did not expect was that Ning Tian showed no inclination to escape. Had he been struck dumb with fear? The two grandmasters mused that someone like Ning Tian was better suited to hide away in the city, nurturing his growth in obscurity. Chapter 26. A New Day? Reward of the Heavenly Dragon Fist. They believed that Ning Tian was utterly unaware of the dangers beyond his understanding. Just as they thought his lack of response signified his ineptitude in the face of peril, a chilling sword intent surged forth behind them, accompanied by the anguished cries of alien beings. Realizing something, the two fifth-tier grandmasters halted abruptly and turned to look. What? As they beheld the scene, their minds erupted in disbelief. The formidable 8-winged blackwing insect, previously comparable to a grandmaster, had been cleaved into multiple segments. The terrifying sword intent lingered in the air, as if dragging everything around it into a hellish abyss. Aside from Ning Tian, there were no other swordmasters present. The two grandmasters stood frozen, their minds racing. The hellish sword intent they had witnessed in the village had been unleashed by this young man. Their heads buzzed, grappling with the impossibility of what they were witnessing. Only moments ago, they had perceived Ning Tian as a naive individual, unfit for anything beyond the confines of Howren City. How swiftly had their assumptions been shattered. They finally understood why Ning Tian had dared to confront so many alien beings within the village. He was, in fact, an extraordinarily powerful entity. After dispatching the 8-winged blackwing insect, Ning Tian felt a surge of strength. He turned to face the two fifth-tier grandmasters, who were now rendered speechless. Their astonishment was entirely anticipated by him. My lords, we were presumptuous just now. Please do not hold it against us, they stammered as they regained their composure. Rushing to Ning Tian's side, had they known he possessed such strength, they would never have dared to show such blatant disdain. Please, take your leave to other places. Ning Tian replied slowly. Yes, esteemed one. The two grandmasters were not foolish. They understood that his words indicated a desire to dismiss the incident without further conflict. After they departed, Ning Tian also left the scene. The manifestation of the Huangquan path above the village was not an anomaly visible to only the two fifth-tier grandmasters. Many other warriors in the vicinity had witnessed it as well. Previously, during the training at Dongnan University in Linyun Town, in the skies above Linyun Town, a path to the underworld manifested itself. Shortly after the mentors from Southeast University prematurely concluded their training, this incident swiftly spread throughout Howren City. Within the martial arts forum of Howren City, a new term emerged, one that depicted the manifestation of sword intent. The martial artists surrounding the village, upon witnessing this sword intent, were not only astonished but also exhilarated. With such formidable masters of the sword in their vicinity, what could they possibly fear? They could only charge ahead. Boom, boom. While Ning Tian scoured the area for otherworldly beings, the outskirts of Howren City continued to reverberate with the sounds of explosions and battles. During this time, he also managed to slay a few lesser otherworldly creatures. After a brief while, he arrived at a valley, drawn by the sounds of fierce combat. Upon reaching the valley, Ning Tian discovered several corpses of masters. Their remains so gruesome, they were almost unbearable to behold. Not far from these masters' corpses lay the body of a second-tier grandmaster. By the time he arrived in this valley, the sounds of battle had already ceased. Undoubtedly, the fight was over. He had arrived too late. However, Ning Tian did not hastily depart from the valley. He understood that if any otherworldly beings remained, he could eliminate them. Perseverance pays off. After half an hour, he indeed found a fourth-tier grandmaster-level demon bull within the valley. Without a moment's hesitation, he positioned himself before the formidable creature. The powerful demon bull, startled by Ning Tian's sudden appearance, was momentarily taken aback. Die! He exclaimed coldly at the demon bull, enveloping himself in the aura of the yellow spring sword intent. The effect of the Zhangxian sacred body primarily emphasizes defense, and there was still a significant disparity in strength between him and the 4th-tier Grandmaster Demon Bull. However, with the yellow spring sword intent, he could surely slay this creature. The Demon Bull, sensing an unprecedented threat, gazed at Ning Tian with sheer terror. Yet, it understood that it had no choice but to fight desperately for its life. Yet, when the creature's attack struck Ning Tian, he felt no pain whatsoever. The Zhangxian sacred body was not to be trifled with. In contrast, when the Demon Bull faced the onslaught of the yellow spring sword radiance, it found it far less capable of withstanding the attack. Before long, the 4th-tier Grandmaster level Demon Bull was vanquished by Ning Tian. After searching the valley further and dispatching a few weaker otherworldly beings, he decided to leave. The wilderness was vast, and completely eradicating the otherworldly creatures would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following day. As the new day dawned, a voice resonated in Ning Tian's mind. Ding. 14th day of marriage. Reward. Heavenly Dragon Fist Break. Fusion. After examining the effects of the Heavenly Dragon Fist Break, Ning Tian opted for fusion. Upon merging, the proficiency of the Heavenly Dragon Fist Break reached a state of great accomplishment. With the Heavenly Dragon Fist Break, Ning Tian's punches would no longer merely rely on the Vitality Punch Wave, but would now encompass the power of the Heavenly Dragon. Transforming into a one-punch hero would no longer pose a challenge. With the Heavenly Dragon Fist Break at his disposal, he felt compelled to seek a target to test his newfound ability. Where to go? As Ning Tian arrived at a quaint town-like location, he was momentarily taken aback. If he was not mistaken, the figure before him was indeed his father-in-law, Xia Yuewei. Naturally, in the Divine Dragon Empire, he was also the young master of the Ning family. His family would not permit him to refer to Xia Yuewei as dad, so he could only address him as father-in-law. Despite the familial connection, there remained a distinct difference. Yet even if Ning Tian were to call Xia Yuewei by his full name, Xia Yuewei, though privately infuriated, had no other recourse. A 9th-tier Grandmaster. Xia Yuewei appeared to have just emerged from a grueling battle, his face still showing signs of shock. Ning Tian. As Xia Yuewei glanced around, he finally spotted Ning Tian. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he hurried towards him. Ning Tian, how did you come here? Xia Yuewei's voice was tinged with emotion, almost as if he might weep. Undoubtedly, Xia Yuewei's experiences were far more complicated than mere hardship. Chapter 27. 9th-tier Grandmaster level otherworldly beings, Xia Yuewei in awe. After speaking, Xia Yuewei continued, our family has lost several Grandmasters. As he spoke, Xia Yuewei's eyes reddened. The Xia family did not possess the same profound heritage as the Ning family, and the losses included several middle-aged Grandmasters who still had the potential to grow. The loss of these middle-aged Grandmasters was undoubtedly a significant blow to the Xia family. Don't worry, father-in-law, Ning Tian reassured him, patting Xia Yuewei on the shoulder. You call me what? Xia Yuewei was taken aback, unable to comprehend Ning Tian's unexpected address. Father-in-law, is that not appropriate? Ning Tian retorted, a hint of playfulness in his tone. He and Xia Yuewei were now married and quite content with each other. Referring to Xia Yuewei as father-in-law seemed entirely reasonable. It was hardly his style to maintain a facade of aloofness by calling him simply Xia Yuewei. Of course, if he were the character rumored to disdain addressing Xia Yuewei as father-in-law, he would instead insist that Xia Yuewei refer to him as young Master Ning. Xia Yuewei initially thought he had misheard, but to his astonishment, he realized Ning Tian truly did call him father-in-law. This title was something he had never dared to dream of. This person, as Xia Yuewei scrutinized Ning Tian from head to toe, he thought to himself that he was indeed not as malicious as the rumors suggested. Just as Xia Yuewei intended to engage Ning Tian further, a commotion erupted not far away. Both Ning Tian and Xia Yuewei sensed the intense disturbance and turned their gazes toward the source. My heavens! Suddenly, Xia Yuewei exclaimed in shock, his face paling with horror. Not only Xia Yuewei, but Ning Tian too was taken aback. Before them stood 3 9th-tier, Grandmaster-level otherworldly beings. The 9th-tier Grandmaster-level otherworldly beings were already a terrifying caliber. All 3 were members of the Diamond Demon Ape tribe. The hallmark traits of the Diamond Demon Ape are their strength, defense, and speed. It could be said that these 3 Diamond Demon Apes were significantly stronger than ordinary 9th-tier Grandmasters. Though Xia Yuewei was also a 9th-tier Grandmaster, having just endured a grueling battle and suffered personal loss, he knew that even defeating one of the Diamond Demon Apes would require considerable time. Not to mention, there were still 2 more 9th-tier Grandmaster-level Diamond Demon Apes present. Ning Tian, wait. I will hold off these 3 Diamond Demon Apes. You take the chance to escape. Xia Yuewei instructed, his gaze fixed on the 3 looming Diamond Demon Apes. He understood that since Ning Tian dared to venture into the wilderness, he must possess numerous means of self-preservation. If he could hold off these 3 9th-tier Grandmaster-level Diamond Demon Apes, then with Ning Tian's survival tactics, escaping should not pose a significant problem. Upon hearing Xia Yuewei's words, Ning Tian found himself momentarily stunned. He was acutely aware that with Xia Yuewei's capabilities, It was utterly impossible to vanquish the 3 formidable Vajra demonic apes, each a 9th grade grandmaster. Yet, he was resolutely determined to buy him time to escape. This earnestness stirred something within him. Regardless of whether Xia Zhan's motivations were tied to Xia Yuewei, he still acted in this manner, regaining his composure. Ning Tian smiled at Xia Zhan and remarked, "There is truly no need to flee. These 3 Vajra demonic apes are not my adversaries." Ning Tian realized he had found the opportune moment to utilize the divine ethereal pill. This remarkable elixir could elevate him to the 9th grade grandmaster level within 10 minutes. With the combination of the 9th grade grandmaster strength and the recently acquired heavenly dragon fist break, annihilating these 3 Vajra demonic apes would pose little difficulty. It was essential to recognize that the rewards bestowed upon him by the system were unparalleled in Blue Star. While the heavenly dragon fist break may appear as merely a combat technique, it surpassed Blue Star's SSS-grade martial arts by an unfathomable margin. The execution of such a technique would undoubtedly unleash cataclysmic power. After conveying his thoughts to Xia Zhan, he materialized the divine ethereal pill. No need to flee. Capable of defeating these 3 Vajra demonic apes? Xia Zhan gazed at Ning Tian in disbelief. Despite having just referred to him as his father-in-law, he still perceived Ning Tian as deranged. Indeed, Ning Tian was a complete lunatic. Surely, no sane individual would utter such words in the face of 3 9th grade grandmaster level Vajra demonic apes. Enough with the nonsense. These are 9th grade grandmaster level beings. Once you escape, treat Yuewei kindly, and, if possible, assist my family. Just as Xia Zhan was imparting his final words to Ning Tian, the 3 9th grade grandmaster level Vajra demonic apes unleashed a thunderous roar as they pounded their chests. In an instant, one of the Vajra demonic apes lunged toward Ning Tian and Xia Zhan. Run! Seeing this, Xia Zhan shouted at Ning Tian. As his words fell, he prepared to confront the oncoming beast alone. However, before he could take a step, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy beside him. Startled, he turned to Ning Tian, who had already consumed the divine ethereal pill. At this moment, he was no longer a 7th grade grandmaster but had ascended to the rank of 9th grade grandmaster. In 10 minutes, he could effortlessly slay these 3 9th grade grandmaster level Vajra demonic apes. Heavenly Dragon Fist Break. Instantly, Ning Tian unleashed the technique he had just acquired. His fist radiated with a ferocious and potent heavenly dragon power, an overwhelming force that seemed ready to explode at a mere glance. Bang! Suddenly, Ning Tian launched his fist forward. The fist, imbued with heavenly dragon power, swept through the air, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Boom! The heavenly dragon fist collided heavily with the charging Vajra demonic ape. In that fleeting moment, the powerful 9th grade grandmaster level beast was obliterated. Wow! Xia Zhan exclaimed. Witnessing the scene unfold, he quickly blinked, struggling to comprehend the reality before him, for it was simply too astonishing. Yet, no matter how fervently he blinked, the 9th grade grandmaster level Vajra demonic ape remained shattered before his eyes. He stared in utter astonishment at Ning Tian, unable to fathom that Ning Tian possessed such terrifying strength. One 9th grade grandmaster level Vajra demonic ape had been vanquished in an instant. Was Ning Tian not a martial general? A martial general at such a young age? Realizing this, Xia Zhan stumbled back a few steps. How could Ning Tian, with a talent that was not even classified as S-grade and who rarely practiced throughout the year, achieve such prowess? The Divine Dragon Empire. No. How could such a prodigy as Ning Tian exist on Blue Star? A martial general in his 20s? Xia Zhan felt a profound upheaval in his understanding of martial arts. Moreover, the most absurd aspect was that Ning Tian was still his son-in-law. How could Xia Zhan, of all people, possess such a remarkable son-in-law? Chapter 28. The battle concludes. Farewell to Xia Zhan. Xia Zhan felt like a complete fool. He had such an extraordinary son-in-law. And yet he had initially hesitated? Achieving the status of a martial general at such a young age, would he not soon ascend to the pinnacle of power on Blue Star? This was not merely the Divine Dragon Empire. It was the entire Blue Star. Unbeknownst to Xia Zhan, Ning Tian's effortless annihilation of the charging 9th grade grandmaster level Vajra demonic ape was solely due to the effects of the divine ethereal pill and the heavenly dragon fist break. His current cultivation was only at the 7th grade grandmaster level. However, it was indisputable that he would eventually become the strongest. With such an impressive system, if he could not attain the title of the strongest on Blue Star, it would simply suggest he was woefully inadequate. The strongest on Blue Star was merely a modest goal. His true ambition lay in becoming the strongest in the universe, and that was where the excitement resided. Aside from the Vajra demonic ape that had been obliterated by the heavenly dragon power, 2 other 9th grade grandmaster level Vajra demonic apes remained. When beings of an alien race reached the level of martial general, they gained the ability to articulate human speech. Although these remaining 2 9th grade grandmaster level Vajra demonic apes could not speak, their intelligence was undoubtedly high. Upon witnessing one of their kind fall to Ning Tian's fist, they recognized that they stood no chance against him. Consequently, the 2 remaining Vajra demonic apes turned to flee. Xia Zhan instantly perceived their intent to escape, and Ning Tian was equally observant. However, The notion of these two Vajra demonic apes successfully fleeing was an impossibility. While the divine ethereal pill and the heavenly dragon fist break did not confer him a speed advantage, he had not forgotten about the celestial step. If he unleashed the celestial step, even if these two 9th grade Grandmaster level Vajra demonic apes possessed 10 legs, they would not escape. As the two Vajra demonic apes attempted to flee, Ning Tian activated the celestial step. Xia Yuewei felt a whirlwind of energy swirl around him, and a faint golden afterimage appeared. Before he could react, he realized that Ning Tian had already intercepted the path of the two 9th grade Grandmaster level Vajra demonic apes. What speed is this? Xia Yuewei was left dumbfounded. In that fleeting moment, Ning Tian had appeared right before the two Vajra demonic apes. Xia Yuewei's mind buzzed. He could not comprehend the extent of the Ning family's terrifying foundation that could yield such an astonishing speed technique. As Xia Yuewei, accompanied by numerous scions of the imperial capital's aristocracy, sought to restore Xia Yuewei's honor, he had believed that with so many aristocratic youths, they could contend with the Ning family. Yet, he now realized how utterly misguided that belief had been. Not only Xia Yuewei, but the two 9th grade Grandmaster level Vajra demonic apes were equally astonished by Ning Tian's breathtaking speed. Roar! After a moment of stunned silence, the two Vajra demonic apes bellowed at Ning Tian. They understood that their only chance of survival lay in confronting him head-on. As the two approaching King Kong demon apes lunged at him, Ning Tian once again raised his fist. With the might of a 9th-tier Grandmaster and the formidable heavenly dragon fist, these two creatures stood no chance of survival. The fist descended. A fierce and tempestuous force, coalesced from the essence of the heavenly dragon, hurtled towards the King Kong demon apes. Naturally, they could not withstand the might of the heavenly dragon fist. With a resounding strike, the energy impacted the two 9th-tier Grandmaster King Kong demon apes, resulting in their instantaneous obliteration, much like their predecessor. Xia Yuewei, witnessing Ning Tian effortlessly dispatch yet another pair of 9th-tier Grandmaster King Kong demon apes, felt a tumultuous upheaval in his heart. The sights and sounds of this day would take an eternity to fully process. Perhaps in countless nights to come, he would recall the scenes he had witnessed today. As Ning Tian approached him, Xia Yuewei swallowed hard and inquired, "Ning Tian, have you been concealing your true strength all along?" He was certain that Ning Tian must have been hiding his capabilities. Otherwise, how could the entire Howren city remain oblivious to his prowess? Roughly speaking, Ning Tian replied with a smile. In truth, he had not been hiding his strength. He had simply acquired the system not long ago. He believed in maintaining a low profile when necessary, and revealing his might when appropriate. Although some had glimpsed his power in the wild, he felt indifferent, as it was not feasible to remain concealed indefinitely. Listening to Ning Tian's response, Xia Yuewei thought to himself that he could not divulge what he had witnessed today. After all, if Ning Tian had been hiding his strength, how could he continue to do so if word spread? By the way, do you know where my great-uncle or Principal Wang are? Ning Tian asked Xia Yuewei, pondering that as a core member of the Xia family, he might possess more information than he did. The principal he referred to was, of course, Wang Pei, the head of Southeast University, whose strength was on par with that of Ning Tian's great-uncle, Ning Shambua, both being 8th-tier martial kings. They had also ventured into the wild for the sake of ensuring safety. Should any exceptionally formidable alien beings appear, they would be there to eliminate the threat. I don't know, Xia Yuewei shook his head. However, I believe that the alien beings present in the wild this time are unlikely to pose a significant threat. Otherwise, our casualties would be severe. Ning Tian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Xia Yuewei's reasoning. All right, I must continue my search for the alien beings, he declared. To which Xia Yuewei responded without hesitation, affirmatively nodding his head. Having witnessed Ning Tian's strength, he felt no concern for Ning Tian's safety. Rather, it was his own welfare that warranted worry. While Xia Yuewei was unconcerned about Ning Tian, his daughter, Xia Yuewei, felt differently. Since Ning Tian had ventured into the wild, she had been exceedingly anxious about his safety. Despite knowing that Ning Tian was formidable, the dangers posed by alien beings in the wild were not to be underestimated. Yet, she understood that seeking out Ning Tian would only exacerbate the situation. Are you worried about my brother? Ning Ming, though not yet a master, was well aware of many matters as the most direct descendant of the Ning family. Hearing Ning Ming's voice, Xia Yuewei gazed towards the wilderness beyond Howren City and nodded. I wonder how he is faring. Little did she know, Ning Tian had just astonished her father beyond measure. Chapter 29. The Trembling Ground, the Beast Tide? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ning Tian had already scoured a vast expanse of the wild. Given that there were no exceptionally powerful alien beings in the vicinity, they would undoubtedly be eradicated by the formidable warriors of Howren City. During his search, he encountered numerous individuals and vanquished many alien beings. He was now an 8th-tier Grandmaster. It must be said, the star-mixing divine chaos technique was indeed remarkable. Were it not for this, he might still be a mere great martial master. However, this was also attributed to the chaotic divine body, whose efficacy far surpassed that of any SSS-grade talent found on Blue Star. Brother, hurry, there's a gathering of several alien beings over there. Suddenly, a few urgent voices broke into Ning Tian's ears. Looking ahead, he saw several warriors hastening toward him, their expressions rife with urgency. More alien beings? Ning Tian smiled calmly, thinking to himself that if that were the case, it would be splendid. Among these warriors was a first-tier grandmaster. Upon noticing Ning Tian's unperturbed demeanor, they were momentarily taken aback. "Brother, didn't you hear what I said?" the first-tier grandmaster exclaimed, bewildered by Ning Tian's apparent disregard for their warning. "It's fine, you all go ahead," Ning Tian replied to the first-tier grandmaster. "Fine." The group stood stunned, taken aback by Ning Tian's response. Although they were not the mightiest warriors in Howren City, they were still formidable compared to most. Even a super genius like Ning Tian would have little chance of survival against so many alien beings. Yet, here he was, claiming it was fine. "Brother, I advise you to recognize your own strength. It's normal for young people to be unaware of their own limitations, but if you throw away your life, that would be regrettable." The first-tier grandmaster was unaware of Ning Tian's true capabilities. His admonition, though well-intentioned, came across as harsh. Aside from this first-tier grandmaster, the other warriors also regarded Ning Tian with concern, hoping he would choose to leave with them. The fall of any genius would be a loss for Howren City. One of the masters, however, felt that Ning Tian looked familiar, though he could not quite place where he had seen him before. Ning Tian understood that these individuals were acting in his best interest, yet he had no intention of leaving. If there were indeed a gathering of numerous alien beings ahead, it represented an opportunity too tempting to forsake. "By the way, I do intend to partake in this feast." He smiled at the group before saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I have no intention of leaving." The warriors listened to Ning Tian's reply and could only shake their heads, deeming him mad. They had offered their counsel, but Ning Tian was resolute. They could not forcibly drag him away, even if they felt that his demise would be a loss for Howren City. "Brother, since you are determined to stay, I wish you the best of luck." With that, the first-tier grandmaster turned and departed with the others. Ning Tian, undeterred, continued onward. After walking for a while, the master who had earlier found Ning Tian quite familiar abruptly halted his steps and exclaimed, "I know who he is." The others were taken aback by his outburst, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. "What are you going on about?" the leading first-grade master thought to himself, feeling displeased at such an exaggerated reaction. The master cleared his throat, swallowing a few times before continuing. "I mean to say, I have recognized that young man from earlier." "Who is it?" asked the first-grade master and the others, curiosity flickering across their faces. They understood that someone as extraordinarily gifted as Ning Tian would naturally have some background in Howren City. "If I am not mistaken, he is Ning Tian. It must be Ning Tian," the master asserted confidently. "Ning Tian?" The others gasped in unison. They were well aware of Ning Tian's reputation. After all, he was the young master of the Ning family. No wonder he hadn't fled. It was clear he had the protection of powerful figures from the Ning family lurking in the shadows. One of the masters suggested, "Should we return and apologize to him?" The strongest among them, the first-grade master, felt a pang of cowardice, recalling the harsh words he had exchanged with Ning Tian. They had all heard tales of Ning Tian's notorious reputation. "What if?" "I don't think that is necessary. He might not even remember us," another master interjected. "Indeed. It seems we should hasten our departure," the first-grade master decided, eager to leave this precarious situation behind. With that, he quickly strode ahead, and the others, somewhat alarmed, hurried to follow. Ning Tian had reached a desolate area, and indeed, as the others had mentioned, a multitude of alien beings had gathered there. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Heavenly Step. For these alien entities, the combination of Heavenly Step and the Dragon Punch would suffice. Though numerous, these creatures were not particularly strong, suggesting that the earlier descriptions had been somewhat exaggerated. Nonetheless, they may have feared the presence of more formidable alien beings nearby, which explained their reluctance to act rashly. Dragon Punch. Ning Tian unleashed his attack upon the alien beings, unperturbed by their potential fear of him. After all, the Zhangxian sacred body provided him with formidable defenses. Boom, boom, boom. To Ning Tian's surprise, after he had vanquished all the alien beings in that barren land, the ground began to tremble violently, as if a powerful earthquake were occurring. "What is happening?" Ning Tian pondered, perplexed. "Are there earthquakes on Blue Star? I have lived here for a decade and have never heard of such a thing." "Beast tide! Beast tide! Retreat quickly!" Suddenly, frantic voices rang out not far from him. Beast tide? Ning Tian knew there were two types, one formed by mutated beasts on Blue Star, and the other comprised of alien beings. Which one was it? In the next moment, he realized it must be the latter, given that the lowest rank of warriors in the wilds of Howren City was already at the master level. It made no sense for them to panic over mutated beasts. A beast tide, huh? Ning Tian's lips curled into a sinister smile. He hadn't anticipated such a fortuitous encounter. A beast tide would surely consist of many alien beings, and he still had his large area destructive abilities to unleash. The sky-eating flame dragon wrath was no trifling matter. As the ground shook more violently, it signified that the beast tide was drawing ever closer. Chapter 30. Annihilating the Beast Tide, 9th Grade Master, Reward. annihilation divine thunder. As the beast tide approached, several masters, in a state of panic, fled towards Ning Tian. In this critical moment, they had no time to urge him to escape. After all, Ning Tian was no fool. He could see the impending danger himself. A dark cloud loomed ominously overhead, densely packed with alien beings that now filled Ning Tian's view. At that moment, his heart swelled with excitement. If he could slay so many alien beings, it would greatly enhance his power. Now a 9th grade master, it was entirely possible he could break through to the great master level. Moreover, among these thousands of alien beings, there were no formidable entities. If there were any generals among them, Ning Tian would face some trouble. However, if they were merely weak alien beings, the sky-eating flame dragon wrath would deal them a devastating blow. It was a dimensional strike. Apart from Ning Tian, the surrounding warriors in that barren land also felt the tremors of the ground. In that instant, numerous masters, great masters, and even generals rushed towards the source. They sensed the emergence of a beast tide. But would they be of any use now? In the desolate area, a beast tide composed of thousands of alien beings was rapidly approaching Ning Tian. As he gazed upon these creatures, his eyes sparkled with delight. At that moment, his entire body was enveloped in a thick, searing flame. Suddenly, the power of the flames surged upwards, forming a towering inferno that enveloped the entire sky. Hundreds of blazing dragons emitted a terrifying roar, causing the air to ripple and a tempest to arise. These hundreds of fiery dragons surged downwards, bombarding the thousands of alien beings below. Boom, boom, boom. What is happening? The masters, great masters, and generals rushing towards the area were all astounded. They first beheld the towering flames above, and before they could react, they witnessed the fiery dragons raining destruction upon the ground. Stunned into silence, they were left speechless, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. A combat technique? Was there truly such a powerful fire-based combat skill? Simultaneously, they recalled the flames that had recently spread across the skies of Howren City. Meanwhile, Ningshan Bo and Wang Pei, who were searching for powerful alien beings, also caught sight of the flames engulfing the sky. They sensed that something was amiss. However, they knew this was not an attack from alien beings. They believed that a powerful alien entity must be present in the area, and they needed to eliminate it. That was the rightful path. The number of alien beings was merely in the thousands. How could they withstand the bombardment from hundreds of fiery dragons? They exploded one by one, disintegrating into dust. Ning Tian's combat power surged wildly. 9th grade master. Even after Ning Tian broke through to the 9th grade master level, his power continued to grow. He mused that perhaps he could indeed break through to the great master level. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Though thousands of alien beings appeared to be a considerable number, in truth, they lacked any formidable entities. Without strong alien beings, it was quite challenging for him to leap from the 8th grade master directly to the 1st grade great master. To clarify, thousands of alien beings could not truly be classified as a beast tide. A genuine spectacle would involve millions of alien beings. That would constitute a true beast tide. However, it no longer mattered. Achieving the rank of 9th grade master was already a remarkable feat. Without lingering in this area, Ning Tian departed. He had annihilated these alien beings with the devouring heavenly flame dragon. Staying any longer would inevitably lead to complications. Not long after his departure, a multitude of martial artists surged towards this location, eager to discern what formidable force could wield such a fierce flame technique. Yet, upon their arrival, Ning Tian had already vanished without a trace. What they found instead were vast, dark pits, evident remnants of the devouring heavenly flame dragon's ferocity. How terrifying this was. Gazing at the colossal craters before them, the martial artists swallowed hard. They spent a tranquil night. The following day, a voice resonated in Ning Tian's mind, announcing, "Ding. On the 15th day of your marriage, you have received the reward, Annihilation Divine Thunder." Annihilation Divine Thunder? Ning Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Just yesterday, he had acquired the formidable Heavenly Dragon Fist, a remarkable martial technique. He had assumed that today would yield no significant rewards. Yet, to his astonishment, it was quite the opposite. Although he had yet to examine the specifics of Annihilation Divine Thunder, the name alone spoke volumes. Upon reviewing its details, Ning Tian was left astounded. The devouring heavenly flame dragon was already terrifying, but the Annihilation Divine Thunder surpassed it in sheer horror. Could this possibly be true? Overjoyed, he mused that if only there were two powerful alien beings to test the might of the Annihilation Divine Thunder. Young master? Approximately half an hour later, a voice filled with surprise reached Ning Tian's ears. Turning towards the source, he recognized a member of the Ning family, a middle-aged man named Ning Yunshe, a distant relative. Despite being older and of higher standing, he was obliged to address Ning Tian with respect. Ning Yunshe was a 6th grade master. "Young master, what brings you to the wilderness?" he inquired, perplexed. To him, Ning Tian still appeared to be merely a great martial master, and such individuals were not meant to venture into the wild. However, Ning Yunshe soon reconciled this, realizing that a powerful family protector must be discreetly safeguarding Ning Tian, allowing him to explore the wilderness. Do you know the whereabouts of fourth uncle? Ning Tian questioned Ning Yunshe. He had previously posed a similar inquiry to Xia Yuewei, who had no knowledge of any particularly formidable alien beings in the wild. Fourth uncle seems to be in the 3rd district, Ning Yunshe replied after a moment of thought. The outskirts of Howran City were indeed divided into regions. Having examined the wilderness map to eradicate the Black Mountain sect, Ning Tian was well aware of the 3rd district's location. Take care of yourself. I will head towards the 3rd district, he said to Ning Yunshe before setting off in that direction. Utilizing the celestial shadow steps, Ning Tian swiftly reached the depths of the 3rd district. In contrast to other areas, the 3rd district appeared devoid of alien beings and martial artists. Along the way, he encountered only a few alien creatures, a rarity in other regions. Yet, before he could contemplate further, a thunderous clash echoed from afar. Boom, boom, boom. At the sound of such a battle, Ning Tian's entire being trembled. He understood that a powerful confrontation was unfolding. Chapter 31, a battle of earth-shattering proportions, unleashing annihilation divine thunder. With such commotion, Ning Tian speculated whether indeed there were powerful alien beings within the 3rd district. Could this battle be between fourth uncle and an alien creature? Such a thought sent chills down his spine, for fourth uncle was an 8th-grade martial king. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued to resonate from the distance. Without further hesitation, Ning Tian hastened forward. Deep within the 3rd district, a terrifying aura of residual battle techniques and dark demonic light permeated the surroundings. Fourth uncle, Ning Tian, was locked in combat with a formidable alien being, towering several meters high, its form shrouded in darkness, with crimson eyes and a humanoid shape. The strength of this alien entity was evident. Only a being of immense power could contend with Ning Tian. They had engaged in close combat and exchanged powerful techniques. As the intensity of their battle escalated, the entire 3rd district trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Besides Ning Tian, other fierce battles raged in the depths of the 3rd district. Wang Pei, the principal of Southeastern University, was also engaged with a powerful alien being. It is worth noting that Wang Pei was likewise an 8th-grade martial king. Unbeknownst to many, he was also a disciple of the esteemed martial saint Ning Jiuyu. Together, they had been scouring the wilderness for formidable alien beings, aware that merely exterminating the weaker ones would yield little effect. They understood the principle of capturing the leader before subduing the minions. After several days of searching, they finally encountered a powerful alien being deep within the 3rd district. The discovery of an alien creature of comparable strength took them by surprise. They had initially assumed this to be a typical spatial rift emergence. Given the sheer number of alien races, it was not unusual for a spatial rift to lead to a surge of alien beings in the wilderness. However, this time was different. There were beings of their caliber in the wild. This raised alarm bells. They were also aware that the situation on the southeastern battlefield was becoming precarious. Besides needing to defend against the imminent attacks from the myriad races, they had to dispatch numerous personnel to patrol the spatial rifts. If the frontline battles were advantageous, such occurrences would not transpire. Ning Tian and Wang Pei recognized that. Although the two powerful alien beings in the depths of the 3rd district were of comparable rank, their strength was still superior. Given a little time, those two alien beings would not stand a chance against them. Should there be even more powerful alien beings in the wilderness, they would have no choice but to urgently notify the frontline to summon stronger reinforcements via the teleportation array for defense. The frontline defenses had been constructed over many years and could not be breached instantaneously by the myriad races. Unbeknownst to Ning Tian and Wang Pei, Ning Tian had already reached the depths of the 3rd district. Even while still at the periphery, he had heard the earth-shattering sounds of battle. Now, deep within, the intensity was even greater. After a while, Ning Tian finally laid eyes upon fourth uncle Ning Tian and principal Wang Pei, as well as the two formidable humanoid alien beings. He quickly sought a concealed spot to hide. Was it arrogance to feel empowered by the annihilation divine thunder? Arrogance was not in his nature. His purpose for being here had become crystal clear during his journey. Now, witnessing fourth uncle and Wang Pei battling the two powerful alien beings, he resolved to wait for them to engage further before using the annihilation divine thunder to assist. With a few supportive words, Ning Tian and Wang Pei would be better equipped to confront the two formidable alien beings. Alas, he is still merely a 9th-tier master. To inflict harm upon a martial king-level alien with the power of the apocalypse thunder is nothing short of a whimsical fantasy. A day swiftly passed. With the dawn of a new day, Ning Tian received a modest reward for his recent nuptials. It is entirely normal for battles among the powerful to extend over time. Previously, Ning Tian could have unleashed the apocalypse thunder to disrupt these two mighty alien entities, yet he chose to observe a while longer for the sake of safety. Throughout the day, the conflict was not a continuous struggle. There were moments of close combat interspersed with ranged assaults, alongside verbal exchanges of taunts. Once an alien reaches the martial general level, they can articulate human speech, and the martial king level beings are no exception. Surely, it is time, Ning Tian mused to himself. He then emerged from the shadows. Crackling. Surrounding him was an aura of electric power, radiating a fiery crimson hue that exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Suddenly, the lightning enveloping him surged skyward, forming a towering column of thunder. This column shot into the heavens, as if it were propping up the very sky itself. In an instant, torrents of crimson thunder descended from the firmament, engulfing the depths of the 3rd District in an apocalyptic spectacle. What is happening? Both Ning Tian and Wang Pei were taken aback at this sight, when they realized that the targets of the colossal lightning were the 2 alien beings. Comprehension dawned upon them. They immediately launched a fierce assault on the 2 creatures. The alien beings were momentarily stunned. After 2 days of combat with Ning Tian and Wang Pei, they had already begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. Now, confronted with such a phenomenon, they were caught off guard. The speed of the colossal lightning was too swift for them to contemplate. They could only muster their strength to withstand the apocalypse thunder. But what of Ning Tian and Wang Pei's onslaught? In that fleeting moment, both unleashed their ultimate techniques. In an instant, the 2 powerful alien beings were sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. They coughed up streams of green blood, a sight both shocking and grievous. The aliens had thought that even if they could not prevail against Ning Tian and Wang Pei, survival would be assured. Yet, they could never have anticipated such a turn of events. At that moment, they were steeped in regret. Had they foreseen this, they would have expedited their withdrawal from the battle instead of prolonging it for so long. Seeing the 2 alien beings injured, Ning Tian and Wang Pei seized the opportunity without hesitation. They approached the fallen creatures and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Ultimately, the 2 powerful alien beings were slain. Ning Tian observed this with a shake of his head. Had he delivered the killing blow, he would undoubtedly have ascended to the rank of a 1st-tier grandmaster. Without lingering further, he swiftly departed from the 3rd District. Chapter 32. Mission concluded. Return to Howran City. Hours after Ning Tian's departure from the 3rd District, the wilderness area echoed with the resonant voice of his 4th grandfather, Ning Tian. All alien beings in the wilderness have been eradicated. Everyone may return to the city. Hearing Ning Tian's announcement, Ning Tian understood it was to be expected, for they had been in the wilderness for several days. The swift elimination of the alien beings by such a large contingent was commendable. He thought that since the wilderness was now devoid of threats, there was no need for him to remain. He made his way towards Howran City. Not just him, but numerous martial artists rejoiced upon hearing the announcement. Promptly returning to Howran City. For the ordinary martial practitioners and residents of Howran City, the wilderness expedition was merely a routine operation. They were unaware of the significant alien presence that had emerged. Now that the mission had concluded, their knowledge, or lack thereof, was of little consequence. During Ning Tian's absence in the wilderness, Xia Yuewei remained at school, oscillating between the Ning and Xia families. Since marrying Ning Tian, her status at school had risen dramatically. Not only did the faculty and higher-ups treat her with utmost respect, but within the Ning family, as the young mistress, she was greeted warmly by the collateral relatives. Her immediate family held her in even higher regard. The Xia family no longer harbored any regrets about her marriage to Ning Tian. They now viewed their initial outrage and opposition as absurd. Thanks to the alliance between the Xia and Ning families, they had conducted numerous successful business ventures, significantly elevating their standing. "Third uncle, I shall return to the Ning family now," Xia Yuewei said to a middle-aged man before her. "Very well," the man nodded in acknowledgement. As Xia Yuewei prepared to exit the Xia family estate, a commotion ensued outside. Upon closer inspection, she noticed Xia Zhan and several martial artists returning from the wilderness. "Dad." Seeing this, Xia Yuewei rushed forward to greet them. "Yuewei," Xia Zhan responded with evident joy. During his time in the wilderness, he had encountered 3 9th-tier Grandmaster-level diamond demonic apes alongside Ning Tian. Initially, he had contemplated sacrificing himself to buy Ning Tian time to escape, but to his astonishment, Ning Tian had stepped forward boldly, declaring that the 3 diamond demonic apes posed no threat. At that moment, he was truly taken aback. Only as Ning Tian demonstrated his formidable strength did Xia Zhan come to realize the extent of Ning Tian's prowess. A martial general of such youth was an unprecedented sight. He had never even heard of anyone like him before. Ning Tian's slaying of the 3 9th-tier Grandmaster-level diamond demonic apes had, in a sense, saved him. Xia Zhan felt immense pride in having such a son-in-law, and his satisfaction knew no bounds. "Dad, you seem quite pleased," Xia Yuewei remarked. Observing the expression on Xia Zhan's face, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed, what brings you such joy?" asked her mother, Wang Lan, emerging with a puzzled look at Xia Zhan. If Xia Zhan's happiness stemmed from returning safely from the wilderness, it seemed somewhat implausible. As a 9th-tier grandmaster, he had undoubtedly faced many harrowing experiences. At such a level, he could be called upon to defend the battlefield at any moment, having withstood large-scale assaults from myriad foes. In response to the bewilderment of Xia Yuewei and Wang Lan, Xia Zhan chuckled. "I am indeed overjoyed to have such an exceptional son-in-law." The audience present was taken aback by Xia Zhan's proclamation. A good son-in-law? They certainly did not anticipate Xia Zhan's words. Who could he possibly refer to? It must be Ning Tian. Such statements should not be made lightly. After all, what is Ning Tian's status compared to theirs? Wang Lan furrowed her brow, surprised that Xia Zhan would utter such words in front of so many family members. If Ning Tian's identity were not so formidable, there would be no issue with such a declaration. But who is Ning Tian? He is none other than the beloved grandson of Ning Wuyo, the Grand Governor of the 7 Southeast provinces. Such a lineage, compounded by the fact that he forcibly wed Xia Yuewei, makes it audacious for Xia Zhan to claim him as a good son-in-law. It is akin to a character in a huaxia drama proclaiming that their daughter is married to an emperor, who would dare to announce the emperor as their son-in-law. Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. Ah, yes, Xia Zhan quickly realized this fact. He then pondered that he should refrain from mentioning Ning Tian's astonishing prowess in slaying 3 ninth-grade Grand Masters of the Diamond Demon Ape. Nor should he disclose that Ning Tian referred to him as father-in-law, as no one would believe it anyway. With a smile, he addressed the crowd, saying, "Just pretend I uttered nothing." After speaking, he meandered off toward his room. Despite the considerable losses of several middle-aged Grand Masters during this expedition to eliminate foreign entities, life must go on for those who remain. In Xia Zhan's eyes, having a son-in-law like Ning Tian is a reward for the virtuous deeds of his past life. What is wrong with Dad? Wang Lan observed Xia Zhan's peculiar behavior with astonishment. I have no idea, Xia Yuewei replied, momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, she regained her composure and said to Wang Lan, Mom, I'm heading back to the Ning family. She thought to herself that now that Dad has returned, perhaps Ning Tian has also come back from the wilderness. After bidding farewell to Wang Lan, Xia Yuewei hurriedly made her way back to Donglong Mountain. Upon entering the Ning residence, she heard Ning Meng's voice exclaiming, Sister-in-law, my brother is back. Naturally, Ning Meng was elated that Ning Tian had returned from the wild. Hearing this, Xia Yuewei felt a wave of relief wash over her. These past few days had been fraught with worry. After obtaining Ning Tian's whereabouts from Ning Meng, she proceeded towards him. Moments later, she entered a room to find the one she had been longing to see, Ning Tian. He had already bathed and donned a set of exquisite attire. Ning Tian, are you all right? Xia Yuewei asked, gazing at him. She wished to express more, but upon seeing him, words faltered on her lips. I am fine, Ning Tian replied with a smile, beckoning her closer. Come here. Xia Yuewei's cheeks flushed. She instinctively knew what Ning Tian intended. She walked to his side, and they reclined together, engulfed in a passionate embrace. Chapter 33, The Cosmic Dragon Technique. Seeking out Ning Tian? Ning Tian, why did my father refer to you as a good son-in-law? After their intimate moment, Xia Yuewei inquired, perplexed. Despite the transformative changes in her perception of Ning Tian over the past few days, she knew her father was unaware of them. She surmised that something must have occurred in the wild to prompt his statement. Ning Tian, amused by her question, responded, Am I not a good son-in-law? However, Xia Yuewei hesitated, unsure how to reply. Ning Tian's smile broadened as he continued. If I told you that I encountered 3 ninth-grade Grand Masters of the Diamond Demon Ape and defeated them, would you believe me? No, Xia Yuewei promptly shook her head, unwavering in her disbelief. Even having witnessed Ning Tian's strength in the East Chuan Martial Arts Institute's combat chamber, she could not fathom that he could vanquish 3 such formidable adversaries. If that were truly the case, she would have to accept that Ning Tian had already become a martial general, which was simply beyond the realm of possibility. By the way, Ning Tian, there is something I forgot to tell you, Xia Yuewei suddenly remembered. What is it? Ning Tian inquired curiously. Do you recall Chen Ruo? I remember, Ning Tian nodded. Chen Ruo was the one who had consistently vied with Xia Yuewei for the title of Campus Belle at Southeast University. Ning Tian was aware of her considerable background as well, being a direct descendant of the Chun family from the 5 Southwest provinces. When Xia Yuewei first married, Chen Ruo had mocked her at Southeast University, and Ning Tian had compelled Chen Ruo to apologize publicly in front of many students. He wondered why Xia Yuewei would bring up Chen Ruo now. Could it be that she was still harboring resentment over the apology? If that were the case, he could only conclude that Chen Ruo was not particularly astute. Recently, Chen Ruo has been telling many people at school that Shillong University will soon send geniuses to Southeast University for martial exchanges. Apparently, there is an extraordinary talent emerging from this year's Shillong University, Xia Yuewei explained to Ning Tian. Understanding her point, Ning Tian remarked, You believe that this so-called genius from Shillong University will challenge me, correct? Exactly, Xia Yuewei nodded. If that is the case, they will only have themselves to blame for their humiliation, Ning Tian replied slowly. Xia Yuewei recognized the truth in his words. In the combat chamber of the East Chuan Martial Arts Institute, she had witnessed Ning Tian's terrifying prowess firsthand. Shillong University is the premier martial arts institution in the 5 Southwest provinces. Even with an exceptional genius, it would be utterly impossible to compare to Ning Tian. Ding. Newlywed for 17 days. Reward, Cosmic Dragon Technique. Ning Tian examined the benefits of the Cosmic Dragon Technique and discovered it to be a remarkable martial art. His current Star Chaos Divine Technique was derived from an SSS grade technique on Blue Star, and its efficacy could not possibly rival that of the Cosmic Dragon Technique. Furthermore, as his strength grew, the star chaos divine technique had begun to lag behind. With the cosmic dragon technique at his disposal, enhancing his power would become significantly swifter. Currently, he was a 9th grade grandmaster, and he aimed to elevate himself to a 1st grade grandmaster. Ning Tian, are you going to school as well? Xia Yuewei asked curiously after completing her morning routine. Yes, Ning Tian nodded. He believed that employing both the cosmic dragon technique and the star iron pillar would yield even better results. Upon arriving at school, Ning Tian made a beeline for the star iron pillar room, knowing that if he occupied it, the students outside would hesitate to enter. On another front, at the Grand Governor's office, the 7 southeast provinces comprised Dongyun, Dongkong, Dongming, Dongguo, Dongmin, Donglu, and Dong'an provinces, each governed by its own governor. While Ning Wuyo served as the Grand Governor of all 7 provinces. Howran City is situated within Dongyun Province. In a grand hall within the Governor General's mansion, Lord Ning Shan, Wang Pei, and the formidable guardians of Howran City convened. With the primary forces engaged on the southeastern battlefield, they were tasked with overseeing the myriad events transpiring across the 7 provinces of the southeast. During this assembly, they had meticulously arranged rewards, aimed primarily at the martial artists who ventured into the wilderness to eradicate the alien beings. The families of those warriors who perished in the wild would receive substantial compensation. In addition to monthly allocations of dragon coins, I believe we must uncover the powerful individuals concealed within Howran City, proposed Lord Ning Shan. The assembly nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. The recent manifestations of sword intent, the flames enveloping the sky, and the cataclysmic divine thunder appearing in Area 3 indicated that there were indeed formidable forces lurking within their city. Such concealment posed a certain instability for the core strength of Howran City. I suspect there is more than one hidden powerhouse, interjected Wang Pei, the principal of Southeast University. Recently, the cold prison insect race has emerged in the wilderness of Dongming Province, possessing chilling powers that have caused considerable distress to many. Should we locate the hidden warrior within Howran City, skilled in flame combat techniques, we could enlist their assistance. Given Dongming Province's strategic position on the southeastern front, most of its strong warriors were already engaged in battle. Although the cold prison insect race resided in the wild, their continued existence would undoubtedly become a persistent nuisance. If we fail to find them, I propose we make a public announcement throughout Howran City. Perhaps the warrior will reveal themselves, Wang Pei continued. By the way, isn't Wang Pei's birthday approaching? We could extend an invitation to him and see if he chooses to appear. The attendees nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Ning Tian and Xia Yuewei had been married for 20 days. During this brief period, thanks to the cosmic dragon technique and the presence of the star iron pillar, Ning Tian successfully ascended to the rank of Grandmaster. At such a young age, he had become a first-tier Grandmaster, a feat unmatched not only within the Dragon Empire, but across the entirety of Blue Star. After emerging from the star iron pillar chamber, he returned home for a bath. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by the voice of his younger sister, Ning Ming. Brother, weren't you at the star iron pillar? She asked, looking at him quizzically, as she presumed he was still at the school's star iron pillar chamber. Just returned, Ning Tian replied. By the way, have you heard about Shenhua? Ning Ming continued. Before she could elaborate, Ning Tian interjected. Do you realize the principal's birthday is imminent? The principal's birthday? Ning Tian was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Ning Ming's excitement. What does that have to do with me? Brother, you don't understand? She smiled at him. Don't understand? Why not? Ning Tian was further confused. He had never attended the principal's birthday celebrations in the past, so he couldn't grasp Ning Ming's enthusiasm. Do you know who the principal is inviting this year? She pressed. Who? The national leader? Ning Tian inquired, curious. Principal Wang Pei, an 8th-rank martial king, was among the most powerful martial artists in the 7 southeastern provinces. Ning Tian couldn't fathom who could possibly warrant such astonishment. Of course not. Ning Ming shook her head. This year, the principal is inviting the hidden powerhouses within Howran City. Hidden powerhouses? Ning Tian was taken aback. Could there truly be strong warriors concealed within their city? Yet, he quickly came to a realization. Was he not one of those hidden strength figures himself? Although he didn't consider himself a true powerhouse, the overwhelming visual impact of the celestial dragon flame and the cataclysmic divine thunder had led others to mistakenly perceive him as one. Ning Ming's words further confirmed his suspicions. I heard from fourth uncle that a race called the cold prison insects has recently appeared in the wilderness of Nantong City in Dongming Province, necessitating the emergence of the hidden powerhouses within our Howran City. Upon hearing this, Ning Tian felt a surge of excitement. This was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. As the saying goes, one must be low-key when necessary, but when the time calls for action, to remain overly modest is akin to foolishness. The next day, a notification chimed in Ning Tian's mind. Newlywed for 21 days. Reward received. Dragonwood attribute. He paused, momentarily bewildered. While he could surmise the nature of other rewards from their names, the Dragonwood attribute was unfamiliar to him. Upon investigating its effects, he discovered that upon integrating the Dragonwood attribute, he would gain healing powers, an unexpected enhancement for Ning Tian. However, He pondered whether attributes like dragon gold and dragon water existed as well. After assimilating the dragon wood attribute, Ning Tian departed from his family home and made his way to the university. At Southeast University, Chun Ruo's tireless promotion had made the students aware of a golden generation emerging from the 5 southwest provinces. The term golden generation referred to the most distinguished individuals among the youth. Today marked the arrival of this golden generation at Southeast University. Chun Ruo, along with several close acquaintances, awaited the arrival at the university gates. The higher-ups at Southeast University paid little heed to this matter. They had heard of the formidable golden generation from the 5 southwest provinces and were well aware that none of their own talents could rival such an individual. However, the university's instructors were uncertain of the true extent of the golden generation's prowess. Professor Zhou, do you believe our school's talents can defeat the golden generation from West Dragon University? One instructor inquired. Professor Zhou was momentarily taken aback, recalling the astonishing display of power exhibited by Ning Tian in the abandoned town during a recent expedition. At first, he had thought Ning Tian was unaware of his limitations, recklessly challenging the alien beings, which had led him to curse in disbelief. Regaining his composure, he replied to the instructor, if he were to take action, it wouldn't matter if it were 1 golden generation or 10, the outcome would be the same. With that, Professor Zhou strode forward. What does that mean? The instructor pondered, scratching his head in confusion. To his knowledge, there was no such prodigy at Southeast University. At the school gates, besides Chun Ruo and a few students, 2 higher-ups from the university were present. While it seemed a mere student exchange between Southeast University and West Dragon University, it represented a broader exchange between the 7 southeastern provinces and the 5 southwestern provinces. If the higher-ups of Southeast University do not come out to extend a warm welcome, it would be a severe breach of hospitality. They have arrived. Suddenly, several exclamations pierced the air. Everyone turned their gaze toward the school gate and discovered that several vehicles had already come to a halt outside. Subsequently, the occupants of the cars began to alight. Among them were several students, one of whom stood out with an extraordinary appearance, exuding a remarkable aura that clearly marked him as someone of distinction. In addition to these students, there were also several senior officials from Shillong University. Notably, there was a young man wielding a sword, his piercing gaze and formidable presence commanding attention. This was Du Sheng. Upon seeing the distinguished student, Chun Ruo's face instantly radiated with delight. Hello, Miss Chun Ruo. Du Sheng greeted her amiably. Du Sheng, do not forget what I told you earlier. You must help me reclaim my dignity, Chun Ruo added. Du Sheng understood her meaning and nodded in acknowledgement. After exchanging pleasantries with the senior officials of Shillong University, the visitors were invited into Southeast University. They first arrived at the reception room. Since your esteemed institution has come to Southeast University for an exchange of talents, I suggest we keep it informal. One of the senior officials remarked with a smile toward the Shillong University group. Of course, the representatives from Shillong University agreed with a chuckle. I wonder if I may challenge someone from Southeast University? Du Sheng suddenly interjected. The 2 senior officials exchanged glances at his words. Who do you wish to challenge? Tian Xian or Zhou Xing? Both Tian Xian and Zhou Xing were top geniuses of Southeast University, possessing SSS-level talent. Neither. Du Sheng shook his head in response. Neither? The 2 officials were momentarily taken aback. Are you intending to challenge Xia Yuewei? They were aware that Du Sheng was a prodigy from the golden generation of the Southwest 5 provinces, with not only SSS-level talent, but also an awakened special bloodline that significantly enhanced his combat prowess for a limited duration. Furthermore, Du Sheng had already attained the rank of a 3rd-tier master. Such strength was hardly something the talents of Southeast University could hope to contend with. Noticing their confusion over the name he wished to challenge, Du Sheng chuckled. While it may seem somewhat unfair, I still wish to challenge him. His name is Ning Tian. Upon hearing this, the 2 officials were left in shock. They could hardly fathom that Du Sheng aimed to challenge Ning Tian. Had he lost his mind? Chapter 35. The Arena. Where is Ning Tian? What makes you want to challenge Ning Tian? One of the officials asked, perplexed. Firstly, Ning Tian's status precludes just anyone from challenging him. Secondly, he is not even a genius. He is merely a grand martial artist who hardly attends school more than a few times a year before marrying Xia Yuewei. The 2 officials could not comprehend Du Sheng's motivation for wanting to challenge Ning Tian. Because I wish to test my strength against him, Du Sheng replied, withholding the full reasoning behind his desire. His true intention was to avenge Chun Ruo's grievances. Otherwise, how could a grand martial artist like Ning Tian be worthy of a duel against him? Seeing that Du Sheng did not elaborate, the officials chose not to press for further details. If you wish to challenge Ning Tian, that is permissible, but if he declines, there is nothing we can do. The officials thought to themselves that if it were any other student, they could compel them to accept Du Sheng's challenge. However, given Ning Tian's status, they could not issue such orders. Du Sheng nodded in agreement. In his heart, he believed that if Ning Tian dared to accept his challenge, he would soon learn that not every situation could be resolved with influence. Sometimes, one must rely solely on oneself. Shortly after the group from Shillong University entered the reception room, Ning Tian arrived at the school. Upon his entrance, the students cast him a myriad of complex glances. Ning Tian, the people from Shillong University have arrived. Xia Yuewei's voice reached his ears. Understanding her words, Ning Tian prepared to respond when another voice, tinged with arrogance and mockery, interrupted. Ning Tian, I believe Du Sheng will challenge you shortly. The surrounding students recognized this voice as belonging to Chen Ruo. Turning to the source of the sound, they saw Chen Ruo had appeared before them, a triumphant smile on her face. Previously, she had been without allies. But now it was different. With the arrival of her compatriots from the southwest 5 provinces, she felt compelled to reclaim her lost pride. The students collectively swallowed hard, pondering whether the arrival of Shillong University's prodigies meant a genuine exchange of talents. Although Ning Tian's reputation was formidable, it seemed incompatible with the label of genius. Was the exchange merely a facade? Did they truly intend for Ning Tian to be humiliated? They were all aware of the incident wherein Ning Tian had demanded an apology from Xia Yuewei in front of a multitude, when Xia Yuewei, accompanied by dozens of young lords from the imperial capital, sought justice for Xia Yuewei. The outcome of their confrontation at the Dongchuan Martial Arts Hall had been interpreted by them as a decisive victory for Ning Tian, leaving no room for doubt. If the opposing party were to propose a duel with Ning Tian, it would undoubtedly be a scheme to embarrass him. Such a confrontation could hardly remain clandestine. Would Ning Tian even agree? You need not go to such lengths. Ning Tian responded calmly to Chen Ruo's taunt. Need not. Chen Ruo scoffed, retorting. Did you ever consider the notion of not necessary when you insisted I apologize before so many people? In her perspective, Ning Tian's response indicated cowardice. She could not fathom that Ning Tian's intent was entirely different. Realizing that further persuasion would be futile, Ning Tian opted to refrain from continuing the conversation with Chen Ruo. If she was intent on being humiliated, what could he do? Huh? Chen Ruo laughed triumphantly at Ning Tian's silence. The group from Shillong University had now exited the reception room. Under the guidance of their designated escort, they made their way toward the duel arena of Southeast University. Alongside the martial arts training grounds, numerous dueling platforms awaited. Du Sheng could only hope that Ning Tian would accept the challenge, as it would allow him to restore Chen Ruo's honor. In comparison to the Chen family, his own family was but a small player in the southwest 5 provinces. By aiding Chen Ruo, he could secure greater resources and thus hasten his own ascent to power. As a member of the golden generation of the southwest 5 provinces, he harbored ambitions. He glanced at the young man wielding a sword not far from him, who remained stoic and silent. Du Sheng recognized him as the eldest disciple of the southwest sword sect, whose age and prowess surpassed his own, with an exceptional talent for swordsmanship. Soon after, the group from Shillong University arrived at the dueling platforms beside the martial arts training grounds. I shall go first. Du Sheng addressed several other prodigies from Shillong University, expressing that someone of his caliber should ideally be the grand finale. Yet, he could hardly contain his eagerness to challenge Ning Tian. The others, upon hearing Du Sheng's declaration, chose to remain silent. The martial arts arena had already amassed a considerable number of students. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Du Sheng ascended one of the combat platforms, proclaiming, I wish to challenge Ning Tian from your esteemed institution. Where is he? At that moment, Ning Tian and Xia Yuewei had also arrived at the martial arts arena. Humph, what qualifications do you have to challenge my brother with such meager strength? Ning Meng's voice suddenly rang out from below the combat platform. The students present were taken aback by Ning Meng's unexpected interjection, and the crowd from Shillong University was momentarily stunned. They had learned from Du Sheng that Ning Tian was merely a great martial master, relying solely on his lofty connections to engage in wrongful deeds. Yet, someone dared to utter such words. Was Ning Tian concealing his true prowess? No. They shook their heads in disbelief, concluding that he was simply accustomed to flaunting his power in Haran City, now merely boasting here. Listening to Ning Meng's remarks, Du Sheng furrowed his brow and replied, My strength may not be formidable, but I wonder if your brother dares to face me in combat. As a member of the golden generation of the southwest 5 provinces, pride swelled within him. He held the utmost contempt for those like Ning Tian, who had been fortunate enough to be born into privilege. Since you believe your brother is so strong, let him ascend the platform and face Du Sheng. Surely he wouldn't just talk big without the courage to act? At this, Chen Ruo chimed in as well. Ning Meng, unfazed, merely smiled. You truly have never seen the world, unaware of my brother's true capabilities. Previously, she had been oblivious to Ning Tian's strength. But after witnessing his prowess in the Eastern Chuan Martial Arts Hall, she realized that the so-called golden generation would never be a match for her brother. Chen Ruo, taken aback by Ning Meng's fierce retort, clenched her jaw and shot back. Ning Meng, don't think your family can do as they please. Just as Ning Meng was about to counter Chen Ruo, she was interrupted by Xia Yuewei's voice whispering in her ear, Enough, Xiao Meng. Why bother with someone of SS-rank talent like her? Both Xia Yuewei and Ning Meng possessed SSS-level talent, while Chen Ruo's was merely SS. Chen Ruo had not anticipated Xia Yuewei's intervention at that moment. Already incensed by Ning Meng's comments, she flared up, Xia Yuewei. When did you and Ning Meng become allies? If asked who she loathed the most in Southeast University, Manhwa would unhesitatingly choose Xia Yuewei. Not only was Xia Yuewei's talent superior, but she was also more beautiful. Yet, Manhwa could not accept it. Each year, she participated in the campus beauty pageant, only to be defeated by Xia Yuewei time and again, fueling her resentment. She had thought that Ning Tian's forced marriage to Xia Yuewei would render Xia Yuewei's future birthdays akin to hell. Little did she expect that Ning Tian treated Xia Yuewei so kindly, even making her apologize publicly in front of so many. Seeing Manhwa's furious expression, Ning Ming's cherubic face broke into a smile. If my sister-in-law wanted to speak for me, why would she speak for you? To her, Manhwa was merely a picture of impotent rage. After making this remark, Ning Ming turned to Xia Yuewei and continued, besides, my sister-in-law isn't wrong. You truly only possess SS-level talent. The students in the martial arts arena, eavesdropping on the exchange, mused silently that Manhwa had already lost in terms of momentum. With two possessing SSS-level talent, how could her single SS-level talent compete? Manhwa, intent on having Du Sheng vindicate her, was not one to easily back down. Listening to Ning Ming's words, she coldly retorted, indeed, I only possess SS-level talent, but it is still slightly superior to your brother S. Manhwa felt emboldened now. Having something to rely on, what did she have to fear? The entirety of Southeast University knew that Ning Tian's talent was merely S-level. Manhwa's assertion held some truth. Miss Manhwa, I believe it unnecessary for you to contest with them. What truly matters is whether Ning Tian dares to accept my challenge. Du Sheng interjected from the combat platform, observing Manhwa being besieged by Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming. Upon hearing Du Sheng's words, Manhwa finally grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, the paramount question was whether Ning Tian would dare to engage Du Sheng in combat. What did her exchanges with Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming amount to? If Ning Tian accepted Du Sheng's challenge, the outcome was already predictable. If he did not, the embarrassment would solely fall upon him. Consequently, Manhwa directed her gaze toward Ning Tian, who appeared unperturbed. A wave of disdain surged within her. Ning Tian, Du Sheng has issued a challenge. Do you dare to accept? She could not fathom why, at such a critical juncture, Ning Tian still feigned indifference. Du Sheng was a member of the golden generation of the Southwest 5 provinces, an existence of great renown issuing a challenge to Ning Tian. She believed Ning Tian's heart must be racing with anxiety, and he was merely maintaining his lofty image. At that moment, all eyes in the martial arts arena were fixed upon Ning Tian. They yearned to know whether he would accept the challenge to face Du Sheng. From a spectator's perspective, they undoubtedly hoped for a confrontation between Ning Tian and Du Sheng. After all, Ning Tian had dared to single-handedly challenge 2 to 30 noble heirs from the imperial capital. Although they were uncertain of the outcome, he possessed that kind of courage. The instructors present in the martial arts arena naturally hoped Ning Tian would decline Du Sheng's challenge, as accepting it would only lead to humiliation. Yet, one instructor held a perspective that diverged from the others. Observing Du Sheng on the combat platform, he slowly remarked, one who brings about their own downfall cannot live. This instructor was none other than Ning Tian's mentor, Zhou Xiong. Having witnessed Ning Tian's extraordinary prowess in the abandoned town, how could a mere Du Sheng possibly contend with him? Feeling the expectant gazes of the students and Manhwa's derisive stare, Ning Tian smiled calmly. Why wouldn't I accept? After speaking, he strode confidently toward the combat platform. He accepted? The crowd in the martial arts arena gasped as they watched Ning Tian approach the platform, astonished that he had so swiftly accepted Du Sheng's challenge. However, they were acutely aware of Du Sheng's formidable strength. Could Ning Tian truly prevail against him? In the eyes of many students, it was utterly inconceivable for Ning Tian to triumph over Du Sheng. The entourage from Shillong University, upon seeing Ning Tian accept the challenge, could only shake their heads and chuckle. To them, Ning Tian's decision was sheer folly. To knowingly embark on an impossible endeavor, was this not the very definition of stupidity? Soon, Du Sheng would demonstrate, with overwhelming force, just how vast the chasm truly was between them. You shall soon witness the strength of our golden generation from the Southwest 5 provinces. Manhwa cast a cold smile at Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming. She was well aware that they were about to be thoroughly humiliated, a spectacle that would undoubtedly bring her immense delight. The strength of the golden generation amounts to nothing in the presence of my brother, Ning Ming retorted. She and Xia Yuewei were certainly not concerned that Ning Tian would succumb to Du Sheng. Manhwa noted Ning Ming's obstinacy, her teeth clenched tightly. Very well. Just wait and see. With that, Manhwa's gaze shifted towards the martial arts platform. At that moment, Ning Tian ascended the stage, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Ning Tian, your courage is commendable. Du Sheng sneered as Ning Tian approached the platform. He had anticipated that a frivolous individual like Ning Tian might refuse his challenge. Yet he was surprised by the ease with which Ning Tian accepted. Regardless of whether Ning Tian had any advantages, with his third-tier master status and the 9-scale bloodline, challenging Ning Tian would be exceedingly simple. Ning Tian regarded Du Sheng before him, begrudgingly acknowledging his prowess. Not only did Du Sheng possess SSS-level talent, but he had also awakened a unique bloodline. In the realm of online novels and huaxia, he would undoubtedly be the epitome of a fortuitous child. However, the fortune of such a child was inconsequential. After all, he was a man who had transcended the mundane. Seeing Ning Tian silent, Du Sheng continued. This battle is to avenge Miss Chen Ruojing. I want you to understand that one cannot rely solely on their background. There are times when one must depend on their own strength. Du Sheng's implication was clear. While Ning Tian's background was formidable, his actual strength was mediocre. Now, on the martial arts stage, Ning Tian could not depend on his lineage. Naturally, Du Sheng could not rely on mere talent either. Listening to Du Sheng's words, Ning Tian smiled lightly. Do you always babble so much? Chapter 37. The figure that was sent flying, the 9-scale bloodline. What did you say? Du Sheng could hardly fathom Ning Tian's audacity, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Chen Ruojing and the students from Shilong University were equally stunned. They had not anticipated that Ning Tian would utter such brazen words in the face of Du Sheng. Come on. Ning Tian did not wish to squander time on Du Sheng. As a first-tier grandmaster, defeating a third-tier master like Du Sheng would be akin to child's play. Du Sheng, fixated on Ning Tian, declared, Ning Tian, if you so desire to be defeated by me, then I shall oblige. With those words, Du Sheng lunged towards Ning Tian with impressive speed, typical of a third-tier master, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Wow, what incredible speed. The students at the training ground were astounded by Du Sheng's velocity. Little did they know that in Ning Tian's eyes, Du Sheng's speed was akin to that of an ant crawling. Upon reaching Ning Tian, Du Sheng unleashed a powerful punch, confident that Ning Tian, being merely a grand martial artist, would be unable to withstand it. After this strike, Ning Tian would surely be sent flying from the platform. Witnessing this, the students braced themselves for Ning Tian's imminent defeat. There was no denying the disparity in strength. In the next instant, a figure was sent soaring. To the onlookers, it was evident that this figure was Ning Tian. However, upon closer inspection, gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Hiss! They were left utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Had it been Ning Tian who was sent flying, they would not have been so shocked. The crucial detail was that it was Du Sheng who had been sent hurtling away. Is this real? Everyone felt as though they were witnessing an illusion. How could this be possible? Below the martial arts platform, Chen Ruojing was equally stunned, her gaze fixed on the fallen Du Sheng. He was a representative of the golden generation from the 5 provinces of southwest China, someone who should have easily dominated Ning Tian. How had he ended up in this position? The members of Shilong University could hardly contain themselves, their astonishment palpable. From Chen Ruojing's lips, they had learned that Ning Tian was merely a third-tier grand martial artist, and even if he were to break through, he would only reach the 4th tier. Such strength paled in comparison to even a single finger of Du Sheng's. Is this Ning Tian? The instructors at the training ground were equally taken aback, hastily rubbing their eyes. Initially, they had not wished for Ning Tian to accept Du Sheng's challenge, fully aware that he could not possibly be Du Sheng's match. Yet, what was the current situation? I told you, the so-called golden generation from the 5 provinces of southwest China could never rival my brother. Why do you refuse to believe me? Ning Ming smiled at the now speechless Chen Ruojing. Xia Yuewei's spirits were equally buoyed. She knew Ning Tian's strength was formidable, though the extent of it remained a mystery to her. Ha ha ha. Just then, Du Sheng, who had crashed to the ground, let out a cold laugh. Rising to his feet, he glared at Ning Tian on the platform and said, Ning Tian, it seems I underestimated you. But tell me, am I permitted to ascend the stage again? Du Sheng was far from satisfied. He had let his guard down, and his 9-scale bloodline had yet to awaken. If you wish to come up, then come. Ning Tian replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Du Sheng resolutely ascended the martial arts platform once more. This time, he would not underestimate his opponent. He had not anticipated Ning Tian's strength to be so formidable. As a third-tier master, he had been sent flying in an instant. From this, it was evident that Ning Tian's martial arts realm surpassed his own. An S-level talent could not possibly be the sole explanation. The only plausible explanation was that Ning Tian possessed dual talents. Aside from Du Sheng, everyone present began to arrive at this conclusion. In their eyes, Ning Tian was merely an affluent young master who hardly trained. Yet, he now exhibited such astonishing power. Was there any explanation other than dual talents? With this realization, the students at the training ground exchanged glances. This meant that not only did Ning Tian possess an immensely powerful background, but his strength also eclipsed that of the golden generation from the 5 provinces of southwest China. What manner of being was he? The members of Shilong University were now stripped of their previous nonchalance. Their eyes were riveted on the martial arts platform, as they fervently hoped Du Sheng could unleash his 9-scale bloodline to triumph over Ning Tian. They had thought that the southeastern 7 provinces harbored no exceptionally terrifying prodigies. Yet Ning Tian's prowess had utterly defied their expectations. Ning Tian, I am about to awaken my 9-scale bloodline, Du Sheng announced coldly as he stood on the platform. He held great confidence in his bloodline, which would elevate his power to that of a 5th-tier master. No matter how formidable Ning Tian might be, He could not possibly surpass a 5th-tier master, could he? Little did Du Sheng realize that Ning Tian's martial arts realm had already reached that of a 1st-tier grandmaster. Du Sheng, you must win. Chen Ruojing clenched her teeth tightly from the sidelines. She knew that even if Du Sheng were to narrowly defeat Ning Tian, her joy would be far from complete. After all, Ning Tian's displayed prowess was far from what had been anticipated. However, should Du Sheng emerge victorious against Ning Tian, she could derive a modicum of consolation from it, for a win, however slight, was preferable to a defeat. Ning Tian had also heard that Du Sheng had awakened a unique bloodline. Yet, before him, whether it was the 9-scale bloodline or even the true dragon bloodline, he could reduce it to naught but a useless dragon bloodline. Observing Du Sheng's determination to awaken the 9-scale bloodline, Ning Tian remained unperturbed. At this moment, Du Sheng's expression darkened to an extreme. Ning Tian, allow me to demonstrate the terror of my 9-scale bloodline. With that declaration, Du Sheng activated the 9-scale bloodline. Once awakened, a crimson aura enveloped his entire being, rendering him utterly transformed from before. I have heard that such a unique bloodline can greatly enhance one's power within certain limits. I also pondered whether Ning Tian could still triumph over Du Sheng. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to descend, I believed Ning Tian would still prevail. The students in the martial arts arena, upon witnessing Ning Tian's might, largely concluded that he could indeed defeat Du Sheng, who had activated the 9-scale bloodline. Meanwhile, a tutor hurriedly burst into the conference room of Southeast University. Inside, President Wang Pei and the senior officials were engaged in a meeting. President, a grave incident has occurred, the tutor exclaimed, rushing towards the president. What grave incident? Wang Pei and the officials exchanged puzzled glances, unable to fathom what calamity could have transpired. Could it be that someone had perished on the martial arts stage? Chapter 38. Ning Tian's power shocks the entire assembly. They were well aware that the prodigy from West Dragon University was currently engaged in a martial arts exchange with their own school's genius. Given that senior officials were present, it was unlikely that anything untoward had happened. President, once Du Sheng stepped onto the stage, he voluntarily challenged Ning Tian, and then what? Wang Pei and the officials turned their attention to the tutor, anxious about the implications should anything happen to Ning Tian on the stage. In a single encounter, Du Sheng was sent flying from the stage. The tutor swallowed hard. He recognized how implausible it sounded, yet it was indeed the truth. What did you say? Wang Pei and the officials were left in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the tutor's assertion. The golden generation of the Southwest's 5 provinces, Du Sheng, had been sent flying? Surely, they had misheard. Ning Tian was merely a grand martial master. How could he possibly send Du Sheng sprawling? Indeed, Du Sheng was sent flying. He returned to the stage, seemingly having awakened some 9-scale bloodline. The tutor added. Upon hearing this, Wang Pei and the officials realized they had not misheard. We must go and see. With that, Wang Pei swiftly exited the conference room, followed closely by the senior officials. If this were indeed true, it would undoubtedly be a momentous event. They had found a talent capable of defeating the golden generation of the Southwest's 5 provinces. Was this not a cause for exhilaration? In the martial arts arena, on the combat stage, Du Sheng, having activated the 9-scale bloodline, was convinced of his impending victory over Ning Tian. This belief stemmed from his unwavering faith in the 9-scale bloodline. As a member of the golden generation from the Southwest's 5 provinces, his pride would not allow him to be defeated by Ning Tian. Ning Tian, you shall fall. With a sudden, cold shout, Du Sheng struck out with a punch. The energy coalesced into a formidable force, surging towards Ning Tian. The spectators below the stage widened their eyes in anticipation, eager to see if Ning Tian could indeed overcome Du Sheng, who had awakened the 9-scale bloodline. The speed of the energy strike was astonishing, reaching Ning Tian in an instant. With the activation of the 9-scale bloodline, Du Sheng's power temporarily soared to that of a 5th-rank grandmaster. The energy unleashed from such a rank was indeed fearsome. The hearts of everyone present were in their throats. Ning Tian gazed at the oncoming energy strike, his expression as tranquil as still water. He then raised a finger. With a mere touch of that finger upon the approaching energy force, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. By the heavens! The spectators below the stage were thunderstruck, utterly astonished. What had they just witnessed? Ning Tian had effortlessly neutralized Du Sheng's formidable attack with a mere finger? What kind of power was required to achieve such a feat? Wang Pei and the school's senior officials were similarly dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before them. They had never anticipated that Ning Tian possessed such extraordinary strength. It was utterly beyond belief. On the stage, Du Sheng stared in disbelief at Ning Tian, unable to accept that his attack had been so easily thwarted. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could your strength be so formidable? He had believed that with the awakening of the 9-scale bloodline, Ning Tian would surely be defeated. Yet, he could not fathom that even with the 9-scale bloodline activated, his attack was rendered utterly impotent before Ning Tian. At this moment, even Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming, watching from below the stage, were taken aback. Inside the combat room of the Dongchuan Martial Arts School, Ning Tian's display of power had already left them in shock. Yet, They could scarcely believe that Ning Tian's prowess had escalated to such an alarming degree. Sister-in-law, just how strong is my brother? Ning Ming asked, wide-eyed, glancing at Xia Yuewei. I have no idea. It seems almost too strong to be true, Xia Yuewei replied, sharing a sense of disbelief. She herself possessed SSS-level talent. What level of talent must Ning Tian have to exhibit such strength? The highest recorded talent on Blue Star was merely SSS level. Could it be that there existed even higher levels of talent, yet undiscovered? Ning Tian was so powerful? Chen Ruo was on the verge of tears. She had never imagined that Ning Tian's strength could reach such a breathtaking level. She had merely wished to vent her frustrations through Dusheng. Was that truly so difficult? To this, Ning Tian wished to convey. One cannot rely solely on background at all times. Sometimes, one must depend on oneself. As for the individuals from West Dragon University, they stood frozen like statues, utterly speechless. From what you say, you concede defeat, correct? Ning Tian inquired, observing the unraveling composure of Dusheng. Concede defeat? Dusheng's countenance shifted dramatically at this, and he coldly retorted, in my eyes, the words defeat do not exist. With that, he unleashed the martial technique, Fierce Tiger Dominance Fist. In the realm of martial arts on Blue Star, techniques were classified as FSSS level. The Fierce Tiger Dominance Fist was an S-level technique. An energy-infused tiger roared as it surged towards Ning Tian. Seeing that Dusheng remained undeterred, Ning Tian shook his head inwardly and stepped forward. Fierce Tiger Dominance Fist? Do you truly believe it can strike me? Even if he could strike him, he still possesses the celestial profound body. The speed of a first-grade grandmaster is simply too swift for Dusheng. This fierce tiger, forged from pure vitality, could never hope to land a blow on him. After evading the tiger's assault, Ning Tian swiftly appeared before Dusheng. At that moment, Dusheng was utterly unprepared. Upon seeing Ning Tian reach him with such astonishing speed, he gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, Ning Tian, your speed is truly. Before he could finish his sentence, his body was again sent flying backward. When Dusheng crashed heavily to the ground, the assembled spectators in the training arena finally reacted. Initially, they had genuinely believed that Ning Tian stood no chance against Dusheng. Who could have known that Ning Tian was concealing such formidable strength? His concealment was indeed profound. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare believe it? It was unimaginable that such a prodigy had emerged from the southeastern 7 provinces. Not far away, Principal Wang Pei felt a swell of pride. Ning Tian was the most legitimate descendant of the Ning family. And with the family head Ning Jiaoyu being his mentor, his joy was well-founded. The senior officials exchanged delighted glances. Ning Tian's displayed prowess far surpassed that of the former Ning Xingyun. Ning Xingyun had once been the youngest martial general of the Divine Dragon Empire, a definitive figure of his time. For those from the Western Dragon University, witnessing such an extraordinary display was akin to glimpsing the impossible. They had intended to showcase just how terrifying their golden generation from the southwestern 5 provinces was, only to be met with a resounding slap to the face. Chapter 39, The Cloud Peak of the Southwestern Sword Sect, the combined sword intent in the sky. After being sent flying once more, Dusheng felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He had never imagined he would suffer such a crushing defeat. Clearly, he belonged to the golden generation of the southwestern 5 provinces. Not only did he possess an SSS-level talent, but he had also awakened a unique bloodline akin to the 9 scales. To him, it was unthinkable that he would not rank among the strongest prodigies of the entire Divine Dragon Empire. Yet, he could never have anticipated Ning Tian's overwhelming strength. He could distinctly sense that Ning Tian had not fought with his full power. If this was merely a fraction of Ning Tian's capabilities, then should he unleash his full strength, Dusheng would surely be defeated even more swiftly. The members of the Western Dragon University sighed inwardly. They had indeed faced utter humiliation. Had they known that Southeast University housed such a talent as Ning Tian, they would never have subjected themselves to this disgrace. Yunfeng, why not showcase your skills and redeem some honor for the southwestern 5 provinces? Suddenly, a senior member from Western Dragon University spoke to the sword-bearing youth beside him. The youth, a member of the Southwestern Sword Sect, was not part of the same faction as them. After the senior's comment, he shook his head, replying, let it be. Ning Tian's strength is simply too formidable, and you cannot hope to match him. Upon hearing this, Yunfeng's expression shifted slightly. At 29 years old, he was a 5th-grade master. In terms of talent, he could not compare to Dusheng. However, he was still the esteemed senior brother of the Southwestern Sword Sect. Resolutely, Yunfeng stepped forward. The members of Western Dragon University were momentarily taken aback. Was Yunfeng truly willing to reclaim honor for the southwestern 5 provinces? Others in the training arena also noticed Yunfeng's approach. They sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from him, as if a sharpness surrounded his very being. Observing the sword he cradled, they understood that his mastery of the sword was undoubtedly exceptional. Yet, daring to challenge Ning Tian after witnessing his prowess? Could it be that this individual surpassed even Dusheng? To all onlookers, Yunfeng's advance signified a challenge to Ning Tian. What other purpose could he have for stepping forward? Meanwhile, Ning Tian stood on the martial stage, momentarily taken aback by Yunfeng's approach. He pondered whether the individuals from the southwestern 5 provinces were truly so oblivious to their own limitations. Knowing full well they could not match him, why would they insist on challenging him? Under the gaze of the crowd, Yunfeng ascended the martial stage where Ning Tian stood. You are quite formidable. Upon reaching the stage, Yunfeng fixed his gaze upon Ning Tian and declared. Hearing his words, Ning Tian, with a hint of curiosity, responded, If you recognize my strength, why would you choose to battle me? I did not come to fight you, Yunfeng replied slowly. Not to fight me? Ning Tian expressed confusion. The onlookers in the training arena were equally perplexed. If Yunfeng was not there to duel Ning Tian, then what was his purpose? Even the members of Western Dragon University were baffled. Realizing that Ning Tian was unaware of his true intentions, Yunfeng continued, Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yunfeng, the senior brother of the Southwestern Sword Sect. The Southwestern Sword Sect was a renowned force among the Southwestern 5 provinces, and the students naturally recognized its name. Ning Tian, having heard of the Southwestern Sword Sect, understood that Yunfeng's appearance on the martial stage was not merely for self-introduction. Subsequently, Yunfeng elaborated, My purpose for ascending the martial stage is to showcase my swordsmanship. As the senior brother of the Southwestern Sword Sect, he was certainly no fool, challenging Ning Tian to redeem the Southwestern 5 provinces. If he could defeat Ning Tian, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to do so without hesitation. However, he realized he was not Ning Tian's equal. If Du Sheng had been so easily vanquished, to engage in battle with Ning Tian would be sheer folly. Yet, demonstrating his swordsmanship on the martial stage, leaving the students of Southeast University in awe, could be considered a means of restoring some honor. Upon hearing Yunfeng's explanation, the students in the training arena understood his intentions. They had initially thought he sought to challenge Ning Tian, but it turned out he merely wished to display his skills. Regarding swordsmanship, there were indeed students within Southeast University who specialized in the art, yet they paled in comparison to the senior brother of the Southwestern Sword Sect. The students were intrigued, eager to discern the depth of Yunfeng's swordsmanship. Suddenly, a flash of cold light pierced the eyes of all present. Yunfeng had drawn the sword he held. He surveyed the crowd below the martial stage and proclaimed, This sword is named True Dragon, measuring 5 feet 3 inches. Forged from extraterrestrial star iron, capable of severing hair with a mere breath, its edge is unparalleled. The students gazed at the True Dragon's sword in his hand, and it was undeniable that its appearance was indeed striking. In an instant, Yunfeng raised the True Dragon's sword and slashed toward the sky. Immediately, dozens of silver-white sword lights erupted from the True Dragon's sword. The intertwining silver-white sword rays formed an imposing sword intent in the air. Combined sword intent? The members of Western Dragon University gazed in astonishment at the sword intent above. They had not expected Yunfeng, so young, to have reached the level of combined intent. The students in the training arena stared, awestruck by the intertwined sword intent suspended in the air. For them, the spectacle of the combined sword stance was truly captivating, delivering an immense visual impact. Nearby, Principal Wang Pei and the higher-ups were equally impressed. It seemed that this senior disciple of the Southwest Sword Sect had remarkable proficiency in the way of the sword, Wang Pei remarked with a smile. After the combined sword stance vanished from the sky, Yunfeng sheathed the Jinlong sword and addressed Ning Tian, saying, I have embarrassed myself. If you possess any understanding of swordsmanship, I would welcome your guidance. The students in the martial arts arena exchanged knowing smiles upon hearing Yunfeng's words, fully aware that Ning Tian had no expertise in swordsmanship whatsoever. In fact, even if he had decent skills, he would hardly be in a position to instruct Yunfeng, the esteemed senior disciple of the Southwest Sword Sect. If he were to receive guidance from anyone, it would spell the end for the Southwest Sword Sect. The delegation from Shillong University exchanged glances, thinking that Yunfeng's display had at least brought some prestige to the 5 provinces of the Southwest. Otherwise, they would have suffered a tremendous loss of face. Chapter 40. A Finger to the Heavens, the Sword Intent of the Yellow Springs. Yunfeng was well aware that in a contest of strength, he could never rival Ning Tian. However, in terms of swordsmanship, he had already attained the level of harmonious stance. He believed that within 5 years at most, he would further advance to the level of harmonious intent. After all, he was the chosen successor nurtured by the Southwest Sword Sect. It would be unacceptable if anyone surpassed his swordsmanship. In truth, if it were about offering guidance, Ning Tian, with an expression of calm, looked at Yunfeng and said, I can indeed provide you with some insights. After all, he intended to attend Principal Wang Pei's birthday celebration. And he also had to clear the Cold Abyss insect clan in the wilds of Nantung City, Dongming Province. There was no need to conceal his strength any longer. The gathering in the martial arts arena was taken aback by Ning Tian's response. They stared at him in disbelief. Could he truly offer guidance on sword techniques to Yunfeng? They wondered if they were merely imagining things. While they all knew Ning Tian was incredibly powerful, mastery of a craft required specialization. Yunfeng was the senior disciple of the Southwest Sword Sect. Yet, the realization quickly dawned on everyone that Ning Tian must be joking. Sister, don't you think my brother has a sense of humor? Ning Ming, having just recovered from her shock, had thought Ning Tian was genuinely preparing to instruct Yunfeng in swordsmanship. After all, she had never witnessed him practice with a sword. Surely, he couldn't have become a sword deity without ever training, right? Perhaps he merely intended to frighten Yunfeng. Xia Yuewei chuckled softly. In that moment, everyone assumed Ning Tian was jesting. However, on the competition stage, Yunfeng narrowed his eyes, taking Ning Tian's words seriously. How could he make such a jest in his presence? It was unacceptable. Since you claim you can guide me, then let me witness your swordsmanship, Yunfeng declared, fixing his gaze on Ning Tian. The spectators below the stage turned their attention to Ning Tian upon hearing Yunfeng's words, understanding that his challenge was sincere. But the dilemma lay in the fact that Ning Tian had no expertise in swordsmanship at all. Ning Tian, you aren't joking, are you? Yunfeng pressed on when Ning Tian remained silent. Initially, he had merely intended to showcase his sword techniques on the stage. However, that all changed when Ning Tian offered to guide him. Now he felt compelled to strike back at Ning Tian. After all, who didn't he possess a bit of pride? Do I appear to be jesting? Ning Tian responded to Yunfeng with a candid smile. After speaking, he raised a finger, which was instantly enveloped in the sword intent of the yellow springs. This was, upon sensing the yellow springs sword intent emanating from Ning Tian's finger, Yunfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Ning Tian pointed his finger skyward. In that instant, a tempest erupted, and sword radiance surged forth. The entirety of Southeast University was engulfed by the yellow springs sword intent. Above Southeast University, the path of the yellow springs materialized in the sky. Heavens! The spectators exclaimed, their voices filled with shock and terror, their faces displaying a myriad of emotions ranging from astonishment to dread. The expedition in Cold Cloud Town had been prematurely halted due to the emergence of such a yellow springs path in the sky. They had initially thought a sword master resided in Cold Cloud Town, only to discover that this sword master was none other than Ning Tian himself. He. At that moment, Xia Yuewei found herself at a loss for words. During her trial in Cold Cloud Town, she had encountered an attack from two disciples of the Black Mountain sect. Ning Tian had appeared by her side, and she had assumed a powerful guardian had come to her rescue. Yet now she realized that it was Ning Tian himself who had saved her. Sister, is this sword intent? Ning Ming stammered, swallowing hard. Harmonious intent, harmonious stance, harmonious intent. Even without wielding a weapon, she had heard of such concepts. The yellow spring sword intent that Ning Tian exhibited was far more terrifying than Yunfeng's combined sword stance. Ning Ming could hardly comprehend what kind of person her brother Ning Tian truly was. Had he even grasped sword intent? At this moment, standing on the competition stage, Yunfeng felt as though he had been frozen in place by some magical force. His eyes were wide, and his mouth agape, as if he were witnessing an impossibility. Nearby, Wang Pei and the school's upper echelons were equally astounded. They had never dared to dream of such a scene. Ning Tian's earlier display of astonishing strength had already left them in shock. But now, he had unleashed such a terrifying sword intent. What kind of celestial being was this? This was sword intent, and it appeared to be extraordinarily formidable. As they exchanged incredulous glances, they yearned to know just how powerful Ning Tian truly was. Ning Tian unexpectedly. Chen Ruo's heart was in turmoil, feeling as though she had lost her mind. How could she harbor any resentment towards someone of Ning Tian's caliber? What sort of genius was he? The group from Shillong University was similarly dumbfounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. They had already conceived Ning Tian's strength to be fearsome, but they had never anticipated that he had comprehended such a terrifying sword intent. Particularly, several talented individuals from Shillong University gazed at the path of the yellow springs looming above Southeast University, a desolate, cold, and lonely path. Just one glance was enough to extinguish any hope of survival. Before arriving at Southeast University, they had regarded Du Sheng as their target, believing him to be unparalleled. Indeed, they thought no one in the Dragon Empire could rival Du Sheng. Yet upon arriving at Southeast University, they discovered that there existed someone who surpassed Du Sheng by such a vast margin. He was truly a monster among monsters. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng's mind buzzed, overwhelmed as if countless planes were roaring past. At first, he harbored resentment towards Ning Tian. In that moment, he appeared nothing short of a fool. Simultaneously, he came to the profound realization that such formidable individuals existed in this world. His Tao heart shattered? What utter nonsense! If the disparity were not so vast, one could understand his refusal to concede. Yet now, the chasm between him and Ning Tian loomed like an insurmountable mountain. If he still clung to his pride in the face of such overwhelming evidence, what else could he be but a fool? On the martial arts stage, Yunfeng stood frozen, akin to a monk in deep meditation. He could scarcely fathom that Ning Tian had actually comprehended the essence of sword intent. He never imagined that Ning Tian would be capable of guiding his swordsmanship. The senior disciple of the Southwestern Sword Sect was he, not Ning Tian. Chapter 41, Fourth Uncle. My brother has grasped sword intent. Surely, that suffices? Just as Yunfeng was engulfed in self-doubt, Ning Tian's voice pierced through his thoughts. As he listened to Ning Tian speak, he snapped back to reality. With Ning Tian having mastered such formidable sword intent, he dared not embarrass himself in Ning Tian's presence. He was acutely aware that the gulf between them was akin to the heavens and the earth. No exaggeration. After a dazed nod towards Ning Tian, he descended from the martial arts platform. As he was about to step off the stage, a sudden thought struck him. He halted and addressed Ning Tian. If you would consider joining my Southwestern Sword sect, I would be willing to relinquish my position as senior disciple. His words were sincere. He understood that if Ning Tian were to join the Southwestern Sword sect, it would undoubtedly elevate the sect to new heights in the near future. The students in the training ground were taken aback by Yun Feng's unexpected invitation to Ning Tian to join the Southwestern Sword sect. What an astute calculation. They had assumed that Yun Feng, having witnessed Ning Tian's display of the yellow spring sword intent, would be left in a state of despair. Yet, how little time had passed before he began recruiting. Nevertheless, their gazes shifted to Ning Tian, eager to discern whether he would accept Yun Feng's invitation. With such terrifying sword intent, joining the Southwestern Sword sect would be commendable, but declining would also be entirely understandable. They would wait and see. Ning Tian replied to Yun Feng, "Let us revisit this matter in due course." He did not issue a definitive refusal. After all, who could say what the future might hold? "Very well, the doors of the Southwestern Sword sect will forever remain open for you," Yun Feng declared. With that, he descended from the martial arts platform. The entourage from Shillong University had regained their composure, acutely aware that the events witnessed at Southeastern University would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. Subsequently, after bidding farewell to the senior officials of Southeastern University, the two high-ranking members of Shillong University departed the premises. They had never anticipated that such a powerful presence as Ning Tian would exist within Southeastern University. They also understood that it would not be long before Ning Tian's name echoed throughout the Divine Dragon Empire. "Ning Tian, accompany me," boomed the principal, Wang Pei. The students turned in unison towards the source of the voice. Ning Tian had been concealing his true strength, a prowess that even the illustrious Du Sheng of the Golden Generation from the 5 provinces of the Southwest could not rival. They knew the principal must be elated. Upon hearing Wang Pei's summons, Ning Tian descended from the martial arts stage. No sooner had he stepped down than Chen Ruo's trembling voice reached his ears. "Ning Tian, I apologize, I truly did not know." Chen Ruo was in a state of utter panic. Had she known of Ning Tian's terrifying capabilities, even 100-fold courage would not have compelled her to act as she did. Now, all she could do was plead for Ning Tian's forgiveness. Otherwise, given Ning Tian's strength, he was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of power in the Divine Dragon Empire, and at that point, not only she, but her entire family would face cataclysmic repercussions. From now on, keep your eyes wide open. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. After imparting this wisdom to Chen Ruo, Ning Tian followed Principal Wang Pei's lead. "Sister-in-law, if our family learns of my brother's strength, they will undoubtedly be thrilled," Ning Ming remarked to Xia Yuewei as she gazed at Ning Tian's retreating figure. Indeed, Xia Yuewei nodded in agreement. The members of the Ning family were oblivious to Ning Tian's true prowess. The emergence of such a true dragon among them would undoubtedly be a source of great exhilaration. "Sister-in-law, I think we should hurry back to the family to share this news with them." Ning Ming was already brimming with anticipation. She understood that now that Ning Tian had showcased his strength at school, it signified his desire to no longer remain hidden. The events that transpired at the school would soon reverberate throughout the entirety of Haoran City. "I'll return to my Ning family, and you to the Xia family. Let us proceed separately," Xia Yuewei suggested. "All right," Ning Ming readily agreed. The two young women then made their way out of the school. As the students in the training ground witnessed Ning Tian vanish from sight, they gradually dispersed. In the principal's office, under Wang Pei's guidance, Ning Tian entered the chamber. Besides him, several high-ranking officials from the school were present. "Ning Tian, you've concealed your talents remarkably well," one of the officials remarked with a smile. As senior members of Southeastern University, they had believed themselves well acquainted with the school's prodigies. Who could have anticipated such a hidden gem right under their noses? An S-grade talent combined with minimal training, rarely appearing for practice, especially given his lackluster reputation, rendered them unable to associate Ning Tian with the term genius. Who would have thought that he not only possessed unparalleled strength, but had also comprehended such fearsome sword intent? "Ning Tian, if your master were aware of your formidable prowess, he would undoubtedly be pleased," Wang Pei said to Ning Tian. "Your master?" Ning Tian was unaware that Wang Pei was a disciple of his grandfather, Ning Jiuyu. "Indeed, your grandfather is my master. I suppose you were unaware," Wang Pei replied with a smile. It was not only Ning Tian who was oblivious to this fact. Very few in the entire southeastern 7 provinces were aware of it. Upon hearing Wang Pei's words, Ning Tian was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Following this, Wang Pei and the other officials shared various insights with Ning Tian. One point that surprised Ning Tian was that Wang Pei and the officials did not inquire further about his specific strength or the name of the yellow spring sword intent. He had anticipated that Wang Pei had summoned him to the office to delve into every detail. On another front, Ning Ming had returned to the Ning family. Upon arrival, she hurried into a hall where she found her fourth uncle, Ning Shanbo, along with several direct descendants of significant strength. In addition to the direct line, there were also many collateral relatives, all of whom constituted vital forces within the Ning family. Fourth uncle, Ning Ming called out to Ning Shanbo as she entered the hall. Upon seeing Ning Ming, the individuals present exchanged puzzled glances. They were in the midst of a meeting, and generally, Ning Ming would neither be permitted nor expected to enter. Had something occurred? Yet, judging by Ning Ming's expression, it did not appear to signal any grave matter. Xiaoming, is there something you wish to discuss? Regarding Ning Ming, Ning Shanbo holds a particular fondness for this young lady, and he finds it impossible to feel anger in her presence. Fourth granduncle, my brother has comprehended the essence of the sword. Ning Ming promptly declared to Ning Shanbo. The revelation of such a profound understanding of swordsmanship stunned everyone in the hall. They certainly did not anticipate that Ning Ming would utter such words. Ning Tian has grasped the essence of the sword? What an absurd jest. Chapter 42. The amused Ning Shanbo and the stony-faced Xia Yuewei. Xiaoming, do not jest. We have serious matters to attend to. Ning Shanbo waved his hand dismissively at Ning Ming. Naturally, the others in the hall were equally incredulous regarding Ning Tian's supposed enlightenment. They would rather believe that Ning Tian had achieved the rank of master than accept that he had grasped the essence of the sword. After all, they had never witnessed Ning Tian practicing swordplay within the family. Fourth granduncle, I speak the truth. Today, individuals from Shillong University came to our school. Following this, Ning Ming recounted the events that had transpired at school to everyone in the hall. The formidable warriors from both the direct and side branches, upon hearing Ning Ming's vivid recounting, were rendered momentarily speechless. The golden generation's Du Sheng from the southwestern 5 provinces was sent flying off the stage. Even with the activation of the 9-scaled bloodline, he was easily overwhelmed. Furthermore, the senior brother Yun Feng from the southwestern sword sect sought to reclaim his honor. Silver-white sword energies intertwined in the sky. Did Ning Tian guide senior brother Yun Feng? A path to the underworld appeared above Southeast University? Surely, they were not merely listening to a tale. Xiaoming, I know you are jesting, but this jest. Fourth granduncle, I truly am not jesting, I swear. Seeing Ning Shanbo's lingering disbelief, Ning Ming interrupted him and raised her hand, poised to take an oath. The seriousness etched on her face momentarily caught Ning Shanbo off guard. Xiaoming, is this truly the case? Ning Shanbo's eyes widened slightly. He understood that if this were true, even as an 8th-grade martial king, he would be utterly astonished. The others in the hall sensed something amiss. They wondered if perhaps Ning Ming was not jesting after all, but speaking the truth. Fourth granduncle, when have I ever joked with you? You may inquire to verify, Ning Ming asserted. Quickly, someone go and investigate. Upon hearing Ning Ming's resolute affirmation, Ning Shanbo could no longer remain seated. The Ning family was known for their swift and decisive actions. Soon, someone was dispatched to Southeast University to inquire about the matter. During the wait, Ning Shanbo and the others in the hall were engulfed in a tumult of emotions. They were acutely aware that if Ning Ming's words were indeed true, it would bear immense significance for the Ning family. Moments later, the martial artist sent to Southeast University returned. Upon entering the hall, all eyes fixated on him. Ning Shanbo hastily asked, is it true? It is indeed true. The martial artist replied, excitement evident in his voice. With that declaration, Ning Shanbo and the others in the hall were momentarily rendered speechless, as if they had just heard the most shocking news imaginable. Fourth granduncle, I told you I would not deceive you. Do you now believe me? Ning Ming smiled at the astonished Ning Shanbo. After undergoing trials at Linyun Town, a new term emerged in the martial artists forum of Howran City, sword intent manifestation. Such manifestations had previously appeared during the extermination of foreign creatures in the wilderness, a fact they were all aware of. Yet, they had never anticipated that such sword intent would be wielded by Ning Tian. Ning Tian was still quite young, indeed, exceedingly young. To reach the first level of weapon mastery at such an age was a rare talent. And yet now, he had comprehended the essence of the sword, capable of summoning a path to the underworld. Ning Tian's father, Ning Xingyun, was already a genius among geniuses. Now, it seemed that an even more extraordinary talent had emerged. The Ning family had produced such a prodigy. How exhilarating. Ning Shanbo could not restrain his laughter. As an 8th-grade martial king, he typically maintained a composed image. But at this moment, he cared not for appearances. Laughter sufficed. The formidable warriors from both the direct and side branches in the hall were equally euphoric. The Ning family was already quite powerful, and if Ning Tian were to mature, would they not ascend to become the foremost clan in the Divine Dragon Empire? In a broader context, perhaps even the most powerful family on Blue Star? Xiaoming, do you have any idea where your brother is? I wish to see him immediately. Ning Shanbo addressed Ning Ming. Not only Ning Shanbo, but everyone in the hall was eager to meet Ning Tian without delay. My brother should still be at school. I shall go fetch him now, Ning Ming replied before departing the hall. As Ning Ming left, Ning Shanbo and the others exchanged glances. Feeling as though they were ensnared in a surreal dream, nothing felt real. Xia Yuewei returned to her family. Upon her arrival, The members of the Xia family welcomed her with enthusiasm. Yuewei, what brings you back? Xia Zhan and Wang Lan felt a sense of foreboding as they greeted her. Their minds raced with the possibility that perhaps their daughter had quarreled with Ning Tian. Such a conflict could lead to significant repercussions. Father, mother, I have returned to share some splendid news. Xia Yuewei smiled as she spoke to her parents. Splendid news? Upon hearing her words, Xia Zhan and Wang Lan exhaled in relief, having initially feared that her return heralded a dispute with Ning Tian. If there was no quarrel, they could rest easy. Yuewei, what splendid news do you wish to impart? Wang Lan inquired. Her daughters, Xia Yuewei and Xia Yuewei, were her pride, and she naturally desired their happiness. Ning Tian's strength was formidable, and subsequently, Xia Yuewei relayed the events to her parents, her intent being to alleviate their concerns for her well-being. She had chosen her partner wisely. Yuewei, you cannot be jesting. Wang Lan was taken aback by Xia Yuewei's assertion. In her words, she envisioned an all-powerful Ning Tian. Your daughter is not jesting. At that moment, Xia Zhan interjected. Both Xia Yuewei and Wang Lan turned to him in astonishment. According to typical emotional responses, Xia Zhan should have been utterly shocked, yet he appeared as though he already possessed knowledge of the matter, wearing an expression of understanding. Father, why are you not surprised? Xia Yuewei questioned, puzzled. Indeed, I recall you mentioning that Ning Tian is an excellent son-in-law. Do you know something we do not? Wang Lan added, equally inquisitive. Indeed, I am aware of matters unknown to you, Xia Zhan affirmed with a nod. Wang Lan and Xia Yuewei, intrigued by his statement, eagerly sought to learn just how much Xia Zhan knew about Ning Tian. As he observed their curious expressions, Xia Zhan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As soon as I closed my eyes, such a vivid scene surged into my mind. If I were to tell you that Ning Tian had slain 3 alien beings of the 9th-tier Grandmaster level in the wild, would you believe it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. As soon as Xia Zhan finished speaking, Wang Lan immediately countered. She could not fathom that Ning Tian could have vanquished 3 9th-tier Grandmaster level beings from foreign realms. However, beside Wang Lan, Xia Yuewei stood frozen, as if carved from wood. Chapter 43. Is Ning Tian a martial general? The hall enveloped in the aura of the Yellow Springs sword. Xia Yuewei was, of course, astonished. She gazed at Xia Zhan in disbelief, utterly unable to accept that he would utter such words. If this were the first time she had heard Xia Zhan proclaim that Ning Tian had slain 3 9th-tier Grandmaster level alien beings, she would have dismissed it entirely, for it was simply too outrageous. Yet, the crux of the matter was that Ning Tian had conveyed the same to her. She clearly remembered the day he returned from the wilderness, after they had shared an intimate moment in bed. She had curiously inquired why her father considered him a good son-in-law. Ning Tian had echoed her father's words. At that time, she naturally thought Ning Tian was jesting. It was utterly implausible. But now, was it still a jest? Yuewei, what is the matter with you? Both Xia Zhan and Wang Lan noticed the extreme shock etched on Xia Yuewei's face and inquired. Father, are you implying that Ning Tian is a martial general? As she regained her composure upon hearing her parents' words, Xia Yuewei realized that to single-handedly slay 3 9th-tier Grandmaster-level alien beings could only mean he was indeed a martial general. Indeed, such a young martial general was likely unparalleled across the entirety of Blue Star. Xia Zhan nodded in agreement. What are you talking about? Surely you can't be serious? Wang Lan stood bewildered at the side. A martial general? Could Ning Tian truly be a martial general? With her understanding of martial arts, such a young martial general was simply inconceivable. Do you think we enjoy jesting with you? This is precisely why I regard Ning Tian as a good son-in-law. Xia Zhan retorted, rolling his eyes at Wang Lan. Then, as if a thought struck him, Xia Zhan turned to Wang Lan and Xia Yuewei, saying, when eliminating alien beings in the wild, you would never guess that Ning Tian referred to me as father-in-law. At this revelation, both Wang Lan and Xia Yuewei's pupils constricted. Father-in-law? They exchanged a dazed glance, unable to fathom what sort of person Ning Tian truly was. However, from Xia Zhan's expression, they could discern that he was not jesting. After regaining her composure, Wang Lan took a deep breath and remarked, so, according to you, Ning Tian is very likely to become the most powerful martial artist in our Divine Dragon Empire? That's a narrow view, Xia Zhan replied, shaking his head. If all goes well, Ning Tian will ascend to become one of the pinnacle figures on Blue Star. Upon hearing Xia Zhan's words, Wang Lan swallowed hard. The strongest in Blue Star? She could scarcely dare to imagine. Therefore, there is no need to worry about Yuewei's future. She will undoubtedly find happiness. Xia Zhan added to Wang Lan. While Xia Yuewei was still at the Xia residence, Ning Ming had already located Ning Tian at school. After disclosing the purpose of her visit, Ning Tian followed Ning Ming back to the family estate. Upon arriving at the familiar hall, Ning Tian encountered Uncle Ning Shan and the formidable members of the 2 branches. Xiao Tian, you have arrived, Uncle Ning Shan exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Ning Tian enter. The expressions of the others mirrored his excitement. The emergence of such a prodigy as Ning Tian from the Ning family was indeed a monumental occasion. Ning Tian acknowledged Uncle Ning Shan and the other powerful figures, fully aware that Uncle Ning Shan had summoned him due to the events that transpired at school. Since he had chosen to demonstrate his strength at school and employed the Yellow Springs sword intent, it signified his intent to no longer remain inconspicuous. Xiao Tian, may we? Uncle Ning Shan began, gazing at Ning Tian before pausing for several seconds. May we see your sword intent? Upon hearing this, the powerful figures of the two branches in the hall turned their expectant gazes toward Ning Tian. Although they were already aware that Ning Tian had comprehended that terrifying sword intent, they had yet to witness him wield it in person. Without direct observation, something felt amiss. Ning Tian understood the desires of Uncle Ning Shan and the others. With a calm smile, he summoned the Yellow Springs sword intent, and in an instant, the entire hall was enveloped by its aura. That is sufficient, more than enough, Uncle Ning Shan exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement as he sensed the Yellow Springs sword intent filling the hall. The members of the two branches shared in his elation. The Ning family had truly produced a son of the true dragon. Ning Tian withdrew the Yellow Springs sword intent, secretly amused at the excitement of those in the hall. This was merely the Yellow Springs sword intent. He had yet to reveal many of his capabilities. Should he unveil everything? He was certain that those present would be left utterly astonished. From Ning Meng, Ning Tian learned that Principal Wang Pei's birthday was approaching. Wang Pei was a renowned strongman of the southeastern 7 provinces, an 8th-tier martial king, and would be inviting many powerful figures from across the region. In addition to these strongmen, he would also extend an invitation to him, concealed within Howren City. If only the situation on the southeastern battlefield could become a bit more favorable. Suddenly, Uncle Ning Shan shook his head. Hearing this, the members of the two branches in the hall sighed softly. The situation on the southeastern battlefield was ever-changing and growing increasingly dire over the past 2 years. The recent appearance of a multitude of alien beings in the wilderness around Howren City served as a stark testament to this fact. Ning Tian immediately grasped the reason behind Uncle Ning Shan's sudden remark. Despite his prodigious talents, the growth of a genius often requires time. Otherwise, why call him a genius? It would be more appropriate to simply call him a strongman. Uncle Ning Shan feared that he might not truly develop. The southeastern battlefield was already crumbling. At that time, how could a single genius withstand the onslaught of myriad races? For this, he chose to remain silent. After all, Uncle Ning Shan and the formidable individuals in the hall had no inkling of how swiftly he was evolving. Just like the emergence of the cold prison insect clan in the wilderness of Nancopper City in Dongming Province, this represented a significant opportunity for his growth. He understood that he must become stronger swiftly. Setting aside notions of serving the Divine Dragon Empire, even for his own sake, he needed to grow rapidly. If he did not, when the myriad races launched a full-scale assault, he would surely lose his life. After lingering in the hall for a while longer, Ning Tian eventually stepped out. It wasn't long after he had defeated Du Sheng and demonstrated the Yellow Springs sword intent at school that news of his prowess spread throughout Howren City. The various factions within the city were astonished to learn of Ning Tian's formidable strength. They had always believed him to be nothing more than a spoiled heir benefiting from his family's status. Who could have imagined that Ning Tian had been concealing his true abilities all along? Had this incident not occurred, who would have guessed that he was the pioneer of the sword intent manifestation? Some geniuses, who secretly held disdain for Ning Tian, were utterly astounded. They previously regarded his talents and abilities with contempt, but now they found themselves outmatched in both background and strength. The disparity was indeed staggering. Chapter 44, Wang Pei's Birthday Banquet, the powerhouses of the 7 southeastern provinces. Ding. On the 22nd day of his marriage, he was rewarded with a wood spirit pill. Ding. On the 23rd day of his marriage, he received the Return Cloud Potion. Ding. On the 24th day of his marriage, he was bestowed with the Iron Cloud Leg technique. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The newlywed rewards over these days were rather modest. However, previously, he had acquired a dragon wood attribute capable of healing both himself and others, which was not insignificant. After freshening up and exiting his room, he encountered Xia Yuewei and Ning Meng, who were engaged in conversation. Brother, you're here. Ning Meng was the first to notice Ning Tian and called out to him. Ning Tian, do you know what day it is today? Xia Yuewei inquired. Upon hearing Xia Yuewei's question, Ning Tian smiled and replied, today is Principal Wang Pei's birthday. The entire Howren City is abuzz with news that Principal Wang has invited the hidden powerhouses residing within our city to the feast. Ning Meng added, in recent days, whether through word of mouth or on martial arts forums and news, this information has been rampant. They have found those with visible sword intent. But the formidable being known as the Devourer Flame Dragon remains elusive. All the residents of Howren City vividly recall the blazing flames that engulfed the sky. It was an intensely striking sensation. Brother, sister-in-law, do you think the hidden powerhouses in Howren City will attend the banquet? Ning Meng asked Ning Tian and Xia Yuewei. Yes. No. Both Ning Tian and Xia Yuewei simultaneously expressed their views. Brother, you say they will? What is your basis for that? Ning Meng looked at Ning Tian, perplexed. Xia Yuewei also seemed puzzled, unsure if Ning Tian was merely speculating or if he possessed some insider information. If they are indeed hidden powerhouses in Howren City, they certainly wouldn't attend the banquet. If they did, what would be the point of remaining hidden? It's baseless. but I maintain that they will attend. Ning Tian replied with a calm smile. He is the flame powerhouse hiding in Howren City. Surely, he knows whether he will attend or not. Seeing Ning Tian's unfounded assertion, Ning Ming assumed he was merely speaking whimsically. By the way, brother, sister-in-law, let us go witness this grand birthday banquet today. I've never attended a birthday celebration of any powerhouse outside our family. Certainly. Xia Yuewei nodded without further thought. A birthday banquet for a powerhouse is never merely ostentatious. It encompasses many aspects that ordinary people cannot comprehend. Ning Tian had already intended to attend Wang Pei's birthday banquet, so he readily agreed. Wang clan. At this moment, the Wang clan was busily preparing for the birthday banquet. Wang Pei was not only the principal of Southeast University, but also the head of the Wang family. The Wang clan is an absolute powerhouse in Howren City and throughout the entire 7 southeastern provinces. In recent days, they had dispatched numerous invitations. According to the head of the family, during times of instability, such birthday banquets must be held to unify the various forces within the 7 southeastern provinces, creating a solid front. The red carpet had been laid, and tables and chairs were arranged. The names of the corresponding guests were inscribed at the most prominent positions in the front row. These guests were renowned powerhouses from the 7 southeastern provinces. Naturally, the name at the host seat was Wang Pei. Beside him was the name of Ning family's fourth uncle, Ning Shanbua. This table represented the most significant gathering at the entire birthday banquet, hosting the most distinguished guests. However, among this table, one name stood out as peculiar: Flame Powerhouse. Was someone truly named that? Yet, if anyone were to see that name, they would not find it odd at all. Rather, they would consider it quite natural. This matter had been circulating in Howren City for days, and if there were still those unaware, they must truly be living under a rock. As time passed, numerous guests began to arrive at the Wang clan. The Wang family had designated personnel to receive and record the guests. In a certain room, Wang Pei, Ning Shanbua, and the most elite powerhouses of Howren City were gathered. Will the flame powerhouse hidden in our Howren City attend? Wang Pei inquired of the others in the room. Let us hope he does. If he doesn't, there's nothing we can do. Ning Shanbua shook his head. This was his suggestion, and though it was not a particularly good one, it was a sliver of a plan. The other top powerhouses in the room nodded in agreement. Such matters could only be left to fate. It's about time. I must go greet the guests. Wang Pei rose from his seat and walked towards the door. Let us go as well, Ning Shanbua said to the others in the room. As they exited, the number of arriving guests continued to grow. Not only were there guests from the 7 southeastern provinces, but there were also visitors from other regions. As an 8th-rank martial king, Wang Pei's circle was certainly beyond the imagination of ordinary people. At the entrance, a Wang family martial artist was continuously announcing the names of the arrivals. Wu Long, the head of the Wu family from Dongguo province, has arrived. Tai Ba, the master of the Heijiao martial arts hall from Dongyan province, has arrived. Li Qian, the head of the Li family from Dongming province, has arrived. At this moment, Ning Tian, Xia Yuewei, and Ning Ming also arrived at the Wang clan. Wow, so many powerhouses. Ning Ming's eyes sparkled. She thought this scene could only be rivaled by her brother's wedding. Xia Yuewei, having never seen so many powerhouses, was equally astonished. Ning Tian, however, displayed little outward emotion. As a renowned powerhouse of the 7 southeastern provinces, it was only natural that the attendees were formidable. Brother, let us sit there. Ning Ming pointed to a spot. Only the most important guests had their names written, while most seats were nameless. I want to sit there. Ning Tian shook his head and proceeded to walk directly towards the front. Ning Tian, where are you going? Xia Yuewei gazed at Ning Tian's retreating figure, filled with doubt. Brother is truly reckless. Only the top powerhouses of our 7 southeastern provinces can sit there. Ning Ming shook her head. Although they knew Ning Tian possessed remarkable strength and had comprehended an extraordinary sword intent, it still seemed he lacked the qualifications to sit there. Let us follow him and call him back, Xia Yuewei suggested. After speaking, the two women followed after him. In the most significant area of the Wang clan's plaza, the top martial artists of the 7 southeastern provinces were engaged in conversation. Wang Pei, Ning Shanbua, and several other powerhouses were also conversing. These individuals were all 7th-rank martial kings. At this moment, they had yet to take their seats. Brother, this is truly not a place for you to sit. Why can't you just believe that? Ning Ming was nearly at a loss for words. She and Xia Yuewei had reiterated their point to Ning Tian multiple times. Yet he remained unconvinced. How could this not be my seat? He questioned. A smile then graced Ning Tian's face as he gazed towards a particular direction. Chapter 45. I am the Flame Sovereign. This is my seat. Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming were momentarily taken aback by Ning Tian's declaration. They could not fathom why he felt compelled to utter such words. Did he genuinely believe there was a place for him here? Xia Yuewei understood that even if Ning Tian had vanquished 3 9th-tier grandmasters of foreign races in the wild, the individuals present here were at least martial kings. If Ning Tian were merely a martial general, he truly lacked the qualification to occupy such a seat. Nevertheless, intrigued by his assertion, they followed his gaze. Upon glancing in the direction he was looking, both women gasped in astonishment. Ning Tian was fixated on the most prestigious seat at the birthday banquet. More precisely, he was staring at the throne of the Flame Sovereign. Brother, I merely speculated you had lost your mind, but now I am certain you have. Ning Ming exclaimed after regaining her composure. The seat you are gazing at is reserved solely for the Flame Sovereign of Howren City. How could you possibly think it belongs to you? Xia Yuewei shook her head disapprovingly at Ning Tian. In response to their incredulous remarks, Ning Tian smiled calmly and replied, "What if I told you that I am the Flame Sovereign you speak of?" Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming were utterly taken aback. What had they just heard? Was Ning Tian truly the elusive Flame Sovereign hidden within Howren City? How could that be? They exchanged glances, their expressions and eyes communicating a mutual understanding. This was an utterly impossible notion. The idea of Ning Tian achieving such formidable martial prowess at his age, and comprehending the essence of the Yellow Spring sword, was unthinkable to many. To believe he was indeed the hidden Flame Sovereign of Howren City seemed as far-fetched as expecting the world to end imminently. Brother, I think it's best if you stop joking around, Ning Ming began, but was interrupted as Ning Tian ambled toward the seat of the Flame Sovereign. Ning Tian, you. Xia Yuewei was left speechless. She could not comprehend what was afflicting her husband. It was clear this was not his designated seat, yet he insisted on sitting there. Ignoring all advice, under the incredulous gazes of both women, Ning Tian took his place on the throne of the Flame Sovereign. As he settled into the seat, a nearby servant paled at the sight. "Young Master Ning Tian, this is not your seat," she exclaimed, astonished that he had taken a seat without warning. She was responsible for ensuring that only the most esteemed guests occupied these places. The other powerful figures present were renowned across the southeast. Yet she was entirely oblivious to the true identity of the mysterious Flame Sovereign. She was aware that the Flame Sovereign was a hidden powerhouse invited by Wang Pei. Now that Ning Tian had seated himself there, she feared the repercussions if the Wang family were to take offense. Observing the servant's ashen complexion, Ning Tian chuckled reassuringly. "This is indeed my seat. Do not worry, everything is fine." But the servant was taken aback by his nonchalance, unsure how to respond. She could not afford to offend the Wang family. Yet, if Ning Tian insisted on sitting in the Flame Sovereign's place, she would ultimately bear the brunt of the consequences. "Young Master Ning Tian, I implore you not to put me in this predicament." After an internal struggle, the servant hoped Ning Tian would relent. "Brother, this is utterly unacceptable." Ning Ming frowned, disapproving of Ning Tian's actions. This behavior from her brother was not something she could endorse. "Ning Tian, please get up. There is no need to put someone else in a difficult position." Xia Yuewei, too, recognized that the servant was someone neither could afford to offend. Ning Tian chuckled at their protests. "I have stated it clearly. I am indeed the hidden Flame Sovereign of Howren City. Why do you refuse to believe me?" As his words fell, Wang Pei and Ning Shanhua, along with several others, noticed the scene from a distance. Why is Ning Tian seated there? Wang Pei was momentarily taken aback. Ning Shanhua and the other powerful figures also observed Ning Tian perched upon the throne of the Flame Sovereign. "That seat is not to be taken lightly," Ning Shanhua remarked, moving towards Ning Tian's position. Wang Pei and the other top-tier experts followed suit. "Fourth uncle is coming." Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming urged Ning Tian, fully aware that Ning Shanhua and the others approached specifically regarding his audacious claim to the seat of the Flame Sovereign. The servant, witnessing the gathering of powerful figures, sighed in relief, thinking that this matter would surely be resolved without any collateral damage. Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming expected Ning Tian to react upon realizing that Ning Shanhua and the other esteemed individuals were approaching. However, to their astonishment, Ning Tian maintained an unruffled composure, as if the presence of these powerful figures held no significance for him. This left them both bewildered. Recent events had drastically altered their perception of Ning Tian. He was not the type to act recklessly. Could it be that he truly was the hidden Flame Sovereign of Howren City? Once Ning Shanhua and his entourage reached Ning Tian, he inquired with curiosity, "Little Tian, why are you seated here?" Wang Pei and the other esteemed figures regarded Ning Tian with puzzled expressions. The seat bore the inscription Flame Sovereign. If Ning Tian was aware of this, why had he chosen to sit there? Was he attempting to provoke the hidden Flame Sovereign of Howren City into revealing himself? They were apprehensive about such an occurrence. Chapter 46. Harnessing the Flame Power Within. "Do you not believe I am the Flame Sovereign? Please rise, Little Tian. This is not your seat." Ning Shanhua addressed Ning Tian, remarking that Wang Pei and several top-tier experts were well aware of Ning Tian's prowess displayed at Southeast University. They understood that Ning Tian was undoubtedly part of the absolute golden generation in the southeastern 7 provinces. In fact, the term golden generation scarcely encapsulated the extent of Ning Tian's formidable abilities. Regardless, at this moment, Ning Tian occupied the position of a flame wielder. Listening to his granduncle Ning Shanhua speak, Ning Tian secretly chuckled to himself, knowing that unless he manifested the devouring flame dragon burst, his granduncle and the others would remain incredulous. He had come to the Wang family precisely to unveil this power, and there was no doubt about it. Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming were also observing Ning Tian, eager to discern how he would respond to Ning Shanhua's words. with a smile directed at Ning Tian. Ning Tian opened his palm and said, "Granduncle, what do you see here?" Immediately, a searing flame energy materialized in the center of his palm. Hiss! Ning Tian and Wang Pei's group gasped in astonishment at the fiery energy that had manifested in Ning Tian's hand. They were utterly speechless, their shock palpable. The flame energy appearing in Ning Tian's palm resembled the inferno that had previously enveloped the skies above Haoran City. This implied that Ning Tian was indeed the flame wielder concealed within their very midst. Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming stood transfixed, their eyes wide with disbelief. To them, it was already unfathomable for someone of Ning Tian's age to comprehend the yellow spring sword intent. Now what were they witnessing? Could it truly be that Ning Tian was the flame wielder hidden within Haoran City? Ning Tian Yu. Wang Pei was rendered speechless, his shock reaching unprecedented levels. He yearned to articulate something to Ning Tian, yet the enormity of his astonishment left him at a loss for words. Not only Wang Pei, but also Ning Tian and the other elite warriors were equally taken aback. If Ning Tian was indeed the flame wielder shrouded in secrecy in Haoran City, what did that signify? Xiaodian, please tell me, is this true? After swallowing several times, Ning Tian inquired of Ning Tian, his eyes fixated on him, filled with anticipation. Ning Tian, observing the incredulity etched on Ning Tian's face, chuckled and replied, "Granduncle, the flames have already manifested in my palm. Can this possibly be false?" As they absorbed Ning Tian's affirmative response, tumultuous waves of emotion surged within them. Ning Tian had repeatedly shattered their understanding of martial arts. They were all martial kings. Yet they felt as though they were mere frogs at the bottom of a well. The comprehension of the yellow spring sword intent had led them to believe that given Ning Tian sufficient time, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of power in the Blue Star hierarchy. Now, he revealed that he was the flame wielder hidden within Haoran City, and that the flame energy had appeared in his palm. Meanwhile, the nearby servant was utterly dumbfounded. She would swear that this was the most terrifying experience of her life. Ning Tian had forcibly taken the seat of the flame wielder. She was terrified and pleading. Yet, Ning Tian remained unfazed. After the arrival of Ning Tian and the other warriors, she had hoped this matter would be resolved amicably. But what did she see? Ning Tian was indeed the flame wielder? He was rightfully seated in his place. What fault was there in that? Sister-in-law, do you think my brother is a reincarnated deity? Ning Ming was in a state of utter shock. Both she and Xia Yuewei, possessing SSS-level talents, believed they had encountered considerable challenges in life. However, Ning Tian's displayed power made her realize how little she had truly witnessed in the world. Xia Yuewei was at a loss for words, completely overwhelmed by the revelations. Now, with the confirmation that Ning Tian was the flame wielder hiding within Haoran City, how could she possibly process this shock? Was she to be rendered spellbound, incapable of moving? I suppose I can sit here now? Ning Tian smiled at the assembled warriors, as the flame energy that had manifested in his palm dissipated. Of course. Wang Pei, the host, was the first to regain his composure, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed. For him, Ning Tian had provided an abundance of surprises. With that, Wang Pei took his seat, and Ning Tian along with the other elite warriors followed suit. Feel free to find any spot, Ning Tian said. Observing the astonishment of Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming, unable to suppress a smile. He had anticipated their reaction. There was no avoiding the truth. He had revealed himself as the flame wielder hidden within Haoran City, though they had been reluctant to believe it. All right, Xia Yuewei finally responded, nodding vacantly. She then guided the still-dazed Ning Ming to the back. Subsequently, the birthday banquet commenced, with Ning Tian dining and drinking alongside the most elite warriors from the southeastern 7 provinces. Previously, he had relied solely on his status, but now things had changed. He could depend on his strength. Ning Tian, please stay behind for a moment. We have matters to discuss with you, Wang Pei said to Ning Tian. Certainly. Ning Tian nodded in agreement. He understood that Wang Pei intended to address matters concerning Dongming province. His purpose for attending this birthday banquet was to reveal himself as the flame wielder hidden within Haoran City. And this was directly related to the Frost Abyss insect tribe in the wilderness of Nantong City. The birthday banquet continued for several hours. Afterward, the higher-ups of the Wang family began to see off their guests. Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming returned to their family, while Ning Tian remained at the Wang residence. In a private chamber, aside from Ning Tian, Wang Pei, Ning Tian, and several elite warriors gathered. As Ning Tian had anticipated, these experts had retained him to discuss the situation regarding the Frost Abyss insect tribe in Nantong City. Ning Tian, although I know you may be reluctant, the situation is urgent, and you possess formidable flame abilities. We hope you can assist in eradicating the Frost Abyss insect tribe in Nantong City. Wang Pei conveyed to Ning Tian. Rest assured, Principal, I shall do my duty, Ning Tian replied without hesitation. To him, the opportunity to confront the Frost Abyss insect tribe in the wilderness of Nantong City was not one to be missed. Xiaodian, I didn't expect you to agree so swiftly, Ning Tian remarked, his expression one of appreciation as he regarded Ning Tian. He had initially feared that Ning Tian might be unwilling to assist. With that, He handed a command token to Ning Tian. Ning Tian accepted the token from Ning Shanbua, recognizing it as the Grand Governor's order, of which only 5 existed across the southeastern 7 provinces, all held by the most formidable warriors. With the Grand Governor's order, navigating the extermination of the Frost Abyss insect tribe in Nantong City would be significantly less troublesome. Ning Shanbua continued, Chapter 47, Departure to Nantong City. As Ning Tian listened to his granduncle, he accepted the Grand Governor's order. Once it was safely stored in his storage ring, he inquired, Granduncle, when shall I depart for Nantong City? I believe it is best not to delay. Let us proceed tomorrow, Ning Shanbua mused after a brief moment of contemplation. Very well, Ning Tian replied, nodding in agreement. The sooner they journeyed to Nantong City, the better it would be. Given the increasingly unfavorable state of affairs on the battlefield, it was imperative that they all be prepared to provide support at a moment's notice. Subsequently, Ning Shanbua addressed the other formidable individuals present in the room. I share this sentiment. Wang Pei, who stood beside Ning Shanbua, also chimed in. Having lingered in the room for quite some time, Ning Tian eventually departed from the Wang residence. Upon returning to the Ning family estate, he was greeted immediately by the sight of Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming. Both women were conspicuously absent from their chambers, seemingly awaiting Ning Tian's return with intention. Ning Tian, brother. Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming hastened towards him upon his arrival. By the looks on your faces, it appears you have much to discuss with me. Ning Tian remarked with a smile directed at the 2 women. Indeed, Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming had a multitude of matters they wished to convey. But they had not anticipated Ning Tian would be the one to initiate the inquiry. Ning Tian, you have concealed your true self far too deeply. What level is your martial prowess at present? Xia Yuewei inquired. Ning Ming cast a curious glance at Ning Tian in response to Xia Yuewei's question. What do you think? Ning Tian countered, not providing an immediate answer but instead posing a question back to Xia Yuewei. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Yuewei replied, I would surmise you are a martial general, though I cannot ascertain the precise rank. A martial general? Ning Ming interjected, momentarily taken aback by Xia Yuewei's assertion. She had not anticipated that Xia Yuewei would regard Ning Tian's martial abilities to be of such high caliber. Sister-in-law, how could you believe my brother could be a martial general? Ning Ming questioned in astonishment. Ning Ming, you were unaware? Xia Yuewei responded with surprise. Unaware of what? Ning Ming scratched her head, looking perplexed. Realizing Ning Ming truly did not know, Xia Yuewei elaborated. Your brother has slain 3 9th-tier Grandmaster-level otherworldly beings in the wild. What? Ning Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Xia Yuewei. He killed 3 9th-tier Grandmaster-level otherworldly beings in the wild? How could that even be possible? Yet, Ning Ming understood that Xia Yuewei was not jesting. If it were true that Ning Tian had indeed vanquished 3 such formidable adversaries, then he was undeniably a martial general. Enough of these musings. I have a place to attend to tomorrow, Ning Tian stated abruptly to the 2 women. Brother, are you heading to Dongming province? Ning Ming, ever the perceptive one, queried, having already learned of the emergence of the cold prison insect race in the wilds of Nantong City. Yes, I am bound for Nantong City in Dongming province tomorrow, Ning Tian confirmed. Ning Tian, is that dangerous? Xia Yuewei's lovely countenance was marred by concern as she realized he would be leaving Haoran City. She understood that she could be of no assistance to him. Accompanying him would only serve to be a burden. It is not dangerous, Ning Tian reassured her slowly. In his estimation, the task of eradicating the cold prison insect race in the wilds of Nantong City was indeed not perilous. Of course, should other powerful otherworldly beings be lurking in those wilds, the level of danger would certainly escalate. After spending considerable time together, Xia Yuewei was aware that Ning Tian was not one to make light of serious matters. If he claimed it was not dangerous, then it was not. Brother, sister-in-law, I shall take my leave now. Ning Ming bid farewell to Ning Tian and Xia Yuewei before departing towards another location. Once Ning Ming had left, a charming smile, tinged with mischief, graced Ning Tian's handsome features as he turned to Xia Yuewei, saying, about tonight. At this point, Ning Tian did not continue, leaving the implication hanging in the air. What do you mean by tonight? Xia Yuewei's face flushed with warmth, fully aware of Ning Tian's intentions. You know what I mean. Ning Tian replied with a smile. As night fell swiftly, Ning Tian and Xia Yuewei locked eyes in their room, their gazes filled with unspoken affection. They settled into bed, engaging in the intimate activities befitting a married couple. The following day, as dawn broke, Ning Tian's mind was graced with the familiar voice of the system. Upon reviewing the newlywed rewards he had acquired, he discovered yet another ordinary reward. However, at this juncture, he was not particularly invested in it. His current possessions could be deemed as comprehensive in development. After completing his morning routine, he turned to Xia Yuewei and said, Yuewei, I am departing. Ning Tian, please take care of yourself, she responded, momentarily pausing before adding, I will be waiting for you at home. Xia Yuewei's initial disdain for Ning Tian had long since transformed into affection. Emotions, after all, are often a curious phenomenon. When she first learned that Ning Tian intended to forcefully marry her, she felt as though the sky had fallen. She never envisioned that, one day, she would come to harbor feelings for him. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly, Ning Tian assured her with a gentle smile. He had always regarded Xia Yuewei as an exceptional young woman, well suited to be his wife. After departing from his family, he boarded a flight to Dongming province, viewing this journey to Nantong City as a valuable opportunity. Currently, he remained a first-tier grandmaster, and he hoped that by employing the cosmic dragon technique to eliminate the cold prison insect race in the wilds of Nantong City, he could further enhance his strength. While a first-tier grandmaster was undoubtedly formidable among ordinary martial artists, to true top-tier experts, it was but a trifling matter. Several hours later, the plane touched down at Dongming Airport. The principal city of Dongming Province was Dongming City, and Nantong City was merely a small locale within it, not directly accessible from Haran City. After arriving in Dongming City, Ning Tian boarded a vehicle bound for Nantong City. After several more hours on the road, he finally arrived in Nantong City. As long as one achieved the rank of Martial General, their vitality could coalesce into wings of flight, enabling them to soar through the skies. However, as a mere first-tier grandmaster, Ning Tian was not yet capable of manifesting such wings. Barely having disembarked, he soon spotted several martial artists. Among them, one held a sign prominently displaying his name. Upon seeing his name on the placard, Ning Tian understood that these martial artists had come to escort him. It was not surprising that Haran City would inform Nantong City of his arrival. He approached the group of martial artists and stated, "Let us be on our way." Chapter 48. The city lord has been injured? Utilizing the dragonwood attribute, these martial artists had been arranged to receive Ning Tian and had certainly reviewed his likeness beforehand. They had heard of his reputation, albeit mostly the tales of his past misdeeds. Unfortunately, in a place like Nantong City, news was not as swift as in larger cities. Upon confirming Ning Tian's identity, the martial artists were momentarily taken aback. When departing from the city lord's residence to collect Ning Tian, they had been repeatedly cautioned against offending or provoking him. Indeed, it was unnecessary for the lord of the city to voice his concerns. They would undoubtedly refrain from offending the young master of the Ning family. To do so would be akin to courting death. "Young Master Ning, please, step into the vehicle." With utmost reverence, the warriors escorted Ning Tian to the automobile, inviting him to enter. However, a sense of confusion lingered within them. From their perspective, Ning Tian ought not to have arrived alone. He should have been accompanied by formidable allies. The emergence of the Cold Abyss insect clan in the outskirts of Nancopper City had persisted for quite some time. If the issue could be resolved swiftly, why then would they seek assistance? Clearly, Ning Tian alone could not contend with such a threat. Indeed, they perceived him as a frivolous young heir. Should he encounter those Cold Abyss insects in the wild, he would likely be paralyzed with fear. Yet, they were merely the most ordinary warriors within the lord's estate. They were well aware of what questions were appropriate and which were not. The lord of Nancopper City, named Zhang Qian, was a third-tier grandmaster. In larger cities, the strength of the lord typically reached that of a martial general. This speaks volumes about the scale of Nancopper City within Dongming Province. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the lord's estate awaited anxiously. They had heard tales of Ning Tian's ruthless methods. The lord had sustained injuries and was unable to welcome Ning Tian, leaving them to wonder if he might take offense. "Indeed, I share this concern. I hope he will not be angered. It is baffling why the strong from Haran City would send Ning Tian alone." They wondered how many powerful allies he had brought to assist them. The higher-ups of the lord's estate engaged in hushed discussions. The background that Ning Tian possessed was akin to a celestial entity in their eyes. In comparison to him, they felt as insignificant as ants. They understood that if Ning Tian wished to annihilate the lord's estate, it would be but a trifling task for him. Amidst their deliberations, the automobile carrying Ning Tian arrived at the lord's estate. "Silence. He has arrived." The high-ranking officials exchanged glances and promptly sealed their lips. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, Ning Tian was met with a respectful greeting from the higher-ups. "Young Master Ning." They bowed with deference. "Greetings." Ning Tian acknowledged them in turn. "Where are the other lords?" The higher-ups were taken aback to see Ning Tian emerge alone from the vehicle. Haran City had merely informed them that Ning Tian would come to Nancopper City to assist in eliminating the Cold Abyss insect clan in the wilderness. They had heard of Ning Tian and recognized him as the young master of the Ning family. The only rationale for Haran City sending Ning Tian was the expectation that he would be accompanied by formidable allies. Otherwise, why would they dispatch him to aid Nancopper City? "There is no one else. It is just me," Ning Tian replied. "No one else." The higher-ups of the lord's estate were momentarily stunned by his declaration. After exchanging perplexed glances, they felt compelled to say something to Ning Tian, but hesitated. They wondered if Haran City was toying with them. They had believed this was their opportunity to eradicate the Cold Abyss insect clan once and for all, but now it seemed they had rejoiced too soon. What was the true intention behind Haran City, sending Ning Tian alone to Nancopper City? Ning Tian was keenly aware of their thoughts, but did not intend to elaborate further. "Who is the lord of Nancopper City?" he inquired directly. The higher-ups hesitated, caught between wanting to speak and holding their tongues. After a few moments, one of the ninth-tier grandmasters swallowed hard before responding. "Young Master Ning, Our lord sustained injuries in the wild and is currently recuperating. Thus he is unable to welcome you. They had heard rumors of Ning Tian's capability to annihilate entire families over trivial matters. They feared he might be incensed by the lord's absence at his arrival. Although the lord had sufficient reasons for his absence, what if Ning Tian was simply unreasonable? Clearly, the higher-ups of Nancopper City had little understanding of Ning Tian. Injured? Ning Tian paused, contemplating that the lord of Nancopper City must be at least a grandmaster level. If a grandmaster could be injured in the wild, it signified that the Cold Abyss insect clan was not to be underestimated. This realization only heightened his anticipation of acquiring even greater combat prowess from vanquishing the clan. Indeed, young Master Ning, our lord is injured, the higher-up continued. Where is your lord? Ning Tian mused to himself about trying out his Dragonwood attribute, as he had yet to have an opportunity to utilize it. Given that the lord of Nancopper City was injured, why not test the efficacy of the Dragonwood attribute? The higher-ups of the lord's estate were taken aback by Ning Tian's inquiry. What was he planning? Young Master Ning, may I ask you? Rest assured, your lord is injured. I happen to have some expertise in this area, Ning Tian interrupted. The higher-ups were caught off guard by Ning Tian's response. Left in a state of bewilderment. Was Ning Tian truly a physician? However, reassured by the absence of malice in his demeanor, they began to relax. Young Master Ning, shall I take you to him? Yes, Ning Tian nodded in agreement. The self-healing abilities of grandmasters are notably robust. If his injuries were not severe, he would not require extended rest. He was eager to ascertain the extent of the healing capabilities of the Dragonwood attribute. Soon, one of the higher-ups guided Ning Tian to a particular room. Minutes later, under the higher-up's lead, Ning Tian entered a chamber. Within, a frail-looking elder lay upon the bed, his complexion pale and appearing nearly 70 years of age. Without a doubt, he was Zhang Qian, the lord of Nancopper City. You must be young Master Ning, Zhang Qian. Now awake, managed to cough a few times before addressing Ning Tian with difficulty. Indeed, Ning Tian nodded, observing that Zhang Qian had indeed sustained serious injuries. I apologize for not being able to rise to welcome you, Zhang Qian lamented. No need for concern. I am here not to reproach you, but rather to offer you treatment, Ning Tian replied. Treatment? Zhang Qian was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a response. His injuries required rest, as advised by several experts from Dongming province. Moreover, he could not fathom what Ning Tian could possibly offer in terms of healing. Please, leave the room. Ning Tian instructed the higher-up beside him. Understood. The higher-up, upon hearing Ning Tian's directive, did not dare to remain any longer. Once the higher-up exited, Ning Tian's gaze returned to the ailing Zhang Qian. Lord, please close your eyes. Oh, very well. Although Zhang Qian was uncertain of Ning Tian's intentions, he felt he had little choice but to comply. After Zhang Qian closed his eyes, Ning Tian summoned the Dragonwood attribute. Suddenly, a verdant power emanated from his palms. The power of the Dragonwood began to flow towards Zhang Qian, who lay on the sickbed. As this exceptionally gentle force entered his body, he was utterly astounded. Initially, he held little faith in Ning Tian's ability to heal him. He closed his eyes merely to comply with Ning Tian's intentions, entirely unaware of his true purpose. However, upon experiencing the sudden warmth within him, he realized that Ning Tian was indeed capable of effecting a cure. With this revelation, he concentrated intently, striving to enhance the treatment's efficacy. Half an hour later, Ning Tian withdrew the transmitted power of the Dragonwood, wiping the sweat from his brow. You may open your eyes now. After one more treatment, you will be completely healed, Ning Tian informed Zhang Qian. Through this healing process, Zhang Qian recognized the formidable nature of the Dragonwood's restorative abilities. Chapter 49. A Journey to the Wilderness. Swiftly investigate Ning Tian's news. Listening to Ning Tian's words, Zhang Qian opened his eyes, filled with exhilaration. If he were to rely solely on recuperation, it would take at least a year and a half for him to fully recover. He had not anticipated that, after Ning Tian's treatment, he would feel so significantly improved. He sensed that, indeed, just one more session would suffice for his complete recovery. Ning Tian, thank you. Without you, there is no need to elaborate. Ning Tian interjected. Lord Mayor, you should be able to move now. I would like to convene a meeting with the senior officials of the city lord's mansion. Absolutely. Zhang Qian nodded. Although he had not fully recovered, he could now move freely thanks to Ning Tian's assistance. Even his previously pallid complexion had regained a healthy hue. Subsequently, Ning Tian and Zhang Qian exited the room. The senior officials of the city lord's mansion were still gathered in the plaza, discussing Ning Tian's healing of the Lord Mayor and the crisis posed by the cold prison insect race in the wilderness. As they conversed, Ning Tian and Zhang Qian entered their line of sight. What am I witnessing? The first to spot them was a senior official who stood frozen in disbelief. The others followed his gaze, and upon recognizing the Lord Mayor beside Ning Tian, they were struck with a sensation akin to being struck by lightning. Was this truly not an illusion? They were unable to fathom how the Lord Mayor could be moving freely. Surely, he required a considerable amount of time to recover. How could he be so improved in just half an hour? Was it indeed Ning Tian who had healed him? Such a notion seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, It appeared that no one else but Ning Tian could have accomplished such a feat in that moment. The senior officials' hearts trembled with astonishment. If Ning Tian possessed such extraordinary medical skills, could he not be regarded as the foremost physician across the 7 provinces of the southeast? It was a reasonable assumption, considering that the dragon would attribute was an ability unseen in their world. While the senior officials of the city lord's mansion were still in shock, Ning Tian and Zhang Qian approached them. Zhang Qian smiled at the gathered officials, saying, "I know you are all astonished. I am equally surprised. In any case, this is all thanks to Master Ning Tian. Let us proceed to the main hall for our meeting." After addressing the officials, Zhang Qian turned to Ning Tian with a smile. "Master Ning Tian, shall we enter the main hall?" Ning Tian nodded in agreement, and they proceeded to the grand hall. Before long, they arrived. Upon entering, Zhang Qian promptly invited Ning Tian to take a seat. Once everyone was seated, Zhang Qian respectfully addressed Ning Tian, "Master Ning Tian, you shall preside over this meeting." Although he was the mayor of South Copper City, in Ning Tian's presence, he felt diminished. Moreover, given Ning Tian's healing of him, his gratitude was profound. The senior officials turned their attention to Ning Tian, recognizing that his visit to South Copper City was not solely for the purpose of healing the Lord Mayor, but rather to address the threat posed by the cold prison insect race in the wilderness. They were eager to see how Ning Tian would manage this issue without the presence of the Ning family's formidable warriors. They wondered if Ning Tian would request their assistance in eradicating the cold prison insect race, which would spell disaster for them. "I have come to South Copper City specifically to address the cold prison insect race in the wilderness," Ning Tian declared to those in the grand hall. "With the assistance of the Ning family's strong warriors, I believe the cold prison insect race plaguing our South Copper City will be swiftly eradicated." Zhang Qian responded with a smile. "Unfortunately, there are no other Ning family warriors here. Only I," Ning Tian replied. Zhang Qian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ning Tian had come alone. How could one individual hope to eradicate the cold prison insect race in the wilderness? The senior officials in the grand hall were already aware of this fact and sighed in resignation. The wilderness around South Copper City had remained sealed off for an extended period. As long as the cold prison insect race persisted, the wilderness could not be reopened. "Master Ning Tian, if it is just you alone." Zhang Qian looked at Ning Tian with concern. He was indeed grateful for Ning Tian's healing. Yet healing and eradicating the cold prison insect race were entirely different matters. Even if Ning Tian were a genius, it was still implausible that he could defeat the cold prison insect race alone. "I will venture into the wilderness to eliminate the cold prison insect race shortly. You may wait for me here," Ning Tian announced to everyone in the grand hall. At these words, Zhang Qian and the senior officials were left in shock. They had assumed that, even if Ning Tian had arrived in South Copper City alone, he would surely invite them to accompany him into the wilderness. Never had they imagined that Ning Tian intended to confront the cold prison insect race by himself. If he were merely going to observe, that would be one thing. But the crux of the matter was that Ning Tian aimed to eradicate the insect race. If it were so easy to eliminate the cold prison insect race, they would have done so long ago, without waiting for Ning Tian's arrival. "No, Master Ning Tian, you cannot go into the wilderness alone." After contemplating for a few moments, Zhang Qian shook his head at Ning Tian. Ning Tian's status was too formidable. If anything happened to him in South Copper City, they would all bear the consequences. The senior officials in the grand hall shared the same sentiment. They certainly did not wish for Ning Tian to confront the cold prison insect race alone. But if Ning Tian was determined to go, how could they possibly intervene? Should they forcibly stop him, or appeal to his reason? "You accompanying me to the wilderness would only serve as a burden," Ning Tian gently stated to those in the grand hall. After saying this, he produced a grand governor's order from his storage ring. Zhang Qian and the senior officials gazed at the grand governor's order in Ning Tian's hand, rendered speechless. They had never anticipated that Ning Tian would possess such an esteemed document. There were only 5 grand governor's orders across the entire 7 provinces of the southeast. How could Ning Tian have one? Zhang Qian and the officials comprehended that if Ning Tian held a grand governor's order, he could command them at will. If Ning Tian intended to venture into the wilderness to eliminate the cold prison insect race, they could no longer impede him. "Very well. Please provide me with a map of the wilderness surrounding Copper City." Once his objective had been achieved, Ning Tian stored the governor's order within his storage ring. Zhang Qian listened to Ning Tian's words, silently shaking his head in resignation. Even though he was reluctant to allow Ning Tian to venture into the wilderness alone, the presence of the governor's order left him with no recourse. Before long, a map of the wilderness appeared in Ning Tian's hands. After examining the map, he inquired about the primary locations of the ice prison insect clan. Having acquired the information he sought, he addressed Zhang Qian and the other high-ranking officials, saying, "Esteemed colleagues, I shall take my leave." As his words echoed in the hall, before anyone could respond, a faint golden silhouette appeared within the chamber. Startled, they looked again, only to find that Ning Tian had vanished from their sight. "Where is Ning Tian?" Zhang Qian and the other officials stood frozen, their minds racing. That must be a speed technique. It felt as if, in the blink of an eye, Ning Tian had disappeared. What kind of speed was this? Zhang Qian's eyes widened. As a third-tier grandmaster, he knew he could never hope to attain such velocity. After a long moment, the occupants of the hall regained their composure. They realized that Ning Tian's solitary expedition into the wilderness was not born of ignorance, but rather of formidable strength. Such speed spoke volumes. Quickly, investigate if there have been any recent reports regarding young Master Ning Tian. Suddenly, Zhang Qian had an epiphany. Recently, their focus had been solely on the ice prison insect clan in the wilderness, neglecting news from other locales. One of the high-ranking officials immediately rushed out of the hall. Their perception of Ning Tian still lingered on his notorious reputation. However, upon his arrival in Nancopper City, he had healed the city lord and demonstrated incredible speed, leaving them utterly fascinated by him. Moments later, the official who had gone to gather news from Howren City returned, his expression one of sheer astonishment. His eyes widened as if witnessing the impossible. City lord, he exclaimed, rushing into the hall. Chapter 50, Wilderness of Nancopper City, Glorious Golden Form. Zhang Qian and the other high-ranking officials felt their hearts leap into their throats as they observed the excitement of the returning official. Speak quickly. What have you discovered? Zhang Qian urged. You should see for yourselves, the official replied, swallowing hard. He had compiled recent news regarding Ning Tian into a document, which he then distributed among the assembly. As they perused the documents, the expressions of everyone in the hall morphed into shock. They were already aware of Ning Tian's forced marriage, a fact known to all powers across the 7 southeastern provinces. However, what stunned them was the revelation of Ning Tian's prowess displayed at Southeast University. He had effortlessly defeated the golden generation of the 5 southwestern provinces, emanating an unparalleled sword intent that enveloped the entire university. Zhang Qian and the other officials were astounded, never having imagined Ning Tian to be so formidable. City Lord, can we now feel reassured? One official queried Zhang Qian. I suppose so, Zhang Qian nodded in agreement. Initially, he had thought Ning Tian was reckless, but now, understanding his strength and the fact that he had come at the behest of Howren City, alongside the authority of the governor's order, he felt a sense of relief. In the wilderness of Nancopper City, Ning Tian activated the sky-blocking divine step, swiftly making his way into the wilds. As soon as he arrived, he encountered several beasts blocking his path. Roar! The creatures roared at Ning Tian before lunging toward him. Many extraterrestrial beings were inconsequential before him, let alone these beasts. With a thunderous crash, as the beasts charged, Ning Tian unleashed his vital energy, which surged forth from within him. Upon impact, the beasts exploded into fragments. Following the emergence of the ice prison insect clan in large numbers within the wilderness, Nancopper City sealed off the area. At this moment, Ning Tian was alone in the wilderness. Earlier, he had inquired about the general locations of the ice prison insect clan and was now heading toward the Red River region. Before long, he arrived at the Red River area, where a crimson river flowed through its center, now frozen solid. The entire region felt chillingly cold. Ning Tian mused that the ice prison insects must surely inhabit this area. Just as he contemplated the frozen river, a roar resounded in his ears. Hearing the sound made him smile inwardly. He recognized it as the call of the ice prison insect clan. Following the sound, he soon spotted several ice prison insects nearby. These insects, encased in a frosty hue and resembling small calves, possessed an indescribable eeriness. They were the weakest of their kind and posed no challenge to Ning Tian. Before they could make a move, Ning Tian raised a finger, and a beam of energy erupted from its tip, striking the insects with lethal precision. After dispatching the ice prison insects, perhaps due to the commotion, swarms of them surged from all directions. Observing the oncoming insects, Ning Tian calmly declared, Dragon Fist Break. Within the Red River region, there were no formidable ice prison insects to withstand the might of his technique. After annihilating the insects in the area, he prepared to depart. To his surprise, just as he exited the Red River region, he heard a cacophony of roars in the distance. Startled by the multitude of ice prison insects, he wondered if they had gathered in mass. If that were the case, it would certainly save him a great deal of trouble. Without further thought, he hastened toward the source of the roars. Soon, his eyes beheld an overwhelming swarm of ice prison insects. To say that the sight was overwhelming would be an understatement. Anyone with a phobia of clusters would likely find themselves paralyzed with fear. However, for Ning Tian, this was a paradise. With so many ice prison insects gathered, employing the devouring sky flame dragon burst to exterminate them would surely be effective. Instantly, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. As he unleashed the devouring sky flame dragon burst, hundreds of fiery dragons materialized above the swarm of ice prison insects. Logically, with so many insects congregated, the surrounding temperature would be frigid, and even the ice prison insects would be aware of this fact. Yet now they were engulfed by searing heat. Roar! When these frost abyss worms beheld the emergence of hundreds of blazing tyrants overhead, they were utterly taken aback, their very souls shaken to the core. Little did these frost abyss worms anticipate such a sudden appearance of numerous blazing tyrants above them. Merely casting a glance at the blazing tyrants plunged these creatures into a veritable hell. let alone the thought of confronting them. Boom, boom, boom. There was no time for these frost abyss worms to flee. The hundreds of blazing tyrants in the sky unleashed their might upon the ground below. The territory of these frost abyss worms was decimated by the dimensional assault of the blazing tyrants. Second tier Grandmaster. Ning Tian felt a surge of exhilaration upon breaking through. However, being a second-tier Grandmaster was still insufficient. He required more frost abyss worms. Uncertain of how many remained in the wild, he was convinced there were still plenty to be found. Under the bombardment of the sky-devouring flame dragon, all frost abyss worms in the vicinity had been eradicated. Ning Tian continued his search for frost abyss worms in the wilderness. As time passed, night fell. The frost abyss worms in the outskirts of South Copper City were far more abundant than he had imagined. The next day arrived. Ding. 26 days into his marriage. A reward, glazed golden body. Just as dawn broke, the voice of the system reverberated in Ning Tian's mind. Glazed golden body. Ning Tian was momentarily taken aback. He surmised that such a name indicated a commendable reward. Upon inspecting the effects of the glazed golden body, he became increasingly elated. The glazed golden body comprised 5 tiers, each more formidable than the last, and could be activated at will. If he were to attain the 5th tier of the glazed golden body, even a typical martial general would stand no chance against him. It is worth noting that he was merely a second-tier Grandmaster at present. Without further ado, he fused with the glazed golden body. Meanwhile, in Howran City, at the Governor General's mansion, Ning Shambua, Wang Pei, and numerous other formidable individuals were reviewing a document within the Governor General's office. Their expressions turned grave as they perused the contents of the document. The cause for their concern was the emergence of foreign entities in the wilderness of Jianyun City, and not just any entities, but powerful beings of another race. Most alarming was the fact that Jianyun City bordered the wilderness of South Copper City. Ning Tian was currently eradicating the frost abyss worms in the outskirts of South Copper City. Chapter 51. Urgent Matters, Powerful Warriors in the Sky. Time rewinds to the Lord's Mansion of South Copper City. After Ning Tian ventured into the wilderness, Zhang Qian and the other high-ranking officials remained gathered in the plaza of the Lord's Mansion. However, when they witnessed the surge of fiery energy approaching from the distance, they were left astounded. They could not fathom the sudden appearance of such an anomaly in the sky. Lord, urgent matter. Suddenly, a martial artist rushed into the plaza. An urgent matter? Zhang Qian and the others trembled at the words of the martial artist. They inwardly hoped it was not Ning Tian who was in trouble. Even if Ning Tian possessed the Governor General's mandate, they would still bear the brunt of the consequences. According to reports from Jianyun City, a powerful foreign entity had emerged, and the location was alarmingly close to the Jinmu Forest area in the wilderness of South Copper City. The martial artist from the Lord's Mansion hurriedly explained. Upon learning that it was not Ning Tian in peril, Zhang Qian and the other high-ranking officials let out a sigh of relief. However, the revelation of a powerful foreign entity near the Jinmu Forest area reignited their concerns. They recalled that the Jinmu Forest had previously been infested with frost abyss worms. Contemplating this, Zhang Qian and the officials grew anxious again. They understood that if Ning Tian ventured into the Jinmu Forest area, he might encounter formidable foreign beings emerging from the wilderness of Jianyun City. Ning Tian was indeed powerful, but against such formidable foreign entities, he would likely stand no chance. My lord, should we venture into the wilderness? One high-ranking official cautiously inquired, casting a glance at Zhang Qian. The others turned their attention to Zhang Qian as well, eager to discern their next course of action. Should they remain in the Lord's mansion and wait, or venture into the wilderness to locate Ning Tian and bring him back? Venture into the wilderness? Zhang Qian shook his head with a smile, then continued. What? Do you think you possess strength surpassing Ning Tian? Hearing Zhang Qian's words, the high-ranking officials fell silent. They certainly did not possess Ning Tian's strength. If they ventured into the wilderness, they would indeed become a burden to him. Martial artists are not ordinary individuals. There is no saying that a single fist cannot contend against 4 hands. The officials understood that the Lord's words implied they should remain at the Lord's mansion. Heavens, what is that? Suddenly, one high-ranking official shouted, gazing skyward. Zhang Qian and the others immediately looked up. A dense aura had inexplicably enveloped the sky above South Copper City, casting a powerful presence over the entire area. Powerful beings have arrived. This must be the arrival of formidable individuals. Zhang Qian exclaimed, astonished. Beyond the high-ranking officials of the Lord's Mansion, the other residents of South Copper City also witnessed the spectacle unfolding above. Before the residents could fully comprehend the situation, 2 powerful figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Surrounding these 2 figures was a torrent of immense energy. Behind them, wings formed of condensed energy sprouted forth. These wings were a deep golden hue, spanning several dozen meters, creating a breathtaking sight. Hiss! Observing the pairs of deep golden wings above, all the residents of South Copper City gasped in unison. Although most of them were ordinary folk, they understood the significance of such wings. Light golden wings denoted martial general-level warriors, while deep golden wings represented martial king-level warriors. In a place like South Copper City, the appearance of 2 martial king-level beings was nothing short of astonishing. while the residents of South Copper City were left in shock and disbelief. The two martial king-level figures transformed into powerful waves of light, descending towards the Lord's mansion. Zhang Qian and the high-ranking officials of the Lord's mansion remained oblivious to the identities of these two martial king-level figures. As they witnessed the two brilliant waves of light descending upon the Lord's mansion, their hearts raced with anxiety. The two waves of light landed in the plaza of the Lord's mansion, and when the dazzling brilliance dissipated, the two figures emerged before Zhang Qian and his companions. To their astonishment, it was none other than Ning Tian and Wang Pei. As these renowned figures from the southeastern provinces appeared, the officials were left utterly astounded. Lord Ning. Lord Wang. Zhang Qian was the first to regain his composure, promptly bowing to Ning Tian and Wang Pei. The other high-ranking officials followed suit, hastily offering their respects. For them, Ning Tian and Wang Pei were figures of unparalleled significance. With such individuals now standing before them, how could they remain composed? The aura emanating from Ning Tian and Wang Pei was overwhelmingly formidable. Merely standing face-to-face with them made it difficult for the officials to breathe. In a life-or-death battle, they felt they might have perished hundreds of times over. Has young Master Ning Tian ventured into the wilderness? Ning Tian inquired. Directing his gaze at Zhang Qian, young Master Ning Tian has already departed, but powerful foreign entities have emerged near the border between Jianyun City and our South Copper City wilderness, Zhang Qian responded, his voice tinged with concern. Zhang Qian, upon reaching this point, found himself hesitant to continue. The overwhelming force of flames that had recently engulfed the skies above Nansong City was truly terrifying. He and the other members of the City Lord's mansion were utterly perplexed by the events that had transpired. It seemed that Ning Tian had already eradicated a significant number of the cold prison insect clan in the wilderness. Wang Pei, upon hearing this, also spoke up. Ning Tian nodded and remarked, Ning Tian's flame combat skills are formidable. We should hasten to the wilderness, otherwise it could spell trouble if Ning Tian encounters a powerful alien entity. With that, Ning Tian addressed Zhang Qian and his companions, then swiftly made his way towards the outskirts of Nansong City alongside Wang Pei. Zhang Qian and the senior officials of the City Lord's mansion were momentarily taken aback by their departure, not due to the exit itself, but rather by Ning Tian's words. Ning Tian's flame combat skills are formidable? Such praise from an 8th-rank martial king like Ning Tian left them in a state of astonishment. Just how powerful could Ning Tian's flame combat skills be? A startling possibility emerged in their minds, sending shockwaves through them. This possibility suggested that the overwhelming force of flames spreading from the wilderness was indeed the residual power of the flame combat skills that Ning Tian had exhibited. Realizing this, their astonishment reached unprecedented heights. In the Jinhelan area, Ning Tian had already eliminated numerous cold prison insects in the wilderness surrounding Nansong City. The sheer number of these insects was staggering, and he finally understood why the cold prison insect clan had persisted for so long without being eradicated. He had arrived at the Jinhelan area, which bordered the wilderness of Jianyun City. At this moment, Ning Tian was unaware of the formidable alien entities lurking in the wilderness of Jianyun City. He believed that once he cleared the cold prison insects from Jinhelan, he could conclude his work. After slaying so many cold prison insects, his combat power had significantly increased. He knew that if he faced a few powerful cold prison insects, he might even break through to the 3rd-rank Grandmaster level. Chapter 52, The Alien Entity That Speaks Human Tongue, the 10-winged black-winged insect. Upon entering the Jinhelan area, Ning Tian sensed the presence of several cold prison insects. However, he paused, uncertain if it was merely his imagination, as he felt the presence of other foreign entities alongside the cold prison insects. Moreover, this presence seemed rather ominous. Shaking his head, Ning Tian resolved not to dwell on it further. It was not unusual to encounter foreign entities in the wilderness, aside from the cold prison insects. Roar. Before he actively sought out the cold prison insects in the Jinhelan area, their shrieking roars resonated in his ears. Listening to the cries of the cold prison insects, Ning Tian smiled with delight. He hoped that a substantial number of cold prison insects awaited him in Jinhelan, or perhaps even some formidable ones, which would allow him to ascend to the 3rd-rank Grandmaster level. Fixing his gaze ahead, he spotted a dozen or so cold prison insects not far from him. The strongest among them was merely at the advanced martial master level. Bang! Ning Tian, observing these cold prison insects, refrained from advancing and instead raised his fist, striking towards them. Rip! The fist, imbued with condensed vitality, surged towards the cluster of cold prison insects. The power emanating from a 2nd-rank Grandmaster seemed to rend the very fabric of space. The cold prison insects, caught off guard by the sheer strength of this human, faced no fate but explosive demise. After dispatching this group of cold prison insects, Ning Tian wasted no time and began searching for more within the Jinhelan area. Minutes later, another batch of cold prison insects came into view. These insects were equally pathetic. Before they could react, Ning Tian launched his assault against them. Following the slaughter of this batch, Ning Tian was taken aback as the temperature around him plummeted, and a wave of icy energy swept through the air. An ordinary person would have been instantaneously frozen in such an environment. Ning Tian squinted his eyes, a smile creeping onto his face. He recognized that a powerful cold prison insect had emerged. In the wilderness of Nansong City, he had indeed slain several formidable cold prison insects. However, if given the choice, he would certainly prefer to confront even more powerful ones. The sudden chill posed no threat to Ning Tian, who possessed the swallowing heavenly flame dragon's fury. Boom. Suddenly, a humanoid cold prison insect materialized before Ning Tian. Towering at 2 zhang in height, it exuded an aura of dominance, classified as a 5th-rank grandmaster. A 5th-rank grandmaster-level cold prison insect was indeed formidable. At least in the wilderness, Ning Tian had yet to slay one of this caliber. Only upon reaching the martial general level could alien entities articulate human speech. This 5th-rank grandmaster-level cold prison insect was incapable of conversing with Ning Tian. However, at this level, its intelligence was exceptionally high. At this moment, it regarded Ning Tian with an expression of utter disdain, as if proclaiming his imminent demise with no hope for survival. Seeing this, Ning Tian couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Without the plethora of extraordinary rewards he had received, he would undoubtedly have been no match for a 5th-rank grandmaster-level cold prison insect. But therein lay the crux of the matter. He possessed those rewards. He had numerous means to vanquish this cold prison insect. He glanced at his fist, which was enveloped in a power akin to a nuclear explosion. This was not merely the force of condensed vitality, but the power of the heavenly dragon. Though the heavenly dragon fist break was not as terrifying as the swallowing heavenly flame dragon's fury or the annihilating divine thunder, it was nonetheless a combat skill absent from Blue Star, and its might was undeniably fearsome. Ning Tian fixed his gaze upon the 5th-rank grandmaster-level cold prison insect and slowly uttered 4 words, Heavenly Dragon Fist Break. As his words fell, the power of the heavenly dragon enveloping his fist erupted into a shockwave. The formidable heavenly dragon fist surged towards the 5th-rank grandmaster-level cold prison insect. The insect, witnessing the approaching fist, was engulfed in terror, utterly aghast. Such a fist strike felt like a descent into hell. It had anticipated that appearing before Ning Tian would terrify him, but it never fathomed that he would be a human powerhouse. As the heavenly dragon fist was about to strike the 5th-rank grandmaster-level cold prison insect, it could only muster every ounce of strength to defend itself. However, with its 5th-rank grandmaster-level prowess, it was utterly incapable of withstanding the heavenly dragon fist break. Roar! The impact of the heavenly dragon fist break against the 5th-rank grandmaster-level cold prison insect unleashed a bone-chilling scream that reverberated throughout the entire Jinhelan area. Undoubtedly, the scream belonged to the 5th-rank grandmaster-level cold prison insect. Following the wail, the insect exploded into a shower of gore. With the defeat of this 5th-rank grandmaster-level cold prison insect, Ning Tian felt a surge of power within him. Yet, to achieve a breakthrough to the 3rd-rank grandmaster level, he would need to slay even more cold prison insects. Gaga, I never expected to encounter such a prodigious human talent within the divine dragon empire. Just as Ning Tian had just slain the 5th-grade grandmaster-level cold prison insect, a voice, chilling to the bone, echoed in his ear. Startled, Ning Tian immediately recognized it as the voice of a being from an alien race capable of human speech. Could there truly be a martial general-level alien being in the Jinmu Forest region? He hastily turned his gaze towards the source of the voice. Not far from him, a black-winged insect had appeared, its presence unknown until now. During his efforts to eradicate alien beings in the wilds of Howran City, he had encountered numerous such creatures, though most were either 2-winged or 4-winged black-winged insects. This particular insect, however, boasted a staggering 10 wings, signifying its martial general-level strength. Thanks to the existence of the system, Ning Tian could discern the true power of this 10-winged black-winged insect with greater precision. It was a 1st-grade martial general-level creature. The discovery of such a powerful alien being in the wilderness bordering South Tong City and Jianyan City was something he had never anticipated. Fortunately, Ning Tian had already ascended to the 2nd-grade grandmaster level and possessed numerous divine abilities, rendering this 10-winged black-winged insect no threat to him. Human you, a prodigy of your kind, shall fall before me without contest, will you not? The 10-winged black-winged insect taunted, noting Ning Tian's silence. Why not tell me? Have you been here all along, or have you just arrived? Ning Tian, however, was more interested in understanding whether this 10-winged black-winged insect had emerged through a spatial rift. Caw, foolish human, your southeastern battlefield is on the brink of collapse. We of the black-winged insect race can come and go as we please. The 10-winged black-winged insect sneered at Ning Tian, regarding him as a fish caught in a net. The insect's words did not elicit any significant response from Ning Tian's countenance. As the scion of the Ning family, he had access to experiences far beyond those of ordinary individuals. Moreover, with the elevation of his power, his exposure to various matters had only increased. The southeastern battlefield had indeed been unfavorable in recent years. However, he could not take the remarks of this 10-winged black-winged insect at face value. What was undeniable, though, was the increasing number of spatial rifts appearing across the 7 provinces of the southeast, signaling a dire situation ahead. Aware of this, Ning Tian felt an even stronger urge to enhance his strength. With the Cosmic Dragon decision at his disposal, he could amass significant combat power through defeating foes, such as this very tin-winged black-winged insect. He realized that slaying it would likely propel him to the 3rd-grade Grandmaster level. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. Enough of this idle chatter, human. I shall now take your life for daring to tread in this realm. The tin-winged black-winged insect declared with a cold laugh, preparing to strike. This is the territory of our divine dragon empire. We come and go as we please. What of you? Ning Tian retorted, fixing his gaze upon the tin-winged black-winged insect. Do you not have a home of your own, always yearning to invade our lands? With those words, flames enveloped him, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a fire deity. Roar! Before the tin-winged black-winged insect could make its move, the air was filled with a thunderous roar of fiery dragons as flames surged throughout the Jinmu forest region. The fiery energy surrounding Ning Tian coalesced into hundreds of blazing dragon forms. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of flaming dragons surged toward the tin-winged black-winged insect. The sky-devouring flame dragon burst was akin to a forbidden power on Blue Star. Yet, Ning Tian knew that, given the insect's 1st-grade martial general status, relying solely on the sky-devouring flame dragon burst might be somewhat precarious. No need for alarm. He possessed something even more formidable than the sky-devouring flame dragon burst, the Annihilation Divine Thunder. Crackle! A towering pillar of lightning shot up from the Jinmu forest region, unleashing a torrent of crimson lightning that rained down upon the ground. Ning Tian mused that the tin-winged black-winged insect would never anticipate being bombarded by both the sky-devouring flame dragon burst and the Annihilation Divine Thunder in succession. The combination of the sky-devouring flame dragon burst and the Annihilation Divine Thunder was certainly beyond the tin-winged black-winged insect's capacity to withstand. In the skies above the Jinmu forest, Ning Xianghua and Wang Pei had arrived, soaring through the air with their wings of flight, rapidly reaching this location. As 8th-grade martial kings, their golden wings stretched over several meters, radiating an overwhelming presence. Wherever they appeared, it was always a momentous occasion. Yet, upon reaching the skies above the Jinmu forest, the might of their wings paled in comparison to the scene unfolding below. The sky, shrouded in flames and lightning, resembled the opening of the gates to the apocalypse. Below, the fiery dragons and colossal thunder were bombarding a specific area. Upon witnessing this sight, Ning Xianghua and Wang Pei were left dumbfounded. They had encountered the sky-devouring flame dragon burst before, as well as the Annihilation Divine Thunder. During their efforts to eliminate alien beings in the wilds of Howran City, they had discovered 2 alien creatures in the depths of District 3 that matched their own strength. After a prolonged battle with these formidable foes, the Annihilation Divine Thunder had suddenly manifested. Seizing the opportunity while the 2 powerful alien beings were preoccupied with the Divine Thunder, they struck and ultimately defeated them. Had the sky-devouring flame dragon burst and the Annihilation Divine Thunder appeared in different locations, they would not have been particularly astonished. Yet now, both powers manifested in the Jinmu forest and intertwined. The only explanation for such an anomaly was that one person possessed both the sky-devouring flame dragon burst and the Annihilation Divine Thunder. Realizing this, Ning Xianghua and Wang Pei felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Did this mean that Ning Tian, in addition to wielding the sky-devouring flame dragon burst, also commanded the Annihilation Divine Thunder? Wang Pei, what thoughts occupy your mind at this moment? Ning Xianghua could no longer maintain his composure. Speaking to Wang Pei in a tremulous tone, I believe my thoughts align with yours, Wang Pei stammered, his voice shaking even more than Ning Xianghua's. They had already imagined Ning Tian as an exceptionally terrifying figure upon learning of his prowess with flames, but they never anticipated that he would also possess the Annihilation Divine Thunder, the sword intent of the Yellow Springs, the sky-devouring flame dragon burst, the Annihilation Divine Thunder. As Ning Xianghua and Wang Pei contemplated Ning Tian's abilities, they felt as though they were frogs at the bottom of a well. Despite being 8th-grade martial kings and having witnessed the highest echelons of power on Blue Star, they felt utterly dwarfed. Enough pondering. We must descend and observe. Little Tian is about to unleash his fiery and thunderous techniques, and below there must be a powerful alien being. Ning Xianghua urged Wang Pei, nodding in agreement. Wang Pei followed as they swiftly descended towards the Jinmu forest region. For Ning Xianghua and Wang Pei, the sky-devouring flame dragon burst and the Annihilation Divine Thunder were regarded as battle skills. After all, there were no such powers in Blue Star, and even if there were, none could rival the might of these forbidden abilities. After Ning Tian unleashed the devouring flame dragon strike and the annihilating divine thunder upon the tin-winged blackwing insect, he was certain that this formidable creature could not possibly survive. As a third-grade grandmaster, he felt a surge of power from his breakthrough, realizing that he had indeed vanquished the beast. Once the residual might of the devouring flame dragon strike and the annihilating divine thunder dissipated, an array of enormous Awe-inspiring craters appeared before Ning Tian's eyes. Observing these profound pits, he mused that he was fortunate to be on the side of righteousness. Had he been a villain, humanity would have faced dire consequences. At that moment, Ning Tian suddenly sensed something. Before he could turn to investigate, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. Xiao Tian. It was the voice of his granduncle. Ning Shanbo momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated his granduncle's presence here. As he turned around, his confusion deepened. For in his line of sight stood not only granduncle Ning Shanbo, but also Principal Wang Pei. Granduncle, Principal, what brings you here? Ning Tian inquired with bewilderment. We received word that a powerful alien creature had appeared in the wilderness outside Jiangyan City, and since the location is nearby, we came to investigate. Ning Shanbo replied with a smile, his excitement palpable. Although Ning Tian was not his biological grandson, it mattered little. The emergence of such a prodigious talent from the Ning family was a cause for immense pride. Understanding his granduncle's words, Ning Tian realized that the wilderness of Jiangyan City bordered the Jinmu Forest, making it entirely plausible for formidable alien beings to venture into the Jinmu Forest as well. Chapter 54. Farewells, returning to Howran City. Ning Tian, we were initially quite concerned for your safety, but now we see that not only are you a master of flames, but you also wield terrifying thunderous combat techniques. Principal Wang Pei remarked with immense relief as he gazed at Ning Tian. With that said, we can rest easy. Indeed. The situation on the southeastern battlefield has become increasingly dire. We and some powerful allies in Howran City may soon be called upon for support, Ning Tian understood, spurring his desire to grow stronger. Yes, Xiao Tian, if we find ourselves on the southeastern battlefield, the responsibility of guarding Howran City may fall to you. Ning Shanbo added. Me, guarding Howran City? Ning Tian was taken aback. He had envisioned growing stronger to annihilate the myriad races, but this felt overwhelmingly premature. As he felt unprepared for such a monumental task. You are indeed strong now. Safeguarding Howran City is entirely within your capabilities, Ning Shanbo affirmed, acknowledging Ning Tian's prowess. Given his granduncle's confidence, Ning Tian chose not to elaborate further. He had just received a formidable wedding reward, the glazed golden body, which he had not yet demonstrated during the battle against the 10-winged blackwing insect. He resolved to find an opportunity to showcase this newfound ability. Granduncle, Principal, I have nearly eradicated the cold abyss insect clan. Let us return, Ning Tian stated. Both men nodded in agreement, and they proceeded toward Nancopper City. Nancopper City. City Lord's Manor. Upon Ning Shanbo and Wang Pei's arrival at the wilderness, the already anxious higher-ups of the City Lord's Manor grew increasingly restless. What could be happening? Zhang Qian's face was etched with urgency, mirrored by the grave expressions of the other officials. Ning Tian had ventured into the wilderness first, and news of a powerful alien entity emerging there heightened their concern. They understood that should Ning Tian encounter one of these formidable beings, it could spell disaster. If it were an ordinary person, they could only chalk it up to bad luck. But was Ning Tian merely an ordinary individual? The urgency was underscored by the fact that even two 8th-grade martial kings, Ning Shanbo and Wang Pei, rushed to his side. City Lord. City Lord. Just then, a voice filled with exuberance echoed across the City Lord's Manor courtyard. Zhang Qian and the officials trembled at the sound. As they focused their gaze, they spotted a martial artist from the City Lord's Manor hastening toward them. What is it? Zhang Qian inquired with alacrity. Although he sensed good news from the martial artist's tone, he was unaware of the specifics. City Lord. The two esteemed gentlemen and Lord Ning Tian have returned from the wilderness, the martial artist reported without a hint of hesitation. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Qian and the other officials felt a weight lift from their chests upon learning that Ning Tian was unharmed. Let us hurry to welcome the two esteemed gentlemen and young master Ning Tian, Zhang Qian exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. The officials nodded in agreement and promptly made their way outside the City Lord's Manor. Upon reaching the manor's entrance, they spotted the approaching figures of the two esteemed gentlemen and Ning Tian. Esteemed gentlemen, young master Ning Tian, Zhang Qian and the officials rushed forward to greet them. They bowed respectfully before Ning Tian, Ning Shanbo, and Wang Pei. We have come to bid you farewell, Ning Shanbo addressed the gathered officials. Lord Ning. The wilderness, rest assured, the cold abyss insect clan has been eradicated, Ning Tian interjected before Zhang Qian could continue. That is excellent news, Zhang Qian exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. The other officials shared in his excitement, knowing that the cold abyss insect clan had plagued the wilderness surrounding Nancopper City for far too long, akin to a malignant tumor. Their eradication was a significant relief. However, do remain vigilant, as it is likely that other alien beings may frequently emerge in the wilderness, some potentially quite powerful. Ning Shanbo cautioned, his gaze serious as he addressed Zhang Qian and the officials. Upon hearing this, their expressions turned grave. Aware that despite the primary battlefield being in the southeastern provinces, they could not afford to be complacent. Otherwise, a small town like Nancopper City could vanish in an instant. Very well, let us depart, Ning Shanbo concluded after imparting a few more words of caution to Zhang Qian, before turning to Wang Pei and Ning Tian. In Haoran City, Ning Tian had returned. As for Ning Bo and Wang Pei, they must have returned long ago. Initially, he had thought they would accompany him back by aircraft, but to his surprise, it wasn't long before Granduncle Ning Bo and Wang Pei soared into the sky, their expansive wings of flight manifesting before vanishing from his sight. Ning Tian did not linger in Haoran City. Upon his return, he headed straight to the Ning family residence. It was now nighttime, and he noticed that Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming were not at home. He soon learned from a direct descendant of the family that they had gone to a friend's birthday celebration. Ning Tian returned to his room. He held no interest in such a birthday celebration. His recent expedition to the outskirts of Nantong City, aimed at eradicating the cold prison insect clan, had yielded commendable results. He had ascended from a first-rank grandmaster to a third-rank grandmaster, and had also acquired the glazed golden body. After taking a refreshing bath, Ning Tian lay down on his bed and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, upon awakening, Ning Tian found himself gazing at the lovely Xia Yuewei, who lay beside him. Xia Yuewei was indeed strikingly beautiful, with rosy lips, pearly white teeth, and a delicate visage that exuded an aura of unparalleled charm. He pondered the system's assertion that marrying a woman of higher talent would result in more substantial rewards. He was not naive, naturally. He sought a bride with an SSS-level talent. Fortunately, Xia Yuewei was a beauty. What if an unattractive woman possessed SSS-level talent? Would it truly be the same with the lights off? Although his ultimate goal was to become the most powerful man in the universe, it was certainly preferable to keep the lights on and occasionally indulge in the sight before him. At that moment, Xia Yuewei stirred awake. Ning Tian, why are you looking at me? She asked, her cheeks flushing crimson as she caught sight of his deep, penetrating gaze. You are my wife. Is it not permissible for me to look? Ning Tian replied with a calm smile. Despite the appearance of a long-standing marriage, in truth, they had only been wed for 27 days. Chapter 55. The grave responsibility of guarding Haoran City. Naturally, the new marriage brought rewards, albeit rather modest ones. He was uncertain whether the system would continuously provide him with rewards. Was he destined to remain newlywed indefinitely? However, on the flip side, if he were to become the mightiest man in the universe, it would be only logical to enjoy a longer lifespan, and thus, a prolonged period of newlywed bliss was equally reasonable. Ning Tian shook his head inwardly, deciding not to dwell on such thoughts. Whatever, he mused. By the way, Ning Tian, I have something I wish to tell you. Xia Yuewei suddenly interjected. What is it? He replied, noting her serious expression, which suggested that it was not a trivial matter. In a few days, I plan to visit the imperial capital with Ning Ming, Xia Yuewei announced. To the imperial capital? Ning Tian was taken aback, unsure of what Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming intended to do there. Noticing his confusion, Xia Yuewei elaborated. There will be a genius training camp in the imperial capital, and only those with at least an SS-level talent are eligible to attend. As he listened to her, Ning Tian comprehended the situation. He had initially assumed they had other plans, but now it made sense. Rest assured, Ning Tian, my sister is also in the imperial capital. She will look after both me and Ning Ming, Xia Yuewei assured him. Seeing Ning Tian's silence, she continued, There's no issue. You both should go. Ning Tian smiled. Such an opportunity, especially one involving a genius training camp, was indeed valuable for their development. However, he felt that such a so-called genius training camp was not suitable for him. Otherwise, he would have liked to join in the fun. After exiting the room, Ning Tian and Xia Yuewei soon encountered the spirited Ning Ming. Brother, sister-in-law, Ning Ming exclaimed, hurrying towards them. Sister-in-law, did you discuss that matter with brother? She inquired eagerly. I did, and your brother has agreed, Xia Yuewei confirmed. Wonderful, Ning Ming cheered, clenching her tiny fists. When we arrive at the genius training camp, we will surely shine brilliantly, overshadowing the talents from other regions. All right, enough with the chatter, Ning Tian interjected, interrupting her. Brother, I'm just excited. Ning Ming pouted. Ning Tian, Ning Ming and I plan to visit Howling Mountain today. Would you like to join us? Xia Yuewei asked, looking at him. Ning Tian paused at her words. He was well aware of Howling Mountain, known for its gravity staircase, speed limits, defensive limits, and other assessments. His father, Ning Xingyun, was the holder of multiple records there. After all, he was once the youngest martial general in the Divine Dragon Empire. If he were not exceptionally skilled, could he have earned such a title? Ning Tian, young master, a voice suddenly called out as he prepared to respond to Xia Yuewei. Ning Tian and the two women turned to see a martial artist from the Ning family approaching. The man, with an urgent tone, said, Ning Tian, young master. Lord Ning requests your presence at the governor's office. There is an important matter to discuss. The governor's office? Both Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming were taken aback. To them, it was a venue for deliberating significant affairs. Every meeting there concerned the 7 provinces of the southeast. What could be so important that it could not be discussed at home? Then I shall head to the governor's office. Ning Tian said to Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming before making his way outside the Ning residence. The two women exchanged glances, a mix of concern and curiosity in their eyes. Sister-in-law, what do you think could have happened? Ning Ming asked, swallowing hard. Despite her SSS-level talent, She felt small and vulnerable when faced with such weighty matters. I am unsure, Xia Yuewei replied, shaking her head. However, she understood that Ning Tian was no longer just a prodigy in some sense. He had become a formidable force. With strength came greater responsibilities. Let us not dwell on this matter too much. Let us proceed to Howling Mountain, Xia Yuewei suggested. All right. Ning Ming nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. At the governor's office, Ning Tian arrived and entered one of the grand halls. Inside, he found Ning Xianghua, Wang Pei, and several of the most formidable warriors from Haoran City. Upon seeing Ning Tian, they all greeted him with warm smiles. Little Tian, please take a seat, Ning Xianghua invited. After Ning Tian settled down, Ning Xianghua continued, Little Tian, do you have any idea why we summoned you here? The other attendees looked at him expectantly, as if awaiting his response. Hearing his great uncle's words, Ning Tian sensed an ominous premonition. Great uncle, you do not mean to say that the warriors of Haoran City are preparing to head to the battlefield, do you? He had learned of such plans just yesterday during his time in the outskirts of Nantong City from Ning Xianghua and Wang Pei. But it had only been a day. Surely they would not be heading to the battlefield so soon. Could the situation at the southeastern front be that dire? Haha. Little Tian, you are quite perceptive, Ning Xianghua chuckled, unable to contain his laughter upon realizing that Ning Tian had guessed correctly. Is it true? Ning Tian was momentarily stunned. So, you intend to take the warriors of Haoran City away, leaving me to guard Haoran City? Rest assured, Xiao Tian. Our mission to provide support may not necessarily be a misfortune. It could very well tilt the balance of battle in our favor, Ning Xianghua remarked to Ning Tian. Fourth uncle, are you suggesting that I should defend Haoran City? What if formidable alien beings were to appear? Ning Tian was not averse to the idea of safeguarding Haoran City. Rather, he feared that should a spatial rift manifest, unleashing immensely powerful extraterrestrial entities, the entire city would descend into chaos. He believed himself ill-equipped to shoulder such a grave responsibility. Ning Tian, do you truly think we lack any means? Wang Pei interjected. If Haoran City were truly in peril of annihilation, rest assured, reinforcements would arrive through the teleportation gates. Ah, I see. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Tian nodded in agreement with Wang Pei's words. As long as beings of the martial king level did not appear, he felt undaunted. The Liuli golden body, which he possessed, was comprehensive in its enhancements, providing him with formidable combat strength, speed, and defense, alongside unparalleled rewards such as the devouring flame dragon's wrath, world-ending divine thunder, and the sword intent of the Yellow Springs. Defending Haoran City might indeed serve as an opportunity for him. Moreover, it was not a certainty that alien beings would materialize above Haoran City. Xiao Tian, the duty of safeguarding Haoran City is now entrusted to you, Ning Xianghua said with a smile. The other attendees in the hall, noticing Ning Tian's apparent acquiescence, also displayed smiles. It was remarkable, not just for the Dragon Empire, but for the entire Blue Star, that someone of Ning Tian's age would be tasked with the defense of such a significant city. Very well, fourth uncle. Ning Tian acknowledged with a nod. He believed that the skies above Haoran City might remain free from extraterrestrial threats, and even if they did arise, it could be a chance for him. What reason did he have to refuse? Fourth uncle, are you all set to head to the southeastern battlefield? Ning Tian suddenly inquired. The principal entryway to the southeastern battlefield lay in the wilderness outside Dongming City, the capital of Dongming Province. In addition to the main defensive line, numerous smaller battlefields were constructed for interdimensional passages. Indeed, we shall depart this afternoon, they replied. Then please exercise caution upon your arrival at the battlefield, Ning Tian advised. The southeastern battlefield was fraught with peril, a truth that was all too evident. After the meeting concluded, Ning Tian did not immediately leave the Grand Governor's mansion. Instead, he waited until fourth uncle and the others had departed before he exited the premises. He exhaled deeply, not in relief but in resignation. Agreeing to safeguard Haoran City was a simple matter. Yet, after Ning Xianghua, Wang Pei, and the other formidable beings had taken their leave, he felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. Upon departing the Grand Governor's mansion, he chose not to head to Howling Mountain. The records there were far too trivial for him, devoid of any challenge. However, for Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming, they presented significant hurdles. Most of those records had been set by his father, and for them to break them was nearly impossible. Returning to his family estate, he entered his room. The Ning family resided on the expansive Donglong Mountain, and his living quarters, being the most direct descendant of the purest bloodline, were unlike those of others. If one were to describe it in a single word, it would be vast. Within his chamber, executing the cosmic dragon technique felt utterly unconfined. After practicing for a while, Ning Tian sank into the sofa for a brief respite and turned on the television, eager to catch up on the latest martial arts news. Most of the broadcasts were trivial, but to his surprise, the upcoming launch of the Genius Training Camp in the imperial capital made the headlines. Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming were preparing to attend the camp, and he wondered how much they would gain in terms of improvement and insights. Meanwhile, at Howling Mountain, Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming were descending. The records set by Dad are far too difficult to break. I may never achieve it in my lifetime, Ning Ming lamented, shaking her head. Indeed, Xia Yuewei concurred, believing that only Ning Tian could possibly surpass Ning Xingyun's records. Come, Ning Ming. Let us hurry back to the family estate to see if your brother has returned, and ask fourth uncle why he went to the Grand Governor's mansion, Xia Yuewei suggested, her concern for Ning Tian evident as his wife. All right, Ning Ming responded eagerly, intrigued by fourth uncle's summons for her brother. Upon returning to the family estate and learning that Ning Tian had indeed come back, they both sighed in relief. Soon, they located Ning Tian. You're back from Howling Mountain already? Ning Tian was slightly taken aback to see Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming, assuming they would stay longer at the mountain. How could two SSS-level talents be so lackluster? Ning Ming remarked. It's because the records left by Dad are incredibly hard to break, she mused. Ning Tian, why did fourth uncle summon you to the Grand Governor's mansion? Ning Ming inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yeah, brother. Could it be that fourth uncle has some important task for you? Xia Yuewei added. At that moment, both women transformed into curious children. Ning Tian, hearing their questions, decided against concealing the truth. Fourth uncle and the powerful beings of Howren City have gone to the battlefield for support, and I've been left to guard Howren City, he stated, his expression remaining largely unchanged. The myriad thoughts he had experienced within the Grand Governor's mansion had already calmed him. However, upon hearing his declaration, Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming were unable to maintain their composure. They exchanged incredulous glances, the atmosphere in the room seemingly frozen. Ning Tian, you cannot be jesting, Xia Yuewei exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. She understood that if this were true, the responsibility would be monumental. Ning Ming's round face reflected shock as well. She had anticipated fourth uncle would assign Ning Tian some significant mission, but never did she expect such a heavy burden. Guarding Howren City? The two women swallowed hard. Their dark eyes filled with astonishment. They regarded themselves as prodigies, and in their understanding, geniuses were those who diligently cultivated, basking in the admiration of others. Given sufficient time, they would inevitably become top-tier powerhouses. Yet, after witnessing Ning Tian's strength, they recognized that at his age, one could not merely be labeled a genius. One could also be a formidable warrior. Strength, however, was relative. When compared to the truly elite, there was no comparison to be made. But what had they just heard from Ning Tian? Was he to guard Howren City? Undoubtedly. Ning Tian's words shattered the understanding of Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming once more. That night unfolded in another embrace of warmth. After the departure of the fourth grandfather and the formidable beings of Howren City, no signs of any strange creatures had been detected, either in the wilderness or within the city. The following day, a voice from the system echoed in Ning Tian's mind. Ding. Newlywed for 28 days, reward, celestial spirit wings. Celestial spirit wings? Hearing the system's announcement, Ning Tian was taken aback. He had already begun to comprehend the implications. Upon reviewing the effects of the celestial spirit wings, a look of delight instantly illuminated his handsome face. Once fused with the celestial spirit wings, he would be able to soar through the skies. It is worth noting that this was a feat achievable only by martial artists of the lowest rank. Moreover, the efficacy of the celestial spirit wings surpassed that of the pale golden wings typical of martial artists. Even the deep golden wings of martial kings paled in comparison. As his own strength increased, the flight speed of the celestial spirit wings would accelerate correspondingly. System, fuse with the celestial spirit wings. Chapter 57. The effects of celestial spirit wings, endless killing intent. Ding. Fusion of celestial spirit wings successful. With the system's announcement, Ning Tian successfully merged with the celestial spirit wings. He understood that with the celestial spirit wings, he would no longer be so passive in the face of any aerial foes that might appear. Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming had already gone to Southeast University. Stepping out of his room, Ning Tian gazed toward the direction of the Grand Governor's mansion. Shall I give it a try? He contemplated testing the effects of the celestial spirit wings. Without hesitation, he proceeded to activate them. As soon as he did, a pair of celestial wings, extending several dozen meters, materialized on his back. The wings shimmered in purple, entwined with various ethereal lights, appearing exceptionally resplendent. Whoosh! In an instant, Ning Tian ascended into the sky. Now that he was tasked with guarding Howren City, he certainly could not wander aimlessly. He needed to make a trip to the Grand Governor's mansion first. Once airborne, he swiftly headed toward the Grand Governor's mansion. The speed of flight granted by the celestial spirit wings was indeed formidable. Goodness, what is that? The appearance of such celestial wings in the skies above Howren City left the townsfolk utterly astonished. The wings of martial artists were pale gold, while those of martial kings were deep gold. Yet this purple pair of wings, what on earth was it? The residents of Howren City had heard of aerial combat techniques before, but they were typically unimpressive. If not, what advantage would the wings formed by condensed energy possess? The purple wings in the sky, in terms of both length and imposing presence, struck them as far superior to the deep golden wings of martial saints. How could they possibly consider it inferior? Could there be even higher tier wings beyond those of martial saints? The celestial spirit wings, adorned with various ethereal lights, enveloped Ning Tian, leaving the inhabitants of Howren City oblivious to the identity of their possessor. Ah, this. As Xia Yuewei made his way to the Grand Governor's mansion, he too was taken aback by the sight of the celestial spirit wings overhead. He had never anticipated witnessing such an aerial combat technique above Howren City. Although the celestial spirit wings seemed too extraordinary to be merely a combat technique, he could only attribute it to the realm of aerial combat, as wings formed from condensed energy bore no such hue. After receiving an imperial spirit Dan as part of the Ning family's betrothal gift, he had successfully advanced to a first-rank martial king. With this breakthrough, he had secured his place among the strongest in Howren City. Initially, he had intended to assist on the southeast battlefield, but after considerable deliberation amongst the elite, it was decided that retaining a martial king in the city was a safer option. He is coming down. Suddenly, exclamations erupted throughout Howren City. A brilliant beam of light descended toward the ground. Observing this, Xia Yuewei wasted no time and rushed toward the landing point of the light. However, upon arriving, he looked around but found no sign of the one possessing the celestial spirit wings. Strong beings act with discretion, Xia Yuewei murmured to himself. The divine dragon empire encompassed more than just the 7 provinces of the southeast. He mused that the owner of the celestial spirit wings must be a powerful individual from another region. Just then, as Xia Yuewei pondered, Ning Tian's voice reached his ears. Hearing Ning Tian's voice brought him back to reality, and he noticed Ning Tian approaching him. Ning Tian, did you see that astonishing aerial combat technique just now? Xia Yuewei inquired. Aerial combat technique? Ning Tian momentarily lost focus, then secretly smiled. The celestial spirit wings were not a mere combat technique. To be precise, they were a pair of virtual wings that could be concealed when not in use and unfurled when needed. However, it was entirely reasonable for Xia Yuewei to perceive them as a combat technique, for in Blue Star, aside from wings formed from condensed energy, only combat techniques existed. I did see it. As soon as I noticed it descending, I hurried over, but I still arrived too late, Ning Tian replied, but Xia Yuewei interrupted him. It must be a powerful individual from another region. I think we should not concern ourselves too much with this and head to the Grand Governor's mansion. With that, the two made their way toward the mansion. Though Xia Yuewei remained in the city, he was acutely aware of priorities. He understood that this defense was led by Ning Tian. Initially, he had been perplexed by the strong individual's decision, but he later realized their intent was to temper Ning Tian, enriching his experience. Upon reaching the Grand Governor's mansion, both felt somewhat aimless. Inside the mansion, they were bound to await news. Without news, there was little to do. No news meant peace in the world. If there were matters to address, they would tackle them accordingly. Ding. Newlywed for 29 days, reward, Dragon's Roaming Elixir. Ding. Newlywed for 30 days, reward, 10 Direction Scroll. Ding. Newlywed for 31 days, reward, Endless Killing Intent. 3 days passed once more. During this time, both the city and the wilderness remained tranquil. The Dragon's Roaming Elixir and 10 Direction Scroll proved to be rather mundane. However, the Endless Killing Intent piqued Ning Tian's curiosity. Upon examining its effects, he discovered that once fused, it would envelop him in a torrent of killing intent, enhancing his combat power against foes while also instilling fear in them. An increase in combat power? Ning Tian mused that the Endless Killing Intent was indeed a commendable reward. After fusion, possessing both the Cosmic Dragon technique and Endless Killing Intent would significantly amplify his combat prowess. Ning Tian, brother. When Ning Tian found himself with idle time at the governor's mansion, the voices of Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming resonated nearby. Xia Yuewei, who was not far from Ning Tian, was the paternal grandfather of Xia Yuewei. Upon seeing his granddaughter, his countenance brightened with joy. He believed that with Ning Tian's current prowess, his granddaughter had indeed discovered the finest son-in-law in the Blue Star, even though their union had been somewhat fortuitous. Grandfather, you are here too, exclaimed Xia Yuewei, her charming face alight with excitement upon spotting Xia Yuewei. Yuewei, I have heard that you will be attending the genius training camp hosted in the imperial capital in a few days? Xia Yuewei inquired. Indeed, grandfather. Both Ning Ming and I are going, Xia Yuewei affirmed with a nod. Xia Yuewei was well aware of Ning Ming's SSS level talent. Is it just you and Ning Ming going? He suddenly asked. Yes, she replied, puzzled by her grandfather's abrupt question. Oh, I see. Xia Yuewei had initially assumed that Ning Tian would also be attending, but upon reconsideration, he realized that with Ning Tian's formidable strength, there was truly no necessity for him to go. Chapter 58, The Rift in Space and the Alien Beings Above Howren City. What brings you here? Ning Tian addressed Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming. Nothing much, my sister-in-law, and I merely wish to see what you do each day, Ning Ming replied. Upon hearing this, Ning Tian thought to himself that as long as their visit held no ulterior motives, he was content. Ning Tian, grandfather, are you both guarding Howren City? Xia Yuewei then spoke up. Indeed, Ning Tian responded with a calm smile. But why do I get the impression that you are merely basking in the sun? Xia Yuewei voiced her confusion. Yes, I too feel as though you are sunbathing, Ning Ming echoed. You little girls know nothing, Xia Yuewei had chuckled, shaking his head. After spending several days in the governor's mansion alongside Ning Tian, he recognized that not only was Ning Tian extraordinarily powerful, but his character was also commendable. Had he known earlier what kind of person Ning Tian was, he would not only have accepted the proposal from Ning Mingxing, his second uncle, but would have laughed heartily as well. Indeed, you do not understand, Ning Tian remarked with a wry smile at Xia Yuewei's words. The fact that the head of the Xia family and I are basking in the sun indeed signifies that Haoran City is secure. If there were any issues, we would hardly be able to enjoy the sunlight. Upon hearing this from Ning Tian, Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming understood. Sister-in-law, the sun is truly delightful today. Shall we join you? Ning Ming began to suggest to Xia Yuewei, but before she could finish her sentence, her words faltered. This was due to the once clear sky suddenly growing dark at an alarming speed. What is happening? Xia Yuewei gasped, a feeling of oppressive darkness enveloping her heart. If the sudden dimming could be attributed to an impending rainstorm, there was still an inexplicable and formidable aura rising in the heavens. The residents of Haoran City also sensed this peculiar power, their expressions turning to shock and bewilderment. What is going on? Why am I trembling uncontrollably? One resident exclaimed. Could it be that alien beings are about to appear above Haoran City? My heavens! I have seen that the powerful warriors of our Haoran City have all departed in the past few days. What shall we do if formidable alien beings truly manifest? The hearts of the residents raced, their anxiety palpable as they gazed skyward. Naturally, they hoped that no powerful alien entities would descend upon Haoran City. In the governor's mansion, all gathered in the square, sensing something amiss, their eyes fixated upon the heavens. Ning Tian, what is your perspective? Xia Yuewei squinted. I cannot say for certain. Let us observe for now, Ning Tian responded, equally taken aback by the sudden changes above Haoran City. Crack! Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed across the skies of Haoran City, startling its millions of inhabitants. All turned their gazes toward the ominous sky in unison. Gasp! As they looked up, a collective intake of breath filled the air. Their mouths agape in sheer horror. A rift had appeared in the sky. A spatial rift, indeed heralding the arrival of alien beings. At this moment, Xia Yuewei's expression grew exceedingly grave. Although Ning Tian was the chief guardian of Haoran City, he recognized that his strength was unparalleled. Should any trouble arise, he would have to confront it head-on. Observing the rift overhead, Ning Tian shook his head inwardly. He had assumed that with the departure of the powerful warriors, the city would remain safe. Yet, unexpectedly, a spatial rift had manifested above Haoran City. Were the alien beings aware of the city's vulnerability and acting intentionally? Beside him, Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Despite their SSS-level talents, their youth rendered them ill-prepared for the reality that such a rift would soon bring forth formidable alien beings. Roar! In an instant, as the residents of Haoran City fixated on the dark rift above, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Upon hearing this chilling cry, some of the more timid residents collapsed to the ground in terror. Humans, I shall bring about your demise. A cold and sinister voice echoed, followed by the emergence of a towering, humanoid alien being, its entire form cloaked in darkness, appearing above Haoran City. In the square of the governor's mansion, Ning Ming looked up at the alien creature and quickly turned to Ning Tian, exclaiming, Brother, it's a black-faced demon. Ning Tian had encountered knowledge of the black-faced demons in texts, recognizing them as a relatively formidable race among the myriad of beings. The black-faced demon that hovered above Haoran City possessed the ability to articulate human speech, its strength undoubtedly that of a martial general. With the system's assistance, Ning Tian discerned that this black-faced demon was at the second rank of martial general level. A second-rank martial general was indeed powerful, yet still not beyond his capabilities to confront. Moreover, Xia Yuewei was present. The residents of Haoran City, witnessing the black-faced demon, gasped in horror and began to murmur among themselves. This black-faced demon can speak. Its strength is at least that of a first-rank martial general. Surely, there must still be powerful guardians in Haoran City. It cannot be that we are left entirely defenseless. Fear not, there must still be strong warriors in Haoran City. The residents attempted to reassure one another, though uncertainty loomed over them regarding the true state of their defenses. Fortunately, it was merely a single black-faced demon. Back in the square of the governor's mansion, the martial artists, having regained their composure after the initial shock, realized that a single martial general-level black-faced demon would not stir up a great tempest. Did you not just say we were basking in the sun? I shall now ascend and slay the black-faced demon above. Xia Yuewei declared with a smile to Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming. A second-tier martial general-level black-faced demon spirit stood before him, akin to myriads. Yet, just as Xia Yuewei finished speaking, a cacophony of roars from otherworldly beings erupted in the dim skies above. Roar, roar, roar. It was not a singular roar, but a multitude. What more? The martial artists gathered in the square were taken aback. They had not anticipated that, in addition to this second-tier martial general-level black-faced demon spirit, other foreign entities would emerge from the rifts in space. Not only the warriors within the Grand Governor's mansion were astonished, but the entire populace of Haoran City was equally shocked. As the deafening roars of these alien beings echoed, it felt as though their very souls were trembling. They quickly fixed their gaze upward, eager to ascertain the number of foreign beings that had appeared. Chapter 59. 8 Martial General level alien beings. Just as the residents of Howren City were fixated on the rift in the sky, 1, 2, 3. A total of 7 foreign entities emerged from the rift. Along with the initially revealed black-faced demon spirit, there were now 8 alien beings in total. As they beheld these 8 formidable entities, a palpable fear gripped everyone present. The martial artists on the Grand Governor's Square, upon witnessing the newly appeared 7 alien beings, were also losing their composure. Wing-tailed demon serpents, golden thunder beasts, purple-faced wolf demons, Iron King bull demons. The 8 alien beings hovering above Howren City all possessed humanoid forms. Judging by the overwhelming aura emanating from them, they were all martial general level. How intriguing. Ning Tian smiled calmly. He had not anticipated the sudden appearance of so many martial general level alien beings. These entities ranged from first-tier to third-tier martial generals. Such strength, in light of his numerous extraordinary rewards, was hardly significant. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Xia Yuewei, relieved that no martial king level alien beings had materialized, let out a quiet sigh. Had a martial king level entity appeared, it would have posed a significant threat. Foolish humans, today we shall massacre your city. Suddenly, the 8 alien beings in the sky unleashed a chilling proclamation. Following their declaration, a cacophony of sinister laughter spread throughout Howren City, sending shivers down the spines of its residents. Hearing the eerie voices of the alien beings, fear enveloped the hearts of the city's inhabitants. Why haven't our strong warriors taken action yet? My goodness, there are already 8 powerful alien beings, and they all possess humanoid forms. This is utterly terrifying. Calm down. I believe these alien beings cannot possibly pose a threat to our Howren City's warriors. The residents of Howren City murmured in terror. Xia Yuewei's gaze remained fixed on the 8 martial general level alien beings in the sky. He first glanced at Ning Tian, only to be taken aback to find no trace of fear on Ning Tian's face. Was he unafraid? Was it because he had Xia Yuewei's presence that he felt secure, or did he believe he could contend with these 8 martial general level alien beings? Xia Yuewei recognized that these 8 alien beings were all low-tier martial generals. Yet, martial general level was still martial general level. Their strength was not something ordinary martial artists could rival. Even though he was aware of Ning Tian's immense power, he could not bring himself to believe that Ning Tian could vanquish these 8 martial general level alien beings. Ning Tian, I shall take the initiative to eradicate these foreign beings. After regaining his composure, Xia Yuewei declared to Ning Tian. He thought, why ponder so much? The true path is to eliminate these 8 martial general level alien beings first. Grandfather, please be cautious. Upon hearing Xia Yuewei's words, Xia Yuewei understood that her grandfather was preparing to confront the 8 alien beings above. Sister-in-law, Summer Grandpa is a martial king after all. Those grotesque beings up there surely cannot match his strength. Ning Ming chimed in, offering a gesture of encouragement to Xia Yuewei. Xia Yuewei chuckled at her words and nodded. Just wait and see. I can eliminate these 8 alien beings in an instant. He had initially intended to strike at the first black-faced demon spirit that emerged. The subsequent appearance of the 7 alien beings prompted him to pause. Otherwise, the black-faced demon spirit would no longer be present. Leave these alien beings to me. Just as Xia Yuewei was preparing to leap into action, Ning Tian's voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Upon hearing this, not only Xia Yuewei, but everyone on the Grand Governor's Square fell into a state of shock. They all fixed their gaze upon Ning Tian. Did he truly intend to confront these martial general level alien beings? Not just one, but all of them? As inhabitants of the Grand Governor's mansion, they were acutely aware of Ning Tian's terrifying prowess. Indeed, he might be an unparalleled existence across the entire Blue Star. However, being unique surely applied only to the realm of geniuses. The 8 alien beings above were all martial general level entities. Xia Yuewei stared at Ning Tian in disbelief, unable to fathom that Ning Tian would utter such words. He had just been pondering why Ning Tian appeared unafraid when he gazed at the 8 martial general level alien beings. He assumed the primary reason was that he, as a martial king, was present. A martial king posed a cataclysmic threat to martial general level alien beings. Simultaneously, he speculated that perhaps Ning Tian believed he could handle these 8 martial general beings himself, hence his lack of fear. Of course, this speculation seemed like a jest to him. Who would have thought that Ning Tian genuinely desired to face these 8 martial general level alien beings alone? Ning Tian, let us not jest. These are 8 martial general level alien beings. At this moment, Xia Yuewei, standing beside Ning Tian, interjected. Had it been 1 or even 2 martial general level beings, she might not have opposed Ning Tian. After all, Ning Tian had previously slain 3 9th-grade Grandmaster level alien beings in the wild, proving his strength surpassed that of a Grandmaster, with martial generals being the next tier. However, facing 8 martial general level beings? As Ning Tian's wife, she certainly did not want him to take such risks. Indeed, brother, let Summer Grandpa handle these 8 martial general level alien beings. Ning Ming was equally astonished by her brother Ning Tian's audacious decision. In her eyes, This decision was bolder than his previous challenge to dozens of noble scions in Southeast University, although she had ultimately been proven wrong. Competing against the noble scions posed no mortal peril. Engaging with these 8 martial general level beings, however, could spell disaster at any moment. Ning Tian, I recognize your formidable strength, but please allow me to handle these 8 martial general level alien beings. Xia Yuewei understood that someone like Ning Tian must possess a certain pride. He couldn't directly state that Ning Tian was not a match for these 8 martial general level beings, so he opted for a more tactful approach. Foolish humans. Do you believe we have yet to strike because we wish to grant you more time to live? You insignificant ants have no inkling of the fact that we are awaiting the arrival of Lord Pros. Abruptly, the 8 alien beings hovering above Howren City erupted into a cacophony of sinister laughter. Their mirth resonated with an eerie intensity, striking terror into the hearts of all who heard. Lord Pros? The inhabitants of Howren City stood frozen in disbelief at this revelation. Did this imply that, beyond these 8 martial generals, an even more formidable entity would soon emerge? What else could justify the honorific of Lord? Chapter 60. The Martial King-level alien beings. Enveloping Howren City with an unfathomable bloodlust. More alien beings are to appear? The martial artists gathered in the plaza of the Grand Governor's mansion were rendered speechless by this assertion. It was already alarming enough to have 8 martial general-level alien beings in the skies above. The prospect of a 9th was indeed daunting. Yet, the most pressing concern was that these 8 martial generals referred to the forthcoming entity as Lord. Given their formidable prowess, it was reasonable to deduce that Lord Pros must be at least a 7th-tier martial general or higher. Roar. Just as the populace of Howren City was engulfed in horror, another alien roar reverberated through the air. This bellow boomed like thunder, instilling a profound sense of dread. Everyone understood that this heralded the emergence of Pros from the spatial rift. Welcome, Lord Pros. The 8 martial general-level alien beings chorused in unison upon hearing the roar. As the echoes faded, a humanoid alien being emerged from the rift. This creature exuded an overwhelming aura of darkness, commanding respect and fear in equal measure. The celestial demon royal clan. Xia Yuewei stood transfixed, gazing at the newly appeared humanoid alien in the sky. He was not alone. The martial artists in the Grand Governor's Mansion Plaza shared his astonishment. The celestial demon clan ranked among the most elite of all races. And now above them was none other than the celestial demon Crimson Bird, Pros. A first-tier martial king-level alien being, its power was nothing short of terrifying. The residents of Howren City stared at the newly manifested Pros, their faces etched with fear and uncertainty about their next course of action. It was over. Had they slain those 8 martial general-level aliens earlier, they could have focused their efforts on combating this celestial demon Crimson Bird. Xia Yuewei's complexion had turned pale. As a first-tier martial king, even if he could vanquish Pros, it would undoubtedly consume considerable time. How could he contend with Pros while also managing the remaining 8 martial general-level aliens? Should he truly leave it to Ning Tian? Ning Tian, do you think we should summon the strong from the battlefield through the teleportation array for assistance? Xia Yuewei hurriedly inquired. The safety of Howren City could not be taken lightly. Master Xia, did I not mention that I would handle those 8 martial general-level alien beings? Ning Tian replied, casting a glance at Xia Yuewei before turning his attention back to Pros. You merely need to confront this celestial demon Crimson Bird. But Xia Yuewei was about to voice his concerns when suddenly, a tempest surged through the plaza of the Grand Governor's mansion. Following the gust, a myriad of dazzling spiritual lights emerged. A pair of ethereal wings, stretching several dozen meters, materialized behind Ning Tian. These wings shimmered in shades of purple, entwined with radiant light, resembling divine appendages. Indeed, they were the divine spirit wings. Realization dawned upon Xia Yuewei as he beheld Ning Tian's divine spirit wings, leaving him utterly speechless. Initially, when the divine spirit wings had appeared above Howren City, he had presumed them to belong to another powerful entity. The very sight of such wings was extraordinary, especially given their purple hue. Frankly, to Xia Yuewei, the divine spirit wings seemed far from a mere flight technique. Yet, he had no other means to explain them than as a method of aerial movement. The onlookers in the plaza of the Grand Governor's mansion stood as if petrified, bewildered by the revelation that the owner of the divine spirit wings was none other than Ning Tian. Such a notion was unfathomable. Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming were equally astonished. They believed they knew Ning Tian well, yet he continued to shatter their perceptions time and again. Just how many secrets did he still conceal? Before the crowd could gather their wits, Ning Tian, now adorned with the divine spirit wings, soared into the heavens. Slaying the 8 martial general-level alien beings would undoubtedly yield immense power. He was currently harnessing the cosmic dragon art alongside an insatiable bloodlust. Should he manage to eliminate all 8, he would undoubtedly experience a breakthrough. This opportunity was one he could not afford to miss. The alien beings in the sky paused momentarily as they observed Ning Tian's approach, but soon dismissed him. To them, he was merely a harbinger of his own demise. At last, a powerful figure from Howren City has made their move. The residents of Howren City, upon witnessing the divine spirit wings, erupted in excitement. With so many powerful alien beings looming above, their anxiety had been palpable, especially considering that many strong fighters had vacated the city. They were uncertain if any formidable protectors remained within Haran City. The emergence of a strong fighter provided them with a glimmer of hope. The presence of the divine spirit wings evoked an overwhelming sense of awe, utterly breathtaking. They understood that the wielder of the divine spirit wings was undoubtedly an extraordinary being. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Ning Tian was merely a third-tier grandmaster. Fortunately, with the divine spirit wings, he could defy the limitations of his cultivation level and soar through the skies. Celestial demon Crimson Bird, I shall engage you in battle. Xia Yuewei finally regained his composure and shouted defiantly at pros above. Initially, he had not realized that Ning Tian was the possessor of the divine spirit wings. Now that he was aware, he chose to place his trust in Ning Tian. If he could distract pros, the remaining 8 martial general level alien beings would be left for Ning Tian to dispatch. As Xia Yuewei's words fell, a pair of resplendent golden wings emerged behind him, propelling him swiftly into the sky. Observing this, pros revealed a chilling smile upon its dark visage. If Xia Yuewei wished to confront it, then it would oblige. Instantly, massive dark beams of light enveloped pros, forming a shockwave that surged violently towards Xia Yuewei. Pros was a first-tier martial king level alien being, and Xia Yuewei was likewise a first-tier martial king. Their impending clash could only be described as cataclysmic. Meanwhile, as Ning Tian activated the divine spirit wings and ascended into the sky, he locked eyes with the 8 martial general level alien beings, preparing for confrontation. Human, do you intend to challenge us all single-handedly? The black-faced demon spirit that first appeared above Haran City sneered coldly at Ning Tian. Indeed, Ning Tian nodded. And then he uttered 4 words to the 8 martial general level alien beings before him. Endless killing intent. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped the entirety of Haran City, both in the sky and on the ground. Chapter 61. The glorious golden body in the 5th layer form. After being shrouded in this boundless killing intent, all the residents of Haran City were struck with terror. They could hardly fathom that such malevolent intent would suddenly manifest. This was Haran City, not an abyss of torment. Even the warriors gathered in the plaza of the Grand Governor's office trembled with fear. Sister, what on earth is happening? Why do I feel my body shaking uncontrollably? At this moment, Ning Ming asked Xia Yuewei with a voice laced with dread. I don't know, it feels terrifying. Xia Yuewei was equally shaken. The inhabitants of Haran City remained oblivious to the fact that this infinite killing intent was summoned by Ning Tian. With the cosmic dragon technique combined with the endless killing intent, slaying these 8 martial general level alien beings would grant him immense power. Naturally, Ning Tian had to unleash the endless killing intent. Once he did, a singular word consumed his gaze: kill. The 8 martial general level alien beings confronting Ning Tian were equally affected by the overwhelming murderous aura. This human is acting strangely. We must eliminate him quickly, suddenly declared the black-faced demon spirit. Without hesitation, one of the first-tier martial general level alien beings surged toward Ning Tian. Here they come. Xia Yuewei's eyes were fixed on the sky, her worry for Ning Tian overshadowing any concern for her grandfather. Ning Ming and the many warriors in the Grand Governor's office plaza widened their eyes in alarm, their hearts racing as they sensed the impending danger. At that critical moment, an incredibly intense divine light of glazed brilliance erupted in Ning Tian's vicinity. The radiant light was so blinding that many residents of Haran City were unable to open their eyes. What is this? Xia Yuewei's fair cheeks momentarily lost their color. She wondered if her husband was about to reveal yet another astonishing power, which would undoubtedly shatter her understanding once again. The first-tier martial general level alien being that was attacking Ning Tian halted its advance upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the glazed divine light. The remaining 7 martial general level alien beings were equally taken aback. They had never anticipated such an unusual brilliance would manifest in Ning Tian's area. Even the fierce combatants, Xia Yuewei and pros, engaged in their own battle, turned their attention to the radiant light spreading through the air. Neither Xia Yuewei nor pros understood the nature of this glazed divine light. The glazed divine light emanated from Ning Tian's glorious golden body. He had received this new marital reward during the extermination of the Frost Abyss insect clan in the wilds of South Copper City. However, he had not had the opportunity to employ it back then. Now, with 8 martial general level alien beings appearing above Haran City, what better time could there be to utilize the glorious golden body? Once the glazed divine light emanating from his vicinity faded, a towering glorious golden body, standing at an impressive height of 2 zhang, materialized before the 8 martial general level alien beings. They gazed in astonishment at Ning Tian's form, which appeared as an oddity to them. For the residents of Haran City, the glorious golden body was a spectacle that far exceeded their comprehension. What on earth is that? It looks utterly astounding. I have no idea. First, there were those shocking divine wings, and now it has transformed into this form. Who is this powerful being? In Haran City, there are many formidable warriors. It's not surprising that there are some we are unaware of. I hope this powerful figure can swiftly eliminate these alien beings. As the residents of Howran City engaged in fervent discussions, the warriors in the Grand Governor's office plaza were equally dumbfounded. They certainly recognized Ning Tian as the wielder of the Yellow Spring's sword intent and the devouring flame dragon's wrath. Yet, they questioned whether this alone was sufficient to defend Howran City. Their skepticism regarding Ning Tian's decision lingered. However, upon realizing that Ning Tian possessed both the celestial spirit wings and the glorious golden body, they understood that if they continued to doubt Ning Tian's judgment, they would be utterly foolish. Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming exchanged glances. They understood that with Ning Tian once again unleashing something beyond their comprehension, the 8 martial general-level alien beings were about to face dire consequences. The glorious golden body possessed 5 layers, each more formidable than the last. Ning Tian was currently in the first layer form. Human, it appears that your strength is not as feeble as we had imagined. The 8 martial general-level alien beings regarded Ning Tian with cold stares. But do you think you can deal with us merely with this? They were not intimidated by Ning Tian. Although his glorious golden body form was peculiar, they knew that it posed no real threat. Who said I intended to confront you in this manner? Ning Tian thought to himself, observing the overconfident alien beings before him. He knew that the glorious golden body had 5 layers and did not require a specific level of combat to unlock them sequentially. It could be activated directly from the first layer to the 5th to deal with 8 martial general-level alien beings. He certainly needed the 5th layer form of the glorious golden body. Human, do you perhaps have a hidden card up your sleeve? The 8 martial general-level alien beings were momentarily taken aback by Ning Tian's words. Before they could finish their thoughts, they witnessed Ning Tian's glorious golden body rapidly expanding in size and height. 4 zhang, 6 zhang, 8 zhang, 10 zhang. In an instant, the originally 2 zhang tall glorious golden body had reached an imposing height of 10 zhang. In its 5th layer form, the glorious golden body exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance. Resembling a war god, the 8 martial general-level alien beings stared in disbelief at the transformation before them. The entire populace of Howran City was equally astonished. The glorious golden body could grow larger and taller. This was a sight they had never dared to dream of. In the 5th layer form of the glorious golden body, Ning Tian fixed his gaze upon the 8 martial general-level alien beings before him, and he was ready to strike. Immediately, a sense of death surged from his pupils, accompanied by the endless killing intent. It was as if the gates of the underworld had been flung open for these 8 martial general-level alien beings. Die! Ning Tian uttered this cold command and surged toward the 8 alien beings, though his true strength was merely that of a 3rd-tier grandmaster. In the 5th layer form of the glorious golden body, he harbored no fear of these 8 martial general-level beings. Boom, boom, boom. Upon entering the territory of the 8 martial general-level alien beings, Ning Tian thrust his glorious divine fist toward them, unleashing a barrage of glazed fist strikes. In the skies above, a radiant array of glass-like fist energies enveloped the scene. Chapter 62, Powerful Combat Strength, 4th Grade Grandmaster. Astonishing. All the inhabitants of Howran City gazed up at the dazzling glass fist energies overhead. These energies intertwined, forming a colossal net of glass fists, an awe-inspiring sight, indeed. At that moment, the residents of Howran City could only express their astonishment with these 2 words. For them, Ning Tian's manifestation of the glass fist energies was nothing short of terrifying. Meanwhile, the 8 formidable martial generals of the alien beings clashed with Ning Tian in the sky. Witnessing the glass fist energies descending like raindrops, they were struck with panic. This child is too powerful. We must join forces. The once calm demeanor of these 8 martial generals had evaporated. The 5th-tier glass body was certainly not a hollow reputation. Bang, bang, bang. Ning Tian relentlessly assaulted these 8 martial generals with his glass divine fists. What did it matter if they surrounded him? Even if there were 9 or 10 of them, he remained utterly unperturbed. Beneath the shroud of endless murderous intent, Ning Tian grew ever more valiant, as the entire sky above Howran City became suffused with glass divine radiance. Even the cataclysmic battle between Xia Yuewei and Pros on the other side was overshadowed by this divine light. Boom. Suddenly, a glass divine fist struck one of the 1st-grade martial generals of the alien beings. This 1st-grade martial general could hardly endure such a blow. In an instant, a massive cloud of blood mist erupted in the sky above Howran City, rapidly spreading outward. The residents, witnessing Ning Tian swiftly slay an alien being, erupted with excitement. Were these alien beings not arrogant, daring to appear above their Howran City? Did they think there were no strong figures here? Truly a death wish. He's too fierce. Ning Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing Ning Tian so effortlessly dispatch a martial general, Xia Yuewei felt a slight sense of relief. However, with 7 alien beings still opposing Ning Tian, they could not afford to be complacent. The remaining 7 martial generals, upon witnessing Ning Tian's ease in slaying a 1st-grade alien being, were thrown into disarray. Initially intimidated by the fifth-tier glass body, they were now further shaken by the sight of one of their own being effortlessly defeated. Describing their panic as chaotic would be an understatement. Cloaked in endless murderous intent, Ning Tian was undeniably ferocious. While others might perceive a protracted and arduous battle ahead, in his eyes, the remaining 7 martial generals had already become mere prey. Without hesitation, Ning Tian unleashed another glass divine fist towards the 7 martial generals. The terrifying glass fist energies surged forth, and soon another first-grade alien being fell beneath his might. In terms of power, speed, and defense, the 5-tier glass body rendered these alien beings utterly outmatched. What could they possibly use to contend with Ning Tian? Presently, only 6 alien beings remained in combat against him, despite the appearance of having taken considerable time to slay 2 martial generals. In truth, his speed in wielding the glass divine fists was astounding. He had dispatched 2 martial generals in the blink of an eye. After claiming another martial general, his murderous intent escalated to a new level, intensifying the oppressive aura enveloping Howren City. The residents, beyond their excitement, trembled involuntarily. The endless murderous intent was still too terrifying for them. The remaining 6 martial generals had truly witnessed Ning Tian's might. They could not possibly stand against him. Even though thoughts of retreat began to stir within them, Ning Tian had no intention of letting them escape. They were all combatants. He must eliminate them to break through. As Ning Tian continued to unleash glass divine fists, the air resonated with explosive sounds. Even the fabric of space seemed to fray as fierce winds surged. The remaining 6 martial generals were now paralyzed with fear by the overwhelming murderous intent. Before they could fully comprehend their situation, 2 more martial generals were struck down by the glass divine fists. 4th-grade Grandmaster. After eliminating 2 more martial generals, Ning Tian ascended from 3rd-grade Grandmaster to 4th-grade Grandmaster. One cannot deny the power of the Cosmic Dragon technique coupled with endless murderous intent. Otherwise, achieving this breakthrough would have required additional time. At this moment, only 4 martial generals remained in combat against Ning Tian. The residents of Howren City, witnessing Ning Tian's extraordinary prowess, were filled with exhilaration. However, when Ning Tian ascended to the skies, he was enveloped in the radiant light of the celestial spirit wings. The inhabitants of Howren City were unaware that it was Ning Tian who battled the alien beings above. Had they known, their astonishment and excitement would have reached unparalleled heights. Run quick! Suddenly, one of the martial generals cried out in desperation. There was no way he dared to continue fighting against Ning Tian. The other 3 martial generals were equally paralyzed by the overwhelming display of Ning Tian's strength. Seeing these 4 martial generals attempting to flee, a smile crept upon Ning Tian's face. Think you can escape? Your speed cannot match mine. With that, he deployed the celestial steps to swiftly annihilate the remaining 4 martial generals. In truth, had he wished to eliminate these alien beings earlier, he could have done so with his other abilities. However, he sought to fully comprehend the effects of the glass body and endless murderous intent. With the 5-tier glass body combined with the celestial steps, his speed reached unfathomable heights. In an instant, he found himself before one of the martial generals. What? The martial general was struck as if by lightning. He could hardly fathom that Ning Tian's speed was so extraordinary. Before he could react, Ning Tian was already before him. Die! Ning Tian had no desire for idle chatter. He lunged forward. The martial general's spirit shattered, leaving him devoid of any fighting power against Ning Tian. In a moment, he was obliterated. Only 3 remained. Ning Tian chuckled coldly. Under the astonishing speed granted by the glass body and celestial steps, the remaining 3 martial generals had no hope of escape. 1, 2. Suddenly, 2 of the martial generals fell to Ning Tian's might. Chapter 63. Assassinate Ning Tian? I bestow upon you the divine thunder of annihilation to play with. The residents of Howren City beheld that only 1 alien being remained to confront Ning Tian. No. To be more precise, only 1 alien creature managed to flee. The onlookers grew increasingly agitated. The majority of them were ordinary warriors and common folk. In the face of these otherworldly beings, they could only rely on the mighty protectors of their city. Thus, witnessing the extraordinary prowess of their champions stirred them to great excitement. The remaining alien creature, a warlord-level being, reached a speed unprecedented in its existence. At that moment, it harbored but a singular thought: survival. If it did not wish to live, it would not be fleeing in such a frenzied manner. To it, Ning Tian was nothing short of a madman, a frenzied lunatic. Fortunately, its luck was somewhat favorable, as Ning Tian had pursued the other 3 warlord-level alien beings. Had he been the first to chase it, it would likely have met its demise. Human, I shall remember you. The warlord-level alien creature thought to itself. It understood that it had successfully escaped. Revenge could wait. There is a saying among humans that it was well aware of: a gentleman's vengeance is not late even after a decade. While it was not human, this adage still applied to it. Just as this warlord-level alien creature was relieved at its escape and contemplated avenging itself against Ning Tian, a radiant divine light appeared behind it. Upon sensing this divine light, the warlord-level alien was struck with immense horror and dread. Impossible. It never anticipated that Ning Tian's speed could reach such heights. After fleeing so far, how could Ning Tian possibly catch up? The warlord-level alien prepared to escape in desperation. It was certain that it was no match for Ning Tian. If it wished to survive, it could only run. Yet how could its speed ever compare to Ning Tian's? In an instant, under the influence of the 5-layered glazed golden body and the heavenly step, Ning Tian materialized right before the warlord-level alien. Witnessing this, the alien's pupils dilated in shock, as if struck by lightning. Human, your speed. It attempted to utter something to Ning Tian. But would Ning Tian allow it to finish? Of course not. Bang! As the glazed divine fist struck the warlord-level alien. The last remaining alien creature met its end at Ning Tian's hands. One remains. Ning Tian chuckled coldly. The 8 warlord-level alien beings he had fought against had all been slain by him. However, Xia Yuewei was still engaged in battle with the celestial demon Redbird. The strength of Xia Yuewei and the celestial demon Redbird was evenly matched, making it no easy feat for either side to achieve a decisive victory. In the skies above Howren City, after pursuing the fleeing warlord-level alien, only Xia Yuewei and Pros remained locked in combat. Pros had initially believed that the 8 warlord-level alien beings could easily annihilate Ning Tian. It never anticipated that they would be so utterly defeated by Ning Tian alone. With the 8 alien beings vanquished, Xia Yuewei's heart settled. Throughout his battle with Pros, he had been plagued with worries. What if Ning Tian was not a match for the 8 warlord-level alien beings? What would he do then? He would undoubtedly be entangled by Pros. If Ning Tian proved to be no match, the strength of the 8 warlord-level beings could inflict devastating damage upon Howren City. Now, with that concern alleviated, his courage surged. The residents of Howren City were also cheering for Xia Yuewei. The thunderous roars of encouragement felt like a buff enhancing his strength. He knew that given enough time, he would undoubtedly slay Pros. Meanwhile, Pros, having witnessed the defeat of the 8 warlord-level alien beings at Ning Tian's hands, began to lose its desire to continue battling Xia Yuewei. However, disengaging from a battle of this caliber was no simple task. It was now waiting for an opportune moment. Should the chance arise, it would withdraw from its engagement with Xia Yuewei. Whether it could escape alive was of no concern to Pros. If faced with danger, it would even burn its celestial demon soul and expend all its strength to increase its speed and flee. However, the current situation did not necessitate such drastic measures. Pros was not worried that Ning Tian would return to the skies above Howren City to join Xia Yuewei in combat. After all, Ning Tian had merely dealt with the lowest-tier warlord-level beings. Should he dare to return, Pros would swiftly strike him down. Not a word of jest. The crowd in the Grand Governor's Plaza fixed their gaze intently upon the fierce battle between Xia Yuewei and Pros above. The clash of warlord-level beings was profoundly shocking. A visual spectacle of the highest order. The defeat of the 8 warlord-level alien beings by Ning Tian had become a mere footnote. Now the focus was on Pros. They understood that as long as Pros remained, the threat to Howren City was far from extinguished. Grandfather, you can do it. Xia Yuewei clenched her fists, her pale face etched with tension and gravity. Were it not for her current weakness, she would not hesitate to soar into the skies to assist her grandfather, Xia Yuewei. For now, all she could do was cheer him on. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the Grand Governor's Plaza. The crowd immediately turned their attention towards the same direction. Indeed, shrouded in divine light, Ning Tian reappeared above Howren City. Maintaining his 5-layered glazed golden body, he radiated an overwhelming aura, resembling a war god soaring through the heavens. Brother is back, and this celestial demon Redbird is doomed. Ning Ming's round face glowed with excitement upon witnessing her brother's return to the skies above Howren City. Xia Yuewei, engaged in battle with Pros, felt a surge of joy at Ning Tian's arrival. With Ning Tian back, it meant he had vanquished the fleeing warlord-level alien beings. But what of the celestial demon Redbird? Would it dare return? Pros, realizing that Ning Tian had truly returned, let out a cold laugh. In an instant, Pros lunged towards Ning Tian with astonishing speed. It declared its intent to slay him with fierce determination. Not good. In a moment of relaxation, Xia Yuewei was taken aback as he saw Pros rushing towards Ning Tian. Ning Tian, be careful. Xia Yuewei could scarcely believe that Pros had shifted its focus to Ning Tian. All the people of Howren City beheld this scene. Yet, everything happened too swiftly for them to react. Ning Tian regarded the charging Pros with a cold smile. Though Pros was fast, he was more than capable of perceiving its movements. Was Pros seeking to prey upon the weak? He had just defeated 8 warlord-level alien beings, hardly an easy target. Therefore, let it receive a taste of the world-destroying divine thunder. Chapter 64. Pros flies backwards. The battle continues. As Pros lunged towards Ning Tian, Xia Yuewei shouted and followed suit. Pro's formidable strength was undeniable. He had to ensure Ning Tian's safety. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning surged into the sky, unleashing countless crimson bolts of divine thunder towards the advancing Pros. As Pros beheld the apocalyptic lightning, his eyes widened in alarm. Swiftly, he raised his defenses against the celestial onslaught. What is happening? Xia Yuewei was astounded. Although he had never witnessed the apocalyptic lightning firsthand, he had heard whispers of its existence. He knew that the owner of the devouring flame dragon was Ning Tian. Was the apocalyptic lightning also wielded by him? Xia Yuewei quickly regained his composure, realizing that these scarlet bolts were aimed at pros. He recognized this as an opportune moment. He too had to strike at pros. The residents of Howren City were equally captivated by the spectacle of the apocalyptic lightning overhead. The sheer magnitude of its presence left them in a state of shock, their pupils reflecting the crimson energy, their bodies frozen in disbelief. So, this devastating force was indeed unleashed by a formidable being? What kind of powerful entity could this be? Ning Tian had summoned the apocalyptic lightning twice, once while purging the foreign creatures in the wilderness outside Howren City, and again in the outskirts of Nantong City while vanquishing the 10-winged blackwing insect. Consequently, the citizens of Howren City were unfamiliar with the apocalyptic lightning. In the square of the governor's mansion, everyone gazed in astonishment at the celestial display. Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming had been left in awe countless times before, first by the celestial spirit wings, then the glazed golden body, and now the apocalyptic lightning. They recalled the previous encounters with the yellow spring sword intent and the devouring flame dragon. Moreover, there was the sky-covering divine step exhibited in the East River Martial Arts Hall. After swallowing their astonishment, they exchanged glances, silently vowing that no matter what astonishing feats Ning Tian might perform in the future, they would remain unfazed. Otherwise, they would be perpetually astounded. In the skies, Ning Tian's strength, being merely that of a fourth-rank Grand Master, rendered him incapable of annihilating a first-rank martial king-level foreign entity with the apocalyptic lightning. Previously, when he had used it in the wilderness, it had served merely as an auxiliary to aid Ning Shanbua and Wang Pei in slaying those formidable beings. This time, his intention in summoning the apocalyptic lightning against pros was not only to halt his advance, but also to create an opening for Xia Yuewei to strike. As pros defended against the divine thunder, he became vulnerable. Sure enough, Xia Yuewei seized the opportunity, launching a powerful attack from behind. In an instant, Pros was sent hurtling backward for hundreds of meters, spewing forth several mouthfuls of green blood. Damn it! Once Pros regained his footing, he clenched his teeth with a chilling gaze. After Ning Tian pursued those martial general-level foreign creatures, he had sensed their dire fate. Yet he remained unperturbed, knowing that should Ning Tian dare to return to the skies above Howren City, he would strike without hesitation. Ning Tian returned to the skies above Howren City, and Pros advanced towards him. However, he could never have anticipated that Ning Tian would unleash such a terrifying power as the apocalyptic lightning. Now, instead of contemplating an attack on Ning Tian, he found himself questioning his own survival. Must he truly resort to burning his own devil soul? Even if such a move would greatly enhance his speed, it would severely degrade his strength and entail dire consequences. He glared venomously at Ning Tian and Xia Yuewei, positioned hundreds of meters away. He never imagined he would be pushed to such extremes. Ning Tian, thanks to you, the task of slaying Pros became significantly easier. Xia Yuewei smiled at Ning Tian from a short distance away. Taking advantage of Pros' distraction with the apocalyptic lightning, his strike had inflicted substantial injury. With Pros wounded, Xia Yuewei felt more confident in finishing him off. Head of the Xia family, swiftly eliminate this celestial demon redbird, Ning Tian thought, aware that Pros was akin to a vicious wolf. Delaying its demise would only invite instability. Understood. Xia Yuewei nodded in response, stepping towards Pros' position. Ning Tian remained still, observing, contemplating that once Xia Yuewei had sufficiently weakened Pros, he would deliver the final blow. Slaying a first-rank martial king-level foreign entity would undoubtedly yield immense battle prowess. As Xia Yuewei approached Pros, the latter's expression turned icy. Burning his devil soul? Unthinkable. He refused to believe that together, Xia Yuewei and Ning Tian could truly force him to such desperate measures. Once Xia Yuewei stood before Pros, they resumed their fierce battle. In an instant, the skies above Howren City were filled with a cacophony of battle techniques, energy surges, explosions, and ethereal lights. The hearts of the citizens were in their throats. Despite Pros having been sent flying earlier, they could not afford to let their guard down as long as the conflict raged on. Nonetheless, the cheers and encouragement from the residents echoed thunderously, fueling the combatant spirits. Xia Yuewei grew increasingly fierce in battle, while Pros' vigor waned. He was reluctant to ignite his devil soul. Truly reluctant. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed. Pros was being relentlessly pushed back by Xia Yuewei. His already injured body now rendered even weaker. Observing Pros' diminishing strength, Ning Tian smiled calmly, aware that the moment to strike had arrived. It was time to gain power. Suddenly, a blazing aura enveloped him, rapidly coalescing into hundreds of fiery dragons. In an instant, the skies above Howren City were shrouded in flames. Both Xia Yuewei and Pros felt the heat and were taken aback. He was no fool. He recognized that the devouring flame dragon was a fire technique possessed by Ning Tian. By unleashing it now, Ning Tian intended to launch an assault on Pros. All the residents of Howren City, witnessing this sudden transformation in the sky, were left speechless, gasping in shock. At the birthday banquet of President Wang Pei of Southeast University, many powerful figures from the 7 provinces of Southeast were invited, including the hidden fire elemental expert in Haran City. Initially, speculation swirled about whether this fire expert would attend the banquet. Regardless of the outcome, the fire expert did indeed make an appearance. But this was not the most critical aspect. The most significant revelation was that the fire expert hidden within Haran City was none other than Ning Tian, the young master of the Ning family. Now, with the devouring flame dragon manifesting in the skies, did it not imply that the one who had just vanquished 8 martial general level foreign entities was also Ning Tian? Chapter 65. The fiery demonic soul ignites. Prose in utter terror. The inhabitants of Haran City were astounded to discover that the formidable figure soaring above them was none other than the illustrious Ning Tian. Their initial impressions of Ning Tian had been decidedly unfavorable. However, after witnessing his extraordinary prowess at Southeast University, where he wielded the formidable Huangquan sword intent, they began to reassess their opinions of him. Subsequently, they learned that Ning Tian was the enigmatic fire champion concealed within Haran City, revealing that he was far from the superficial simplicity they had once attributed to him. Now, as he hovered over Haran City, he had single-handedly vanquished 8 martial generals of the alien races. 8 martial generals. And Ning Tian was merely a youth in his 20s. Could he truly be deemed a mere prodigal son? No, he was indeed the hero of Haran City. At this moment, hundreds of blazing fiery dragons materialized in the skies above Haran City, surging toward Prose. The battle between Prose and Xia Yuewei had already left Prose somewhat fatigued. Had it chosen to ignite its demonic soul earlier, it could have fled by now. Yet, it was unwilling to take that course. Little did Prose anticipate that Ning Tian would unleash such a potent fiery combat technique against it. Both Prose and the citizens of Haran City could only perceive the devouring flame dragon burst as a mere fire skill, unaware that it was an extraordinarily powerful and nearly forbidden ability. Humans, I shall return. When I do, I will rend your bodies asunder and scatter your ashes. Prose roared as it beheld the oncoming horde of fiery dragons. Ignite the demonic soul. In an instant, it chose to set ablaze its own soul. It had painstakingly attained the status of a first-grade martial general among the alien races, but now, by igniting its demonic soul, its power would regress to that of an 8th-grade martial general. Yet, it had no choice. It had to sacrifice its own soul. As the demonic soul blazed, a unique aura enveloped Prose, and its speed surged to unprecedented levels. It began to retreat from the skies above Haran City. By the heavens, how swift! Xia Yuewei was taken aback by Prose's sudden acceleration. Ning Tian was equally astonished. However, he discerned that Prose's strength was waning. The abrupt increase in speed undoubtedly came at a significant cost. The citizens of Haran City erupted in excitement at Prose's retreat. Huh, weren't you quite arrogant before? Threatening to annihilate us? If you have the ability, don't flee. The martial artists gathered at the governor's office square shared in their elation, realizing that Prose's escape meant the temporary alleviation of Haran City's peril. I thought this fiery demon would be slain, but it seems it has a trick up its sleeve, remarked Ning Ming. Xia Yuewei nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Initially, they believed that the hundreds of fiery dragons would obliterate Prose. Who could have anticipated that Prose would elude their assault? In the skies above Haran City, Xia Yuewei glared in the direction of Prose's flight and muttered, "You may run swiftly, but had you not, you would surely have been slain." He recognized that he could not catch up to Prose, who was now burning its demonic soul. Master Xia, remain in Haran City to defend. I will pursue Prose. As soon as Xia Yuewei finished speaking, Ning Tian interjected. Ning Tian, Prose's speed is formidable, Xia Yuewei began, but he was reminded of Ning Tian's earlier display of the celestial step enhanced by the 5-layered glazed golden body, which had allowed him to chase down a martial general of the alien races. That speed was astonishingly explosive. Ning Tian, Prose remains a powerful adversary. Perhaps it would be wise to reconsider? Xia Yuewei was not concerned that Ning Tian would fail to catch Prose. Rather, he feared for Ning Tian's safety amidst unknown dangers lurking in the chase. Fear not. Prose's sudden acceleration will weaken it further, Ning Tian assured Xia Yuewei. This is not mere recklessness. It is a characteristic of the system. If I were not capable of confronting Prose, I would refrain from pursuing it. But Prose is a tangible threat. How could I let it slip away? Just be cautious. Xia Yuewei warned gravely. Indeed, I shall go. Ning Tian responded to Xia Yuewei with a calm demeanor. With that, he activated the celestial step once more. Although Prose's speed, bolstered by the burning of its demonic soul, was remarkable, Ning Tian's celestial step was unrivaled among combat techniques. In an instant, he surged from the skies above Haran City. Prose fled. Ning Tian pursued. Of course, Prose, much like the previous alien martial general that had fled, believed that no one would dare pursue it. After all, it was propelled by the fiery acceleration of its demonic soul. Could anyone truly catch it? As Prose envisioned its revenge, a radiant glazed light appeared behind it. What? How is this possible? Prose gasped in shock. It hastened its escape. Fortunately, the speed granted by the burning of its demonic soul was swift enough to delay Ning Tian's pursuit. Yet, Pros had not anticipated that even in its fiery state, it could not easily evade Ning Tian's relentless chase. The distance between them continued to diminish. Having ignited its demonic soul, Pros's strength had already regressed. To create a greater distance from Ning Tian, it would need to intensify its burning. At this moment, Pros's hatred for Ning Tian reached unfathomable depths. If it could, it would shatter Ning Tian's bones piece by piece. As Pros pondered its plight, it realized that Ning Tian was drawing closer. After enduring bombardment from hundreds of devouring flame dragons in the skies above Howran City, it dared not confront Ning Tian any longer. It could only flee. Burn. Pros gritted its teeth in desperation. It had no choice but to continue igniting its demonic soul. If it could escape, it would return and inform its kin. It knew that Ning Tian would deeply regret his actions today. With the intensified burning of its demonic soul, Pros's speed surged once more. Observing this, Ning Tian's face broke into a smile. This is intriguing. However, to think such a tactic could rid me of your presence is utterly impossible. And so, they traversed through many regions of the southeast, from the Baiwa Forest to the Chiliang Mountains and the Wuxianovel Mountains, in a relentless chase. Ning Tian and Pros had now entered Dongming Province, nearing the vicinity of Dongming City. Chapter 66. The battlefield entrance outside Dongming City. Human, you madman. Pros was on the verge of tears. It realized that even with the intensified burning of its demonic soul, it could not widen the gap between itself and Ning Tian. The truth was, the duration of its speed surge was fleeting. It could only momentarily distance itself from Ning Tian, but before long, Ning Tian was once again in pursuit. If given the chance to relive that moment, it would undoubtedly choose not to appear over the expanse of Howran City. After a brief interval, Ning Tian and Pros arrived above Dongming City. Upon their arrival, a formidable presence instantly enveloped the skies of Dongming City. Dongming City, the capital of Dongming Province, is a vast metropolis. However, several entrances to the southeastern battlefield are situated in the outskirts of Dongming City, with the core entrance to the main battlefield lying even deeper within. Given that this is a particularly crucial period, the city harbors no formidable warriors. The inhabitants of Dongming City gazed in astonishment at the sudden emergence of Pros and Ning Tian in the sky, utterly unprepared for the appearance of an otherworldly creature above their city. Moreover, the residents were entirely ignorant of what a glazed golden body represented. Yet their instincts whispered that this form was that of a powerful being from their dragon empire. Within the governor's mansion, all the warriors present were in a state of shock as they observed the unfolding scene above. What on earth is happening? Is a powerful being from our dragon empire pursuing a celestial demon redbird? It certainly appears so. Fortunately, the celestial demon redbird is not alone. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. Alas, it seems that the route of the fleeing celestial demon redbird leads to the outskirts. If it reaches the battlefield entrance and wreaks havoc, it would spell disaster. Quickly, let us hurry to the battlefield entrance. Suddenly, all the warriors within the governor's mansion sprang into action. This is a matter of great importance. We cannot afford to be careless. Moments later, Ning Tian and Pros reached the outskirts of Dongming City. He was now drawing ever closer to Pros. In pursuing Pros, he realized the urgency of enhancing his own strength. Otherwise, despite the numerous extraordinary rewards at his disposal, he would remain merely a grandmaster. Only by attaining a higher realm could he fully unlock the potential of these rewards. As Pros sensed Ning Tian closing in, it was engulfed in profound despair. It had already expended a considerable amount of celestial demon souls and could no longer sustain the burn. Its power had regressed from a first-rank martial king to a fourth-rank battle general. One can only imagine the extent of its sacrifice. Yet, even after such desperation, it was still unable to evade Ning Tian's pursuit. Pros could scarcely fathom the swiftness of Ning Tian. Dragon Fist Break. In an instant, a terrifying fist of dragon power surged toward Pros. Feeling the immense danger approaching from behind, Pros was struck with horror. Turning to look, it beheld the devastating dragon fist, which sent a shiver down its spine, paralyzing it with fear. Block it, quickly block it, Pros screamed internally. While in the skies above Howran City, it was already wounded. Now, in a state of utter panic, it could only muster all its strength to resist the dragon fist break. Boom. In that instant, a violent explosion erupted within Pros's vicinity. The absence of an increase in combat power indicated that Pros had not yet been slain. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes, and as he focused, he noticed that Pros was no longer airborne but plummeting toward the ground. Seeing this, he followed suit. Below, there lay a small entrance to the southeastern battlefield. The warriors stationed outside the entrance were taken aback by the spectacle, hastily shouting, "Report! Quickly report!" They had never anticipated such an event to unfold, leaving them aghast. Boom. Suddenly, Pros crashed to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Ning Tian reached the earth. The dozens of warriors guarding the small entrance were no more than third-rank grandmasters. The aura emanating from both Ning Tian and Pros was enough to instill a sense of dread akin to descending into hell. They looked in astonishment at Pros, then at Ning Tian in his fifth-layer glazed golden body form. He must be a powerful warrior from our dragon empire. Indeed, otherwise, he would not be confronting this celestial demon redbird. To witness a celestial demon redbird appear here is alarming. Yet we are fortunate to have a powerful warrior from our Dragon Empire present. Upon realizing that the glazed golden body belonged to a human warrior, the guards stationed at the small entrance sighed in relief. Had both the celestial demon redbird and Ning Tian been otherworldly beings, they would likely have been corpses by now. Ning Tian, too, was taken aback to find himself at the battlefield entrance. Although it appeared to be a small entrance in scale, it was unexpected. Perhaps after eliminating pros, he could venture inside. He pondered silently. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. He shook his head, dismissing the thought for now. First, he must slay pros. Human, why don't we strike a deal? Pros glared coldly at Ning Tian, harboring an unprecedented level of hatred for a human. You know how powerful our races are. Your Dragon Empire will inevitably fall. If you allow me to leave now, I will ensure your survival and grant you a place among our celestial demon royal family. Ning Tian initially thought pros sought to negotiate, only to realize it was merely a desperate plea. I would never lower myself to serve the celestial demon royal family, he retorted, shaking his head. Without further ado, he lunged at pros, a colossal fist enveloped in glazed divine radiance aimed at it. It was not just a single punch, but a barrage of countless strikes. Having burned a significant amount of celestial demon souls, Pros's power had regressed to the 4th rank battle general level. This level of strength posed no threat to Ning Tian. Speaking of speed, he possessed not only the glazed golden body, but also the celestial shielding step. In terms of defense, he had the azure profound body. What could pros possibly use to contend with him? With its strength diminished to that of a 4th rank battle general, pros stood no chance against Ning Tian's glazed divine fist. It was already retreating in terror, reaching an unprecedented level of fear. Human, if you are unsatisfied, you may propose conditions. I will agree to anything. Pros cried out in desperation as it realized it could not withstand Ning Tian's onslaught. It knew that if it did not plead for mercy now, it would be slain by Ning Tian. Yet, Ning Tian had already regarded pros as mere combat fodder. Even if it begged for 10 days and nights, he would not relent. At this moment, the warriors from the Dongming city governor's mansion, rushing at full speed toward the outskirts, arrived on the scene. Chapter 67, Slaying Pros and Entering the Spatial Rift. The warriors from the governor's mansion gazed at Ning Tian attacking pros, their eyes wide with shock, utterly astounded. The glazed divine radiance had enveloped the entire area, blindingly bright. Die! Suddenly, Ning Tian seized upon a flaw in Pros's defenses. The glazed divine fist once again surged powerfully toward pros. This time, pros could no longer withstand the onslaught of the glazed divine fist. With a single blow, it pierced through pros. Without a shadow of a doubt, with that decisive blow, pros' life has irrevocably departed from this world. Ning Tian felt a substantial surge in his combat prowess, nearing the threshold of becoming a 5th rank grandmaster. A few more encounters with otherworldly beings would surely propel him beyond. The Liuli golden body manifests in 5 distinct layers, with the first layer boasting a longer duration, while the 5th layer is the briefest. After vanquishing pros, there was no longer any need for him to maintain the Liuli golden body form. The onlookers, witnessing a dazzling divine light, instinctively shut their eyes. When the light receded, a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, came into their view. The sight of such youth left the crowd in a state of astonishment. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that the bearer of the Liuli divine body was merely a boy of such tender age. Why did this young man seem so familiar? Suddenly, the martial artists were struck by recognition. They felt as though they had seen Ning Tian somewhere before. Moments later, several of them grasped the truth, their pupils contracting in realization. Ning Tian. Yes, it was indeed Ning Tian, the strongest warriors of Dongming City. After providing support in the southeastern battlefield, had left behind a 4th rank martial general as the remaining protector. This 4th rank general was the first to recognize the young man before them as Ning Tian. He had accompanied the governor to Howran City to extend congratulations during Ning Tian's wedding to Xia Yuewei. Ning Tian was truly formidable. The 4th rank general was left in a state of disbelief. Upon learning that the youth was the young master of the Ning family, the other martial artists were equally flabbergasted. They had never considered Ning Tian a strong contender. How could this be? They had all witnessed Ning Tian slay pros with their own eyes. The reality was undeniable. Ning Tian was indeed astonishing. My lord, the 4th rank general, now fully grasping the situation, hurried to bow before Ning Tian. Regardless of Ning Tian's unparalleled strength, even if he were merely a prodigal son, the general felt compelled to tread carefully in his presence. The others, overhearing the 4th rank general, quickly followed suit, bowing deeply as they greeted Lord Ning Tian. Greetings to you. Noticing their deference, Ning Tian returned their salutations. Thank you, Lord Ning Tian, for dispatching that celestial demon redbird. Our Dongming city would have faced dire troubles otherwise, the 4th rank general expressed with heartfelt gratitude. He was acutely aware of his own limitations before ordinary martial artists. He stood as an unassailable peak, yet in the presence of true top-tier powerhouses, he was but inconsequential. The celestial demon Redbird was pursued here from Howren City, naturally. I would eliminate it, Ning Tian replied. His words left the assembled martial artists astounded. The distance from Howren City to Dongming City was considerable. To have chased it all the way here? For the martial artists, such a feat was beyond their comprehension. Lord Ning Tian, having vanquished the celestial demon Redbird, might you honor us with a visit to the governor's mansion? The fourth-rank general, as the strongest martial artist in Dongming City, felt it was his duty to extend the invitation. The rest of the martial artists looked on, eager to see if Ning Tian would accept. Previously, their invitations would have been insincere. Now, the situation was markedly different. They fervently wished for Ning Tian to grace the governor's mansion with his presence. I shall not be attending the governor's mansion, Ning Tian replied, shaking his head at the fourth-rank general. Disappointment flickered across the faces of the general and the surrounding martial artists upon hearing Ning Tian's refusal. Yet, considering Ning Tian's exceptional prowess, they surmised he must have more pressing matters to attend to. Are you planning to return to Howren City, then? The fourth-rank general inquired once more. The martial artist deduced that if Ning Tian declined the invitation to the governor's mansion, he would likely head back to Howren City. However, to their astonishment, Ning Tian shook his head again, stating, I shall not return to Howren City. The fourth-rank general and the martial artists were momentarily taken aback. They pondered Ning Tian's intentions. If he neither planned to visit the governor's mansion nor return to Howren City, what was his purpose? Yet, they realized this was not their concern. Why dwell on such matters? The fourth-rank general and the martial artists silently acknowledged their overreaching curiosity. As mere weaklings, what right did they have to meddle in the affairs of the powerful? I believe I can venture inside to play a bit. Surely that would be permissible? Just as the fourth-rank general and the martial artists were lost in their thoughts, Ning Tian's gaze turned toward the battlefield entrance in the distance. The southeastern battlefield was not merely one arena, but comprised a main battleground along with numerous smaller ones. The entrance to a minor battlefield was situated not far from Ning Tian. The fourth-rank general and the other martial artists were stunned to realize that Ning Tian intended to enter the battlefield. Their minds buzzed, as if struck by lightning. My lord, the battlefield is fraught with peril and unpredictability, the fourth-rank general cautioned in a hushed tone. Fear not, I shall merely take a look. Ning Tian replied with a serene smile. With that, he strode toward the battlefield entrance. The entrance itself was a spatial rift adorned with a faint blue luminescence. Upon crossing this threshold, one would find a passage leading to another realm. The fourth-rank general and the assembled martial artists watched Ning Tian's retreating figure. Their words caught in their throats, unable to voice their concerns. Ning Tian's overwhelming strength, having effortlessly dispatched the celestial demon Redbird, rendered his entry into the battlefield entirely feasible. Ultimately, the martial artists' myriad thoughts coalesced into a singular sentiment of caution. Under their watchful eyes, Ning Tian stepped into the spatial rift. May he carve a path of victory within the battlefield, the fourth-rank general murmured to himself. Meanwhile, after pursuing pros, Ning Tian had yet to return, causing great worry for Xia Yuewei, as well as for Xia Yuewei. After a considerable time, Xia Yuewei, deducing from various traces, speculated that Ning Tian had likely ventured to Dongming City. Sister-in-law, there's no need to fret for brother. He possesses great fortune, and besides, Pros is injured and hardly his match, Ning Ming reassured, noticing the concern etched on Xia Yuewei's face. I think I should make a trip to Dongming City, Xia Yuewei declared, her resolve firm. If Ning Tian had indeed gone there, she would follow. However, she would avoid the wilderness, ensuring she did not become a burden to him. Sister-in-law, I shall accompany you, Ning Ming insisted, for Ning Tian was her brother, and her concern for him was undeniable. Chapter 68, The Spatial Battlefield, Desperation? It is non-existent. Upon entering the battlefield entrance, Ning Tian found himself within an otherworldly passage. This was his inaugural experience in such a realm. He had expected the otherworldly passage to be ethereal, but to his surprise, he beheld vivid, tangible landscapes, mountains, rivers, and all that one could imagine. It was as if he had stepped into a world within a world. The entrance he had traversed led to one of the minor battlefields in the southeastern theater. The location of the small battlefield remains unclear to him. However, it wasn't long before he encountered alien beings, the bloodthirsty insect clan. He had previously read about the bloodthirsty insect clan in books. Among the myriad races, the bloodthirsty insect clan was merely a commonplace species. At that moment, a dozen bloodthirsty insects appeared before Ning Tian, the strongest among them barely reaching the rank of an 8th-tier martial artist. These creatures quickly detected Ning Tian's presence. With a roar, they lunged at him, perceiving him as their next meal, intent on tearing him apart. Yet, to Ning Tian, their power was akin to that of myriads. There was no need for him to throw a punch. He unleashed his vital energy, which surged forth from within him, forming a shockwave like a piercing arrow. In an instant, this shockwave obliterated the dozen bloodthirsty insects. Ning Tian understood that even a small battlefield must possess considerable scale. In addition to the central combat area, skirmishes frequently erupted nearby. For instance, he could hear the sounds of battle and explosions surrounding him. He continued his search for alien beings. After several minutes, he discovered dozens of alien entities, all seemingly heading towards a particular location. Without a second thought, he released his vital energy once more. These alien beings were exceedingly weak and could not withstand his vital energy's outpouring. After slaughtering these dozens of creatures, Ning Tian sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The cosmic dragon technique, combined with his insatiable killing intent, provided him with remarkable combat power enhancements from slaying alien beings. Half an hour later, Ning Tian successfully advanced from a 4th-tier Grandmaster to a 5th-tier Grandmaster. Such rapid progress, however, left him unsatisfied. His current objective was to grow increasingly powerful, striving to become the strongest in Blue Star. Otherwise, facing a true powerhouse would surely spell his doom. During this half hour, besides achieving his breakthrough to 5th-tier Grandmaster, he also noticed that the surrounding alien beings seemed to be converging towards a single point. Could it be reinforcements? Ning Tian glanced ahead, where the sounds of battle and explosions resonated. He decided to investigate. If there were many alien beings present, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant influx of combat power. With the swiftness of the celestial steps, he swiftly arrived at the area filled with the sounds of conflict and detonation. It turned out that several dozen martial artists were engaged in eliminating alien creatures. Among these martial artists, the strongest was a 9th-tier Grandmaster. The alien beings earlier must have come here, seeking reinforcements. It was quite normal for a small battlefield to lack powerful alien entities. Otherwise, a 9th-tier Grandmaster would not dare to lead the charge against these alien beings. This 9th-tier Grandmaster was currently locked in combat with an opponent of equal rank. The other martial artists were also fighting fiercely, and the situation remained tense. Ning Tian understood that if they were merely slaughtering indiscriminately, how could the myriad races dare to attack Blue Star? Everyone, hold on. Reinforcements are on the way. The strongest, a 9th-tier Grandmaster, urged the other martial artists while engaged in battle. Hearing the 9th-tier Grandmaster's words, their fighting spirit surged to new heights. They were martial artists from Dongming City, having only entered the battlefield a few days prior. All sub-battlefields in the southeast battlefield were guarded by powerful warriors. Upon entering this small battlefield, they had been dispatched to the fringes to eliminate foreign creatures. Over these past few days, they had slain many alien beings, although they had also suffered casualties. Yet, such losses were entirely acceptable. However, even in a small battlefield, the number of alien beings exceeded their expectations. Today's battle was the most arduous they had faced in recent days. They were uncertain if they could emerge victorious. Upon hearing the 9th-tier Grandmaster mention that reinforcements were imminent, they felt a surge of hope. With assistance, they could undoubtedly annihilate all these alien beings. But just then, chilling roars pierced the air. The martial artists turned their gazes towards the source of the cries. 3 8th-tier Grandmaster-level alien beings appeared not far from them. At this sight, both the 9th-tier Grandmaster and the martial artists felt a wave of despair wash over them. The reinforcements from the alien beings had arrived faster than theirs, and they were 3 8th-tier Grandmaster-level creatures. They had already expended themselves battling the existing alien beings. And now, facing 3 more of such formidable foes, resistance seemed impossible. Observing the newly arrived 3 8th-tier Grandmaster alien beings, Ning Tian smiled nonchalantly. Were these 3 creatures so eager to seek their own demise? Listen to me, everyone. Even if we must perish, let us take down as many of these alien beings as we can. We have no other concerns. Dying in battle is honorable, and the governor's office will care for our families. The 9th-tier Grandmaster declared through gritted teeth. Hearing these words, the martial artists felt their resolve strengthen. Since entering the southeast battlefield, they had already prepared their wills. In this dire situation, there was no better course of action than to fight the alien beings to the bitter end. Yet, despite this, who amongst them truly wished for death? With another fierce war, the 3 8th-tier Grandmaster-level alien beings launched themselves towards the 9th-tier Grandmaster. The 9th-tier Grandmaster was already engaged with an opponent of equal standing. With the addition of these 3 8th-tier Grandmaster-level alien beings, the situation would soon tip overwhelmingly in favor of the aliens. Once the 9th-tier Grandmaster was dealt with, the remaining martial artists would become mere lambs to the slaughter. As the 9th-tier Grandmaster prepared to exert every ounce of his strength in a desperate struggle, he was suddenly caught off guard by a violent and terrifying shockwave barreling towards him. The surrounding earth and trees splintered and shattered. The howling wind even created rifts in the very fabric of space. This terrifying shockwave was none other than Ning Tian's Dragon Fist break. The 3 8th-tier Grandmaster-level alien beings, witnessing such a formidable force approaching, were engulfed in fear and trepidation. With their power, it was impossible to withstand the Dragon Fist break. After all, Ning Tian had already reached the realm of a 5th-tier Grandmaster. Chapter 69, Slaying Alien Beings. Unleashing the sword intent of the Yellow Springs. The moment the Dragon Fist break collided with the 3 8th-tier Grandmaster-level alien beings, a tremendous explosion resounded. Boom. Following this cataclysmic noise, Ning Tian felt an increase in his combat power statistics. An increase in combat power indicated that the 3 8th-tier Grand Master-level alien beings had been slain by him. The sudden arrival of the Dragon Fist break stunned not only the dozens of martial artists present, but also the alien beings, leaving them in a state of shock. As the residual force of the Dragon Fist break dissipated, the assembled warriors immediately fixed their gaze upon the scene. For the presence of 3 8th-grade Grandmasters from the other realm had vanished. This indicated that they had been vanquished by the terrifying punch aura mere moments ago. What kind of punch aura could possibly obliterate 3 8th-grade Grandmasters in an instant? At that moment, every warrior present was momentarily paralyzed, before they could fully comprehend the situation. A youthful figure emerged within their line of sight. Staring at this young man, the warriors were momentarily stunned. Was it truly this young individual who had unleashed such a horrifying punch aura? At this moment, Ning Tian displayed little outward emotion as he advanced toward the nearby 9th-grade Grandmaster. Before the 9th-grade Grandmaster stood a 9th-grade Grandmaster-level being from another realm. First, he would eliminate this 9th-grade entity. My lord, you. The 9th-grade Grandmaster gazed in astonishment at the approaching Ning Tian. He realized that only Ning Tian could have executed the Tianlong punch break. Had it not been for Ning Tian, he would have perished when the 3 8th-grade beings charged at him. Ning Tian was undoubtedly his savior. Before the 9th-grade Grandmaster could finish his sentence, Ning Tian had already reached him. He regarded the 9th-grade being before him with a calm demeanor and then spoke. I would like to take this being for my own kill, if you don't mind. The 9th-grade Grandmaster was taken aback. He certainly did not expect Ning Tian to make such a request. Once he regained his composure, he quickly nodded in agreement. Of course. My lord. He understood that since Ning Tian could wield the Tianlong punch break, this 9th-grade being from the other realm would stand no chance against him. Upon receiving the 9th-grade Grandmaster's consent, Ning Tian's gaze locked onto the 9th-grade being from the other realm. The 9th-grade Grandmaster-level entity was not a martial general and thus could not articulate human speech. Ning Tian had no desire to engage in any idle chatter with this 9th-grade being. There were many other entities from the other realm in this small battlefield. Having entered, he was determined to slay them thoroughly and leave with his coffers filled. In an instant, the 9th-grade being from the other realm had yet to make a move against Ning Tian when a sword intent from the Yellow Springs surged forth toward it. The Yellow Springs sword intent was beyond the capacity of this 9th-grade being to withstand. The surrounding warriors felt the chilling aura of the Yellow Springs sword intent, their bodies trembling in terror, their faces etched with disbelief. The mere presence of the Yellow Springs sword intent evoked sensations akin to descending into a hellish abyss, one filled with the most harrowing torments. The 9th-grade Grandmaster-level being had thought it could put up a struggle. It never anticipated that Ning Tian could wield the Yellow Springs sword intent. What awaited it was nothing but death. The Yellow Springs sword intent pierced through the body of the 9th-grade being, leaving a gaping, gruesome wound from which green blood gushed forth. Subsequently, the 9th-grade being collapsed in a pool of its own blood. Witnessing this scene, the 9th-grade Grandmaster and the other warriors felt as though they had been struck by lightning, utterly astonished. A 9th-grade being had been so effortlessly annihilated. Moreover, the sword intent that Ning Tian had unleashed was beyond their wildest beliefs. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have accepted such a reality. Even under duress. Quick! Eliminate the remaining entities from the other realm. The 9th-grade Grandmaster was the first to regain his composure, shouting to the other warriors. Moments ago, they had hoped to wait for reinforcements, believing that if they could just endure until help arrived, the entities from the other realm would be eradicated. Wasn't Ning Tian the best reinforcement? Now was the perfect opportunity to cleanse these beings from their midst. Listening to the 9th-grade Grandmaster's command, the warriors immediately prepared to engage the remaining entities. Indeed, if not now, when would they have the chance to eliminate these beings? Ning Tian, however, merely smiled. Had he wished to slay this 9th-grade being from the other realm, he would not have needed to employ the Yellow Spring sword intent. By using it, he aimed to encompass all the other entities within his grasp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the Yellow Spring sword intent that enveloped him began to strike out at the other entities. If the 9th-grade being could not withstand the Yellow Springs sword intent, how could the others? In mere moments, the remaining beings from the other realm were also felled by the sword intent. If the earlier shock had felt like being struck by lightning, now they were experiencing a tempest of thunder. The 9th-grade Grandmaster and the other warriors stared wide-eyed, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They had been on the brink of launching their attacks against these beings, only to witness the next moment transform these entities into dismembered remnants. What kind of power was this? After dispatching the remaining entities, Ning Tian accrued additional combat prowess. However, having just broken through from a 4th grade to a 5th grade Grandmaster, he still required time to ascend to the 6th grade. Once he retracted the Yellow Springs sword intent, the entire area fell into a profound silence. The 9th grade Grandmaster and the other warriors were still unable to shake off the surreal feeling brought on by Ning Tian's Tianlong punch break and Yellow Springs sword intent. When had such an extraordinary prodigy appeared in their celestial dragon empire? My lord, you are truly formidable. The ninth-grade Grandmaster, recovering from his profound astonishment, hurried to Ning Tian's side. The other warriors quickly followed suit, their faces filled with admiration, respect, and excitement as they gazed upon Ning Tian. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Age, it mattered not. As long as one possessed might, even if Ning Tian were but a 3-year-old child, they would still address him as my lord. You all carry on. I shall attend to other matters. Ning Tian spoke to the ninth-grade Grandmaster and the assembled warriors. Of course, the ninth-grade Grandmaster responded hastily. He understood that a powerhouse like Ning Tian had undoubtedly arrived on the battlefield with an important mission. Their role was merely to eliminate the foreign beings on the periphery. They could not afford to waste Ning Tian's time. The ninth-grade Grandmaster and the other warriors watched as Ning Tian departed, their gaze lingering until he vanished from view. Have you all exterminated these beings from the other realm? Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment broke the silence. Chapter 70, Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming arrived in Dongming City. The ninth-grade Grandmaster and the other warriors turned to the source of the voice, finding 3 warriors, all ninth-grade Grandmasters, not far from them. Clearly, these 3 ninth-grade Grandmasters had come to provide support. Upon entering the battlefield, powerful warriors shared a unique form of communication by infusing their energy into specific contact objects. Any fluctuations in energy would signal when communication was needed. The 3 ninth-grade Grandmasters were taken aback. They had expected to arrive at a bloody conflict. To their surprise, upon their swift arrival, the battle had already concluded. Why had they called for support so urgently? It was not solely our doing. A great lord appeared just now and assisted us in vanquishing these beings from the other realm. The Grandmaster of the 9th rank spoke. The 3 9th-rank Grandmasters were momentarily taken aback by these words. This was merely the fringes of the Blood River battlefield, a place where one would not typically expect to encounter formidable adversaries. Could it be that a powerful individual had just entered the battlefield? Wang Kuan, please describe the characteristics of that strong individual, so we may report back accordingly. Wang Kuan was the name of this 9th-rank Grandmaster. He appeared youthful, seemingly in his 20s. Without hesitation, Wang Kuan recounted the events that had just transpired. The 3 9th-rank Grandmasters were astonished by his account. They were warriors from Dongming province, and such a prodigious talent was unheard of in their region. However, they dismissed it from their minds, deciding that upon their return, they would report the matter truthfully. I propose that since we are already here, we might as well clear the area of any alien beings. One of the 9th-rank Grandmasters suggested to the other 2. Agreed. The other 2 9th-rank Grandmasters nodded in assent. Thus, the group continued their search for and eradication of alien creatures within that region. Meanwhile, Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming had arrived at Dongming City. They were uncertain whether Ning Tian had indeed reached Dongming City, thus they could only hope for the best. Sister-in-law, let us proceed to the governor's office, Ning Ming proposed. Very well, Xia Yuewei replied, and the 2 women made their way toward the governor's office in Dongming City. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the exterior of the governor's office. Halt! This is the governor's office. You cannot enter without a pass. The guards stationed outside the office obstructed their path. Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming did not possess the same level of notoriety as Ning Tian, and as such, their presence was not widely recognized in the southeastern provinces. The guards, having only heard of Ning Tian but not knowing his appearance, were unaware of who Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming were. Would you kindly inform them that we are here to see Ning Tian? Xia Yuewei requested. The guards exchanged startled glances upon hearing her words. Here to see Ning Tian? They pondered, as memories of Ning Tian flooded back to them. However, they also recalled that he was in Haoran City, and it was perplexing to find him here. Yet, the guards dared not act rashly. The demeanor and attire of Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming suggested they were not of humble origins. They understood that the 2 women were genuine in their quest to find Ning Tian. Please wait a moment. I will report this immediately, one of the guards said, hastening inside. As soon as he entered, a deep voice echoed in his ears. What is happening? Why the commotion? The guard halted in his tracks at the sound of the robust voice. Before him stood a man in his 50s, named Lu Cheng, an 8th-rank Grandmaster. Given the current lack of strong practitioners at the governor's office, Lu Cheng was among the most powerful. Grandmaster Lu Cheng, 2 remarkably poised young women have arrived outside. Claiming to seek Ning Tian, the guard reported without hesitation. What? Lu Cheng exclaimed in disbelief. Under normal circumstances, he would have dismissed such a claim and deemed the 2 women to be delusional. However, given recent events, Ning Tian's pursuit of the celestial demon Redbird to Dongming City and his subsequent slaying of the creature, he could no longer afford to be skeptical. He had witnessed it firsthand. He had expected Ning Tian to return to Haoran City after that encounter. Yet no one anticipated that he would venture into the Blood River battlefield. Quickly, take me outside, Lu Cheng commanded, not daring to linger on the implications. The news of Ning Tian's marriage had spread throughout the southeastern provinces. If one of those 2 young women were indeed his wife, and they had been denied entry, the consequences would be dire. The guard promptly led Lu Cheng back outside. Upon arriving, Lu Cheng's gaze fell upon Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming. May I inquire as to who you are? He asked, scrutinizing them. With a single glance, he discerned that they were undoubtedly there to seek Ning Tian, their elegance betraying their noble status. "I am Ning Ming, Ning Tian's sister." Ning Ming introduced herself, before adding, "This is Xia Yuewei, my brother's wife." Lu Cheng was taken aback. One was Ning Tian's sister, and the other his wife. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had the guards offended either of them, the outcome would have been catastrophic. "Please, come in quickly," Lu Cheng urged, ushering Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming into the governor's office. "Has Ning Tian been here?" Xia Yuewei did not enter immediately. Knowing Lu Cheng was a powerful figure, she surmised he must possess more information than the guards. "Yes, indeed." Lu Cheng nodded. Ning Tian pursued the celestial demon Redbird to the outskirts of our Dongming city, where he defeated it. Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming exhaled, relieved to hear from Lu Cheng that Ning Tian was unharmed. "But where is Ning Tian now? He hasn't returned to Haoran City, has he?" Xia Yuewei inquired. Considering that if he had slain the celestial demon Redbird on the outskirts of Dongming City, it was likely he would return. "No. Ning Tian has not returned to Haoran City." Lu Cheng shook his head, surprising the two women. "Then where has he gone?" "To the Blood River Battlefield," Lu Cheng revealed, not daring to withhold any information. The Blood River Battlefield? The two women were stunned, even if they had never heard of it before. They understood it to be one of the battlefields in the southeastern region. Chapter 71, reporting on the supremely powerful beings in the borderlands. Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming could hardly fathom that Ning Tian had entered such a perilous battlefield. "Sister-in-law, what should we do now?" Ning Ming looked to Xia Yuewei for guidance. "I suggest we wait here for Ning Tian," Xia Yuewei contemplated. It was evident that neither she nor Ning Ming could venture into the Blood River battlefield. Doing so would only serve to become a burden to Ning Tian. "Very well. We have several days before the genius training camp in the imperial capital," Ning Ming agreed. If Ning Tian did not return from the Blood River battlefield, both she and her sister-in-law would be restless even if they attended the training camp. Thus, Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming prepared to wait at the governor's office in Dongming City for Ning Tian's return. Meanwhile, Ning Tian had already vanquished numerous alien beings in the vicinity of the Blood River battlefield, though their quality was rather lacking. This was to be expected, as they were merely in the border region. Just then, upon reaching a valley, Ning Tian gazed down into its depths. Upon a glance, his face radiated with joy. Beneath this valley dwelled numerous beings of foreign origins, all belonging to a race known as the Black Magic Spiders. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Tian unleashed the devouring sky flame dragon burst upon these creatures. Following the execution of this technique, hundreds of fiery dragons surged downward with ferocious intensity. The Black Magic Spiders could hardly fathom that such a deluge of fiery dragons would suddenly strike them. With their meager strength, it was utterly impossible for them to withstand such a force. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the Black Magic Spiders within the valley suffered a devastating blow from the devouring sky flame dragon burst. Ning Tian continuously felt his own combat prowess escalating. Not far from Ning Tian, dozens of martial artists were also engaged in vanquishing the foreign beings. They were the very warriors he had encountered earlier. The addition of 3 ninth-tier grandmasters significantly bolstered the overall strength of these martial artists. As they cleared the area of foreign entities, they were taken aback by the sight of flames engulfing the sky. Simultaneously, they witnessed the spectacle of hundreds of fiery dragons bombarding the ground below. At this sight, the martial artists were utterly astonished. The visual impact of the devouring sky flame dragon burst was overwhelming. It felt as though they had been struck by lightning, rendering them momentarily dazed. Was it the young lord who had unleashed this martial technique? After a considerable pause, Wang Kuan spoke. Had he not witnessed Ning Tian's prowess with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Yet now, he unreservedly concluded that the devouring sky flame dragon burst was indeed the work of Ning Tian. In truth, it was Ning Tian who had executed the technique. The 3 ninth-tier grandmasters were momentarily stunned. They had come to provide support, only to find that Ning Tian was no longer present in that area. Their understanding of Ning Tian was solely derived from Wang Kuan's accounts. It appeared they needed to eliminate the remaining foreign beings in this area swiftly before returning to report. The 3 grandmasters were aware that such a formidable figure had emerged on their Blood River battlefield, which was indeed a cause for celebration. Look, what is that? After about an hour, exclamations of astonishment erupted. The dozens of martial artists quickly focused their gazes in the direction of the commotion. To their shock, they beheld an overwhelming display of crimson colossal lightning power. The sight of this immense lightning was terrifying, as if each bolt possessed the might to annihilate worlds. This was undoubtedly the world annihilation divine thunder unleashed by Ning Tian. Could it also be that this young lord summoned it? One of the 9th-tier grandmasters murmured in disbelief. The remaining martial artists stood frozen, dumbfounded. They felt as though they were witnessing an event that could never occur in this world. I think I should return to report. Another 9th-tier grandmaster stuttered. Upon witnessing the devouring sky flame dragon burst, he had intended to continue clearing the foreign beings, but now, confronted with the terrifying spectacle of the world annihilation divine thunder, he could hardly remain. Thus, this grandmaster made his way toward the Blood River line. The Blood River Line was the core battlefield of the Blood River. At this moment, within the Grand Hall at the Blood River Line, several men were gathered. These men were all powerful generals. Among them was Ning Tian's second uncle, Ning Mingxing. After Ning Tian resolved to marry Xia Yuewei, he had sent his uncle Ning Mingxing to propose to the Xia family. As a 7th-tier general, Ning Mingxing was well suited to guard the Blood River battlefield. Recently, the foreign beings in the Blood River battlefield have been rather low-key. We can finally catch our breath, Ning Mingxing remarked to the other 3 generals in the hall. All 3, who were 4th-tier generals, nodded in agreement at his words. Indeed, the foreign beings outside the core battlefield had maintained a low profile. Otherwise, they would not have had the opportunity to clear the foreign entities in the peripheral areas. By the way, Commander, I wonder how the esteemed Lord Ning Xingyun is faring in the depths of the Blood Dragon territory, where he has been exterminating foreign beings. One of the 4th-tier generals inquired of Ning Mingxing. The other 2 generals also turned their attention to Ning Mingxing, eager to learn more about Ning Xingyun. Fear not. My elder brother is exceedingly strong. He will be unharmed in the Blood Dragon territory, Ning Mingxing replied with a smile. He recalled that his elder brother, Ning Xingyun, had once been the youngest general of the Divine Dragon Empire and was now a 3rd-tier martial king. Furthermore, there were no particularly formidable foreign beings within the depths of the Blood Dragon territory that could pose a threat to Ning Xingyun. The Blood Dragon territory was not far from the Blood River battlefield, and Ning Xingyun had ventured into its depths to ensure the safety of several smaller battlefields in the vicinity. The 3 4th-tier generals felt reassured upon hearing Ning Mingxing's words. Commander, Grandmaster Shurda has returned. He says he has important matters to discuss with you. A martial artist entered the hall and informed Ning Mingxing. Important matters? Ning Mingxing looked at the martial artist with a hint of confusion. The 3 4th-tier generals in the hall shared the same sentiment, knowing that Shurda had gone to support the peripheral areas of the Blood River battlefield. If he had returned so swiftly, could something have gone awry in the outer regions? Quickly let him in. Sensing a foreboding atmosphere, Ning Mingxing hastily instructed the martial artist. Yes, Commander. The martial artist responded and swiftly exited the hall. Moments later, Grandmaster Shurda entered the Grand Hall. Commander, esteemed gentlemen. Upon entering, Shurda bowed respectfully to Ning Mingxing and the 3 4th-tier generals. Shurda, what important matters do you need to report to me? Ning Mingxing inquired. Commander, a tremendously powerful martial artist has appeared at the edges of our Blood River battlefield, Shurda stated. A tremendously powerful martial artist? Ning Mingxing and the 3 4th-tier generals were taken aback. What did it mean to be a tremendously powerful martial artist? Chapter 72. My nephew has come to the battlefield? Seeing the stunned expressions of Ning Mingxing and the others, Shurda continued. To be precise, it is a young and extraordinarily strong individual. Ning Mingxing and the 3 4th-tier generals were just starting to regain their composure when Shurda's words left them astonished once more. A young and extraordinarily strong individual? How could a young person possibly be a powerhouse? If they were a powerhouse, how could they be young? Please elaborate, Ning Mingxing urged. Knowing that Shurda must have more information, the 3 4th-tier generals also looked at Shurda. Their curiosity piqued regarding the young powerhouse he spoke of. In any case, I have not seen the visage of this young powerhouse. However, according to Wang Kuan, he displayed formidable sword intent along with terrifyingly potent fist waves. These details were relayed to me by Wang Kuan, but I personally witnessed the emergence of hundreds of fiery dragons and those powerful crimson lightning forces at the periphery. Shurda recounted, sharing everything he knew with Ning Mingxing and the 3 4th-tier generals. What did you just say? But before Shurda could finish, Ning Mingxing's pupils constricted, interrupting him. The 3 4th-tier generals also shook their heads in disbelief. In their eyes, Shurda's words seemed rather absurd. Hundreds of flame dragons? Such terrifying power of the Scarlet Thunder? And the sword intent and formidable fist energy. This sounded utterly impossible. The 3 4th-grade martial generals were not from Haran City. Rather, they were indigenous strongmen from Dongming province. Their ignorance of these matters was quite understandable. However, upon casting their gaze towards Ning Mingxing, they noticed an unusual expression on his face. It appeared that, before they could speak to Ning Mingxing, he dazedly uttered, "My nephew has come to the Blood River battlefield?" Upon hearing this exclamation, the 3 4th-grade generals in the hall were rendered speechless. What did they just hear? Nephew? The young strongman at the edge of the Blood River battlefield is the commander's nephew? Shurda's words were not mere exaggerations, but rather veritable truths. This was too far-fetched. Does the Divine Dragon Empire truly possess such a genius? After hearing Ning Mingxing's words, Shurda was also taken aback. He certainly did not anticipate that the young strongman at the edge of the Blood River battlefield would be Ning Mingxing's nephew. The Ning family was vast and prosperous. As a direct descendant of the Ning family, Ning Mingxing must have numerous nephews. Which of them was so remarkable? Commander, your nephew. One of the 4th-grade generals cautiously inquired, gazing at Ning Mingxing. The others in the hall, upon realizing the connection between the young strongman and Ning Mingxing, grew even more curious. You have undoubtedly heard of his name. Ning Mingxing smiled at the individuals in the hall and continued, his name is Ning Tian. During this time, although Ning Tian had been stationed at the Blood River battlefield, Ning Mingxing was well aware of the remarkable feats he had accomplished in Haran City. Not only he, but the higher-ups in the family were also informed. When they learned that Ning Tian had been concealing his strength and could easily defeat the Golden Generation across the 5 southwestern provinces, they were utterly astonished. The subsequent revelations of the fire and lightning powers left them in disbelief. Yet, they all knew these were undeniable truths. The Ning family had truly produced a true dragon. The 3 fourth-grade generals and Shida, upon realizing that the nephew mentioned by Ning Mingxing was indeed Ning Tian, gasped in astonishment. That a young strong man at the edge of the Blood River battlefield would be linked to them was beyond their wildest imagination. "Commander, you're not jesting, are you?" One of the 4th-grade generals stammered, swallowing hard. The others in the hall also found it hard to believe. However, their understanding of Ning Mingxing led them to realize he was not one to joke. "To be honest, not just you, but even I find it somewhat hard to believe." Ning Mingxing chuckled. He had not expected Ning Tian to suddenly arrive at the Blood River battlefield. It was indeed a delightful surprise. "Where do you think you saw Ning Tian demonstrating his combat skills?" Ning Mingxing then asked Shida, not daring to conceal the truth. Shida revealed the location to Ning Mingxing. Upon learning the approximate whereabouts of Ning Tian, Ning Mingxing addressed the individuals in the hall. "You will remain here to guard. I must head to the edge to search for Ning Tian." With Ning Tian's arrival at the Blood River battlefield, as his second uncle, it was imperative he locate him at the earliest opportunity. Moreover, Ning Tian was now the family's treasure, and it was crucial to ensure his safety. "Understood, Commander." The 3 fourth-grade generals in the hall nodded gravely. After Ning Mingxing departed from the hall, he swiftly made his way towards the outskirts of the Blood River battlefield. Once he left, the 3 fourth-grade generals turned to Shida and inquired, "Shida, do you think our Divine Dragon Empire has indeed given rise to an extraordinary talent?" They secretly pondered that if Shida's claims were true, then the entire Divine Dragon Empire would witness a transformation. "I sense that this young strongman will become the most formidable figure on Blue Star," Shida remarked. Yet, he still found it hard to believe that the young strongman at the outskirts was indeed the Ning family's heir, Ning Tian. By now, Ning Tian had already vanquished numerous alien creatures at the edge of the Blood River battlefield. His current position should not still be at the periphery. What lay before him was a dense forest. He contemplated whether he should venture inside. It was certain that this dense forest harbored a plethora of alien beings. However, if he recklessly entered to eliminate the alien entities, it might provoke a massive wave of alien creatures, leading to a large-scale assault on the Blood River battlefield defenses, which would be dire. Just as he deliberated, numerous roars of alien beings resonated through the air. The roars emanated from the left side, not from within the dense forest. Upon looking over, Ning Tian discovered that over 100 alien beings were charging towards him. "Xiao Tian, is that really you?" Just as Ning Tian was about to eradicate the horde of alien creatures, a voice filled with surprise reached his ears. Recognizing the familiar voice, Ning Tian was momentarily taken aback. He knew it was his second uncle, Ning Mingxing. Could it be that his uncle was stationed at the Blood River battlefield? Heavenly Dragon Fist, break. Ning Tian had no time to ponder further as the horde of alien beings had reached him. He unleashed the Heavenly Dragon Fist against the alien creatures. Faced with the Heavenly Dragon Fist, the alien beings were utterly powerless. In an instant, the 100-strong horde was annihilated. After dispatching the alien creatures, Ning Tian turned to look behind him. His second uncle, Ning Mingxing, came into view. Second uncle. Ning Tian had always shared a close bond with Ning Mingxing. After smiling at him, he approached Ning Mingxing. "Xiao Tian, I can finally rest easy now that I've found you." Ning Mingxing smiled at Ning Tian. He held great affection for his nephew. Even if Ning Tian remained the same as before, he would have found it inconsequential. Learning that Ning Tian had been concealing his true capabilities was an unexpected delight. Everyone in the Ning family knew that after the emergence of Ning Tian, the true dragon, their family would soon transcend to become the most powerful family not just within the Divine Dragon Empire, but across the entire Blue Star. "Second uncle, are you stationed at the Blood River battlefield?" Ning Tian inquired. "Indeed," Ning Mingxing nodded. He then shared some details regarding the Blood River battlefield. "Unfortunately, your father has gone to the Blood Dragon region to eliminate alien entities. Otherwise, upon learning of your arrival at the Blood River battlefield, he would certainly have come to see you." Suddenly, Ning Mingxing continued. "My father has gone to the Blood Dragon region?" Ning Tian paused upon hearing this. He was unaware of the Blood Dragon region's nature. But the fact that his father had ventured there to eliminate alien entities indicated that the quality of the creatures within the Blood Dragon region was quite formidable. "Come, Xiao Tian, let us head to the defense line," Ning Mingxing urged. "All right," Ning Tian nodded in agreement. He was far more intrigued by the Blood Dragon region than by eliminating alien entities within the dense forest before him. Under Ning Mingxing's guidance, Ning Tian arrived at the defense line of the Blood River battlefield. The defense line of the Blood River battlefield was a grand wall constructed of alloy. Several structures were positioned along the defensive line. Ning Tian entered one of the grand halls. Shortly thereafter, numerous formidable warriors stationed at the Blood River battlefield made their entrance into the hall. They were, to varying degrees, acquainted with Ning Tian's circumstances. having gleaned information from Shurda and 3 fourth-rank martial generals. Upon witnessing Ning Tian's youthful visage, they were all inwardly astonished. Inside the hall, Ning Mingqing introduced Ning Tian to the assembled martial artists. Ning Tian exchanged greetings with these warriors. Moments later, the martial artists began to depart the hall, leaving only Ning Tian and Ning Mingqing behind. Second uncle, where's the Blood Dragon land? Ning Tian inquired of Ning Mingqing. Xiao Tian, why do you ask this? Ning Mingqing replied, staring incredulously at Ning Tian. After a moment's contemplation, he added, you don't intend to go to the Blood Dragon land, do you? Indeed, second uncle. I wish to visit the Blood Dragon land. Ning Tian nodded affirmatively. Being merely a 5th-rank grandmaster, he felt his current strength was insufficient. The quality of the alien beings in the Blood Dragon land was commendable, and since his father was there eliminating these foreign entities, it warranted a visit. Even the inherent dangers were worth the risk. In a world like Blue Star, it was impossible for every endeavor to proceed smoothly. One would inevitably encounter peril. However, the alien beings within the Blood Dragon land are quite formidable. If you go, Ning Mingqing observed Ning Tian with serious concern, leaving his thoughts unspoken. He was torn between the undeniable dangers of the Blood Dragon land and the fact that Ning Tian's prowess was indeed remarkable. For instance, outside the Qian forest, he had witnessed Ning Tian unleash the celestial dragon fist, annihilating hundreds of alien creatures in an instant. Rest assured, second uncle, I shall exercise caution. Ning Tian reassured him with a smile as he noticed Ning Mingqing's contemplative demeanor. Very well, Ning Mingqing conceded with a slight nod. He remained unaware that Ning Tian had recently slain 8 martial general-level alien beings above Howran City. Otherwise, he would not have entertained such considerations. Upon receiving Ning Mingqing's approval, Ning Tian smiled serenely. He hoped to vanquish more alien beings in the Blood Dragon land, not only to enhance his combat capabilities, but also to reunite with his father. He had met his father, Ning Xingyun, and grandfather during his wedding to Xia Yuewei, but they had since been stationed at the southeastern battlefield. Ning Mingqing subsequently revealed the exact location of the Blood Dragon land to Ning Tian. The alien passageway also experienced cycles of day and night. As dusk fell, Ning Tian remained at the Blood River battlefield until the following day before setting off towards the Blood Dragon land. Ding. 32 days since the wedding. Reward, Rage of the Ocean's Tide. The system's voice echoed in Ning Tian's mind, bringing a smile to his handsome face. By the name alone, it seemed he had received an excellent reward. Upon examining the Rage of the Ocean's Tide, he realized it was yet another power bordering on the forbidden. Once unleashed, it would conjure tumultuous waves, leaving barren desolation in its wake. With the integration of this ability, Ning Tian knew his strength had ascended to a new level. In the depths of the Blood Dragon land, chaos reigned. Ning Xingyun had already slain numerous alien beings, including several powerful entities. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he ensured the immediate vicinity was secure after eliminating these foreign creatures. What is that? Ning Xingyun's brow furrowed as he observed a massive fissure appearing on the spatial barrier before him, which was steadily expanding. It seemed he could not depart yet. Although he intended to retreat from the depths of the Blood Dragon land, the emergence of such a fissure signified that more alien beings would soon emerge. He had to eradicate these creatures before he could leave. Just as Ning Xingyun's gaze remained fixed on the spatial barrier, he suddenly sensed a familiar human presence. In the depths of the Blood Dragon land, there should only be himself. How could there be another? Turning towards the source of the aura, he was taken aback upon seeing a young man in his line of sight. Xiao Tian. Ning Xingyun was utterly astonished to see his son, Ning Tian, unexpectedly appear before him. This was not Howran City. They were deep within the Blood Dragon land. Dad, Ning Tian joyfully exclaimed, gazing at Ning Xingyun. After arriving in the Blood Dragon land, he had not slain many alien beings, and from the pervasive stench of blood in the air, it was clear that the alien presence had been significantly diminished. He had traversed deeper into the Blood Dragon land until he finally encountered his father, Ning Xingyun. He also noted the enormous fissure in the spatial barrier ahead, understanding that such an opening would allow more foreign entities to emerge. Should he be the one to eliminate these beings, his journey would not be in vain. Xiao Tian, what brings you here? Ning Xingyun expressed his satisfaction with his son. Not only was he exceptionally handsome, but he also possessed remarkable talent. Dad, after fourth uncle and the strong warriors from Howran City came to support the battlefield, a spatial fissure appeared above Howran City, through which a celestial demon redbird and 8 martial general-level alien beings emerged. Then, I and the head of the Xia family, Xia Yuewei, engaged in battle with those alien beings above, Ning Tian recounted. Chapter 74. The alien beings erupting from the spatial rift, unleashing the rage of the ocean's tide. The celestial demon redbird, 8 martial general-level alien beings? Ning Xingyun gazed at Ning Tian in astonishment. What was the strength of that celestial demon redbird? First rank martial king, Ning Tian disclosed the level of the celestial demon redbird that had appeared above Howran City. First rank martial king? Ning Xingyun stood in stunned silence. He knew that Xia Yuewei was also a first rank martial king, having only attained that rank through the aid of their Ning family's imperial spirit pill. For Xia Yuewei to contend with a first-rank martial king, celestial demon Redbird would undoubtedly be a strenuous endeavor. Who then dealt with the remaining 8 martial general-level alien beings? Xiao Tian. You cannot possibly mean to tell me that you were the one who eliminated those 8 martial general-level alien beings? Ning Tian quickly inquired, a look of realization dawning upon him. He understood that Ning Tian's strength was formidable, to the point of being almost unbelievable. Yet, could one individual truly contend against 8 martial general-level alien beings? Despite having once been the youngest martial general of the Divine Dragon Empire and having bested countless prodigies, it was still hard for him to accept that Ning Tian could achieve such a feat at his age. At that moment, Ning Tian was so captivated by his son's potential that he scarcely paid attention to the widening fissure in the spatial barrier before them. He was eager to hear Ning Tian's response to his question. Ning Tian, observing Ning Tian's incredulity, smiled and affirmed, "Yes, Dad. I was the one who slayed the 8 alien beings that appeared above Howran City. Later, after the celestial demon, the Crimson Bird, sustained injuries, it sought to flee, ultimately making its way to the outskirts of Dongming City. Upon reaching the outskirts, I caught up with it and dispatched it before entering the battlefield." Ning Tian, upon hearing Ning Tian's words, was taken aback, his previously imposing demeanor now transformed by shock. In the past, he would have never believed that a young man could astonish him to such a degree, not only within the Dragon Empire, but across the entirety of Blue Star. There was no youth who could evoke such awe in him, for he had once been one of the most powerful prodigies of the Dragon Empire. Yet now, this young man had emerged, and he was none other than his son. Boom! Just as Ning Tian was about to speak to Ning Tian, a tremendous roar suddenly reverberated from ahead. Following the sound, the fissures in the spatial barrier before Ning Tian and Ning Tian morphed into a colossal spatial rift. Immediately thereafter, the terrifying roars of otherworldly beings erupted from the rift. Just from the sound alone, Ning Tian discerned that numerous alien entities would emerge from this spatial opening. This was fortuitous, as he could vanquish these beings to enhance his combat prowess. Having recently acquired the fury of the sea, he thought it fitting to let these beings experience its might. In an instant, countless otherworldly beings surged forth from the spatial rift before them. These entities were utterly black, resembling ominous clouds, evoking a visceral sense of dread. Ning Tian swiftly surveyed the alien beings, searching for any that might pose a formidable threat. Should he encounter any invincible foes, he would have to avoid confrontation. Fortunately, luck was on his side. The beings emerging from the rift were not particularly powerful. With the might of the fury of the sea at his disposal, he could effortlessly annihilate these creatures. "Father, leave these alien beings to me," Ning Tian declared, his gaze fixed on the relentless tide of entities pouring forth from the spatial rift. He had just recently broken through to the 5th-rank Grandmaster and believed that advancing to the 6th rank would require some time. Yet, here was the warmth of opportunity presenting itself. Very well, Ning Tian agreed without hesitation. He too was eager to witness the extent of his son's formidable strength. The sheer number of otherworldly beings emerging from the rift was staggering. Indeed, if someone with a fear of crowds were present, they would likely be overwhelmed and faint at the sight. Once he deemed the time ripe, Ning Tian activated the fury of the sea. Suddenly, he was enveloped by the force of the raging sea. What is this? Ning Tian marveled, momentarily stunned by the power enveloping his son. Was it a water-based combat technique? While such techniques existed on Blue Star, the intensity of the force surrounding Ning Tian seemed extraordinarily potent. What manner of water technique was this? As Ning Tian pondered, the fury of the sea rapidly transformed into towering waves, reaching heights of 1,000 meters. The waves were a foreboding black, imbued with an utterly terrifying power of annihilation. Anything caught within would be obliterated in an instant. The fury of the sea engulfed the entire area, presenting a spectacle of sheer devastation. "My heavens!" Ning Tian exclaimed as he grasped the magnitude of the towering waves that had suddenly appeared. Despite his extensive experience, he had never witnessed such a forbidden power as the fury of the sea. His eyes widened in astonishment, his expression reflecting pure shock. A delighted smile graced Ning Tian's handsome features. The display of the fury of the sea was indeed overwhelming. The otherworldly beings, having just emerged, found themselves facing impending doom. Little did they expect that their lives would be forfeit so soon after their arrival. As the alien entities gazed upon the oncoming waves of the fury of the sea, they trembled in abject terror, their bodies quaking uncontrollably. How could they hope to withstand such a force? Their only fate was death. In an instant, the fury of the sea surged forth like the gaping maw of an abyss, devouring all the alien beings within its grasp. The entities that had emerged from the rift were not particularly formidable, and as they were swept away by the overwhelming power, they were swiftly annihilated. 6th rank Grandmaster. Ning Tian rejoiced, realizing he had indeed broken through to the 6th rank. This achievement was largely due to the dual enhancements of the Cosmic Dragon technique and the boundless intent to kill. Without such advantages, even in the face of so many alien beings, he could not have transitioned from a 5th rank Grandmaster to a 6th rank Grandmaster. Once the residual power of the fury of the sea dissipated, Ning Tian finally regained his composure. He had believed his son to be exceptionally strong. But witnessing the fury of the sea had made him realize that his estimation had been woefully inadequate. Taking a deep breath, Ning Tian turned to Ning Tian and inquired, "Xiaodian, where did these combat techniques originate?" Not only he, but anyone who had witnessed Ning Tian's extraordinary abilities would be left wondering the same. The chaotic divine body, the sword intent of the yellow springs, the azure profound body, the devouring dragon flame, and now the fury of the sea. Each of these rewards was unparalleled on Blue Star. Any martial artist who encountered these techniques would undoubtedly be astonished. Ning Tian, listening to his father's question, allowed himself a secret smile. He was aware that many were curious about this matter, yet few had dared to inquire. "These techniques are of my own creation," he replied to Ning Tian. He thought that if he claimed to have acquired them from some ancient ruins, his father would undoubtedly ask where those ruins were located. Stating that they were rewards from a system seemed inappropriate as well. It was far more reasonable to assert that he had invented them, for to many, he was already perceived as the strongest prodigy on Blue Star, an unparalleled talent. If that were the case, it would not be unreasonable for him to have developed several extraordinary combat techniques. In truth, the creation of such formidable abilities as the devouring dragon flame, the annihilating divine thunder, and the fury of the sea was indeed achievable with the chaotic divine body, albeit requiring vast amounts of time. He had also contemplated that when the opportunity arose, he would share some relevant combat techniques and methods with his family. Armed with these techniques, the overall strength of his family would certainly rise to new heights. "You created them yourself?" Ning Tian stared at Ning Tian in disbelief, contemplating various possibilities but never arriving at this one. Who would dare to believe that such extraordinary techniques were self-invented by his son? He could scarcely accept it himself. Even his father, Ning Jiuyue, the martial saint of the Dragon Empire and the governor of the 7 provinces of the southeast, would undoubtedly struggle to comprehend this revelation. Ning Tian prided himself on his youthful prowess, having once been an unmatched force against all challengers. Yet, he found himself utterly dwarfed in comparison to his son, Ning Tian. If Ning Tian could merely be labeled a genius, then all other geniuses on Blue Star were rendered utterly insignificant. Were Ning Tian the son of another, he might feel a twinge of inadequacy in the face of such talent. But Ning Tian was his son. What right did he have to feel inferior? Instead, he was filled with joy and excitement. What merit or virtue did he possess to deserve such a son as Ning Tian? Had Yufeng still been alive, he knew she would have been equally ecstatic. Yufeng is indeed the mother of Ning Tian, yet she met her demise on the battlefield shortly after his birth. The fact that Ning Tian has devised those extraordinary combat techniques, although astonishing, seems to be the only plausible explanation. Moreover, the fact that Ning Tian comprehended the essence of swordsmanship at such a tender age, particularly manifesting the sword intent of the Yellow Springs, lends further credence to this notion. Contemplating this, the creation of his own combat techniques becomes somewhat more comprehensible. "My dear son, having you as my progeny is truly a fortuitous blessing accrued over 8 lifetimes." Ning Tian exclaimed excitedly as the realization washed over him. He understood that if those extraordinary techniques were indeed conceived by Ning Tian, then he could potentially create even more in the future. What level of power could his son attain? Could he become one of the pinnacle beings of Blue Star? No. Such a perspective is too limited. Ning Tian believed that it would be merely a matter of course for Ning Tian to ascend to greatness within Blue Star, regardless of what kind of formidable being Ning Tian would become. Ning Tian was convinced that the myriad races attempting to invade Blue Star would meet their end at his hands. If that were the case, then Ning Tian would emerge as a hero of the human race on Blue Star. This is the kind of legacy that can inspire reverence from countless generations to come. The more Ning Tian pondered, the more exhilarated he became, eagerly envisioning such a scene. "Father, you might be exaggerating a bit," Ning Tian replied with an awkward smile, somewhat embarrassed by Ning Tian's fervor. "Exaggerating? Not in the slightest," Ning Tian retorted immediately. He genuinely believed that having a son like Ning Tian was a stroke of fortune beyond measure. Upon hearing Ning Tian's sentiments, Ning Tian decided not to pursue the topic further. "By the way, Dad, how has Grandpa been lately?" he inquired. "The situation on the battlefield has been relatively favorable. With the support from Howran City and the 7 provinces of the southeast, the tide has turned in our favor, and we should enjoy a period of peace soon. However, your grandfather sustained some injuries while battling 2 formidable alien beings of martial saint level on the southeastern front and is currently recuperating at the Yuntian defense line." Ning Tian explained. The Yuntian defense line serves as the principal battlefield in the southeastern conflict. It is fair to say that aside from the Yuntian battlefield, all other fronts are merely supplementary. Upon hearing this, Ning Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of 2 martial saint-level alien beings in the southeastern theater. No wonder the conflict had persisted for so long. After the 9th grade martial king comes the martial saint. Yet, there is only one tier of martial saint. And since the emergence of vitality on Blue Star, no one has ever broken through to the 2nd tier. Thus, the 1st tier martial saint represents the pinnacle of strength on Blue Star. "Father, I wish to visit Grandpa," Ning Tian declared. Having already achieved the status of a 6th-grade grandmaster in the Blood Dragon land, he believed he was capable enough. I shall first check on Grandpa at the Yuntian defense line. If he is injured, my Dragonwood attribute could play a crucial role. Although his injuries may not be severe, it is always preferable to be uninjured. No problem. Your grandfather is eager to see you as well, Ning Xingyun replied with a smile. He had come to eliminate the alien beings from the Blood Dragon land. Had it not been for the rift in the space barrier, he would have already departed. Now that Ning Tian had eradicated the alien beings emerging from the spatial rift, they were free to leave. There are many entrances to the southeastern battlefield, but they are all interconnected. Traveling from the Blood Dragon land to the Yuntian defense line does not require passing through any alien-occupied territories. Once Ning Tian and Ning Xingyun emerged from the Blood Dragon land, they set off towards the Yuntian defense line. As the most crucial battlefield in the southeastern front, the scale of the Yuntian battlefield's defense is naturally the largest. It also boasts the most formidable defensive forces within the southeastern theater. If necessary, the Yuntian battlefield can command the forces of other fronts at any time. After all, preserving the Yuntian defense line is of utmost importance. Within a certain structure along the Yuntian defense line, 3 elderly men convened. Each of these venerable figures possesses the power to shake the very foundations of the divine dragon empire. They are none other than Ning Tian's grandfather, Ning Jiuyou, his second uncle, Ning Changsheng, and his third uncle, Ning Huajiang. Ning Jiuyou's prowess is beyond question, being one of the martial saints safeguarding the divine dragon empire, possessing extraordinary strength that borders on the divine. As for Ning Changsheng and Ning Huajiang, they are both 9th-grade martial kings, and describing their might as explosive is no exaggeration. As one's realm ascends, even a minor disparity in levels becomes an insurmountable chasm. For instance, while both Ning Shanbua and Wang Pei are 8th-grade martial kings, the difference between an 8th-grade and a 9th-grade martial king, though seemingly minor, is beyond verbal articulation. Of course, Ning Tian is a complete exception. He possesses an abundance of abilities, combat techniques, and skills that are entirely foreign to Blue Star. If he were unable to confront enemies of higher tiers, it would only indicate that the rewards he received were rather subpar. Elder brother, your complexion appears significantly improved, Ning Changxing remarked to the bettered Ning Jiuyou. Chapter 76. Ambitious aspirations, is it not the essence of youth? Hearing this, Ning Jiuyou chuckled. I was never gravely injured. I have merely been resting these past few days. Ning Changxing and Ning Huajiang shared a laugh at Ning Jiuyou's words. Despite their status as 9th-grade martial kings, to them, their elder brother Ning Jiuyou is the backbone of their strength. Without Ning Jiuyou, the southeastern front would have crumbled long ago. I wonder how Xingyun is faring. Ning Jiuyou mused softly. Rest assured, elder brother, Xingyun has merely gone to the Blood Dragon land to eliminate the alien beings. There is no danger involved, Ning Huajiang added. Upon hearing Ning Huajiang's assurance, Ning Jiuyou nodded in agreement. Master, master. Suddenly, Wang Pei's voice echoed from outside the room. Enter, Ning Jiuyou called to Wang Pei, knowing he must have important news. Upon entering, Wang Pei wore a look of delight, addressing Ning Jiuyou. Master, Xingyun has returned, and he has brought someone along. Ning Jiuyou, Ning Changsheng, and Ning Huajiang exchanged bewildered glances at Wang Pei's words. Brought someone? We are well aware that Ning Xingyun went to the Blood Dragon land alone. Who could he possibly have brought back? Wang Pei, stop keeping us in suspense, and speak, Ning Changxing urged. He did not believe that the person Ning Xingyun brought back would be particularly shocking. Both Ning Jiuyou and Ning Huajiang eagerly awaited Wang Pei's revelation, curious to know whom Ning Xingyun had returned with. If I were to say that the person Xingyun brought back is Ning Tian, would you believe me? Wang Pei grinned. In recent days, they had frequently discussed matters concerning Ning Tian, not just the 3 of them, but many martial artists stationed at the Yuntian defense line had been buzzing with speculation. Word had spread rapidly, and Ning Tian's reputation had grown increasingly legendary. Little Tian, Ning Jiuyou, Ning Changsheng, and Ning Huajiang were all taken aback at Wang Pei's announcement. They certainly had not anticipated that the individual Ning Xingyun brought back would be Ning Tian. Shouldn't Ning Tian be in Haran City? How did he end up in the southeastern battlefield? Wang Pei, you must be joking. Ning Changsheng looked intently at Wang Pei. Would I dare jest about such matters? Wang Pei replied earnestly. Wang Pei felt somewhat uneasy under Ning Changsheng's piercing gaze. The pressure from these 9th-tier martial kings upon an 8th-tier martial king was palpable. I have clarified matters. After our departure from Haran City to provide support on the battlefield, a spatial rift appeared above Haran City. Subsequently, Wang Pei recounted the emergence of the Demon King clan and 8 formidable alien beings above Haran City. He also shared the information regarding Ning Tian's pursuit of the injured demon Redbird to the outskirts of Dongming City. When Wang Pei relayed this, he himself found it hard to believe. Yet, he understood that Ning Tian had no reason to deceive him, especially given Ning Tian's formidable prowess. He had no choice but to place his trust in him. Ning Jiuyou, Ning Changsheng, and Ning Huajiang listened intently to Wang Pei's words, their expressions reflecting astonishment. In recent times, they had heard and discussed much regarding Ning Tian, Yet his concealed strength was something even they had not anticipated. The revelation that Ning Tian had battled against the golden generation of the Southwest at Southeast University left them utterly astounded. Not to mention the subsequent revelation of Ning Tian's encounters with the Flame and Thunder Masters. It seems we have greatly underestimated this little fellow's capabilities. How many surprises can he possibly bestow upon us? Ning Jiuyo chuckled softly. Indeed, with a true dragon like Ning Tian emerging from our Ning family, our blue star shall undoubtedly ascend to a unique echelon among powerful clans, echoed Ning Changxing and Ning Huajiang in agreement. After this exchange, Ning Jiuyo turned to Wang Pei, saying, Wang Pei, please bring Xingyun and Tian here to see me. Yes, master, Wang Pei replied, promptly making his way outside the room. Moments later, he returned with Ning Xingyun and Ning Tian, announcing, the master wishes to see you. Ning Xingyun and Ning Tian nodded in acknowledgement, following Wang Pei to a designated area. A few minutes later, under Wang Pei's guidance, they entered the chamber where Ning Jiuyo awaited. Dad, Grandpa, Ning Xingyun and Ning Tian called out to Ning Jiuyo, before bowing respectfully to Ning Changxing and Ning Huajiang. As Ning Jiuyo, Ning Changxing, and Ning Huajiang gazed upon Ning Tian, their faces were adorned with expressions of satisfaction. Tian, how does it feel to step onto the Southeast battlefield? They were already aware of the circumstances surrounding Ning Tian's sudden appearance there, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. It's manageable. My current strength is still lacking. Otherwise, I would have directly eradicated the myriad clans outside the Yuntian defense line, Ning Tian replied. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room fell into a stunned silence. To declare one would obliterate the myriad clans? What audacious ambition! Were it anyone else, such words would be deemed naive. Yet, this was Ning Tian speaking. They understood that his words held truth. Given time, Ning Tian would undoubtedly emerge as the most formidable warrior in the history of Blue Star. The prospect of annihilating the myriad clans would not merely be a fanciful boast. Ning Jiuyo and the others had anticipated that Ning Tian would experience some pressure upon his inaugural entry to the Southeast battlefield. They had never imagined he would boldly proclaim such a fierce declaration. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly, you are my grandson. Ning Jiuyo, regaining his composure, erupted into laughter. What of the golden generation of the Southwest, or the extreme holy generation of the Central Six Provinces? What do they amount to in the presence of my grandson? Ning Changxing, Ning Huajiang, Wang Pei, and Ning Xingyun joined in the merriment. Youth should embody such vigor. Is it even youth if one lacks ambition? Ning Changxing then directed his attention to Ning Xingyun. The alien beings in the Blood Dragon land have been eliminated, Ning Xingyun reported. That's good to hear. Ning Changxing nodded in acknowledgement. Brother, we shall take our leave for now. There are still matters to attend to, Ning Changxing remarked, glancing at Ning Jiuyo. Very well. Off you go, Ning Jiuyo nodded in agreement. Once the others departed, only Ning Jiuyo and Ning Tian remained in the room. Grandpa, I heard from Dad that you sustained injuries while battling two alien beings of the martial general level, Ning Tian observed, looking at his grandfather. Allow me to treat you. You can treat me, little Tian? Ning Jiuyo stared at Ning Tian in astonishment, his instincts telling him that Ning Tian was not jesting. Indeed, Grandpa, I can treat you, Ning Tian affirmed with a smile. With that, he opened his palm, revealing a gentle azure, dragonwood spiritual energy. What is this? Ning Jiuyo was left speechless as he gazed at the azure energy in Ning Tian's palm. Merely sensing this energy felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Can it truly heal me? Chapter 77. Treatment concluded, a banquet on the defense line. In his astonishment, Ning Jiuyo felt the dragonwood energy from Ning Tian's palm begin to flow into his body. The healing properties of the dragonwood attribute were astonishing. And given that Ning Jiuyo's injuries were not severe, a single application sufficed for his recovery. After half an hour, Ning Tian withdrew the dragonwood energy. Grandpa, how do you feel? He inquired. At this moment, Ning Jiuyo was deeply shocked. He understood that the dragonwood energy in Ning Tian's palm had the capability to heal him. Yet he had not expected his wounds to be fully mended in merely half an hour. What an extraordinary phenomenon. Not only was his grandson powerful, but he also possessed the ability to heal himself. Truly a paragon. Little Tian, you have astonished your grandpa, Ning Jiuyo exclaimed joyfully as he regained his composure. Rising from the bed, he declared, one should not linger on a sickbed when restored to health. Observing the vitality and aura radiating from his grandfather, Ning Tian realized that the dragonwood energy had completely healed him. I'm glad you're well, Grandpa, Ning Tian replied with a slight smile. Now, with the alien beings and us likely to enjoy a period of peace, I intend to properly treat the warriors on the Yuntian battlefield. A hint of amusement flickered across Ning Jiuyo's imposing visage as he continued. Little Tian, we shall celebrate for 3 days and nights. No one is permitted to leave. As the supreme martial saint of the Dragon Empire and the governor of the Southeast 7 provinces, with the main forces of the alien beings having been repelled, and now reunited with his beloved grandson, Ning Jiuyo felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. What more could one desire in life than a grandson of such caliber? All right, Grandpa, Ning Tian acquiesced. What were a few days of revelry to them? At their level, they would remain sober even after 1,000 cups, let alone 10,000. Soon after, Ning Jiuyou and Ning Tian emerged from the room. Just as they stepped outside, Ning Xianbua, their fourth uncle, came into view. Elder brother, little Tian? Ning Xianbua gazed at Ning Jiuyou and Ning Tian before him, momentarily taken aback. To him, Ning Jiuyou ought to be resting on a sickbed at this hour, while Ning Tian should be stationed at Haoran City. Why was he not guarding Haoran City, but instead present on the battlefield? Fourth uncle. Ning Tian called out as he approached Ning Xianbua, offering a brief explanation for his presence. Upon learning the reason, Ning Xianbua's understanding dawned upon him. Simultaneously, he marveled at the rapid growth of Ning Tian, a transformation that could only be described as extraordinary. Xianbua, please convey my wishes to treat all the brothers on the Yuntian defense line to a feast. Ning Jiuyou instructed Ning Xianbua. Elder brother, your injuries. Ning Jiuyou interjected, observing Ning Xianbua's hesitation. While he was aware that Ning Jiuyou's injuries were not severe, he understood the necessity for rest. If another assault from the martial saint-level alien beings occurred, they would be unable to withstand it. I am perfectly fine. Xiao Tian has healed me. Ning Jiuyou replied with a smile. Had it not been for Ning Tian's treatment, he would have been bedridden for at least another 10 to 15 days. What? Ning Xianbua was taken aback by Ning Jiuyou's assertion. He comprehended that it was indeed Ning Tian who had healed him. Yet how could Ning Tian accomplish such a feat? Enough of this discussion. Quickly make the arrangements, Ning Jiuyou urged, as Ning Xianbua remained astonished. Truly, elder brother. Ning Xianbua's tone was anything but calm. He had been astonished by his grandson Ning Tian on numerous occasions, and now, here it was again. A moment later, all the warriors on the Yuntian defense line were informed of Ning Jiuyou's invitation for a meal, and they erupted with excitement. The recent battles against the alien beings had kept them on high alert, but the fact that the Grand Governor was treating them to a meal indicated that the immediate danger had passed. With hearty laughter and boisterous festivities, the atmosphere became vibrant as sumptuous food and fine wine filled the tables along the Yuntian defense line. Ning Jiuyou raised his wine cup, amplifying his voice with his energy. Brothers, through our relentless efforts, we have repelled the main forces of the alien beings. Now, all we need to do is enjoy ourselves. I shall drink first as a toast. With that, he downed the contents of his cup. All the warriors on the Yuntian defense line, upon hearing Ning Jiuyou's proclamation, followed suit and drank heartily. Ning Jiuyou, Ning Changsheng, Ning Huajiang, Ning Xianbua, Wang Pei, Ning Xingyun, and Ning Tian sat together at a table. Apart from Ning Xianbua, who was already aware, the others were equally astonished to learn that Ning Jiuyou had recovered. Upon realizing that Ning Tian was responsible for his healing, they were struck by the notion that Ning Tian would undoubtedly become an unparalleled supreme being in the future. Though the notion of drinking for 3 days and nights was exaggerated, the revelry continued into the late hours. For the warriors of the Yuntian defense line, drinking was mere childish play and posed no hindrance to their readiness for battle. After the feast, Ning Tian retreated to a previously arranged room. Without further contemplation, he laid down on the bed and drifted into slumber. Ding. Newlywed for 33 days. Reward. Qiyun Dan. Ding. Newlywed for 34 days. Reward. Bai Bao Potion. Ding. Newlywed for 35 days. Reward. Phantom Technique. Ning Tian remained on the Yuntian defense line for 3 days, during which the rewards he received for his marriage were rather unremarkable. During this time, someone had to leave the battlefield on errands, and he requested the individual to convey a message back to Haoran City. He had not returned since pursuing the celestial demon Redbird over Haoran City. Knowing that Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming were aware of his safety would provide them some comfort. Unbeknownst to Ning Tian, Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming were currently at the governor's office in Dongming City. The warrior sent on errands was from the governor's office as well. Upon arriving at the office, he learned of Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming's presence there. Without hesitation, he relayed Ning Tian's safety on the Yuntian defense line to the two women. Upon hearing that Ning Tian was unharmed, they both exhaled in relief. Having not received any news regarding him while at the governor's office had caused them considerable anxiety. Sister-in-law, since brother is safe, let us return to Haoran City. We must prepare to head to the imperial capital soon, Ning Ming suggested to Xia Yuewei. Very well, we shall return to Haoran City. Xia Yuewei nodded in agreement. She and Ning Ming had come to Dongming City out of concern for Ning Tian, and now that they knew he was safe, there was no reason to remain. As Ning Tian continued to grow stronger, she could not afford to be idle. She was determined to exert herself in the upcoming genius training camp hosted in the imperial capital. Subsequently, after bidding farewell to the warriors at the governor's office, Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming departed. At the Yuntian defense line, while pondering when to leave, Ning Tian heard the voice of his grandfather, Ning Jiuyou, beside him. Xiao Tian, what are you thinking about? Shaking his head, Ning Tian replied, just some random thoughts. Seeing Ning Tian's response, Ning Jiuyou chuckled and retrieved a token from his storage ring. The token, shaped like a dragon and entirely purple, radiated with energy. Ning Tian was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the token his grandfather held. He was well aware that it was the martial saint token of the divine dragon empire. In the Divine Dragon Empire, the number of martial saints could be counted on both hands. Only each martial saint was entitled to possess such a token. Ning Tian could not fathom why his grandfather was presenting him with the martial saint token. Xiao Tian, take this. Ning Jiuyu offered the token to Ning Tian. The Grand Governor's order allows passage through the 7 provinces of the southeast, but the martial saint token grants access throughout the entire Divine Dragon Empire. It is not merely a pass. Any force that sees the martial saint token must show respect. After all, there are only a few martial saints in the Divine Dragon Empire. Who wouldn't be awestruck when they see the token representing their status? Grandfather, why are you giving this to me? Ning Tian queried, perplexed as he regarded Ning Jiuyu. He believed that the Grand Governor's order given to him by his 4th uncle, Ning Shanhua, would suffice for his needs in the southeast provinces. He had no intention of venturing beyond that, yet he knew his grandfather would not bestow the martial saint token upon him without reason. Surely, there must be a purpose behind it. Grandfather, you don't think I'm going to participate in the genius training camp hosted in the imperial capital, do you? Ning Tian asked Ning Jiuyu, as the thought crossed his mind that this was the only reason that could compel him to venture outside the southeastern provinces. However, he felt that the genius training camp was not suited for him. Although those attending were endowed with SS and SSS level talents, they seemed no more formidable than children in his presence. The genius training camp? Ning Jiuyu chuckled upon hearing this, shaking his head in response. The genius training camp is not suited for you. Have you heard of the General Tower? The General Tower? Listening to Ning Jiuyu's words, Ning Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed heard of the General Tower, yet he possessed little understanding of it. Noticing the confusion etched on Ning Tian's face, Ning Jiuyu continued, the General Tower comprises 10 levels, each housing a varying number and rank of virtual generals. The higher one ascends within the tower, the greater the number of essence stones one can acquire through enlightenment. The General Tower is about to be opened, presenting you with an excellent opportunity. As Ning Tian absorbed his grandfather's words, clarity dawned upon him. He had also heard of the process of enlightenment through essence stones, which involves channeling the immense vitality contained within these stones into the recipient's body, ultimately refining it to enhance their combat prowess. However, the process of enlightenment can only be undertaken once. Repeating it yields negligible results. Grandfather, do you mean that you want me to go to the imperial capital and wait for the opening of the General Tower in order to qualify for the enlightenment through essence stones? Precisely. Ning Jiuyu nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Ning Tian fell into contemplation. The opportunity for enlightenment through essence stones indeed presented itself as a significant chance for him, yet the crux of the matter was that he was not yet a general. Xiao Tian, do you not wish to go? Ning Jiuyu inquired, observing Ning Tian's silence. Grandfather, it's not that I am unwilling. I merely wish to ascertain whether one can still enter the General Tower and receive enlightenment without being a general. Ning Tian voiced his inner doubts. Should it be possible for those who are not generals to navigate the General Tower and undergo enlightenment, he would certainly seize such a remarkable opportunity. It is indeed possible, but one cannot ascend the General Tower without being a general. They would struggle even at the first level. Moreover, even if one could manage to ascend, the immense pressure of enlightenment would be insurmountable. Ah, I see. With his grandfather's explanation, Ning Tian felt reassured. He was confident that he could navigate the General Tower and withstand the pressure of enlightenment. After all, such extraordinary rewards could not be obtained without effort. Why do you ask such questions, Xiao Tian? Are you not a general? Suddenly, Ning Jiuyu seemed to have an epiphany and directed a curious gaze at Ning Tian. He found it odd. His level of insight typically allowed him to discern the realms of others, yet Ning Tian's realm eluded him, the reason for which remained a mystery. Nevertheless, considering the incredible feats Ning Tian had accomplished, the inability to perceive his realm became inconsequential. No, grandfather, I was merely inquiring, Ning Tian replied with a smile. Although his martial arts realm was still that of a 6th-rank grandmaster, he was uncertain of the true extent of his combat prowess. Afterward, he accepted the defensive martial saint order from his grandfather's hand. Following a further discussion regarding the General Tower, Ning Jiuyu took his leave. The next day, Ning Tian departed from the Yuntian defense line, emerging from one of the entrances in the outskirts of Dongming City. Upon returning to Haran City, he discovered that Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming had already traveled to the imperial capital to attend the genius training camp. From a direct descendant of his family, he learned that, aside from Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming, Chen Ruo from the southwestern Shen family was also participating in the training camp. After his battle against Du Sheng at Southeast University, and subsequently guiding Yun Feng, the eldest disciple of the Southwest Sword Sect, in swordsmanship, Chen Ruo had been thoroughly intimidated and dared not provoke Ning Tian again. In fact, she was now too fearful to even confront Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming. After spending a day with his family, Ning Tian finally boarded the plane to the imperial capital. The system appeared to have entered a dormant phase in recent days, yielding no remarkable rewards. Nevertheless, Ning Tian remained unperturbed, as he understood that this was merely the calm before the arrival of extraordinary rewards. The imperial capital is regarded as the most formidable city within the Divine Dragon Empire. Of course, Howran City is not significantly inferior to the imperial capital. After a lengthy flight, the plane successfully landed at the imperial capital airport. Upon exiting the airport, Ning Tian made his way towards the genius training camp. Prior to his arrival, he had gathered some information. The General Tower would be opening the day after tomorrow. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to visit the genius training camp to see the two young ladies, Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming. The genius training camp is located beneath the New Mountain, just outside the imperial capital. New Mountain is not far from the capital, serving as a buffer zone, and the entire area is devoid of any alien life forms. Without lingering in the imperial capital, Ning Tian proceeded towards New Mountain. Chapter 79, The Genius Training Camp, the Xianling Stone Steps. At the base of New Mountain, several temporary structures had been erected. This was the site of the Genius Training Camp. The current session of the Genius Training Camp, hosted by the imperial capital, is open to candidates from the entire Divine Dragon Empire. The minimum requirement for entry into the Genius Training Camp is an SS-level talent. Those with merely S-level talent need not apply. Outside the Genius Training Camp, a group of young boys and girls gathered, observing the scenes within the training camp. They were all ineligible to enter the camp, having come to the wilderness for training, and thus were here to take a look. Indeed, the Genius Training Camp is rudimentary. Yet the barriers to entry are exceedingly high. Oh, how unfortunate that my talent is merely a level. If only it were SS level. I too would qualify for the Genius Training Camp. Stop dreaming. Those who enter are all prodigies of the Divine Dragon Empire. Indeed, I heard that the golden generation from the 5 southwestern provinces is participating in this training camp, and it seems that even Yun Feng, the eldest disciple of the Southwest Sword Sect, is here. The young people gathered outside the Genius Training Camp engaged in animated discussions. Meanwhile, inside the training camp, Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming stood before an extensive staircase of stone steps. This stone staircase, though only comprising a few hundred steps, was enveloped in a faint azure glow. Aside from them, there were others on the staircase, all striving to ascend, their faces drenched in sweat as they gritted their teeth in determination. It was evident that climbing this stone staircase was no easy feat, sister. The Xianling stone steps exude a formidable pressure. I wonder how many steps we can ascend, Ning Ming remarked to Xia Yuewei beside her. Our strengths are not particularly exceptional within the training camp, so our performance may not be stellar. Xia Yuewei, a third-rank master, noted that Ning Ming, her younger companion, was a few years her junior and still a 7th-rank martial master. Climbing the Xianling stone steps to achieve a commendable result would undoubtedly prove challenging for them. Sister, look at that person. It appears he has already ascended over 200 steps. Suddenly, Ning Ming's attention was drawn to an individual on the Xianling stone steps. That must be Yun Feng, the eldest disciple of the Southwest Sword Sect. He is older than us and possesses greater strength, Xia Yuewei replied. During their time at Southeast University, Ning Tian had swiftly defeated Du Sheng from the golden generation of the 5 southwestern provinces. Later, when Yun Feng stepped onto the combat stage, he showcased an extraordinary swordsmanship technique. Yet in the face of Ning Tian's Huangquan sword intent, it appeared trivial. Within the training camp, there were hundreds of prodigies, all hailing from various regions of the Divine Dragon Empire. Phew, even at the base of the Xianling stone steps, Ning Ming could sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from above. After releasing a breath, she softly lamented, I feel so small, if only I were a few years older. Upon hearing this, Ning Ming's cherubic face was adorned with a pitiable expression. Do not worry, participation is what matters. Just do your best, Xia Yuewei reassured her, gently patting Ning Ming's head in comfort. Are you not going to attempt the Xianling stone steps? Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced the air, catching their attention. Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming turned towards the source of the sound, their eyes landing on Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo was also strikingly beautiful, embodying a goddess-like presence. However, each year during the Southeast University Beauty Contest, she consistently fell short of Xia Yuewei's allure. At that moment, a hint of discomfort marred Chen Ruo's charming features, as if she were apprehensive of Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming. Upon witnessing the expression on Chen Ruo's face, Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming exchanged knowing glances. They understood that the incident at Southeast University had instilled a profound fear in Chen Ruo, causing her to involuntarily recall Ning Tian when faced with them. Ning Tian had become an indelible psychological shadow for her. You may ascend first. We shall observe for a while, Xia Yuewei advised Chen Ruo. All right. Chen Ruo nodded in agreement. Previously, she had harbored a strong sense of rivalry towards Xia Yuewei, but now, the sharpness of her competitive spirit had dulled, and all she desired was to diligently cultivate her skills. After Chen Ruo ascended the Mystic Spirit Stone steps, Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming took a moment to survey the steps before following suit. The Mystic Spirit Stone steps comprised a daunting total of 472 tiers. To reach the pinnacle was akin to facing a hellish challenge. Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming had only just arrived at the training camp yesterday, and this was their first attempt at the Mystic Spirit Stone steps. Soon, their results were announced. Xia Yuewei had reached the 232nd tier. while Ning Ming managed the 107th tier. Despite possessing an SSS-level talent, Ning Ming was the youngest participant in the entire training camp. As the two young women descended the mystic spirit stone steps, they wiped the sweat from their brows, taking a moment to rest. The exertion required to ascend the steps was immense, necessitating a period of recovery. Attention! A commanding voice resonated throughout the training camp, exuding an air of authority that commanded immediate compliance. All individuals present halted their activities, and before long, the training ground was filled with over 100 people. At the forefront stood a man and a woman, Wang Ming and Dong Jixue, the chief instructors of this elite training camp. Both appeared to be in their 30s. Having once been celebrated prodigies in the imperial capital, endowed with SSS-level talents, and now esteemed grandmasters. Beyond their remarkable abilities, they were also an enviable couple, admired by many in the imperial capital. Since the inception of the training camp just 2 days prior, the schedule had primarily consisted of free activities, such as ascending the mystic spirit stone steps and battling mechanical beasts in the combat chamber. Wang Ming addressed the assembly of gifted individuals, saying, "You are all the strongest talents from various regions of the Divine Dragon Empire. This elite training camp in the imperial capital aims to refine your strength and potential further. I trust you have all experienced the formidable pressure of the mystic spirit stone steps. While you may not yet be able to conquer its summit, by the time you leave this training camp, you shall certainly ascend to the top," he continued, emphasizing the commendable performances of several students on the mystic spirit stone steps. The audience, momentarily taken aback, had assumed that the instructors were oblivious to their activities during the free time. "The first student I would like to highlight is Wu Yunlong," Wang Ming announced, and the crowd erupted with excitement. Wu Yunlong was a name synonymous with greatness in the talent circles of the Divine Dragon Empire. Renowned as the extreme saint of the imperial capital, this title signified his destined ascent to the ranks of martial saints. With so many possessing SSS-level talents, who could guarantee their emergence as martial saints? Moreover, Wu Yunlong had awakened the Golden Dragon bloodline, which would exponentially amplify his strength. In comparison, the 9-scale bloodline awakened by Du Sheng, the golden generation from the southwest 5 provinces, paled in significance. "The second student is Du Sheng," Wang Ming continued, announcing the next name. Although Du Sheng's reputation did not quite match Wu Yunlong's, he was still well known within the circles of prodigies. Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming were familiar with Du Sheng as well. Not only did he possess SSS-level talent, but he had also awakened the 9-scale bloodline. However, they were acutely aware that compared to Wu Yunlong or Du Sheng, they remained overshadowed by Ning Tian, who represented an insurmountable chasm among the talents of the Divine Dragon Empire. Wang Ming proceeded to name several more exceptional individuals, each one a prodigy from various regions of the Divine Dragon Empire. He informed them that formal training would commence the following day, allowing them the rest of today to prepare adequately. Dong Jixue, standing beside Wang Ming, added, her expression as cold as ice. "The day after tomorrow marks the opening of the Martial General Tower, where several martial generals will attempt to ascend. We will observe from below." Excitement rippled through the crowd at the mention of the Martial General Tower, which they had all heard of to varying degrees. The prospect of witnessing multiple martial generals attempting to conquer the tower was an opportunity they eagerly anticipated. "Sister, how I wish brother could also challenge the Martial General Tower," Ning Ming whispered to Xia Yuewei. "Indeed, but we were unaware of the imminent opening of the Martial General Tower," Xia Yuewei lamented. She and Ning Ming had initially only learned about the elite training camp in the imperial capital. They discovered the Martial General Tower's opening from Dong Jixue. Otherwise, they might have remained oblivious until it closed. "All right, dismissed." Wang Ming's voice resonated in the ears of the assembly. "Yuewei, you are here at the elite training camp too." A delighted voice suddenly reached Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming's ears. Upon recognizing the familiar voice, they turned to see none other than Xia Yuewei, accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man named Lu Feng. Xia Yuewei had brought a group of 20 to 30 elite heirs from prominent families in the imperial capital to Southeast University, seeking justice for Xia Yuewei. Lu Feng was her greatest support in this endeavor. "Sister, you are here as well," Xia Yuewei exclaimed, her exquisite features lighting up with excitement upon seeing Xia Yuewei. After arriving at the elite training camp with Ning Ming, she had not encountered Xia Yuewei or Lu Feng and had assumed they would not participate in the training camp. "Yes, Lu Feng and I have been engaged in battles against mechanical beasts in the combat chamber since we arrived," Xia Yuewei explained. "No wonder we didn't see you," Xia Yuewei responded, realization dawning upon her. Subsequently, both Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming greeted Lu Feng, who appeared somewhat uneasy upon meeting them. He could not help but recall the time at the Dongchuan Martial Arts School in Haoran City when Ning Tian exhibited the celestial steps, effortlessly defeating a multitude of adversaries. If it had merely been 1 or 2 opponents, it would have sufficed. Yet, it was a staggering 2 or 3 dozen scions of noble families. He mused to himself that it was fortunate Ning Tian had not come. Otherwise, he feared the mere sight of him would leave him disquieted, rendering him incapable of focusing on his training. "By the way, has Ning Tian not arrived?" Suddenly, Xia Yuewei inquired of the 2 women. "He hasn't come," This place is unsuitable for him, Xia Yuewei replied, shaking her head. The genius training camp is inherently ill-suited for Ning Tian. After all, he had single-handedly vanquished 8 formidable beings of the martial general level above Howren City. Were he to attend the genius training camp, it would undoubtedly be a case of a lower dimension overwhelming a higher one. Hearing Xia Yuewei's remarks, Xia Yuewei decided not to probe further. Meanwhile, Ning Tian had reached the foot of Fury Mountain. He noticed a considerable number of people gathered outside the genius training camp. From the conversations among these young men and women, he discerned that they were there to engage in outdoor training while also observing the genius training camp. He could not help but remark upon the somewhat rudimentary state of the genius training camp before him. "Hello, may I enter?" Ning Tian approached the guard stationed at the entrance to inquire. The onlookers, overhearing his words, exchanged scornful glances. If Ning Tian possessed a pass to the genius training camp, he could simply present it and gain entry. Yet, without a pass, he audaciously asked the guards if he could enter. "Of course, you cannot," one of the guards replied. "My friend, please present your pass." "I have no pass. I merely wish to visit 2 individuals," Ning Tian replied. "I'm sorry, but without a pass, entry to the genius training camp is not permitted." The guard shook his head. The crowd around him could no longer stifle their laughter. They were astonished that Ning Tian could speak so earnestly. To enter the genius training camp, to see 2 people? If everyone used such a pretext, the camp would be overcrowded. Some wondered if he might be lacking in mental faculties. After all, attempting to enter the genius training camp without a pass was absurd. "I think he must be a bit off, but he is quite handsome. I have never seen someone so striking," another commented. "Foolish infatuation, brainless girl. What good is good looks if he lacks the pass to the genius training camp?" The young men and women outside the training camp whispered among themselves. "Sir, if you lack a pass, please step away from the entrance," the guard instructed Ning Tian once more. In the past couple of days since the training camp opened, many had inquired about entry. Clearly, the guard had taken Ning Tian for one of those individuals. Ning Tian listened to the guard's words, astonished at how troublesome it was to gain entry to the genius training camp. Upon further reflection, it seemed only reasonable if one could enter without a pass. Chaos would surely ensue. However, having made the journey, he could not simply turn back. Should he use the Martial Saint's order? Ning Tian pondered privately. He recognized that producing the Martial Saint's order in front of so many would be rather ostentatious. Yet, there are times when one must be ostentatious. If he had the Martial Saint's order and did not utilize it, then his grandfather would have had no reason to bestow it upon him. "Brother, I suggest you retreat. Without a pass, you truly cannot enter. Otherwise, we would all be able to enter." A young man who appeared to be in his mid-20s advised Ning Tian. The onlookers shook their heads, thinking that since the guard had already spoken, why linger? Was he so obsessed with entering the genius training camp that he had lost his senses? Ning Tian paid no heed to the mockery or the young man's well-meaning counsel. Instead, he retrieved the Martial Saint's order from his storage ring, addressing the guard. "With this, may I enter?" Chapter 81. The individual holding the Martial Saint's order? "Sir, it's not merely a pass," the guard began, intending to continue speaking to Ning Tian. However, before he could finish, a resplendent purple light burst into his view. Not only he, but everyone around also beheld this dazzling purple radiance. As they focused their eyes, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Hiss! At that moment, both the guard and all those observing the genius training camp were left dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. What were they witnessing? A dragon-shaped insignia, purple in hue, emanating an aura of vitality? Ning Tian was holding such a breathtaking artifact. Had they never seen such a sight? This was indeed the Martial Saint's order. Was this Martial Saint's order genuine or counterfeit? All eyes widened in disbelief. If possible, they wished to declare the order a forgery. Yet, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Martial Saint's order compelled them to accept its authenticity. Thus, this person had the backing of a Martial Saint? Were they truly mocking such a powerful entity just moments ago? Everyone felt their heads buzz as if struck by lightning. "Brother, no, esteemed sir. I did not intend to mock you earlier. Esteemed sir, my words were thoughtless. Please, allow me to strike my own mouth." They frantically sought forgiveness from Ning Tian. Their backgrounds were not particularly distinguished. Compared to ordinary individuals, they fared decently. Yet compared to someone with the backing of a Martial Saint, the disparity was monumental. Failing to seek forgiveness would not only implicate him, but also endanger their families. After all, a Martial Saint was far too fearsome. In addition to these young men and women, several guards outside the genius training camp stood in stunned silence. They could never have imagined that Ning Tian possessed a Martial Saint's order. What was the genius training camp in comparison? The individual behind him could effortlessly close the training camp with a single word. "Esteemed sir, please allow me to enter and report." One guard finally regained his composure and hastily addressed Ning Tian. "Go ahead." Ning Tian nodded. He did not return the Martial Saint's order to his storage ring, knowing that once the person in charge of the training camp arrived, the order would still need to be presented. The guard dared not delay further and hurried into the genius training camp. Within the genius training camp, hundreds of talented individuals were partaking in various rigorous training sessions. such as the Mystic Spirit Stone level and combat rooms. Wang Ming and Dong Wujin observed nearby. They were quite satisfied with their roles as instructors in this training camp. A decision made by the upper echelons. They were known for their decisive and efficient methods. If they were to do something, they aimed for nothing less than excellence. Wu Yunlong truly is exceptional. I can already envision how formidable he will become, Wang Ming remarked, observing Wu Yunlong, who was engaged in gravity training, enduring levels of pressure that other students could scarcely fathom. Indeed, Wu Yunlong is indeed remarkable. We could not compare to him in our time, Dong Wujin concurred. Instructors. As Wang Ming and Dong Jixue engaged in a discussion regarding Wu Yulong, the panicked voice of a guard suddenly pierced the air around them. Taken aback by the disturbance, both Wang Ming and Dong Jixue exchanged glances, wondering if something untoward had transpired. After all, the surrounding region of the Angry Sea was devoid of any alien creatures, and even the monstrous beings were rare. What could possibly be amiss? Their gaze fell upon the guard who had hurriedly approached to deliver the news. What has happened? Dong Jixue was the first to inquire, directing her question at the guard. A young man has arrived outside, seeking entry. He spit it out. Dong Jixue interjected. Her brow furrowed. Entry requires a pass. Without one, entry is forbidden. Why the hesitation? The guard swallowed hard before continuing. He lacks a pass. But he possesses the Defense Marshal Saint's decree. What? Both Wang Ming and Dong Jixue were momentarily stunned by this revelation. The presence of the Defense Marshal Saint's decree? Upon exchanging a knowing glance, they understood that the decree was undoubtedly authentic. Otherwise, the guard would not have exhibited such alarm. Is he here to visit our genius training camp, or does he harbor other intentions? Wang Ming scrutinized the guard with keen interest. He expressed a desire to visit two individuals, though he did not disclose their identities. The guard relayed all that he knew to Wang Ming and Dong Jixue. What do you think we should do, Jixue? Wang Ming turned to Dong Jixue, seeking her insight. Both of them, in their 30s, had weathered many storms, having been to battlefields and faced dire situations. However, when it came to managing such affairs, they found themselves lacking in experience. A cold smirk crept across Dong Jixue's frosty visage. To attempt entry without a pass, wielding the Defense Marshal Saint's decree to pressure others? How laughable. Jixue, you don't intend to deny him entry, do you? Wang Ming's voice betrayed a hint of anxiety. We must allow him in. Moreover, we all need to go out to greet him. Dong Jixue regarded Wang Ming as if she held all the cards in this situation. Wang Ming, gather everyone from the training camp once more, and we shall together welcome the esteemed individual bearing the Defense Marshal Saint's decree. Although we may lack a prestigious background, our formidable talents will surely convey the message. Pausing momentarily, she added, relying solely on background is not a sustainable path. One's own strength is the true way. Wang Ming comprehended Dong Jixue's intention. She aimed to instill a sense of pressure upon the individual outside by showcasing the hundreds of talents within the genius training camp, making it abundantly clear that he was merely a background-laden inept. Henceforth, in such scenarios, he ought to refrain from brandishing the Defense Marshal Saint's decree to intimidate others. If one possesses true capability, they should demonstrate it instead. Yet, neither Wang Ming nor Dong Jixue could fathom the extent of Ning Tian's formidable prowess. In no time, Wang Ming gathered the geniuses once more. The assembly of over 100 individuals cast puzzled glances at Wang Ming and Dong Jixue. Had they not just been dismissed? Why were they being called back? Was there an issue, or did they simply find amusement in this sudden turn of events? Dong Jixue surveyed the gathered crowd of over 100, her voice devoid of emotion as she announced. A young gentleman bearing the Defense Marshal Saint's decree has arrived outside. Let us go forth to welcome him. The crowd was left bewildered by Dong Jixue's words. A young gentleman wielding the Defense Marshal Saint's decree? What on earth could that entail? Chapter 82. You may be pleased, but what about us? This is a psychological shadow. The throng of geniuses stared blankly at Wang Ming and Dong Jixue, unable to fathom that the reason for their reassembly was such a matter. They were certain they had not misheard Dong Jixue. Indeed, it was a young gentleman bearing the Defense Marshal Saint's decree. They were acquainted with the significance of the Defense Marshal Saint, a towering pillar of the Divine Dragon Empire, a bastion of strength. But what did young gentleman imply? Did it suggest formidable strength, thereby earning him the title of gentleman? If he were indeed powerful, surely he could gain a pass to enter the genius training camp. Was it merely a strong background that permitted someone of such youth to be addressed as gentleman? They realized that the young man outside, brandishing the Defense Marshal Saint's decree, undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. All of them were prodigies from various regions of the Divine Dragon Empire, each possessing a sense of pride in their respective locales. Who among them was not the strongest genius, adored by countless admirers? Upon arriving at the genius training camp, they quickly recognized their mediocrity when compared to the most elite talents. Yet, they revered talent and strength. If a Defense Marshal Saint were to arrive, it would be entirely reasonable to greet him collectively. But what was the current situation? A young scion with an impressive background wielding his grandfather's or some other connections decree to flaunt at the genius training camp. This was indeed the genius training camp. Shouldn't one flaunt their status in places adorned with beauty? Such individuals were always present. Wu Yulong inwardly scoffed, his disdain palpable. He was a paragon of the imperial capital, destined to become a defense martial saint given time. He had no need to rely on another's decree to assert superiority. Let us proceed. With that, Wang Ming and Dong Jishua led the throng toward the entrance of the genius training camp. Sister, do you think the person outside the training camp is my brother? Ning Ming pondered aloud to Xia Yuewei. I too wish it were him, but he is stationed at the southeastern battlefield, so it is unlikely. Xia Yuewei shook her head. Ah, I see. It seems it is not my brother after all. A hint of disappointment washed over Ning Ming's round face. She would have been overjoyed if her brother Ning Tian were present. Outside the genius training camp, the crowd observed Ning Tian, relieved that he did not appear to harbor any grudges against them. They exhaled a collective sigh of relief. If he bore no ill will, then they would certainly remain to watch the unfolding events. In stark contrast, the guards stationed outside the training camp were in a state of turmoil. Logically, the instructors within should have emerged to greet Ning Tian by now. Why had so much time elapsed without a sign of their arrival? They were merely humble guards, and Ning Tian's status was something they could only look up to. They could not begin to fathom the thoughts of Dong Jishua and Wang Ming. Dong Wujia and Wang Ming, as the chief instructors of the genius training camp, were youthful and possessed remarkable talent. Their experiences on the battlefield had equipped them with the qualifications to guide these prodigies. They were known for their decisive actions and understood that some individuals, having been born with advantageous circumstances, would use their backgrounds to intimidate others. Suddenly, the crowd outside the genius training camp noticed figures emerging from within. As they beheld the hundreds of individuals marching out in a grand procession, they were left astonished. They had anticipated the camp's leaders to greet Ning Tian, yet they never expected such a multitude. These individuals were the foremost prodigies from across the divine dragon empire. They glanced at Ning Tian, realizing that he, merely possessing the defense martial saint's decree, had commanded such a prestigious welcome. Was this fair? It seemed decidedly unfair. Ning Tian gazed at the throng of individuals emerging from the training camp, feeling somewhat taken aback. He merely wished to visit the training facility to see Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming. Was it truly necessary to create such a commotion? As the hundreds of people exited the camp, they too laid eyes upon Ning Tian. Sister-in-law, it's really my brother. Ning Ming exclaimed with unrestrained joy upon seeing her brother Ning Tian outside the training camp. Xia Yuewei, as Ning Tian's wife, also felt immense happiness. She had thought he was still at the southeastern battlefield, only to be surprised by his sudden arrival in the imperial capital, while Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming were overjoyed. Chen Ruo, Du Sheng, and Yun Feng stood frozen, utterly astonished. They could never have imagined that the authority wielding the martial saint's defense order outside the training camp would be Ning Tian. One was a direct descendant of the Chun family from the southwest, another was a member of the golden generation spanning 5 provinces, and the third was the senior disciple of the southwest sword sect. Their identities and prowess were sufficient to elevate them above many. Before attending Southeastern University, they maintained such beliefs. However, after witnessing Ning Tian's instantaneous defeat of Du Sheng and the display of his yellow spring sword intent on the duel stage, they comprehended that they could never surpass Ning Tian in this lifetime, nor should they even entertain the thought. Ning Tian had undoubtedly become a psychological shadow looming over them. Upon arriving at the training camp, they noticed Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming. Finding that Ning Tian had not come to the genius training camp, they exhaled in relief. As long as Ning Tian was absent, everything was manageable. But now, Ning Tian stood right before them. Beyond Chen Ruo, Du Sheng, and Yun Feng, how could Xia Ruxue and Lu Feng not be equally flabbergasted? They had not anticipated that it would be Ning Tian outside. Is that really him? Lu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt incomparable to Du Sheng and Yun Feng. If they were astonished, Lu Feng was even more so. Back at Southeastern University, Ning Tian had aimed to challenge 2 to 30 descendants of prominent families from the imperial capital single-handedly. At that time, they had dismissed him as mad, for only a madman would undertake such a reckless endeavor. Yet, their astonishment was profound when they arrived at the Dongchuan martial arts school. They would swear it was one of the most shocking spectacles they had ever witnessed. Ning Tian was a psychological shadow for Chen Ruo and the others, and he was no less so for them. Wu Yunlong and the other prodigies gazed at Ning Tian, who stood just within reach outside the training camp. The first impression Ning Tian left upon them was one of striking handsomeness, a fantastical allure, akin to a prince stepping out of a fairy tale, with brows that split the skies and eyes as bright as the stars. However, in their eyes, handsomeness bore little significance. Had Ning Tian not possessed the martial saint's defense order, they would not have spared him a glance. Wang Ming and Dong Jishua also spotted Ning Tian. Their expressions remained largely unchanged, for they had already categorized him as a background figure of no merit. In the divine dragon empire, such individuals often engaged in audacious acts without consequence. Ning Tian, brother. As everyone gathered outside the genius training camp, Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming called out to Ning Tian, hurriedly approaching him. Is that Ning Tian, brother? Whether among the prodigies inside the training camp or the young men and women outside, All gazed in bewilderment as Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming approached Ning Tian. So, this person is from the southeastern 7 provinces? Although Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming were not well known in the imperial capital, some recognized them upon entering the genius training camp. Through word of mouth, many within the training camp had learned that they hailed from the southeastern 7 provinces. Ning Ming calling this person brother indicated that he was indeed from the Ning family of the southeastern 7 provinces. They were among the most elite prodigies of the Divine Dragon Empire, and they were familiar with the Ning family. The head of the Ning family, Ning Jiuyou, was indeed one of the martial saints of their empire. Wang Ming and Dong Jishue observed Ning Tian, simultaneously noticing the martial saint's defense order in his hand. Even from a distance, they could discern its authenticity. Suddenly, a trembling voice from a nearby prodigy exclaimed, "I believe I know who he is. He is Ning Tian, the young master of the Ning family from the southeastern 7 provinces." This proclamation was immediately echoed by others. Ning Tian? Are you referring to the one who awakened an S-grade talent and wreaked havoc throughout the southeastern 7 provinces? Listening to the discussions among the prodigies, Du Sheng and the others couldn't help but smirk. Initially, they too had believed such rumors. Yet, upon attending Southeastern University, they had been thoroughly disillusioned. As Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming reached Ning Tian, their faces beamed with delight. "Ning Tian, what brings you here so suddenly?" Xia Yuewei inquired first. "Yes, brother. I just mentioned to sister-in-law that it might be you outside, but I thought you were still at the Southeastern Battlefield, so I presumed it wasn't you," Ning Ming added. "I came to see you both and to attend to some matters," Ning Tian replied with a smile. "Welcome to our genius training camp," Wang Ming's voice interrupted. As he approached Ning Tian, Dong Jishue followed closely behind. They had gathered all the prodigies in the training camp to welcome Ning Tian, intending to convey certain messages. Yet proper hospitality was still requisite as hosts. "Hello, I am Ning Tian," he introduced himself. "Ning Tian, please come in," Wang Ming informed him. Understanding that since Ning Tian possessed the martial saint's defense order, he must be allowed entry. Though neither he nor Dong Jishue desired this, there was no alternative. "Brother, let us go inside and take a look," urged Xia Yuewei. "Yes, Ning Tian, you can see what we are training in," she added. "All right." Ning Tian agreed with a nod. After all, the Martial General Tower would not open until the day after tomorrow, so there was no rush. "Please." With Ning Tian's affirmation, Wang Ming gestured invitingly. Seeing this, Ning Tian proceeded into the genius training camp. He held no particular interest in it. "Brother Yunlong, is this Ning Tian not excessively arrogant? He appears quite proud," remarked a youth beside Wu Yunlong. "What can we do? He has a remarkable grandfather," Wu Yunlong replied disdainfully, eyeing Ning Tian. He mused that if it came to a contest of strength, he could easily best Ning Tian with one hand. In terms of background, he acknowledged that he currently could not compete with him. Nevertheless, he was, after all, a member of the imperial capital's elite generation. With numerous powerful factions investing in him, he could certainly rally a crowd. Wu Yunlong and the others remained unaware of Ning Tian's true purpose for coming to the imperial capital. They merely assumed he lacked the qualifications to enter the genius training camp. Thus, he wielded the defensive martial sage order, intent on forcibly entering. "Ning Tian, it seems that others harbor some discontent towards you," Xia Yuewei observed quietly, having sensed the subtle tension among the talented individuals present. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Ning Tian was acutely aware of their sentiments. However, he naturally refrained from stooping to their level. Du Sheng, Chen Ruo, Yun Feng, Xia Rushue, and Lu Feng watched Ning Tian step into the genius training camp, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. "Ning Tian, brother. That area is the arena of our genius training camp, along with the gravity field and the Xianling stone steps." Wang Ming introduced the training programs once they entered the camp. For the prodigies within the camp, these tasks were likely daunting, yet for Ning Tian, they resembled mere child's play. Beside Wang Ming, Dong Jishue scrutinized Ning Tian's expression, which betrayed no sign of disturbance. Her brows furrowed. She had anticipated a look of astonishment upon seeing these training challenges. In addition to Wang Ming and Dong Jishue, over 100 other prodigies trailed closely behind, eager to discern whether Ning Tian possessed any exceptional qualities beyond his formidable background. "Brother, these training programs must seem trivial to you, right?" Ning Ming remarked with a smile. At her words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. What did Ning Ming mean? Were the programs within their genius training camp beneath Ning Tian's notice? Did this imply that he was indeed extraordinary? If he were so remarkable, why had he not obtained a pass to the genius training camp? Perhaps he had no intention of joining, merely wishing to visit Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming. And since entry required a pass, he had reluctantly resorted to producing the defensive martial sage order. It seemed illogical. The onlookers shook their heads, pondering the implausibility of Ning Tian's supposed weakness. Wang Ming and Dong Jishue were equally taken aback by Ning Ming's words. Only Du Sheng and his companions comprehended the truth. Ning Ming's assertion was entirely accurate. Ning Tian's prowess had transcended the realm of mere genius, firmly placing him among the ranks of the truly formidable. "I would like to inquire about your true purpose for visiting our genius training camp," Dong Jishue finally spoke. her gaze fixed intently on Ning Tian. She found it hard to believe that he had come solely to see Xia Yuewei and Ning Ming. To visit my wife and sister, Ning Tian replied, his countenance remarkably calm, feeling no need to conceal such matters. His response rendered the crowd momentarily speechless. If he had come to the genius training camp to see his sister, that would have seemed entirely reasonable. However, to refer to Xia Yuewei as his wife? Ning Tian's declaration, while startling to Dong Jishue, confirmed her suspicion that he was indeed merely paying a visit. In light of this, her decision to summon everyone in the camp to receive him had indeed been somewhat excessive.